One Quiet Question by Grey Dove. Chapter 1. Knowledge without truth is still ignorance. As Harry surveyed the contents of his vault, he was taken aback by the sheer amount of money he had. His aunt had always complained about how expensive he was to care for, yet she rarely spent much on him. He was forced to wear Dudley's old clothes and barely received enough food. This made him think back to the times he had cleaned his uncle's office and caught a glimpse of the family's checkbook when his aunt left it out. He had noticed that his uncle earned a substantial salary from his job at Grunning's, yet they still received some money each month from an unknown source. As Hagrid recovered from the latest ride on the minecart to the vault to retrieve Harry's package for school, Harry turned to their guide. Unsure of the proper title, he decided to take a guess. "Master Goblin," he said, only to pause at the startled look on the goblin's face. "I'm sorry, I don't know your proper title," Harry added, offering a slight bow. "It's all right, young Hume. It's just rare to be shown such respect from your kind," Griphook replied, giving Harry what he guessed was a kind smile. I was just wondering if it would be possible to get information on the status of my vault?" Harry asked. "That can be arranged. All you need to do is make a return visit to..." Griphook began, but he stopped when he noticed the boy's face fall. "Will that be a problem?" "Well, I live with my family who don't have magic, and I don't think I'll be able to get back anytime soon," Harry explained. Though he was mostly left alone at home apart from his chores, there was no way he could return to London before classes began, and he felt he should see them before heading to Hogwarts. "That's actually easy to deal with. Before you leave, I will give you a magical artifact known as a portkey, which will allow you to return to the bank when you have some free time. I must say, it's rather strange that your family didn't come with you. For even a Muggleborn, which is a magical child from a non-magical family, it's usually a teacher and family members who bring them to the bank," Griphook explained. "My aunt isn't a fan of magic, and my uncle is never home anyway," Harry replied. "All right, we'll make sure to give you a portkey that's easy to hide and can pass as an everyday object," Griphook said, jotting down a note on a small pad he pulled from his vest. By that time, Hagrid had recovered enough from the ride to gather the contents of the vault. Harry had learned long ago not to judge a book by its cover. This idea applied to Hagrid doubly so. Despite his intimidating size, he was kind and caring, though it could all be an act. After all, his aunt and cousin acted like the perfect family in front of his uncle, but whenever something went wrong, even if it was Dudley breaking something, Harry was always blamed. His uncle, whose job kept him out of the house most of the time, would believe them over Harry, who had been labeled a violent troublemaker. In reality, Harry would rather be left alone. Luckily, he found solitude at the local library, spending his time there and only returning home to do his morning chores. He would go back to the library at night to prepare supper, which he often didn't get to eat because of some problem he had caused during the day. His uncle never wanted to starve him, so at the very least, he would receive some bread and water, unless his aunt lied and claimed he had eaten before Vernon got home, leaving him hungry until breakfast. After Hagrid collected the package, the small group of three rode back to the top level of the bank. As Hagrid took a moment to settle from the ride, Griphook handed Harry an envelope containing the portkey and instructions on how to use it. For the rest of Harry's visit to Diagon Alley, not much else happened. Hagrid talked enthusiastically about how great Hogwarts was, though he tended to focus on. Harry couldn't help but feel skeptical when he heard about a man named Dumbledore and the House of Gryffindor. It seemed to him that they were the only good things about the school, a notion he found hard to believe. As he entered the bar, the crowd closed in around him, and he instinctively tousled his messy hair to cover his scar. Having learned long ago how to blend into the background, he was relieved to navigate through the chaos without causing a scene. The only other person he interacted with was a young boy getting measured for his robes. The boy glanced at Harry, taking in his cousin's old clothes that were far too large, and let out a small scoff, lifting his nose haughtily before falling silent until he was dismissed. Hagrid did surprise Harry with a birthday present, a small snowy owl. "Owls are the best way to stay in touch," he explained, though Harry couldn't help but think that he didn't have anyone to talk to anyway. When it was time to leave, Hagrid took Harry to a Muggle fast food restaurant after noticing how pale Harry had gone at the mention of the leaky cauldron. Since Harry had no experience with non-magical money, Hagrid handed him a £50 note to pay for their meal, which only cost 15. At least he let Harry keep the change. Afterward, Hagrid dropped Harry off at his house around 7 p.m. He waved and then simply disappeared. He could have at least helped me carry my trunk to the door, Harry thought to himself as he pulled his belongings up to the front door, only to find it locked. He knocked a few times, suddenly realizing that it had taken him 2 days to reach the island he left that morning. Great, what am I supposed to do until they get home? Not like I can go to the neighbors, Harry muttered. Then he remembered the item he had gotten from the bank. Pushing his trunk behind a bush by the door, he dug through it until he found the envelope. Opening it, he discovered what looked like an American quarter. He raised an eyebrow as he read the note inside. Air Potter. To activate the port key and return to the bank, just hold the object and say Canute. As soon as Harry spoke the word, he felt a sudden jerk in his stomach, like a fish caught on a line, while the world whirled around him. He came to a stop, nearly falling to his knees in what appeared to be an office. Harry glanced around, taking in a couple of black leather chairs on one side of a redwood desk, with a matching chair on the opposite side. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching as Griphook entered the office. "Ah, Air Potter, I did not expect you so soon." "I'm sorry, Master Griphook. I was dropped off at home, and it was locked, leaving me with nowhere else to go," Harry replied. "Ah, it's okay, Air Potter," Griphook said. "Why do you keep calling me that?" Harry asked, puzzled. "What? Eh?" "It's a title given to someone in line for one of the noble families," Griphook explained. "I come from a noble family?" Harry asked, surprised. "Do you know nothing of your own family?" Griphook asked, astonished, as he took one of the 2 chairs in front of the desk. "I know nothing. I didn't even know my last name until I went to school," Harry shrugged. "Well, I think the best way to help you start learning about your family history is to do something called an inheritance test. It will inform you of who your parents and godparents are, any family lines you belong to, and any vaults you can access, as well as any unusual charges to those vaults. It can also reveal any magical spells or potions affecting you. Given how young you were when your parents died, you may have some blocks that most parents place on their children. But don't worry," Griphook added, noticing the horrified look on Harry's face. "If we find anything like that in the test, it also comes with a cleansing." "I would like to do the test then, Master Griphook," Harry said, settling into the other chair. Griphook flashed him a reassuring goblin smile, moved to the other side of the desk, and pulled out a piece of black parchment and a silver goblet. A metal knife lay before Harry, its blade inscribed with what he guessed were runes. "Now, Air Potter, all you need to do is prick your finger with the knife and let 7 drops of blood fall into the goblet," Griphook explained, handing him the knife. With some hesitation, Harry pricked his left index finger, allowing his blood to drip into the goblet. As it did, the goblet glowed with a soft golden-brown hue while Griphook muttered something unintelligible. Taking hold of the goblet, the goblin turned it over onto a piece of parchment. Harry gasped as, instead of liquid, what looked like silver string tumbled out. The string rested momentarily on the parchment before being absorbed, causing words to begin appearing on the page. In less than a minute, the process was complete, and Griphook turned to Harry. "Time to find out about yourself, Air Potter," he said, as Harry picked up the parchment and began to read. Harrison Orion Potter Black. Parents: James Claudius Blackney Potter, bearer, deceased. Regulus Almalam Black, sire, deceased. Godparents: Lily Marlene Evans, blood adopted mother, deceased. Sirius Alnitag Black, uncle, incarcerated illegally. Severus Tobias Snape, not claimed. Lord Nair. Lord Potter, from bearer, claimed fully after coming of age. Lord Gryffindor, from bearer, claimed fully after coming of age. Lord Peveril, from bearer, claimed fully after coming of age. Lord Emrys, from bearer, claimed fully after coming of age. Lord Slytherin, from conquest, claimed fully after coming of age. Lord Gaunt, from conquest, claim fully after coming of age. Heir black, from sire after uncle. Heir Ravenclaw, from sire after uncle. Vaults. Potter Trust Vault. Potter Main Vault. Gryffindor Trust Vault. Gryffindor Main Vault. P. Verrill Main Vault. Emery's Main Vault. Slytherin Main Vault. Gaunt Vault. Black Trust Vault. Ravenclaw Trust Vault. Abnormal charges to vaults, 1,000 galleons a month transferred from Potter Main Vaults to. Harry gulped as he finished reading the results of the test, then passed the parchment back to Griphook for him to review. "Oh dear, it seems that a cleansing is in order, Lord Potter," Griphook said, rising from his chair and gesturing for the young wizard to follow him. "This might take a while. Do you know how soon until you will be missed?" As they reached a room adorned with strange designs on the walls, floor, and ceiling, Harrison replied, "I think I have another day before my family gets home." He shrugged, aware it could be longer since he and Hagrid had taken the boat away from the island. "Good. That should give us enough time for your cleansing, as well as to ensure you receive your rings," Griphook said, handing the young lord a pure white robe with golden runes stitched into it. "Now, just put that on. I will gather your lordship an heir rings." The goblin stayed with him until the cleansing began before hurrying out of the room. Griphook understood that the cleansing ritual would take a couple of hours, so instead of gathering the rings, he decided to report to the branch manager about the young lord. Harrison had thought that some of the beatings he endured from his aunt, cousin, and their gang were bad, but nothing compared to what he felt now. It was as if his very skin was being stripped away while the group of goblins cast spells on him to cleanse his system. He had been informed that everything would be undone except for the blood adoption, which had taken place at Gringotts under his parents' supervision, according to their records. Everything else, however, was being removed. When he finally woke up, he felt lighter than he had ever felt before. As he looked around, he spotted his glasses on a nearby table. Putting them on, he realized he was in a completely different room filled with beds, only one of which was occupied by a goblin who appeared to have a broken arm. "Ah, Lord Potter, it is good to see you awake," a goblin dressed in a light greenish-blue robe said as he approached Harrison's bedside. "How long have I been out?" Harrison asked, worried that he might return home to find the Dursleys had discovered his new trunk and destroyed it. "Just over 8 hours," the goblin replied. "We were able to remove most of the spells from you and complete the cleansing in less than half an hour. However, the presence of the Horcrux made the procedure take much longer. But I'm fine now, right?" Harrison asked anxiously. "You are, as the humans say, right as rain, Lord Potter," the goblin assured him. "Thank you, Master Goblin," Harrison said, bowing slightly. He noticed a smile spread across the goblin's face as they bowed back. "Well, if you follow me, your account manager has instructed us to bring you to him now that you're awake," the goblin said, helping Harrison out of bed and guiding him back to Griphook's office. "Ah, Lord Potter, it is good to find you up and about," Bonecrusher said as Harrison entered. "It seems that while you were being cleansed, I discovered some troubling news. It appears that your bearer's will was never read after his and your godmother's death all those years ago." Griphook introduced his supervisor to Harry. The goblin account manager gestured to the parchment on his desk next to a long black box. "Only my bearer? What about my sire?" Harrison asked. "Well, it turns out he died before your bearer did, and his will has already been read," Griphook said, consulting his notes. "We shall go over the will after you've taken your rings, all right, Lord Potter?" Bonecrusher added. "Sure thing," Harry replied with a shrug as the goblin opened the long box, revealing 5 sparkling rings and 2 plain ones. "The 5 rings that seem to sparkle are your lordship rings, while the rather plain ones are your heir rings," Bonecrusher explained. "Isn't one of the lordship rings missing?" Harrison asked, recalling that he had 6 lordships, not 5. "Ah, the Gaunt family ring is missing. It's been placed under some enchantments that can only be removed in person. One of those enchantments is to hide it from locator spells or summon it," Bonecrusher explained, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "It's all right, Master Bonecrusher," Harrison said. Is there a specific order I need to put them on? The rings should be put on in the order that they came out during your test, Bone Crusher instructed as he handed over a silver crystal ring with a piece on the front. All you have to do is slip it onto the middle finger of your dominant hand and let it read your magic. Harrison slid the ring onto his right middle finger and felt a surge of magic wash over him before it settled down as the ring resized itself to fit. Now, as you grow, the ring will grow with you, and only you can remove them yourself, Bone Crusher said, handing over the next ring, a sterling silver band adorned with a red gem. This ring accepted him more quickly than the Potter ring, merging seamlessly with it. Before long, Harrison had claimed all of his lordship rings as well as the 2 heir rings. Then, Griphook took out Jane's will. I, James Claudius Black, née Potter, being of sound mind and body, leave this last will and testament, and let all others before. This will be considered null and void. First, I must say, do not mourn for me now that I am gone. I am back with Regulus until the rebirth of magic. If I die, my son is to be watched over, first by Lily Evans. Silverwing, I cannot express how happy I am that you decided to help me raise my son with Regulus. I know you will share all sorts of stories about us and keep our memories alive. I also gift you the Peveril Secondary Vault for your personal use. To Sirius Black, Padfoot, my brother in all but blood and my brother-in-law, who introduced me to the love of my life, I hope you will come around to see your godson and share stories of Regulus as he grew up. Teach him some pranks too. After all, I want him to be a second-generation marauder. I also gift you the Gryffindor Secondary Vault to support you until Wilburger finally accepts you back into the family. To Remus Lupin, Moony, my old friend, the only reason you are not a godparent is due to England's prejudiced creature laws, which also prevent me from giving you a full vault. So, I have set up a vault in your name that will be refilled anytime it empties from the Emery's Secondary Vault. Remus, I also offer you this piece of advice: live free, have fun, and for Hera's sake, ask her out already. To Severus Snape, I can only apologize for how I treated you in school. I admit I was a little jealous of your relationship with Regulus, though that does not excuse my actions. I want you to know that Regulus had chosen you to be Harrison's godfather before he vanished and died. I had decided to honor his wishes, so please treat our son well. To Peter Pettigrew, I leave nothing. As I write this will, you are my secret keeper. If I die at the hands of Voldemort, it will be because of you. The order in which my son is to be watched over, in case of my death, is as follows: Lily Evans, Sirius Black, Severus Snape, Frank Longbottom, and Amelia. People who should never get my son are Albus Dumbledore, Bellatrix Lestrange, and in the event of blood adoption, should Lily die along with me, her sister Petunia. The person who takes care of my son will receive 1,000 galleons a month until he reaches maturity, sourced from the Potter main vaults. To my son, Harrison, I wish I could have watched you grow up. Just know that I would be proud of you no matter what you do or who you become. Live well, laugh often, and beware of Albus Dumbledore. It is because of him and his war that your sire and I died. Tears filled Harrison's eyes as he finished reading the will, and he flinched when Griphook gently patted his back, holding out a tissue. There, Lord Potter. Let it out, Griphook said, allowing the young wizard to cry for what felt like an eternity. Once Harrison was finally able to stop, he looked up and saw that the will had been copied several times. Master Bonecrusher, he asked. Since this is the first time the will has been opened, let alone read, since it was given to us, we need to send copies out to those who are mentioned in it, the goblin explained. Now, I know this is highly irregular, but it seems someone not only prevented the wills from being read, but also sent you to live with someone who was not on the approved list. However, until you come of age, you must live with them at least until you finish your first year at Hogwarts. Since you have one more day until the time you gave me is up, I suggest you not only buy a meal but also these books, which should help you better understand the magical world, Griphook said, passing over a sheet of books that included How to Write with a Quill, A Beginner's Guide to Latin, Hogwarts, A History, Magical World, A Muggleborn's Guide, and finally, Noble is a Zen. Obeldoes, A Guide to Pureblood Culture for Muggles and Half-Bloods. Thank you, Master Griphook. I assume I use the port key to get back home? Harrison asked. That is correct. Just make sure you are holding everything tightly. It will travel with you, Griphook said, shaking the young wizard's hand. He had grown quite fond of Harrison in the short time they had spent together. Master Bonecrusher, is there a way I could visit the bank again so you can help me learn from these books? Harrison asked. You can return to the bank anytime, young lord, but unfortunately, I won't be able to teach you, the goblin replied, noticing the disappointment on the boy's face. However, the bank does offer classes for Muggleborns and their families as they enter the magical world, for a small fee of a galleon per person. I would like to enroll in that. Is it a daily class? Harrison inquired eagerly. Well, I say class, but it's more like one-on-one tutoring sessions. You can schedule them whenever you're available with goblin-hired teachers, and all family members who wish to learn can join, Bonecrusher explained, making Harrison smile as he left the office. Making sure his hair covered his scar once again, Harrison exited the bank and blinked in the sunlight, having been inside for almost 11 hours. Since the Dursleys wouldn't be home until around 6 p.m., and it was only 9 in the morning, he had 9.5 hours to spend in the alley. He immediately headed to Flourish and Blots to pick up the books that Griphook had suggested. As he browsed, he noticed several other interesting titles. He grabbed those as well, and instead of just 5 books, he walked out of the store with 20. Each one focused on learning to navigate the magical world, along with an autobiography of a famous Muggleborn detailing their journey into magic. Glancing at his watch, Harrison saw it was nearly midday. Deciding to use the change from his meal with Hagrid yesterday, he planned to eat in the Muggle world. He quickly stopped by the supply shop to pick up some spare parchment and quills, so he could practice without using up all his school supplies. As he was heading out of the alley, he paused at a sign advertising an expandable bag, keep everything in just one bag. He purchased one, grateful for the convenience it offered, avoiding the need to explain his growing collection to anyone. Harrison hurried out of the alley, careful not to draw any attention from Muggles with his bulging bags filled with strange books and quills. With his shopping done for now and his stomach rumbling, he made his way to a nearby restaurant for a bite to eat. Before he left, he decided to leave the rest of his Muggle money as a tip, just in case his uncle drove quickly out of anger when he returned home. Arriving back at number 4, he tried the door again, only to find it still locked. He pulled his trunk out of the bushes, grateful that Hagrid had advised him to let the owl out of its cage to hunt, rather than face a hungry and angry bird later. Curiosity piqued, he wondered if he could fit his trunk into his new expandable bag. To his utter delight, he succeeded. According to the woman who sold it to him, no matter what was inside, the bag always felt as light as 6 kilograms. With nothing else to occupy his time, Harrison sat down on the front steps and pulled out one of his new books. He became so engrossed in the fascinating text that he shut out the world around him. That is, until a loud voice called out, "Boy!" Startled, he looked up to see his uncle, his face slightly flushed with anger. "I thought you decided to go to that school. Why are you back here already?" Vernon demanded as Harrison quickly moved aside to let him unlock the door. "The term doesn't start until September 1st, Harrison explained, hoisting his new bag onto his shoulder as he entered the house. Just then, Dudley shoved him aside, nearly sending him tumbling into the bushes. As he regained his balance, Aunt Petunia passed him by, her head held high and her nose in the air, much like the boy in the robe shop had done the day before. And how long have you been waiting out there on the front porch?" Vernon asked as Harrison stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "I returned around 7 p.m. last night, I believe," Harrison replied, choosing not to mention his brief return to the magical area. "You've been outside for almost 24 hours? Did none of the neighbors offer to take you in?" Vernon asked, confusion evident in his voice. Yes, the boy might be a little strange, and according to Petunia, somewhat violent, but still, what if it had rained? "They did not," Harrison replied, raising an eyebrow at his uncle, who balled his fist at the casual tone of those 3 simple words. "Oh, you must be starving," Vernon said, placing one of his meaty hands on Harrison's shoulder. "Petunia, be a dear and whip up some of your delightful bacon breakfast platter. What's the occasion?" Petunia asked, poking her head out of the kitchen doorway, glaring at the sight of her husband's hand on her nephew's shoulder. Harry hasn't eaten since yesterday, and that's just the thing to fill him up, Vernon said, leading Harrison into the living room. Ah, I will need his help to make it, she lied, knowing full well it was Harrison who cooked most dinners and several breakfasts, including that one, while she took the credit. Nonsense. The poor boy has been out there all alone with no food or drink for almost a full day. He needs to recover. I'm sure you can cook it just fine without him there to help for once, Vernon insisted, making Harrison lie down on the couch before heading off to get the boy something to drink, completely oblivious to his wife's silent fury. A half hour later, the family sat down at the table to eat. After only a few bites, everyone but Dudley spat out the food. Are you feeling all right, Petunia love? This appears to be undercooked, Vernon asked, using his fork to poke at a half-cooked piece of bacon next to a rather runny serving of scrambled eggs. Yes, that must be it, Petunia lied. I wish Harry had been the one to cook it like normal, Dudley muttered, prompting Vernon to shoot a startled look at his son while Petunia paled slightly. What was that, Duddus? Harry, how often do you cook our dinners? Vernon asked, shifting his gaze between his pale wife and his nephew. Dudley chimed in, I said I wish Harry had cooked dinner like he normally does, not Mom. Always? Vernon replied, looking surprised. Harry quickly glanced at his aunt and swallowed hard before answering, unless it's a big event, I tend to cook every night, except for the weekends. Vernon leaned back in his chair, shocked. Petunia had always told him that Harry just helped finish the meal and then served it, not that he made the entire thing. A cold wave of dread settled in his stomach as he thought about all the times he had forced his nephew to go without the food he had prepared, punishing him for something Petunia claimed he had done that day. Harry, do you have any control issues with your magic? Vernon asked, making both Petunia and Dudley gasp at the mention of the M-word. Not really. Apart from the glass at the zoo, the last time I lost control was last year when I was running from Dudley and his gang and ended up on the roof of the school, Harry explained. Gang? Vernon shot Dudley a sharp look, causing his son to gulp in fear at the expression on his father's face. Turning to Petunia, Vernon asked, You told me that Harry's magic causes a lot of problems around here, like it acting out and breaking things. Was that all a lie? Petunia paled even further and shook her head. No. Harry, do you prefer Dudley's old clothing, or was that a lie as well? Vernon pressed, feeling a sinking sensation that everything his wife and son had ever told him about Harry had been false. Not really. I just didn't think you could pay for anything else for me to wear, Harry replied. But I found out at the Wizarding Bank when I went to get money for school supplies that you were actually getting money to take care of me. And we do, Petunia interjected. She just told me that you didn't need clothing because you like Dudley's. Old clothing, Vernon said. Harry had to stop himself from snorting and making a joke about what was so great about wearing clothes that could double as a parachute. Harry, I think the two of us need to have a little chat one-on-one before you go to bed tonight, all right? Vernon asked. Harry nodded in response. All right then, lad. Why don't you go help yourself to something in the fridge while I talk to your aunt and cousin for a bit? I'll be right up to talk to you in your bedroom. Chapter 2, Let's make some changes around here. Flashback to Gringotts shortly after Harrison left the bank. Since no one mentioned in Lord James Potter Blackswell had ever come to the bank to inquire about the reading, Griphook decided to take several copies of the wills to the goblin healers. They would soak the documents in a specialized potion designed to temporarily rid a person of any compulsions and counteract any potions they might be under. Once the copies were treated, Griphook headed to the message bird range at the bank. He selected 2 small, swift ravens capable of handling the task. One copy was sent to Hogwarts for Potion Master Severus Snape, while the other was dispatched to an unnamed forest where Remus Lupin was living. Griphook then took another copy to a crow, the primary bird the bank used for correspondence with the Ministry. He sent one copy to the head of the magical law enforcement offices and another to the Department of Mysteries, which maintained records of all magical people's birth certificates and wills. After completing these tasks, the Potter account manager returned to his office, expecting the two wizards to come and verify the authenticity of the copies. A little over an hour later, there was a knock at the door. When it opened, a greasy-haired man stepped inside. "I received this from a Gringotts raven, but this has to be a joke," the man said. "It is not a joke, I assure you, Lord Prince," Griphook replied, crossing his hands over his desk and observing the man. He noted how young Lord Potter had been such a pleasant young man compared to the potion master. "It cannot be. Potter ended up with Lily, and he would never have left me anything, let alone make me the godfather of his brat," Severus exclaimed, suddenly realizing the implications of what he had just said. "I am not a lord. My mother died before I came of age, and she had been disowned by my grandfather," Severus insisted. "That may be true, but he never disowned you. In fact, according to our records, your grandfather attempted to bring you into his house after your mother passed, hoping to take you away from your father," Griphook stated, reading from the notes he had on the two men listed in the will. "What?" Severus asked in shock. "Then why was I forced to live in an abusive home all through my time at Hogwarts?" "Well, it seems that Headmaster Dumbledore blocked your grandfather's attempts," Griphook explained. "He claimed it would cause too much disruption to your schooling, which led your grandfather to withdraw his request. The former Lord Prince also tried to contact you, but for some reason, Dumbledore had a mail-blocking ward attached to you that redirected your post-owls to him instead of you." Severus was becoming increasingly shocked with each new revelation the goblin shared. Before he could ask further questions, there was a knock at the door. Griphook turned to the visitor and said, "You may enter." "You," Snape growled as Remus walked in. "Hello, Severus," Remus said politely, taking a seat across from Griphook and giving the banker a slight nod. "Ah, hello, Mr. Lupin," Griphook replied, returning the gesture. "Now that both of you are here, I won't have to repeat myself. As you should be aware, young Lord Harrison Potter Black is starting at Hogwarts this coming September. During his visit, he asked for a closer look at his vault, and while his guide was busy, I gave him a portkey to return to the bank when he had some free time." "Wait, who was his guide?" Severus asked, puzzled. He hadn't heard of any of his fellow teachers showing a student around the previous day. In fact, the only one absent had been Quirrell, who returned an hour later, far too short a time to have been with a student. Why would he need help to return to the bank? Remus asked at the same time. Well, it seems that, contrary to what was written in James's will, young Harrison ended up with his godmother's sister as his guide. "It was Rubeus Hagrid," Griphook said, noticing the already pale face of the door potion master grow even paler as he gulped at the news. "I seriously do not know what is worse, that Potter's. The brat is living with Petunia? Out of all the staff, Albus chose the bloody groundskeeper, who isn't even supposed to use magic in the first place," Severus said, gripping the arms of his chair so tightly that Griphook swore he could hear it creak. Yes, it seems that Lord Harrison Potter's family did not make his home life anything like what the magical community had been led to believe. He asked for help to return. It also appears that when he was dropped off back home, his family was still gone and wouldn't return for at least a day and a half, Griphook explained. "Where had they gone?" Remus asked, horrified at the thought of Harrison's family leaving after he had gone out to get his school supplies, never to return for him. According to Harrison, when he first received his letters to Hogwarts, his uncle packed up the entire family and tried to outrun the letters. After 2 days of travel, Hagrid was finally able to collect Harrison and bring him in. It seems his family still hadn't returned, so he came right back to the bank. During that time, Harrison began asking questions about his own family, and I suggested an inheritance test. As usual, we made a copy so you can take a look and see at least part of what the will contained, Griphook said, passing over Harrison's results. The pair were shocked as they read the form, outrage growing as they reached the section about the headmaster's meddling. After some further digging, after young Harrison had left, I discovered that it was Dumbledore who had stopped James while reading. That bastard, both men swore in unison. I was sort of hoping the two of you would be willing to help tutor young Lord Potter in the magical world if he were to come back to the bank. I know you have the necessary skills, Severus, as a master in potions and healing magic, Griphook said, looking at him, then turning to Remus. And you, with your expertise in history and defense against the dark arts. If you both agree, as a job requirement, you must go through a cleansing, free of charge. Of course, I need to be cleared to work for Gringotts. The three shared a conspiratorial smile as both wizards agreed to help tutor the young lord. At number 4, Privet Drive, in the smallest bedroom, Harrison finished his snack and took out the book he had been reading. He settled in until, after an hour, a knock came at the door. When nothing else happened, Harrison realized the person was waiting for permission to enter. With a smile, he called out, "Enter." "Hello, Harry," his uncle said as he opened the door and stepped inside. "Your aunt and cousin are telling me they were pulling a prank on me and that you're just a good-for-nothing troublemaker." Vernon let out a heavy sigh, grabbing a desk chair from Dudley's old desk and sitting down. "I'm not sure if I believe them at this moment, so I'm going to put them to a little test." "I have a fair number of vacation days stocked up," Vernon explained. "I plan on leaving the house tomorrow at my normal time, but instead of heading to work, I'll park my car at one of my friend's houses a few blocks away. Then I'll come back here to see what's really been going on." "Thank you for trusting me at least that much, Uncle," Harrison said, offering the older man a small smile. "Well, since your aunt thinks I'm up here punishing you, we have a little time. So tell me, what is magic really like?" Vernon asked in a whisper. "It seems rather interesting, Uncle," Harrison replied, turning the book he was reading so Vernon could take a look. "This seems more controlled and responsible than Petunia told me about," Vernon observed, glancing over an example of a spell that illustrated a young child making something too heavy to carry float out of a burning building. "She would always go on about how all magic was sacrifice, this bloodletting, that." "Well, some do require bloodletting," Harrison said, recalling his test from the bank. "I'm not sure how I feel about that," Vernon replied sternly. "Wait, how do you know about it?" "I was at Gringotts, the magical bank," Harrison explained, pulling out his results to show his uncle. "I asked about my family, and they told me about a ritual to uncover my heritage. I had to let a couple of drops of my blood fall into a potion, which then revealed everything about me." As Vernon read the document, Harrison could hear him muttering to himself. Phrases like, "not his actual uncle," and "she told me we got £300, not 5, slipped from his lips. When Vernon reached the end, he pulled the young boy into a tight hug. "I'm sorry for what you've been forced to endure here, Harrison. But I can't understand why you were sent to us in the first place if you already had 2 other godparents." "Well, after I got the results, I went through a cleansing that removed all the spells on me. By the time it was over, the teller discovered that James's will hadn't been read yet. It turns out someone had sealed it, opting for one of the choices he didn't want for me, no offense," Harrison replied. "None taken. I can see why James wouldn't want you to stay with Petunia if that's how she acted towards magic," Vernon said with a shrug. "All right, young man, off to bed with you." "Tomorrow, act as if I had gone to work," Vernon said, tucking Harrison in and ruffling his messy hair. The next morning unfolded like any other. Vernon left for work after a quick breakfast, sending a wink to Harrison as he drove away. The moment the sound of his car faded, Petunia began assigning him his chores, starting with cleaning up the breakfast dishes. Next came weeding the garden. As he worked, he noticed a car parked across the street with 2 men watching him. Thinking they might be his uncle's associates, he quickly returned to his task. It seemed his aunt had a light list for him today. After an hour in the hot sun without a break for a drink, he was finally allowed inside to dust the house from top to bottom. Harrison finished the chores at the bottom of the yard, which included putting a fresh coat of paint on the fence he had painted just the week before. Once he was done, he was allowed to have lunch, half a piece of bread and a small disposable cup of water. After he finished eating, his Aunt Petunia reminded him to be back in time to help with supper. Finally free, he had to navigate past Dudley, who had decided to burn off his own lunch, 3 triple-decker sandwiches, a large soda, and a piece of cake, by chasing Harrison and trying to beat him up. Thanks to his quick reflexes, honed from countless encounters, Harrison managed to escape and headed to the library, a place his cousin would never set foot in, even for a reward. As he took refuge among the books, Vernon and his friend watched in disgust at how the young boy was treated. With Harrison safely inside, the pair returned to the small suburban home. "Petunia, we need to talk now," Vernon said, nearly breaking the door off its hinges with his anger. "Vernon, what is the matter?" Petunia asked, her voice dripping with a sickeningly sweet tone as she noticed another man entering the house behind her husband. "Your treatment of Harrison," Vernon thundered, marching down the hall toward her. "What has the little freak lied about now?" Petunia sneered, her expression twisted in disdain. "He didn't have to tell me anything, I saw it with my own eyes. I gave both him and Dudley a list of chores for the summer, yet I see Harrison doing both sets while Dudley lounges in front of the television and you make him sweets," Vernon said, his friend nodding in agreement. He had witnessed the boy's treatment before but had never managed to convince Vernon of the injustice. "What do you have to say about it?" Vernon demanded. "I'm doing what's best for him. An old man from my childhood taught me that it takes a firm hand to control freakishness. After all, he should know, his own son is just another freak like Lily and that brat," Petunia replied, her voice dripping with contempt. Vernon fondly remembered Tobias Snape and had decided to adopt his approach to manage his nephew. "What happened to the woman I fell in love with?" Vernon asked, shaking his head sadly. "I'm sorry, Petunia, but I want a divorce and full custody. I cannot allow you to teach Dudley to follow your same path," he declared as he walked to a hall closet and grabbed a suitcase. "But Vernon," she began. "No buts, Petunia. I can forgive a lot, but abusing a child is not one of them. I want you out of my house," he insisted, handing her the suitcase before turning away, tears welling in his eyes for the woman he once loved. "Chuck, can you start on the paperwork?" he asked his friend. "Of course, Vernon. If I may say so, you should have done this a while ago," Chuck replied, pulling out already prepared divorce papers for Vernon to sign. When Dudley returned from hanging out with his gang, he was surprised to find his father at home and his mother gone. Vernon sat Dudley down and explained what had happened, outlining the changes that would take place in their home, starting with Dudley doing his fair share of chores. When the rotund boy whined, Vernon threatened to take away some of Dudley's excessive possessions and restrict his TV time. Not wanting to lose anything, Dudley reluctantly agreed and began by vacuuming the stairs and cleaning his own room. As his son worked, Vernon took a closer look at the family checkbook. He was shocked to discover how much money Petunia had been funneling into another account, which he used to buy Dudley whatever he wanted, instead of using it for Harrison's needs. He decided that when Harrison came home, he would take him shopping for some new clothes and get his eyes checked, since Chuck had once mentioned that the glasses Harrison wore had been picked up at a garage sale. As he waited for Harrison to arrive, Vernon thought about ways to mend the rift between his son and the family. Vernon believed the best way for Dudley to understand Harrison's world was to expose him to it, and he wondered if Harrison would allow Dudley to take a look at his books. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft tapping at the window of his office. When he glanced over, he saw a small black raven perched there, clutching a letter in its beak. The sight reminded him of the owls that delivered letters for Harrison about Hogwarts. Without a second thought about the neighbors, he opened the window and let the bird inside. To his surprise, he noticed the letter was not addressed to him, but to the family of Harrison Potterblack. Curious, he unfolded the letter and began to read. Family of Harrison Potterblack. Though we have been informed that you do not approve of magic, we still invite you to join Lord Potter in his pre-lessons in the magical world. We would also like to discuss the misuse of funds with his guardians. Griphook, Potter account manager. Vernon's mind raced with possibilities. This could work perfectly, he thought. He grabbed a pen and a scrap of paper and quickly wrote a note to Griphook, expressing his eagerness to attend the lessons with Harrison, and that he would bring Dudley along as well. Would you mind delivering this back to them?" he asked the raven, feeling a bit silly. To his astonishment, the bird seemed to nod its head as it opened its beak for the letter. Chapter 3, Lessons and a Train Ride. As soon as Harrison got home, he noticed that his arm was missing and could hear the vacuum running in Dudley's room. Vernon called him into his study and shared his plans for Dudley and him to join Harrison in his preschool lessons at the bank. Since it was only 1 in the afternoon, Vernon decided to take the boys out to buy Harrison some new clothes and a new pair of glasses. Realizing that the optometrist would close earlier than the local clothing store, Vernon took the boys there first. The eye doctor was utterly appalled when he examined the glasses Harry was wearing compared to his actual prescription. "Oh, this will never do," the man said, shaking his head after the examination. After determining Harrison's prescription, he had the boys select some new frames. In the end, Harrison chose sleek glasses with black temples and smaller rectangular lenses. The optometrist informed them that it would take a couple of hours to prepare the glasses, so Harry had to wear his old pair while they picked out new clothes. Not wanting to be the center of attention, Harrison opted for comfortable clothing over flashy styles, leaning towards simple t-shirts and shorts, with a few pairs of jeans mixed in. Since he already had a full wardrobe of magical attire, he selected just 3 complete outfits before they returned to the optometrist for his new glasses. The next day, Harry brought out the portkey that would take them back to the bank. Remembering what Griphook had told him, he instructed both his uncle and Dudley to touch an American coin as he gave the code phrase. With a sudden jerk around their navels, the 3 of them were transported from the kitchen of number 4 to the bank. "Ah, Lord Potter. It's good to see both you and your family have come for your preschool lessons in the magical world," Griphook said, snapping his fingers to open the door behind him. 2 men walked into the room, one looking rather shabby in torn, thin robes with a shrunken face. The other had a narrow face and a hook-like nose, dressed in pure black robes. "Let me introduce you to Potion Master Severus Snape and Mr. Remus Lupin," the goblin said, noticing the look of understanding on the young lord's face. "Wait, I recognize one of those names. Snape? Isn't that one of Harrison's godparents?" Vernon asked. "Not that I was aware of, I assure you," the hook-nosed man replied with a slight bow. "What is that supposed to mean?" Vernon asked, a little annoyed by the man's tone. "All I mean is, if I had actually known I was Harrison's godfather, he would not have been sent to your home," Snape said with a shrug. "It seems that whoever sent him to live with you did not realize his true parentage." "Well, what do his parents have to do with the freak coming to live with us?" Dudley asked, only to receive a smack from his father to the back of his head. "Well, for one thing, many were under the impression that Harrison is the son of Lily Evans and James Potter. In fact, James was married to Regulus Black," Remus said, ignoring the young boy's insult, though his inner wolf raged at the disrespect shown to his cub. "Wait, that sounds like a male name." "So, he was adopted?" Dudley asked, puzzled. "Actually, in the magical world, males can get pregnant, as James did before giving birth to Harrison," Severus explained, watching as both muggles' mouths fell open in surprise. "So, Harry came to live with us thinking he was actually the son of Petunia's sister rather than this Regulus? If I may ask, what happened to him?" Vernon inquired. Looking over at Harrison before he began, Severus took a deep breath. "Around the time of Harrison's birth, there was an evil wizard trying to take over. Think of him akin to your Hitler. Both of Harrison's parents were part of a group working to stop him. Regulus had taken on a special mission from which he never returned. After about 3 months, his parents declared him dead, just a month after Harrison was born. When he was pronounced dead, Regulus's will was read, and it requested that Lily Evans step in to help raise Harrison. Regulus knew that I would struggle to raise his son alongside James, as we had never really gotten along due to events from our youth. I couldn't do it. I have a condition that the magical government would frown upon when it comes to raising a child," Remus interjected. "What about Sirius Black?" Vernon asked, recalling Harrison's last godparent. "Well, Regulus loved his older brother dearly, but he understood that having James and Sirius raise Harrison would lead to trouble. So, Lily was his only choice. That's why Lily was living with James and Harrison when the evil wizard attacked all those years ago. When people found Lily next to the crib where Harrison was, they began to assume she was his mother, which is how he ended up living with tuna fish," Severus said, his frustration evident as he reflected on the situation, knowing how the woman had been as a child. "Something tells me you know my soon-to-be ex-wife," Vernon remarked, reacting to Severus's description. "Before I went to Hogwarts, I lived nearby both Lily and Tuna Fish and was friends with Lily. Regulus had hoped that with Lily living with James, I would come over to see my godson with my old friend gone," Severus said, wiping a tear from his left eye. "So does that mean he's going to live with you now?" Dudley asked hopefully. "I'm afraid not. You see, I actually work at Hogwarts under Dumbledore, and I don't think it would be safe for him to stay with me as long as he runs the school," Severus replied, as Harrison, Remus, and Vernon nodded in agreement. "Do these two meet with your approval to instruct you about the magical world?" Griphook asked after a moment of silence. "Yes," Harrison said, eager to engage. Harrison was beginning to understand the two men his parents had chosen to look after him, even if one of them had never been officially named for some reason. "Good, we have a room set aside for you. After your last visit, young lord, I've been going over your accounts with a fine-tooth comb to start getting your money back from that man," the goblin said, a smile creeping across his face that made both Dursleys blanch slightly. Severus and Remus led the group out of the room and into a nearby conference room, which featured a small blackboard and a brewing station tucked in the corner. "To start with some basic knowledge," Remus said, as Harrison and the two male Dursleys took their seats at the table. "Every magical person has what is known as a magical core, which they draw upon to use their magic. A person is born with one of three types of cores: a light core, a dark core, or a grey core. Does having a dark core make you evil?" Harrison asked, his curiosity piqued. "Actually, no. Let me see how I can explain this," Remus said, stroking his scraggly chin in thought. "Ah, I know. There's a Muggle game series called Final Fantasy that features classes like White Mage, Black Mage, and Red Mage. People with dark cores are actually better at using healing magic, which might seem a bit confusing when compared to a White Mage. A person with a light core excels at casting defensive spells and jinxes, making them more akin to a Black Mage. As for those with grey cores, they tend to be more balanced, showing a greater affinity for transfiguration and charms. Harrison, according to the information from the goblin part of your test, you have a grey core." Remus continued to share more information about the cores, but he noticed the other boy becoming rather bored. He didn't like to see anyone lose interest, but he knew he had to cover the basics before diving into topics that might capture the boy's attention. After discussing the cores, Remus informed the small group about some of the classes that Hogwarts would teach. He then shifted the focus to the special talents that magical people could possess, zeroing in on Parseltongue, since Harrison had that gift. After their informative session, the group decided it was time to head out. After lunch, they left the bank and made their way to a quaint little restaurant frequented by Muggle families. The place offered a mix of Muggle food and some magical dishes, like pumpkin juice. As Harrison entered, he was immediately recognized by several patrons from his previous visit. They rushed over to him, prompting him to hide behind Vernon. Knowing how uncomfortable Harrison felt in crowds, the large Muggle man shouted at them to leave his nephew alone. He couldn't help but smile as he watched them scatter, oblivious to the fact that Severus and Remus stood behind him, wands drawn, glaring at the crowd. Once lunch was finished, it was Severus's turn to teach. Since potions couldn't be shared with Muggles due to the statute of secrecy, Remus took the opportunity to discuss some history that was safe to share with Vernon. Meanwhile, Dudley had finally managed to get rid of the pig's tail that Hagrid had given him when he picked up Harrison. Soon, Severus began tutoring Harrison in potions. To Harrison's surprise, he discovered that he enjoyed potion making. It reminded him of the meals he used to prepare for his aunt. Severus, in turn, found pleasure in teaching the boy how to properly prepare the ingredients and create a simple potion that filled the room with a delightful aroma. By the time Harrison successfully brewed the potion, it was time to wrap up for the day. Even Dudley, who had found the history of the Goblin Rebellions fascinating, didn't want to leave. Griphook informed them that since Vernon was attending the lessons, it would be best to enter the bank the usual way through the leaky cauldron. However, this posed a challenge the next time they headed to the lessons, as Harrison was once again swarmed by onlookers. By the time they arrived at the bank, Harrison turned to Remus and Severus, asking if there was a way to disguise his features. With a smile, the two offered some suggestions. They mentioned a glamour, which would require him to focus his magic to maintain it, or a potion to alter his appearance. Not wanting to tie. After considering his options, Harrison chose the potion to help him with his magic. That day, Severus spent hours brewing the potion, a task usually reserved for fifth-year students. Meanwhile, Dudley was eager to delve deeper into the Goblin Rebellion. He had spoken with Griphook, hoping to learn about the event from a goblin's perspective. Griphook honored Dudley's request and arranged for a member of his clan to teach the boy about the rebellion. Vernon also found himself in a learning experience that day, wanting to understand how goblins managed the finances of the magical world. So, while Dudley engaged with goblin history, Remus took the opportunity to teach Harrison some basic magic. He explained that after Harrison's first year at Hogwarts, he would be restricted from casting spells outside of school until he reached the appropriate age, and never around non-family muggles. Now, all spells can be learned at any age, Remus said. The reason they're taught at specific ages is due to how much control a wizard has, as well as their magical core. It takes years for a core to fully develop, allowing for multiple spell castings. That's why one of the first spells everyone learns is to create sparks. Remus encouraged Harrison to pull out his wand. It didn't take long for Harrison to produce sparks, and soon Remus moved on to the next step, changing the color of those sparks. What Remus didn't reveal to Harrison was that the original color of the sparks indicated the strength of a person's magic. He was astonished when the sparks Harrison produced shone a brilliant pure white, indicating that his magical level was just below that of Merlin himself. In hindsight, he shouldn't have been surprised. Harrison was mastering the color change quickly, despite functioning with 65% of his core blocked. Finished, Severus announced around lunchtime as he placed a potion in front of Harrison. The boy eyed the concoction, a rusted silver color, feeling a bit apprehensive about drinking his very first potion. "Don't worry, I wouldn't poison you, Harrison," Severus assured him, a hint of amusement in his voice. Harrison recognized the smile on Severus's face, one he had seen many times during their potion lessons. With a small gulp, he picked up the potion bottle and downed its contents in one swift motion. As Severus cast a spell to summon a mirror, Harrison felt a rush across his face and a tingling sensation on his scalp as his hair began to transform. Looking into the mirror, Harrison noticed that his deep green eyes had taken on a dark black hue, and his nose had straightened slightly. But the most dramatic change was in his hair. Gone was the messy rat's nest of brown locks, in its place flowed sleek, jet-black hair that cascaded to his shoulders. He was relieved to see fluffy bangs that concealed his scar, which Severus had explained could not be altered, even after the goblins had removed the Horcrux. Harrison couldn't help but smile at his new appearance. He reached up to touch his hair, finding it surprisingly soft. With newfound confidence, he gathered his hair into a ponytail. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a hair tie, leaving both Remus and Severus momentarily stunned. Exiting the bank was now a much more enjoyable experience. No one seemed to notice him, thanks to his transformed look. He led Vernon and Dudley to one of the bookstores in the alley, where they could find books about goblins for Dudley and information on Gringotts and magic for Vernon. Opting for a second-hand store to avoid the crowds and noise he had experienced when he bought his own books, Harrison covered his ears as a red-headed woman yelled at her children, who were just as loud. Doing his best to steer clear of that family, he guided Vernon and Dudley to the goblin-related section, only to encounter another redhead. Thankfully, this one was quieter than the rest. "Oh, sorry," the older teen said, stepping aside to let Harrison pass so he could grab a few books. Harrison browsed the shelves, searching for books on the Goblin Rebellion and the bank. "Those are some interesting choices of books. Usually, one only reads about the Goblin Rebellion during their third year," said a quieter red-headed teen. They're actually for my cousin and my uncle," Harrison replied, grabbing another book. "Ah, birthday or early Yule gifts?" the redhead asked. "No, we were doing the Muggle pre-lessons at the bank, and my cousin thought the Goblin Rebellion sounded cool," Harrison explained. "Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to pry," he said. I'm Percy Weasley, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm Harrison Black, Harrison said, choosing to withhold the fact that he was a Potter, given the reactions he had witnessed. Wait, Black? Why would a member of the Black family need to go through Muggle lessons? Percy inquired. My parents died when I was a baby, and I was sent to live with Muggle relatives. I didn't even know I could do magic until my last birthday, Harrison admitted, sharing a few half-truths. Percy looked like he was about to ask more when a pair of twins rounded the end of the aisle. Hey, Perk! What are you doing? They exclaimed in unison, their voices too loud for Harrison's liking, causing both Percy and him to wince at the noise. I'm in a bookstore. What do you think I'm doing, denoming the yard? Percy shot back at his younger brothers. Whoa, Perk, take it easy. We just heard Mum is ready to head out, one of the twins said, then noticed Harrison. Well, hello there. Hello, Harrison replied, wishing the pair would leave so it could be quiet again. Percy was fine, but the rest of the Weasley family was too loud. So, how do you know Perfect Percy? The other twin asked. I don't, we were just chatting, Harrison said simply. About the Goblin Rebellion, they asked, giving him identical looks of disbelief. Yes, my cousin wanted a couple of books about it, and we were in the middle of discussing it when you interrupted us, Harrison said, shooting them an annoyed glance. Come along, Forge. Looks like Perk found another book, one of the twins said, and they moved on, leaving Harrison and Percy to continue their conversation in peace. Love you too, one of the twins called out. Right behind you, Gred, the one named Forge replied, rolling his eyes at Harrison and his older brother. Wow, they were rude, Harrison blurted out as the twins turned to leave the aisle. Sorry, that was rude. No, you were right. But you get used to them. So, I take it you'll be starting Hogwarts soon? Percy asked. Harrison nodded. Good. I might see you on the train, Percy said, hurrying after the twins. After waiting a few minutes, Harrison made his way to the checkout to pay for his books, including a few others that Vernon and Dudley had picked out, who Muggle approved, of course, with no magic spells or potion brewing instructions. As they all prepared to leave for the day, Harrison felt grateful that Uncle Vernon, despite knowing they weren't related, had always treated him with kindness when he learned about Harrison's magical heritage. Vernon had even invited Dudley to join the lessons, which had surprisingly brought the two boys closer together. While they would probably never be friends, at least they could manage a few days without fighting. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon's vacation days soon ran out, and he had to return to work, bringing an end to the lessons just a week before Hogwarts was set to start. Severus had reassured him that it was all right when he and Remus heard the news, explaining that he needed to prepare his classrooms for the start of term anyway. Remus had volunteered to come to number 4 on the day Harrison was set to leave for Hogwarts to show them how to get onto the train. Uncle Vernon agreed, as he couldn't get the day off after spending so much time away from the office. Knowing Harrison didn't like crowds, Remus picked him up early, allowing the boys to say their goodbyes before he hopped into the car and drove Harrison to King's Cross Station. When they arrived, Harrison gazed in wonder at the magnificent train as he hoisted his magical bag, which held his trunk and other school supplies. Harrison slung his supplies over his shoulder and set out to find a place to sit. Anticipating that the front of the train would be crowded, he decided to make his way to the very end, settling into an open compartment in the second-to-last car. With the train not scheduled to leave for at least another hour, he pulled out one of his books and quickly became engrossed in its pages. His focus was abruptly interrupted when the door swung open, and another redhead poked his head in. "Can I sit with you? Everywhere else is full." Harrison had to suppress an eye roll. He knew the boy was lying. The compartment directly across had only one occupant, but he chose to remain silent and return to his book. "So, I take it you're going to be a first year too," the boy continued, but Harrison ignored him, trying to concentrate on his reading. "Where are your trunk and stuff?" the boy asked, but Harrison stayed focused on his book. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned the page, his bangs shifted slightly, revealing his scar. "Bloody Merlin, you're Harry Potter," the boy exclaimed. That was the last straw for Harrison. With a snap, he closed his book, making the boy jump. "My name is Harrison Potterblack, and for the love of the gods, will you please just be quiet? I'm trying to read, which should be obvious, but you insist on prattling on. And everywhere is full, really? The compartment across from us only has one person in it." "Yeah, but they're from Slytherin," the redhead replied, as if that made any difference. "So are my sire and one of my godparents," Harrison shot back. "No, they're not. Lily and James were both in Gryffindor, just like my entire family," the boy said proudly, which only made Harrison dislike him even more. "Good to know. I'll see if I can avoid being sent there," Harrison said, barely suppressing a laugh at the shocked expression on the boy's face as he grabbed his bag and headed to the compartment across from them. "Do you mind if I sit here?" he asked the lone occupant. "If I join you, the person who came to my compartment is being rather loud," he said, knocking on the door to get the occupant's attention. "You want to sit with me?" the older boy asked, shocked. "Why not?" "It can't be worse than that," Harrison replied, pointing over his shoulder to where the redhead was glaring at him, mouth agape in disbelief. "I guess you're right," the teen chuckled. "Hello, I'm Marcus Flint, 4th year." Harrison Potterblack, soon to be 1st year, Harrison introduced himself. "Wait, Harrison Potter? As in Harry Potter?" Marcus asked, his eyes widening. "No, Harrison Potterblack, as in Harrison Potterblack. I don't understand how everyone seems to know the wrong name to call me. That's just close to my real one," Harrison said with a slight huff as he settled onto the bench across from Marcus. "At least I won't have to worry about being misnamed during my sorting," he added. "Why is that?" Marcus inquired. "My godfather promised that my name would be called correctly, no matter what he had to do to stop the old fool from calling me Harry," Harrison said, pulling out his book. "Who is your godfather?" Marcus asked, curious about who could change a name for a sorting besides a staff member. "Severus, oh, sorry, Professor Snape," Harrison clarified. "Yeah, he would be able to do it," Marcus laughed as Harrison returned to his book. Chapter 4, Sorting and New Friends. For the next 10 minutes, Harrison immersed himself in his book while Marcus gazed out the window, watching the countryside rush by. Neither of them noticed the young redhead boy glaring at them from outside. After discovering Harrison's identity, the boy had attempted to join them in the cabin, but one growl from Marcus, who had seen how the other boy annoyed Harrison, sent the redhead scurrying back to his own cabin. A soft knock at the door broke their focus, and Harrison glanced up, hoping the annoying boy wasn't back. To his relief, it was a kind-looking witch pushing a food cart. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" she asked in a warm voice. "A couple of chocolate frogs, please," Marcus replied, extending some money toward her as she handed over the treats. "And for you?" she inquired, turning her attention to Harrison, who was scanning the cart and only spotting sweets. Ever since Petunia had been kicked out by Vernon, Uncle had insisted on healthier meals, allowing only small treats on occasion, something Dudley had initially resisted. Not to be rude, but do you have any healthy food?" Harrison asked, causing Marcus to choke on his chocolate frog, stifling a laugh. "I do have some small ham and turkey sandwiches if that would suit you better," she answered kindly. "Then I'll have one of those in addition to a frog, please," Harrison said, giving a polite bow that both Remus and Severus had taught him. "Right away, dear," the witch replied with a smile. Not many students, even from the older families, showed her such respect. She opened a cleverly hidden door in the cart and pulled out a sandwich, which had been under a stasis spell. She handed it to him along with a single chocolate frog as he passed her the money and a small tip, just like Uncle had taught him. "You know, I've been riding this train for 4 years now, and I don't think I ever knew she carried anything more than sweets," Marcus remarked as the witch departed and the pair began to enjoy their food. Harrison shrugged, having nothing to say in response. He had put his book away to keep it clean. "If you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to sit with me after leaving the Weasley brat?" "Not that I'm complaining, most people take one look at me and get scared," Marcus said, glancing at the card before setting it aside. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your personal time." I just learned long ago not to judge a book by its cover, Harrison replied, which made Marcus laugh. Before Marcus could respond, there was a knock at the door. "Hello," a boy said, his voice trembling. As the two friends looked at him, Marcus's intense gaze made the boy gulp nervously. "Have you seen a toad?" "I lost mine," the boy asked. "Sorry, we haven't," Harrison answered. "Why not ask a prefect?" "They should have a badge with a P on it, in the color of their house," Marcus suggested to the frightened boy. "They have special permission to cast spells on the train and could use a summoning charm to help you find your toad." "I couldn't do that," the boy stammered. "I could come with you." "I think I met a prefect when I was getting some of my books," Harrison offered with a gentle smile, seeing this as a good reason to look for Percy. "I couldn't ask you to do that," the boy protested. "Well, good thing you didn't ask then, isn't it?" Harrison replied, making Marcus chuckle as he hoisted his bag onto his shoulder and exited the cabin. Since they were at the far end of the train, Harrison decided to move forward instead of checking out the last car. "I'm Harrison, by the way," he said as they walked down the aisle, peeking into compartments to see if he could spot Percy. Neville." "Neville Longbottom," the other boy replied. "Well, hello, Neville Longbottom," Harrison said in a friendly tone, hoping to put him at ease. "No, just the one Neville," Neville corrected. "Okay, I'll try to remember that," Harrison said as they spotted an older student. As they made their way down the train, a boy wearing a green peeve pinned to his chest approached them. Grabbing Neville's hand, Harrison moved forward and said, "Excuse me. We were told that prefects could use magic. Can you summon Neville's toad?" The sixth-year Slytherin prefect looked down his nose at the two younger boys. Pulling out his wand, he asked Neville for a description of the toad to help him summon it. Not that he believed there would be many toads on the train. After all, the creature had fallen out of popularity even before he started school. Both boys watched in fascination as the older student cast the spell, and soon, the toad came zooming down the hall and right into his hands. With what he hoped was a pleasant smile, he handed the toad back to Neville and began to move past the pair, who looked like soon-to-be first years. Do you know where I can find Percy Weasley?" "Here's another prefect," Harrison asked before the student walked away. "Yeah, he should be a couple of cars forward. Most students don't tend to sit back here, except for members of my own house and a few first years like yourselves," the sixth year replied. "Why is that?" Harrison asked, puzzled. "I mean, this car can't be that different from the others, can it?" "Well, Slytherin House has a sort of nasty reputation," the older student explained. Harrison nodded, recalling how the red-headed boy had reacted to Slytherin, and he couldn't help but laugh at the thought of him sitting in a predominantly Slytherin area. "Well, that's just dumb, if you ask me, though you didn't," Harrison said, making the older boy's eyes widen in surprise. "I mean, it's not like you're loud, like the boy who thinks he's going to Gryffindor. Now, that would be a reason to avoid someone being too loud and noisy," he added, causing both Neville and the prefect to laugh. "I'm sorry to tell you, but the person you're looking for is actually from Gryffindor," the Slytherin prefect said, beginning to like this kid. "Yeah, but he's not that loud," Harrison said, bowing his head slightly to the older boy. "Thanks for the help." "Don't mention it, little first tie," the older student replied as they hurried away, Harrison off to find Percy and Neville heading back to his cabin. "Hello again, Percy," Harrison called out as he spotted the older redhead patrolling the hall. "Hello, Harrison. It's a pleasure to see you again," Percy said, extending his hand for a shake. "Have you made any new friends?" Percy asked. After their meeting in the bookstore, he had actually received a letter from Harrison asking if Percy would be his friend. "Well, the person I sat with is okay, and there's a boy I helped look for his toad," Harrison replied, falling into step beside the older boy. "That's good," Percy said, glancing into compartments to ensure no one was breaking any rules. "Your brother is a bit of a prat," Harrison remarked after walking in silence for a bit. "What did the twins do now?" Percy asked, sounding long-suffering. "Not them, your youngest brother," Harrison said, relieved to have avoided the twins while searching for Percy. "Ronald." Percy asked, unsure why his youngest brother would inspire such immediate dislike after just one meeting. Oh, is that his name? It's hard to read when he won't stop talking. He asked me all these questions about myself but never shared anything. Not that I wanted to learn about him, I would have preferred to sit in silence and read my book, Harrison said, making Percy nod in understanding. Well, don't let him get you down. What about the other two? Percy asked as they moved to the next car, which was primarily filled with Ravenclaw students. Well, Neville is okay, he's even quieter than I am, so he seems nice. And Marcus was rather helpful in keeping your brother away, Harrison shrugged. Please don't tell me Marcus cursed Ronald, Percy pleaded, lifting his eyes to the ceiling of the train. The only Marcus I know. Harrison was well aware of Marcus Flint from Slytherin. No, your brother was scared of him, not just because he's in Slytherin, Harrison said, shaking his head. I mean, he doesn't even know what house he'll be in. How would he act if he got sorted into Slytherin himself? Just because the rest of your family is in Gryffindor doesn't mean he would be. He frowned at Ronald's blatant bias, almost bigotry. Well, Ronald doesn't like the house because when we were younger, our uncles were killed by some dark wizards who came from there, and he heard stories about them growing up, Percy explained. I don't mean to be rude, but so what? It's not like the current students did it. He acts like he expects Marcus to curse him, and then he corrects me by telling me both my parents were in Gryffindor. So what if they were? They are who they are, just like I am who I am. Anyway, my sire came from Slytherin, it was only my bearer who was in Gryffindor, Harrison said. That's a very mature attitude, Harrison, Percy said, genuinely impressed by the younger boy. Just then, he noticed the scene outside the train windows. You might want to head back and get into your robes. We'll be at the station in a few minutes. All right, Percy. See you later, Harrison replied with a wave as he rushed back to the compartment where Marcus was waiting. What took you so long? Marcus asked, noticing the other soon-to-be first year returning after a while. I met the person I was looking for, and we chatted. He suggested I come back and put on my robes, Harrison explained, setting his bag down and reaching inside for his trunk. Oh, do you need help getting your trunk from your old cabin? Marcus offered, having seen that Harrison hadn't brought his trunk with him when he left the Redhead. No, it's in my bag, Harrison replied, sounding as if he were struggling with something. With some effort, he pulled his trunk out and opened it, retrieving a set of his robes. Ah, I see you have an expanded and feather-light charm on your bag, so you can easily carry your trunk. That's pretty smart, Marcus said. Harrison shrugged as he adjusted his robe and pointed wizarding hat. You know, you really don't need the hat. I don't know why they keep putting it on the list. Usually, after the opening feast, no one wears it again. I had been wondering about that, Harrison replied. During all my time in the alley, I hadn't seen a single person wear one. He tucked the hat back into his trunk, and with Marcus's help, they managed to fit the trunk into his bag. Just as Harrison latched his bag shut, the train pulled into the station. The pair paused for a moment, giving Ronald time to leave before stepping off the train. Marcus pointed Harrison toward the growing group of their classmates before heading off to the carriages. Harrison spotted Neville on the edge of the crowd and walked over to stand next to him. Hey, Neville. Oh, hey, Harrison, Neville replied as the group was ushered toward the boats. Harrison recognized Hagrid and quickly ducked behind a few people. Thanks to many of them wearing pointed hats, it was easy for him to go unnoticed. When the call for 4 to a boat rang out, Harrison and Neville hopped into a boat, soon joined by a tall, dark-skinned boy and a bushy-haired girl. The 4 of them remained silent during the ride across the calm lake, and once they disembarked, they joined the others to wait for entry into the castle. A stern-looking witch stepped forward and delivered a welcoming speech, leading them into a large empty room and instructing them to wait until called upon. Harrison couldn't understand why they would do this. Arriving by boat had to be slower than taking the carriages he had seen Marcus and Percy heading toward. He assumed it was meant to rattle their nerves, like some sort of initiation that he had heard some groups put newcomers through. As they waited, the room buzzed with guesses about how they would be sorted. Harrison overheard Ronald's loud voice claiming that, according to his older brothers, they would have to fight a troll. Harrison found that highly unlikely. According to Hogwarts, a history, there was a secrecy ward on the sorting ceremony, which ensured that those who had gone through it couldn't reveal the details to those who had not. Shortly after, a stern witch, whom Harrison recognized from Professor Snape's description as Professor McGonagall, led them into the Great Hall. As many of the new students looked up at the enchanted ceiling, Harrison surveyed the tables. One table was particularly loud, while the others were more subdued. Once the group was situated at the front of the hall, Harrison felt the eyes of the seated students boring into the back of his head. Professor McGonagall pulled out a short stool and placed a battered old hat on it. As everyone turned their attention to the hat, it began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." As the hat finished its song, the seated students erupted into applause. Harrison's new classmates began to sweep their pointed hats off their heads, preparing to put the hat on for sorting. "Professor McGonagall." Harrison waited for the hall to fall silent before the sorting hat began to read the names of the houses. Once again, he noticed that every time someone was sorted into Gryffindor, the already boisterous house made his ears ring with their enthusiastic welcome. The girl from his boat, Hermione Granger, was called to Gryffindor, while Neville Longbottom was sorted into Hufflepuff. He even spotted Draco Malfoy, the boy from the rogue shop, being sent to Slytherin. When Harrison Potterblack was called, the hall fell silent. Harrison nodded in thanks to his godfather, who returned the gesture with one of his trademark smirks. As he approached the stool, Harrison found himself looking at an old man who was giving him an oddly amused look. Based on what his godfather had told him, this had to be Dumbledore. "Ah, hello, Harrison," Dumbledore said, leaning in with a slight chuckle. "I was instructed to send you to Gryffindor, no matter what you said." Harrison silently groaned. Anything but that, he thought. "Don't worry," the hat continued, "I was told to send you there as Harry Potter. Using your real name allows me to place you where I think you truly belong. It's a bit tricky, though. I see your love for books and knowledge, which suggests Ravenclaw might suit you. However, you also crave acceptance but aren't a fan of large crowds, so Hufflepuff wouldn't be right for you, my dear boy. So, what will it be, Ravenclaw or Slytherin?" Harrison considered this. "Everyone seems to think I'm important because of what happened to my godmother and Dara. I have a feeling I will learn all about them, but Slytherin might be one of the few places where I can discover more about my sire. Can you please send me there?" He even gave the hat a slight bow while wearing it, which made the magical artifact chuckle softly. "I see your mind is made up. Well then, I shall send you to Slytherin," the hat announced, its final word echoing throughout the hall as Harrison removed it, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Harrison smiled at his godfather and raised his cup in a toast as he made his way to the Slytherin table. He took a seat next to Marcus, who grinned at him and gave him a friendly slap on the back. Ignoring the rest of the hall, where most students stared in disbelief at the fact that the boy who lived had been sorted into Slytherin, and that Marcus Flint was actually smiling, Harrison felt a sense of determination. The only ones applauding his placement were Neville and Percy, who clapped enthusiastically for him. After a moment, Professor McGonagall regained her composure and continued with the sorting. Soon, Blaise the Beanie, the boy from the ride over, was also sorted into Slytherin. When Blaise took his seat, several other first-year Slytherins greeted him like old friends. Dumbledore stood up, glanced at Harrison, and declared it was time to start the feast. He muttered a few nonsensical words that seemed to be an incantation for the food to appear. Harrison shook his head, thinking the man was foolish. Why not just tell everyone that the food had been prepared by the castle's regiment of house elves, as stated in his recently released copy of Hogwarts, a History, 15th edition? As they began to eat, a few of the other first-year Slytherin boys got up and came over to him before taking their seats again. I must say, it's quite a shock to see that great Harry Potter being sent to Slytherin, Draco Malfoy remarked, a slight sneer on his face. First of all, it's Harrison Potter Black. Secondly, my sire went here. And finally, why is it any of your concern? Harrison replied, spooning some mashed potatoes onto his plate. You've been mistaken, Harrison. James was in Gryffindor, a boy whom Harrison remembered as not interjected. I know James was in Gryffindor, but I said a sire, not my bearer, Harrison explained, beginning to eat. He missed the shocked expressions on his new housemates' faces at that revelation. Wait, I thought James was with the Muggle Lily, a large boy, whom Harrison believed was named Vincent, asked, confusion etched on his face. Yes, I've heard stories claiming she was my mum, Harrison replied, taking a sip from his goblet. He was grateful he had tried pumpkin juice before, otherwise, he might have spit it out like he did at the restaurant over the summer. But she was actually my godmother, helping my bearer raise me after my sire was declared dead. Wait, so who is your sire then? Marcus inquired, leaning in with interest. Regulus Black, was all Harrison said, returning his focus to his meal. He wished they would just leave him alone so he could eat in peace. Chapter 5, Godfather's Welcome Speech. We're cousins, Draco said rather loudly upon hearing what Harrison had said. Man, you are as loud as a Gryffindor, Harrison replied, angling his body away from the boisterous blonde boy. What? Draco nearly shouted, causing Marcus, who had noticed Harrison wince at the noise, to glare at him. He had to share his compartment with the newest Weasley, Marcus remarked, nodding toward the Gryffindor table, where the boy in question was alternating between glaring at them and shoveling food into his mouth. That just makes it worse. Harrison, how dare you compare me to that blood traitor? Draco said, almost pouting at Harrison. Blood traitor? I don't think Messer Lupin and Professor Snape told me about that, Harrison replied, eager to learn something new. Why would Professor Snape teach you? Also, where have you been living? Draco asked, leaning in from his seat on the other side of the table. Well, since everyone seems to think that Lily Evans was my mother, I was sent to live with her Muggle sister, Harrison explained, watching as everyone's mouths fell open in shock. So, having been raised as a Muggle, I had to go through the pre-classes at Gringotts. The Goblin selected one of my bearer's friends and my godfather to be my teachers. So, what are blood traitors? There are a couple of ways a family can be classified as blood traitors, Marcus said, leaning back a little on the bench. The most common is breaking a marriage contract. Then, there's being found guilty of lying theft, and finally, a member of the family trying to kill off the head of their own house to claim the family title. Harrison paused, wondering why Remus and Severus hadn't shared that bit of information with him. His thoughts were interrupted by another voice. So you weren't raised like some sort of prince, one of the other first-year boys asked, who was even larger than Dudley. No, in fact, Lily's sister treated me like a house elf. Harrison said, for her and her son, until her husband got involved. Just as the conversation was about to deepen, the headmaster stood up to make some announcements for the start of term. He warned the students to stay away from the nearby forest, provided a list of forbidden objects, and finally mentioned a particular corridor they should avoid unless they wanted to meet a nasty end. Harrison couldn't help but shake his head at the man's dramatics. he recalled what his godfather had told him about the houses and figured that the warning about instant death would only entice some Gryffindors to venture into that corridor anyway. After the announcements, the headmaster had them sing the school song, allowing everyone to choose their favorite tune. This led to one of the loudest and most chaotic performances Harrison had ever witnessed, especially since several students seemed quite tone-deaf and completely butchered the melody. Thankfully, once Percy's twin brothers stopped singing, they were dismissed for the night. A few seats down, the prefect who had helped him on the train stood up and called the first years over to guide them to their common room. As Harrison rose to follow, someone's hand landed on his shoulder. He looked up to find Professor McGonagall standing there. "Hello, Harry. The headmaster would like to see you in his office," the stern woman said. Harrison noted that, despite hearing his real name during the sorting, she still called him Harry. "All right, then. Where is Professor Snape?" he asked. "What do you mean?" she replied, giving him a strange look. According to Hogwarts, a history, any underage student meeting with the headmaster must be accompanied by either a guardian or the head of their house, Harrison explained, surprised that she didn't know this. "Ah, yes, McGonagall said in a defeated tone as she spotted the potion master heading off after his students to deliver his usual start-of-term speech. Snape shot her a look and gave Harrison an almost hidden smile as they followed the deputy headmistress to a golden gargoyle statue. She revealed the password, coconut cream, before leading them up to a large, ornate golden door. As the door swung open, Harrison got his first close-up look at the man who had interfered. Harrison took a moment to admire the headmaster's garish robes, which resembled the night sky, illuminated by the random flashes of the aurora borealis. "Ah, Harry, my boy, it's good to meet you. I am Albus Dumbledore, a close personal friend of your parents," the man said, giving Harrison a grandfatherly smile, his half-moon glasses sparkling with a twinkle. "Yeah, so," Harrison replied, causing Severus to stifle a chuckle, which turned into a cough, while McGonagall shot him a disapproving glare for his lack of respect. "Also, as mentioned during the sorting, my name is not Harry, it is Harrison," he added firmly. Yes, but Harry is more commonly known in our world," Albus responded. "That doesn't change the fact that my name is Harrison. Now, is that all you wanted to talk to me about? How I should go by a different name?" Harrison asked, skepticism evident in his voice. "No, I wanted to discuss the sorting," Albus said, slightly puzzled by the boy's behavior and the fact that the spell meant to place him in Gryffindor had failed. "I know your parents would have liked to see you in their old house. I did that by going to the house of my sire, so what's your problem?" Harrison asked, feigning innocence. "I think you've been misinformed, my boy. Your father was in Gryffindor House, as was your mother," Albus explained gently. "No, my sire was in Slytherin, and my bearer was in Gryffindor. Now that that's settled, I know nothing can be done about resorting. That can only happen at the earliest during a student's third year and only at their request, not by a member of the staff," Harrison said, receiving a small nod from Severus. "He's correct, Albus. I don't see the purpose of this meeting unless you're trying to break the rules, something I'm sure the board would be very interested to hear about," Severus said as he led Harrison out of the room, both Dumbledore and McGonagall glaring after them. "You handled that very well, Harrison," Severus complimented as he guided the young first year to the school's dungeons and up to a blank wall. "This is the door to the Slytherin dorms," he said, preparing to reveal the entrance. "To get in, you need to give the password," Snape explained. "It changes twice a year, once at the start of term and again after the Yule break. This term's password is Snakeskin." As soon as he spoke the words, a door slid open from the wall. "Sorry I'm late." "It seems the headmaster was up to his usual tricks," he added as they stepped into the room. Harrison felt a bit pale as all eyes turned toward them. He quickly made his way to a corner to stay out of the way while Professor Snape began his usual start-of-year announcements after nodding in greeting to several students. "Hello, students. I am Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, as well as the school's potion master. A warning for you first years, our house has a biased reputation simply because the last Dark Lord came from here. For your own protection, it's best to travel in groups, as some students might cast spells at younger ones as you move between classes. This house also has several rules that other houses do not have to deal with. He paused, surveying the room. While I understand that, as young men and women, you may not get along with everyone in the house, and I have no issue with that, it's important that any problems you have are dealt with inside the dorms. While in the main school, it's imperative that you all present a united front. Snape continued, the next rule is that I have no objections to a bit of chaos around the school. However, if you get caught and earn any type of punishment from anyone other than myself, you will also serve a punishment with me. For example, if you are caught out of bed and receive detention from Filch, the caretaker, to clean the trophy room or something similar, you will also be cleaning out cauldrons with me the next night. He shifted his tone slightly. On a lighter note, this year's Quidditch captain is Air Marcus Flint, and he has set the tryouts for the team for next weekend. As in previous years, I will come by once a week to address any questions you have about schoolwork or anything else. On the other nights, I will be in my office during normal hours. Any other announcements can be found on the board. With that, I wish you all a good night, Severus said, giving a final wave as he exited the room. Hello everyone, I'm Darius Huckabee, a 7th-year Slytherin prefect. As Professor Snape mentioned, it's important that we present a united front. If you have any issues, whether with your housemates or students from other houses, please bring them to me or to the other prefects, Darius announced. I have a feeling this year we might encounter more problems than usual, especially with Harrison being sorted into our house, he added, casting a glance at the small first year trying his best to blend into the corner. Also, for you new students, breakfast starts around 8 a.m. each day. However, for tomorrow, I'd like you to wake up around 6:30 so that the other prefects and I can give you a quick tour of the castle. This way, you'll be able to find your classes more easily when they start. Any questions? He asked. When will we start our classes? A dark-haired girl with a pug-like nose inquired. During breakfast tomorrow, Professor Snape will be handing out your timetables, and your first class will be right after that, Darius replied. Unfortunately, the headmaster, in his great wisdom, Darius said with a tone of sarcasm that made the older students chuckle, always seems to pair us with Gryffindor for potions and defense against the dark arts, two of the most dangerous subjects here. This is an issue because Gryffindor seems to view us as their rivals for some reason, he explained, noticing some confused expressions from a few of the first-year students who were either half-blood or Muggle-born. As Professor Snape mentioned, he comes to the room once a week to help with anything. We also suggest that you first-years join a study group for any subjects you might struggle with. I know the one for history of magic fills up quickly, he said, prompting more laughter from the older students. That's all I have to say, so unless there are any other questions, it's time for bed for the first years. Everyone else, you have 1 more hour than you did last year. Now, first years, boys to the first door on the left, girls to the same on the right, Darius said, gesturing towards a doorway leading out of the room. The other first years quickly made their way to the door. Once they had left, Harrison stepped out of the room and turned left. He spotted a door marked a first year and opened it, revealing a hallway with 2 doors leading out. As he approached, he noticed several nameplates on the doors and moved closer to find his own. Scanning the names, he realized he would be sharing a room with Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini, while Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle occupied the other room. Turning the knob, Harrison entered the room, which was adorned in Slytherin colors, silver bed hangings draped over 4-poster beds with forest green sheets on one side, while the opposite side featured 3 desks for studying. He also noticed a door that likely led to an attached bathroom. Hello, Air Potterblack. I am Air Zabini, a tall, dark-skinned boy said, extending his hand. Remembering his lessons from the summer, Harrison reached forward but opted to grasp Zabini's forearm instead, a precaution to ensure the boy wasn't concealing any weapons other than his wand. It's nice to meet you, Air Zabini, Harrison replied quietly. And I am Air Nott, the other boy said, who was taller than both him and Zabini, shaking Harrison's hand firmly. I don't think they actually brought your trunk, Nott noted, pointing to one of the beds that had no trunk beside it. Oh, that's because I have it with me, Harrison said, lifting his bag and placing it on his bed. I didn't really want to trust anyone with my stuff. To his dorm mate's surprise, Harrison reached deep into his bag, all the way to his shoulder, before he began to pull something out. With a grunt, he managed to retrieve his trunk and positioned it in place. Harrison stood before his bed, rummaging through his bag. Why would you keep your trunk in a magic bag? Zabini asked, raising an eyebrow. Harrison paused, then replied, when I first got my things for school, I discovered that our delightful headmaster was not only stealing from me but also had me under some enchantments. I wasn't about to let him have access to my belongings before I got them properly protected. He pulled out a small stack of books and placed them on the bedside table. And how do you plan to accomplish that? We don't know the spells to do that yet, Not chimed in, intrigued by the idea of safeguarding his possessions after hearing stories about the headmaster from his parents. Oh, that part is actually easy. According to my godfather, all a student needs to do is ask one of the Hogwarts house elves to ensure that only the student and anyone they approve can access their things, Harrison explained, noticing the exchanged looks between his roommates. Can I speak to one of the Hogwarts noble house elves? He asked, addressing the room. How can Alesto help you, young student? A house elf appeared, dressed in the Hogwarts uniform, with green and silver colors indicating her Slytherin affiliation. Hello, Alesto. I was wondering if you could place a protection ward on my possessions so that only I can access them? Harrison asked, bowing slightly to show respect for the creature. I can do that, young master, the elf replied, snapping her fingers as she cast a protection spell on the items in the room that bore his magical signature. Can you do that for my stuff as well? The other two boys asked in unison, mimicking Harrison's respectful gesture. Of course, young masters, she said, placing wards on their belongings as well. Before Alesto left, she added, I must say, it is nice to have a founder's heir in this noble house. She bowed low to Harrison, who felt a flush of embarrassment before she popped away. Wait, what? Not exclaimed, giving Harrison a surprised look. I have a feeling our fellow housemates will want to know, so I'll explain it later, Harrison replied, a hint of mystery in his voice. Harrison shrugged slightly as he pulled out some parchment to write a letter to Remus and his uncle, letting them know which house he had been sorted into. He planned to send it out at breakfast when the post owls arrived. All right, whenever you feel comfortable sharing, we'll be all ears, Zabini said, jotting down his own letter to his mother. He then headed into the bathroom for a quick shower before bed. After finishing his letter, Harrison climbed into his bed and grabbed one of his books to read before falling asleep. As he put the book away, he found himself hoping that he would only have classes with the Gryffindors during potions and defense against the dark arts. He knew Severus would keep the members of that loud house quiet, just like he had done with Dudley during their first couple of lessons. He hoped whoever taught Dada would have the same talent, allowing him to actually focus on the lessons. Thanks to an alarm, all three boys woke up around 6 in the morning. This gave both Nott and Harrison a chance to shower while Zabini went through some early morning stretches and exercises. They made it to the common room by 6:30, just in time for their tour of the castle with the Slytherin prefects. As soon as the group left the Slytherin dorms, they made their way to the potions lab, also showing where the professor's office was in case anyone needed to speak with him before heading up into the main school. As they walked, Nott turned to Harrison and asked, so now that we're all here, are you going to explain what Alesto said last night about being an heir to a founder? The rest of the tour group, consisting of both first years and the prefects, turned to him, prompting Harrison to let out a deep sigh. As they climbed the main staircase, bypassing the Great Hall, Harrison shared the results of the test he had received from the bank, carefully omitting the details about what the headmaster had done to him. I can't believe you're the heir of 3 houses, Draco said, his shock evident. He had initially taken Harrison for a muggleborn in the robe shop, and now he was learning just how highly placed he was in their world. According to the test, I can only claim 2 of them when I come of age. The third, I believe, is claimed by my uncle Sirius, Harrison explained as they reached the first floor. The prefects began showing them the various classrooms. Wait, as in Sirius Black, "The man who betrayed your parents?" asked Miss Parkinson, the girl he had learned was the family's heir, referencing her older brother. "No, the one who betrayed them was someone named Peter Pettigrew. Uncle Sirius was innocent. Ever since we found out, the goblins have been trying to get him freed, but they've been blocked in the Wizengamot," Harrison clarified. "They sent a lord of one of the houses to Azkaban illegally," Darius said, shocked by the revelation. He thought about informing his father, who worked for the Daily Prophet. "Oh, when my mother hears about this, she is going to raise hell," Draco remarked. He understood how important family was to both his parents. Even though they didn't particularly like each other, he knew his mother wouldn't let a family member remain in prison when he was innocent. Most of the other students vowed to talk to their families about helping to free his uncle as they continued their tour. As they walked, the Slytherin group encountered students from both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who were also on their first tours of the castle. All three groups arrived at the Great Hall just after 8 in the morning. To their surprise, apart from Percy and a handful of other students, there were no Gryffindors at their table. A half hour later, the Gryffindor students began to trickle in, just as the post was about to arrive. Harrison had expected only Hedwig to show up, but he was taken aback when a flock of owls swooped in, nearly knocking over his morning grape juice as they scrambled to deliver their letters first. Seeing the shocked look on Harrison's face, Darius waved his wand, summoning all the letters to him and neatly stacking them before the young first-year Slytherin. Once the letters were collected, the owls quickly. Hedwig flew away, leaving only her behind, her feathers ruffled in annoyance at the other birds. She hopped over to Harrison, nuzzling against him. He rewarded her with a gentle pet and a few bits of bacon before attaching letters for Remus and Uncle Vernon to her leg. With a soft hoot, Hedwig took off, carrying her message as Harrison turned his attention to the stack of letters that had arrived for him. He noticed a few letters starting to smoke slightly, which reminded him of the howlers Snape had mentioned. Not recognizing the addresses, he quickly snatched them up and tossed them into the fire before they could unleash their angry messages. Once the howlers were gone, only 10 letters remained. One of them was from Remus, which he set aside for later. Turning back to the remaining 9 letters, he scratched his head, puzzled about who might be writing to him. He skimmed through the first few lines of each letter but crumpled them up in frustration. Most were from people he didn't know, urging him to change his Hogwarts house. 2 letters suggested he join Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, while the other 7 insisted he needed to be in Gryffindor, claiming he wasn't safe in Slytherin. He couldn't understand why these people thought they could dictate his house based on his past. The worst one was from Percy's mother, chastising him that his parents would be ashamed of him for being in such a dark house. She insisted she wouldn't allow any friend of her son to belong to Slytherin. It baffled him. Percy hadn't seemed to mind the house he ended up in, given the enthusiastic applause he had given Harrison after the sorting. Chapter 6: Yesterday's problems are today's headaches. Harrison was pretty sure that Percy didn't mind him being in Slytherin, but the letter from Percy's mother had planted a seed of doubt in his mind. He decided he would try to find Percy during one of his breaks to see if the applause during the sorting ceremony had been genuine. Just then, Professor Snape walked down the table, handing out the students' schedules while wearing a rare smile, especially as he gave one to both of his godsons. What was that about? I don't think I'd ever seen Professor Snape smile before, Marcus said in surprise. He is my godfather, Harrison and Draco replied in unison, then exchanged shocked glances. I didn't know he was anyone else's godfather, Draco remarked, giving Harrison a curious look as he tilted his head slightly. I don't think he knew until Gringotts contacted him after I went through an inheritance test, Harrison explained, turning back to his meal and grimacing at the owl print smeared across his food. He chewed on the inside of his lip, pushed his plate aside, then grabbed a fresh one, piling it with bacon and eggs before pouring some milk into his goblet. Harrison was halfway through his meal when most of the Gryffindors finally arrived for breakfast. Among them was Percy's youngest brother, who arrived last and shot an angry glare at Harrison and his friends. Ignoring it, Harrison noticed that his first class was History of Magic with the Ravenclaws. Looking over his schedule, he felt a twinge of disappointment to see he wouldn't have potions with his godfather until Friday. As the Gryffindor house entered, The noise level in the hall surged, making Harrison groan as he grabbed his bag and headed to class, the commotion distracting him from his meal. When he arrived at the classroom, Harrison chose a seat at the back and began to pull out his supplies before even the second student arrived. "Ready for class, Harrison?" Not asked as he took the seat next to him. "Yeah, you left the Great Hall in quite a hurry," Draco added. "Everything all right?" Zabini asked as he took the last seat at their four-person desk. "Those lions were just too loud for my taste," Harrison replied quietly, prompting Draco to let out a soft chuckle. "Just be glad you didn't stick around to see the weasel eat." "I don't know how Ronald didn't choke with the amount of food he was shoveling into his mouth," Not said, looking a little green at the memory of the others' table manners. The group shed a small laugh as more students filed into the room. Harrison felt a mix of anticipation and dread about this class. He had always enjoyed history, especially after starting his pre-lessons with Remus. However, during one of their last sessions, Remus had warned him that the Hogwarts professor for the subject tended to put most students to sleep with his low, droning voice. Some, he said, had the talent to stay awake. Harrison hoped he was one of those lucky few as Professor Binns entered the room through the blackboard. He felt a surge of frustration toward Remus for not mentioning that the professor was a ghost, which caused him and several others who had grown up in the Muggle world to gasp in shock. To his delight, Harrison discovered that he was among the few in the class able to resist the ghost historian's voice. His housemates were grateful for this, as it meant he could help them with their homework and study for their tests. As they left the classroom, Harrison began to overhear whispers about him. "Did you see him there, right in that group of snakes? The one with the ponytail," someone said. "I can't believe he got sorted into that house. His parents would be furious," another added. "Doesn't he know he's surrounded by baby Death Eaters?" someone else asked. "I hear he thinks he's pure blood. Someone needs to tell him the truth. He claims that Sirius Black is both his uncle and innocent. That can't be true, can it?" Harrison felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he listened to their remarks, his housemates moving in to support him. Surrounded by his friends like an honor guard, Harrison made his way down to herbology with the Hufflepuffs. "Hello, Harrison," Neville greeted as he joined the four Slytherins at their table for the lesson. "Hey, Neville. Enjoying your classes so far?" Harrison asked. "It's okay, but I have a question. Are you really best friends with Ron Weasley?" Neville inquired. "That came out of nowhere. Where did you get that idea?" Harrison replied, surprised. "Well, I just came from Charms with the Gryffindors, and Ron was boasting that he was your best friend," Neville explained. "I couldn't even sit in the same compartment with him on the train ride for half an hour, so no, he is not my best friend, nor do I see us ever being friends," Harrison said, rolling his eyes. He put his trowel down a bit harder than he intended, leaving a small dent in the wooden table. This caught the raised eyebrow of Professor Sprout, causing him to blush. For once, he was thankful for all the time Petunia had made him work in the garden, as he was second in the class, right behind Neville. After herbology, Harrison had a free period before lunch, so he decided to check out the library. He was glad he did. As he walked in, he was greeted by a room filled with more books than he could have ever imagined. "Can I help you, young man?" a stern woman with gray hair in a tight bun asked, peering at him over her small rectangular glasses. "I just wanted to take a look at the library," Harrison replied, then asked, "How many can I take out at a time?" "I prefer if you only take one of my books at a time, young man," the woman said. "Okay, are there any other restrictions?" Harrison asked, feeling more open than he usually did with others, thanks to his love of books. "Just that you cannot take books out of the restricted section without proper approval from a professor," Madam Pince informed him. "All right then," Harrison said, moving to the nearest bookshelf. He found a book that sounded interesting, pulled it off the shelf, and carried it to one of the tables. True to her nature, Madam Pince watched the boy closely to see how he treated her books. She loved every volume in her library, and if Madam Pince had shown them proper respect, and in return, she decided to let him check out more than one book. She couldn't help but smile as the young Slytherin treated the books with the respect they deserved, unlike the first-year Gryffindor girl who had been there earlier. Harrison was so engrossed in his book that he barely noticed it was almost time for lunch until someone stopped at his table. "Not hungry, Harrison?" He looked up with a smile and saw Percy. "Oh, hey, Percy." "I was just too absorbed in this book," Harrison replied, happy to see his older friend. "Just let me check this book out quickly. I want to talk to you about something as we head to lunch," he said, hurrying over to the desk. To his surprise, Madam Pince was nicer to him this time. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Percy asked as they left for the Great Hall. "Do you mind that I'm in Slytherin?" Harrison asked, a seed of doubt creeping into his heart. "What makes you say that?" Percy replied, looking down at him, confused. "One of the letters I got this morning was from your mother. She said she wasn't going to let her son be friends with a Slytherin," Harrison explained. "First off, I have no problem with what house you're in. I never really cared about all that stuff. And unfortunately, I don't think she was referring to me. That would be my youngest brother, Ronald. In case you haven't heard, he's been telling anyone who will listen that you and he are best friends." "I'm sorry about that," Percy said, shaking his head at his little brother's attitude. "Yeah, I heard from Neville Longbottom that he was telling people in their charms class. I really don't care. The more he tells people, the more they'll see what kind of person he is when the truth comes out, which it always does," Harrison shrugged. "You definitely belong in Slytherin, Harrison," Percy said with a laugh as he ruffled Harrison's hair. "What do you want, Weasley? Are you picking on Harrison?" Draco asked. "Where have you been?" a voice asked as the pair turned a corner. "Knock it off, Draco. Percy isn't like his brothers, he's a good guy," Harrison replied, noticing the annoyed expression on Percy's face at the tone from the blonde boy. "And where did you go, cousin?" Draco asked, turning his attention to Harrison. "The library. Or do I need your permission to go somewhere quiet?" Harrison shot back, glaring at Draco. "Calm down, Harrison. He was worried after you left. Do you not recall what Professor Snape told us last night?" Erzabini interjected, stepping between the two housemates with his hands raised in a calming gesture. "Sorry, I just wanted to check out the school's supply of books," Harrison said, his cheeks slightly flushed. "I apologize, cousin. If I dictated who you could or could not be friends with, I would be no better than Ronald," Draco replied, casting a look at Percy. With a deep sigh, Draco bowed to the older Weasley. "Perfect Weasley, I'm sorry for the insult to your family, as well as my misjudgment toward you." Percy looked taken aback by the apology and took a moment before responding. "That's all right, Malfoy. I can understand your perspective, considering the lies my youngest brother has been spreading about your cousin." As the group reached the Great Hall, they began to head toward their separate tables. Once Harrison and the others settled into their seats, they glanced up just in time to see Percy confronting Ronald. The redhead's furious expression, his face matching his hair, was a clear indication of his anger. The Slytherins couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the younger Weasley, who appeared to be throwing a tantrum in the middle of the Great Hall. Unbeknownst to Harrison, the others who had noticed his dislike for loud noises had spoken to Professor Snape during their free period. They had requested him to cast a charm on the Slytherin table, ensuring that wherever Harrison sat, the sounds of the hall would be muffled. Harrison couldn't quite understand why a soft argument had caught the attention of one of the professors, who promptly intervened to break up the scene caused by the two redheads. After lunch, Harrison and his friends had a double period of charms with the Ravenclaws. As the professor called out the names for attendance, he nearly fell off his seat in joy when he reached Harrison's name. This reaction annoyed Harrison, who had never enjoyed being the center of attention. Fortunately, it was just a brief moment before the lesson began. During the first half of the double period, they focused on the theory behind the spells they would practice. Harrison remembered his lessons with Remus about cores and their unique talents in different branches of magic. When it was time to demonstrate their skills, he was one of the first to successfully use the spell to change the color of an object, earning him 10 points. His classmates congratulated him as they left the classroom for dinner. Though he felt a bit embarrassed by the attention, he was pleased with himself for earning those points on his first day. As they passed the hourglasses that tracked house points, Harrison noticed that 3 of the houses were quite close in points, while Gryffindor was almost in the negatives. This was due to Ron's outburst during lunch, where he had confronted a prefect, his own brother, and one of the teachers. "I don't think I've ever seen the Gryffindors drop so low so quickly," Marcus said with a laugh as he walked past the group, ruffling Harrison's hair. The others chuckled as Harrison pulled his hair back into a ponytail, shooting an annoyed look at Marcus, which only made him laugh more. "What is it with the older students and my hair?" Harrison moaned, prompting more laughter from the group. "Potter, I would like to speak with you after supper," Professor Snape said as he took his seat at the head table. Throughout the rest of the meal, Harrison worried that he might be in trouble for wandering off on his own before lunch. His appetite waned, but he remained at the table, anxious to see what would happen next. After finishing his meal, Harrison's godfather left the hall. "It's all right, Harrison," Snape said as Harrison entered his office moments later, his heart racing with fear. "You're not in trouble. I just wanted to know how your first day of classes went." Breathing a sigh of relief, Harrison settled into one of the black dragon leather wingback chairs and accepted a small tray of biscuits from Snape. "It wasn't bad," he began, taking a bite of a biscuit. "Except for the fact that I overheard a fellow student talking about me behind my back. He was telling everyone he's my best friend, and then a flock of owls arrived, all suggesting I should change houses because my parents are disappointed in me." Harrison paused, frustration evident on his face. "But worst of all, no one seems to believe me when I tell them who my parents are. Sir, I have a question that's been on my mind for a bit." He looked up at his head of house. "There's no need to be so formal, Harrison. When it's just the 2 of us, you can call me Severus," Snape replied. "All right. How come, according to my inheritance test, my bearer was called James Black, yet I'm Harrison Potter Black?" "I have a guess. I wasn't around during that time, but you might want to send an owl to Remus to be absolutely sure," Severus said. "I would think that since Regulus had an older brother who could carry on the Black family line, and James was an only child and the last of his line, your parents decided to call you Harrison Potter Black. Or perhaps, after your sire went missing, they wanted to protect you since the Dark Lord was after you. It would have seemed strange for you to be known as Harrison Black when Regulus was gone. I guess that makes sense. I still wish I could go by Harrison Black, maybe then everyone wouldn't act like I can achieve miracles," Harrison said, nodding thoughtfully. "Please tell me that's not true of your own housemates?" Severus asked, leaning forward and placing a hand on Harrison's knee. "No, they're all good. Just a little overprotective of me," Harrison replied. Harrison chuckled softly. "It's mostly the Gryffindors, except for Percy. They seem to think I'm some sort of legend. I can see it in their faces. It's like they can't decide whether to worship me for my name or hate me for being in Slytherin. Thankfully, Draco, Zabini, and not see me for who I really am, not who they think I should be." "That's good," Severus replied. "I think you've found some good friends there, Harrison." As Severus reached up to ruffle his godson's hair, Harrison caught the movement. He leaned back in his chair, placing his hands protectively over his head and giving his godfather a cold look. Severus couldn't help but throw his head back and let out a deep belly laugh at his godson's reaction. Chapter 7: Class with the Gryffindors. The next morning at breakfast, Harrison received a letter of congratulations from both Uncle Vernon and Remus. While Hedwig nibbled on some of his bacon, Harrison quickly jotted down a letter to Remus, asking if he knew why his name was Potter Black instead of just Black, as Severus had suggested. Hedwig let out an exasperated hoot when she saw him roll up the letter and hold it out for her. She playfully nipped at his fingers before taking off to deliver it. As Harrison returned to his breakfast, he noticed a considerable amount of muttering around him. Most of the students were leaning over a magical newspaper. Draco, who was sitting next to him that morning, shifted the paper to let him see the article that had captured everyone's attention. "Lord of House Black imprisoned without trial." Harrison read the headline in disbelief. The article continued. You read that correctly, dear readers. Lord Sirius Black has spent the last 10 years in Azkaban, the world's worst magical prison, without a trial. Imagine my surprise yesterday when I was caught in what could only be called a storm of owls, all delivering the same shocking news. It seems the nephew of Lord Black has just started at Hogwarts this year and casually let it slip that the dangerous ex-Death Eater never received a trial after his capture. If I thought that was strange, I was in for an even bigger shock upon discovering the identity of the nephew, one Harrison, sometimes referred to as Harry Orion Potter Black. It appears that, contrary to what we have been told, Harry Potter is not the child of James Potter and Lily Evans, who, it turns out, were never actually married. No, James Potter was Harry's bearer, while the boy who lived sire was Regulus Black, the younger brother of Lord Black. To verify these claims, I decided to pay a visit to Gringotts Bank and check the Black family records. To my surprise, the goblins did not make me navigate the usual bureaucratic hurdles to access their records. They showed me not only the recent Black family tree but also the narrative continues. But also allow me to examine the wills of both James Potter and Regulus Black. See page 7 for an edited copy of the wills. The fact that Lord Black was Harry's uncle and the brother-in-law of James makes it highly unlikely that he would betray them to he who shall not be named. In reading James's will, it states clearly that Lord Black was not the secret keeper for James and Lily. Instead, it turns out that Harry's godmother, not his mother as we have been led to believe, was Peter Pettigrew. One has to wonder why, shortly after Lord Black's arrest, Albus Dumbledore approached then Minister Millicent Bagnall to claim that Lord Black had been James and Lily Potter's secret keeper. This is especially troubling given that Dumbledore often told others after that fateful Halloween that he had cast the Fidelius charm to protect James and Harry Potter. Harrison leaned back, shaking his head as he struggled to process the information. He was relieved that this might lead to his uncle's freedom, but the way the writer refused to use his real name or James's married name was frustrating. He did find it amusing that his uncle was consistently referred to as Lord Black, while Dumbledore, who held multiple titles, was simply called by his first name. Noticing that Draco had finished with the paper, Harrison pulled it closer and quickly turned to page 7 to read his sire's will. Will of Regulus Black, edited to exclude inheritance details. I, Regulus Alnalam Black, being of sound mind and body, leave this my last will and testament. Let all that have come before it be considered null and void. James, my love, I am sorry to leave you to raise our child alone, but I feel that I must take care of this last bit myself. And my son Harrison, I can only regret that I did not have the time to get to know you or see you grow up to be the outstanding wizard I know you will be. Sirius, as I have said multiple times in our youth, you need to heed your own name and take this seriously. Pranks and jokes are good, but you must let some things go, but most importantly, live well, brother. Don't mourn me for too long. Lily, I know I'm asking a lot of you, but please help James raise Harrison. I have a feeling he's going to need all the help he can get. Remus, my old friend, I hope you achieve both your masters and your dream of becoming a teacher. Chin up and give them hell. Peter, what can I say? I hope you find your courage one of these days. Take care of yourself, you've been looking rather pale lately. Severus, my oldest friend, I beg you once again to forgive James for the mistakes he made in our youth. I want Harrison to know you. After all, the rest of his family is Gryffindor, he needs to understand some Slytherin pride. As I prepare to do my part in ending this ridiculous war, I can only say once more that I leave my love to my family and friends. Mourn me not, but live and hope for a life filled with laughter and love. Harrison hadn't even realized he was crying until Draco pulled him close and wiped his face with a pocket handkerchief. Looking up at the high table, he caught a glimpse of his godfather's smile, contrasting sharply with the thunderous expression on Dumbledore's face as he read the paper. Draco quickly led Harrison out of the hall and to their first class of the day. Once they settled into empty seats at the back of the classroom, Draco helped Harrison compose himself before the others arrived. Thanks, Draco, Harrison said, leaning into his cousin's shoulder, enjoying the quiet of the empty room. Don't mention it, Cousin, Draco replied, ruffling Harrison's hair, earning a glare in return. Do you think you'll ever stay for the entire breakfast? Asked Blaise Zabini, taking the empty seat beside him as Theodore Knock claimed the last one. It all depends on the post, I guess, Harrison shrugged, pulling out his books for defense against the dark arts class. Harrison felt a flutter of nerves as he approached his class for two main reasons. First, the thought of attacking anyone made him uneasy, no matter how deserving they might be, take Percy's younger brothers, for instance. Second, this was his first class with the Gryffindors, and he dreaded the noise they always seemed to bring. Just as he was lost in thought, the door swung open, and a boisterous group of students dressed in Gryffindor colors poured in. Among them, he spotted one student clad in red, quietly engrossed in a book. Perhaps there was still some hope for that house after all. Hey Harry, come and sit up front with me. Ron called out, more like an order than an invitation, in Harrison's opinion. Why? Harrison replied, glancing at Draco and Zabini, who leaned in protectively beside him. Because we're friends now. With me here, you don't have to sit with those slimy snakes, Ron declared loudly, ensuring everyone heard him. The other Slytherins shot him disdainful looks, which he either ignored or simply didn't notice. No, Harrison said flatly, opening his notebook and preparing his quill, brushing off the red-headed annoyance. All right, Malfoy, what did you do to my friend? Ron continued, his voice echoing through the room. It seemed he didn't possess an indoor voice. First of all, my cousin did nothing to me. Second, I am not, nor have I ever been, your friend. You talk about sitting with slimy snakes, well, where else would I sit but with members of my own house? Harrison's words cut through the chatter, silencing the room. Only Draco, Ayres not, and Zabini had ever heard him speak so much. And finally, my name is not Harry, it's Harrison. Now why don't you be a good little lion cub and go join the circus or something? His friends and the other Slytherins erupted in laughter as Ron's face flushed a deep red, matching his hair. But before he could retaliate, the professor entered the room. It seemed Harrison's apprehensions about the class had been justified. Harrison endured what felt like 2 hours of torture, thanks to the loudness of the Gryffindors. He thought about taking a page from Marcus' book and calling them the Gryffindorks. On top of that, the professor was utterly useless. Even the girl who had arrived with her nose buried in a book was unbearable, constantly interrupting the professor with questions and comments in a bossy tone that made everyone groan, both the Slytherins and the Gryffindorks alike. By the end of class, Harrison longed to seek refuge in the library, but unfortunately, he had no free periods that day. Reluctantly, he joined the others as they made their way to Transfiguration, where they would be with the Hufflepuffs. This was another class Harrison dreaded, especially after how the professor had acted during the welcoming feast. To make matters worse, Percy had informed him that she was the head of Gryffindor House, which made him want to bang his head against his desk. Unlike most classrooms he had seen so far, the Transfiguration room had separate desks for everyone. Instead of sitting with his friends, he was surrounded by them. With Draco sitting directly in front of him, not to his left, and Zabini behind him, who had saved the desk on his right for Neville, Harrison watched as Neville took the offered seat, looking quite shaken. "What's up, Neville?" Harrison asked. "I just had potions," Neville replied, as if that explained everything. "Yeah, and?" Draco chimed in, turning around to join the conversation before class began. "I know he's your head of house and everything, but Professor Snape is one scary guy. I almost melted my cauldron, I was so nervous as he walked around the room." "Thankfully, the person I was paired with noticed before anything happened," Neville said, resting his head on his desk and letting out a deep sigh. The 4 Slytherins bit their lips to hold back laughter as Harrison gently rubbed Neville's back. As the time for class to start approached, there was still no sign of Professor McGonagall. Several students began to mutter among themselves, wondering if class would even begin. Had the class been cancelled or something? I wouldn't put it past her. It's said she only really respects her lion cubs, Draco remarked, using the nickname Harrison had earlier assigned to Ron. She's already here, Harrison said quietly, causing everyone sitting around him to snap their heads in his direction. What do you mean? Like some disillusionment charm? Not asked, curious. No, she's sitting right there, Harrison replied, lifting his left arm and pointing to the cat perched atop the teacher's desk. The students gasped in shock at his pronouncement. The cat nodded its head before leaping from the desk and mid-air, transforming back into the stern older woman. Very good, Harry. 10 points to Slytherin, she began. Harrison, he interrupted, much to her annoyance and his friend's amusement. What? She asked, her voice edged with irritation. My name is Harrison. I do not like to be called Harry, he stated, noticing that she was not impressed. Fine, Harrison. But for disrespecting a professor, I'm afraid I'll have to remove those 10 points from Slytherin, she said, smiling as if she expected him to protest. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders and opened his book. Professor McGonagall gave a brief introduction to her class as she walked around the room, transforming her desk into a warthog for a moment before changing it back. Then, she assigned them the task of turning matchsticks into needles and began to circulate the room to observe their progress. Harrison couldn't understand why the assignment was so difficult for some of his classmates. After reading the coursebook for a bit, he pulled out his wand and effortlessly transformed the wooden matchstick into a metal needle. Neville and Erzabini gasped in shock as Harrison picked up the needle and, to demonstrate the complete change, pricked his finger with it. Very good, Harrison. 2 points for getting it done on the first try, Professor McGonagall said from his blind spot, causing him to jump and inadvertently lodge the needle deeper into his finger. His four friends glared at the woman, having noticed that she had waited until after his demonstration to make her presence known. The needle pressed against his skin before McGonagall had even finished speaking. A smirk danced on her lips as she walked away to check on another student. Grimacing, Harrison pulled the needle painfully from his left index finger and accepted a handkerchief from Draco to wrap around his now bleeding digit. Professor, Harrison said, raising his uninjured hand. Yes, Harrison, she replied. Can I go to the hospital wing to have the matron look at my finger? He asked, glancing at McGonagall as she turned to check the clock. The class is almost over, you can wait until afterward, she said, her smirk widening, which made Harrison's friends bite their tongues to keep from speaking up and risking their own points. Apparently, McGonagall's definition of almost over meant another 30 minutes. By that time, the white handkerchief Draco had given him had stained a little red with his blood. Harrison knew that since the needle had been recently transfigured by magic, the wound it caused could only be healed with magic. That was why he had intended to poke himself without breaking the skin for his test. Once class was over, all 5 boys headed to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey listened to their complaints about McGonagall. Don't worry, boys, I'll take care of it, Madame Pomfrey assured them after hearing the whole story. With a flick of her wand, she easily closed the wound on Harrison's finger, promising herself to have a serious talk with Minerva about how she treated her students. The group thanked her as they made their way to lunch, with Harrison in the center, allowing his smaller frame to be shielded so no one would start asking about the article again. Even though they arrived late for lunch, Harrison and the other Slytherins were unconcerned, knowing they had the afternoon off due to their astronomy class that night. Instead of heading to the library after lunch, Harrison decided to return to his room for a quick nap. He had never stayed up so late before and wanted to be fully alert for class. Time for supper, someone called, poking their head through the door. The door creaked open, waking Harrison from his nap. Thank you, Erzabini, he said, stretching and yawning as he climbed out of bed. You know you can call me Blaze, right? Blaze chuckled, watching Harrison pull his hair back into a ponytail. All right, Blaze. I just didn't want to seem overly familiar, Harrison replied with a small smile. During my prep lessons, both Professor Snape and Mr. Lupin said that until I have permission, I should always refer to others by their titles or last names. That's all well and good, but since we share a room, and I don't know about Theo, but I see you as a friend, you can drop the formalities, all right? Blaze said. I'll try to remember that, Blaze, Harrison said, sharing a smile with the taller boy, both aware of his less-than-stellar memory. During supper, Harrison received permission to use not only Theodore Knott's first name but also Vincent Crabbe's and Gregory Goyle's. After the meal, the group returned to the common room to tackle their homework. They circled several tables, working on their essays. Everyone was grateful for Harrison's ability to block out Professor Binns' voice as they focused on their history of magic assignments due the next day. "How do you think he grades these?" Harrison asked, rolling up his finished paper and placing it into a special compartment in his school bag meant for homework rolls. Don't ask me that. I don't want to think about it," Vincent exclaimed, clearly struggling more than the others. "I mean, he can hardly hold them, let alone mark them. Do you think he reads them and dictates the notes to a house elf or something?" Harrison suggested, causing Draco to giggle as he wrapped up his own essay. "What's so funny, little first tie?" Marcus said, walking past and ruffling Harrison's hair, prompting the dark-haired boy to decide that he would research spells to keep his hair in place. Harrison was determined to keep people from messing with his hair. "You know, Harrison was just wondering how Professor Binns grades his homework, considering he's a ghost and can't actually touch it," Blaze said, laughter still bubbling up from Draco, who was caught in a fit of giggles. Marcus chimed in, his deep belly laugh echoing through the room. "I don't think I've ever heard anyone worry about that." His laughter was contagious, drawing in the others as they all discussed the peculiarities of their ghostly professor. Feeling a slight blush creep onto his cheeks, Harrison decided to excuse himself from the raucous laughter. He headed back to his room to finish his schoolwork, emerging only when it was time for astronomy class. The rest of the week unfolded smoothly for him and his friends. On his third day, he even managed to stay for the entire breakfast before class. The only downside was the younger Weasleys, who were as annoying as ever. It seemed the twins had taken it upon themselves to prank him, somehow making his robes look like he belonged to Gryffindor. He guessed they were trying to get a reaction out of him, but all he did was raise an eyebrow at the transformation. He calmly asked Madame Pince, who was nearby in the library, to change his robes back. With a smile and a flick of her wand, she restored his clothes to their proper state and promptly banished the twins from the library for the day. Rolling his eyes, Harrison returned to his work, only to be interrupted by a loud thud as a book landed on his table. He looked up to see a bushy-haired Gryffindor girl staring back at him. "Can I help you?" he asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "I decided to help you since you'll need it to pass our classes," she replied, her tone bossy and confident. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Harrison tilted his head, confused. "Well, I'm the smartest witch of our year," she declared. "It's a burden, but I just have to help all you idiots." "Yeah, no, I don't think I need that kind of help," Harrison said, beginning to pack his work back into his bag. "Also, if you feel the need to help people, it's a good idea to be a little nicer and introduce yourself." With that, Harrison left the girl, who now wore an ugly expression on her face, and walked over to say farewell to Madame Pince before heading out. He decided to add her to his growing list of Gryffindors to avoid as he made his way back to the dorms through a hidden passage Severus had shown him to bypass the crowded corridors. He wished he had the map that Remus had mentioned over the summer. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, remembering that Remus had said it was somewhere at Hogwarts. A grin spread across his face as he changed his path from the common room to Severus's office. Thankfully, his godfather didn't have a class at the moment, and Harrison was invited inside after he knocked. "Ah, Harrison. What can I help you with?" Severus asked, looking up from his desk. "I was wondering if you could perform a summoning charm for the Marauders map that Remus told us about," Harrison replied, settling into his usual seat before the fire. "Can I ask why you want the map?" Severus inquired, taking his own seat and placing a glass of grape juice in front of Harrison. "I want to use it to help me avoid some of the Gryffindors," Harrison said with a shrug as he took a sip of his favorite drink. "But not for pulling pranks on them, right?" Severus asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, can you imagine me doing that?" "And I won't share it with Draco and the others if that worries you," Harrison reassured him. "All right, just wanted to be sure," Severus replied. With a flick of his wand, he used the description of the map Remus had given them to summon it. They both waited a moment, finishing their drinks, until an old piece of parchment slid out from under the door and into the potion master's hands. Looking down, Severus noticed that the map was already in use and was focused on his office. With a look of concentration, he cast a quick spell to ensure the map would no longer respond to summoning charms before handing it back to Harrison. You do recall how Remus told us to activate it, right? Turn it off, correct? Severus asked. Harrison took out his wand, glanced at the map, and muttered, "Mischief managed." Instantly, the entire map blacked out as he tucked it into his bag. The two of them spent the time before supper discussing how Harrison's first week had gone. "Well, classes have been okay," Harrison began. "Everything would be perfect if Percy's younger brothers weren't such prats. And now, one of the first-year Gryffindor girls has decided that I need her help in class. I find that rather strange since I only have one class with her at the moment." "Ah, I think I see why you wanted the map," Severus said with a slight chuckle. "But on the bad news front, I still haven't found a spell to stop people from messing with my hair," Harrison said, crossing his arms and pouting a little. "I don't think I know of any spells that can do that," Severus replied, laughing at his godson's disappointed expression. At dinner that night, it seemed the Weasley twins were in a mood, glaring at everyone for some unknown reason. Severus smiled to himself, thinking he had figured out who had the map before he summoned it away. It would explain how they had managed to pull off some of their pranks over the years. During the meal, Severus also had a few words with Minerva about not letting Harrison go to the hospital wing after he had essentially stabbed himself with the magical needle, thanks to her surprising him. "I'm sure there was no problem, Severus, my boy," Aldous interjected. "I hate to disagree, but by the time he got to my wards, he had been bleeding for at least half an hour," Poppy said, glaring at the Transfiguration professor. "If that happens to another student in your class, I will bring it up to the board." Both Albus and Minerva looked as if they wanted to protest but thought better of arguing with the matron. On Friday, Harrison received a letter from an unfamiliar owl. After reading it, he saw it was from Hagrid, inviting him to join him that afternoon. After potions class, Harrison shook his head and crumpled up the letter, tossing it into the fire. "What's up, Harrison?" Vincent asked, noticing his friend's frustration. "You remember how I told you about the person who took me to get my school supplies, right?" Harrison replied. "The groundskeeper, Hagrid or something," Blaise said. "What about him?" "Well, he invited me over for tea during our break," Harrison said, still shaking his head. "Am I missing something here?" Gregory asked, confused as to why Harrison wouldn't want free food. "Because of my aunt's lies to my uncle when my Hogwarts letter arrived, we left my house, and after collecting my things, Hagrid dropped me off at home a full day before my family was set to return. If it hadn't been for a portkey from the goblins, I would have been left alone for 24 hours without food," Harrison explained, noticing the shocked expressions on his friends' faces. It was hard for them to comprehend how anyone could treat a child that way. "So I take it you don't plan on going?" Theo asked. "Is the sky blue?" "Of course not," Harrison replied, making the others laugh as they packed up to head to potions. Arriving before the Gryffindors, the Slytherin students took their places on one side of the room. Following Severus's instructions from earlier, Harrison removed his robe and hung it on one of the hooks, keeping it out of the way during brewing. Seeing the logic in that, the rest of the Slytherins followed suit, leaving on their green and silver Slytherin long-sleeve vests. As they set up their cauldrons and scales, the Gryffindors finally arrived, giving their robeless classmates strange looks as they took their seats and began to set up their own supplies. Professor Snape swept into the classroom, nodding at the Slytherins as he walked to the front. "Welcome to potions. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, and many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of a softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, or the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop a death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach," Professor Snape said. Now, can I ask whose idea it was to take off your robes in my classroom? Snape looked at the Slytherin students, causing several Gryffindors to smile, thinking the others were about to be punished. I did, Harrison said from his place in the front row. Very good, Harrison. 10 points to Slytherin for not being a dunderhead and showing proper brewing safety, Snape replied, making the Gryffindors' faces fall in shock. Professor, what do you mean? The bushy head witch asked, raising her hand without waiting to be called on. Well, Miss Hermione Granger, she responded. Well, Miss Granger, let me ask you a quick question. Do you think it's a good idea to wear flowing school robes around an open flame? Do you not notice that I am wearing tighter clothing? He said, arching an eyebrow. As Hermione considered his words, the Gryffindors followed suit and took off their robes. Now, let's see how well you have all prepared for this class, Severus said as he began to walk among the 4-person desks. Who can tell me what I would get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione and several other students raised their hands. Malfoy, Snape called. It creates a powerful sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death, Draco said smugly, making his friends roll their eyes at him. Correct, Malfoy, Professor Snape acknowledged. All right, who can tell me where you would look if? I told you to find me a bezer, Professor Snape said, his tone sharp. Once again, several hands shot up, and this time Hermione was called on. It's found in the stomach of a goat and can be used to combat most poisons, Hermione replied, a smug expression crossing her face as she shot a superior look at Harrison, as if to remind him that he needed her help. Very good, Miss Granger, Snape acknowledged. Now, finally, what is the difference, Mr. Weasley, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Ron looked startled at being called on. He flipped through the pages of his potions book in search of the answer, while Hermione, sitting behind him, raised her hand and waved it around to get attention again. I don't know, sir, Ron admitted after a few minutes of silence, and Hermione stood up, eager to be called on. Miss Granger, sit down. You've had your chance to answer. Let someone else have a go. How about you, Potterblack? Professor Snape asked, gently turning away from the Gryffindors and offering Harrison a small smile. Well, sir, monkshood and wolfsbane are actually the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite, Harrison said softly, giving his first answer in any of his classes. Very good, Harrison. 3 points to Malfoy, Miss Granger, and Potterblack for correctly answering the questions, Snape said. For the rest of the lesson, we shall be working on a potion to cure boils. The instructions are on the board. With a flick of his wand, Snape made the directions appear. Please pair up into groups of 2 to create this potion. At the end of the lesson, please bottle up your mixture for grading. Since Harrison was sitting on the same side of the desk as Hermione, they teamed up to make the potion. The rest of the class went smoothly, with no issues, unless you counted the sound of Hermione's voice as she ordered Ron on what to do while brewing. Given that she had the misfortune of being paired with Ronald Weasley, it was fortunate that she caught him making mistakes at least 3 times. The cauldron could have been ruined. As Professor Snape moved through the classroom, checking on each student's progress, he leaned in close and remarked to Severus that Draco and Harrison had brewed the best potion in the class. At the end of the lesson, as everyone brought their potions to the front, Professor Snape cast a vanishing charm on the remaining concoctions. He then assigned the class a minimum of 1.5 feet of parchment detailing how each ingredient reacted with one another before dismissing them. Chapter 8, Wands and Second Languages. After potions, Harrison headed to the familiar confines of the library, followed by Theo and a disinterested Blaise. Both boys shot their smaller friend a strange look when he unexpectedly stopped in a rarely traveled corridor, studying a ragged bit of parchment while muttering to himself. Then, he led them through corridors and paths neither of them knew existed, arriving at the library sooner than they both thought possible. Harrison nodded to the stern librarian, who surprisingly returned his gesture with a small smile. He made his way to his usual table, tucked away from prying eyes, and began to tackle his homework. You mind telling us what that was all about with that old paper? Blaise leaned in, whispering to Harrison. Just something to help me avoid the annoying Gryffindors, Harrison replied without looking up from his work. That has to be useful. They do have an unhealthy interest in you, Theo added before leaving the table to grab a book. I swear, if you two end up dragging me here all the time, I'm going to start hanging out with Pansy and Daphne, Blaise groused, leaning back in his chair, adjusting his hat to block his eyes, and nearly dozing off. How does he do that? Harrison wondered, watching their friend sleep in such an awkward position. You'd have to ask him that, Theo replied, returning with a book and letting it drop to the table with a loud thud, which didn't even cause Blaise to flinch. Sure, Madam Pin said as she walked past their table, offering Harrison another smile. Sorry, madam. Just proving a point, Theo said, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks while Harrison silently chuckled to himself. Be that as it may, young man, I will not have you mistreat my books. 3 points from Slytherin, Madam Pince declared. Blaise then startled them all with a deep belly laugh. You're awake? Theo asked, astonished. Of course. Do you think I'm so crass as to fall asleep in the library? Blaise replied, grinning. Asleep in a library? Blaise said, tilting his head forward so his hat slipped down, revealing a silly look on his face. Slytherins, Madam Pince muttered to herself, rolling her eyes as she walked away to address the next disturbance. Are we going to have to start checking to see if you're actually asleep from now on, just to make sure you're not listening to our conversations behind our backs? Harrison teased. Let's just say I was checking out your observation skills, Blaise replied with a grin. Yeah, right. My guess is that I did wake you when I dropped the book, and you've been faking it, Theo chimed in, making all three friends laugh. All thoughts of Hagrid's invitation for tea were utterly forgotten as the trio easily finished their homework before heading to supper. Just as they were about to enter the Great Hall, a large hand came down onto Harrison's shoulder, nearly making him stumble to his knees. Aye, where were ye? Hagrid asked in a booming voice, causing Harrison to instinctively cover his ears at the noise. Doing my homework, why? Harrison answered. What about our tea? Hagrid inquired. My homework comes first, I'm just a student after all, Harrison said, turning away and making his way toward the Slytherin table, with Theo and Blaise following closely behind him. I do think Lily and James's son should be in Slytherin, Harrison heard the large man mutter to himself, prompting him to bite the inside of his cheek instead of correcting Hagrid's mistaken belief about his parents. Putting the large man out of his mind, Harrison took his seat at the table and began to fill his plate. Just then, Hedwig and another owl carrying an official-looking document landed before him. He took the letters from both birds. The other owl quickly flew away as Hedwig took a bite of meat from his plate before playfully nipping his ear. Opening his uncle's letter first, he recognized the familiar handwriting and began to read. Harrison, I hope you had a good first week of class. I can't wait to hear all about it next time we meet. On a different note, it is official, Petunia and I have been divorced after much talk. She still claims you are a dangerous freak. I must warn you that when you were given to us to raise, however badly I failed at that, we were informed that you were being protected by something called blood wards, tied to Petunia because she is Lily's sister. I do not know if that is true, especially now that we know you are not Lily's child. I suggest you check with one of your teachers. Love. Vernon Dursley. P.S. Dudley would like to pass on his desire for more books on any magical wars. He said they remind him of the Lord of the Rings. Harrison chuckled as he made a note to ask either Professor Snape or Flitwick about blood wards before turning to the second letter. Harrison Orion Potter Black. You are requested to take part in the trial of one Sirius Alnitak Black. Since you are still in school, you must come with your head of house. To ensure we do not disrupt your classes, your part in the trial will take place during the weekend after next. As we have been informed that you were raised in a Muggle household, there are certain protocols we must inform you of. First, know that as you are an heir to several houses, you would be allowed to vote on the outcome of this trial if not for the fact that the accused is your uncle. Secondly, just so you are not shocked during the trial, the accused will sit in a chair that both bonds them in place and ensures they cannot lie. For others, we use a potion known as veritaserum, which has the same results for up to 6 questions per dose or 24 hours. You may request the use of the potion on any witnesses due to your relationship with the accused. Madam Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. So what's up, cousin? Draco asked after Harrison finished reading both letters. Well, my Uncle Vernon has divorced my Aunt Petunia, and I have been summoned to my uncle's trial, Harrison replied simply. What is a divorce? Draco inquired. The magical world does not have divorces, Harrison asked, noticing the puzzled expressions on his friends' faces. A divorce is how muggles end their marriages. Oh, we have that here too, but I guess the muggle version is less complicated, Theo replied. How does it work in the magical world? Harrison inquired. Well, not much happens unless the marriage produces children, Blaze explained. In the magical world, marriage involves a merging of a person's magic with their partner's. To end it, the magic has to be, how can I say this, gently pulled apart. It can be quite painful, which is why some would rather stay together than go through with it. It's even tougher when kids are involved, as they are created from the combined magic. The dissolution of the marriage can disrupt the bonds between parent and child, sometimes even more than if one parent were to pass away. Wow, Harrison said, barely paying attention to his meal as he absorbed the explanation. So, are you excited about our flying lessons next week? Draco asked, breaking the silence. Not really. I'd prefer to keep my feet on the ground, Harrison admitted. Your father would be ashamed of you, a voice chimed in from behind him. What is it now, Weasel? Draco shot back, glaring at the red-headed boy who was standing too close to his cousin. Just that his dad would be ashamed of that attitude. After all, he was a Quidditch hero back in school, Ron said loudly. What is Quidditch? Harrison asked, a mischievous twinkle in his eye, prompting Ron to sputter in response. It's like a mix of muggle football and basketball, but played on broomsticks, Blaze explained, echoing Harrison's own description from a couple of days earlier. Ah, so what position did Regulus play? Harrison asked, pleased that his friends were engaging with him. I believe he was the team seeker, Draco replied, a thoughtful look on his face as he tried to recall the details. Why are you asking about that Death Eater? I was talking about your dad, you know. James Potter, Ron said, anger bubbling beneath the surface. No, James was my bearer. My dad was Regulus, Harrison explained patiently, as if talking to a 2-year-old about the color of the sky. These snakes have been telling you lies. Your parents are Lily and James Potter, Ron shot back, his tone filled with frustration. That is enough, Harrison replied, finally losing his patience with Ron. He set down his silverware and stood up. I swear on my magic that my parents are James Potter and Regulus Black. His words stunned Ron into silence. To prove his truth, Harrison drew his wand and cast a simple spell that sent sparks flying. As Ron left, a strange look on his face, Harrison looked down at his wand, tilting his head in thought. He sat back down to applause from his friends for how he had handled the blood traitor. It was Friday of their first week, and Professor Snape had scheduled a secondary meeting to check in on how the first years had found their initial days at the castle. When students were invited to ask questions, Harrison stepped forward. He wanted to discuss the blood wards his uncle had written to him about, but he also had concerns about his wand. Initially, it had worked fine, but over the past week, it had become increasingly unreliable, as if it were resisting him. You picked your wand up before your cleansing, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Snape asked. Yes, sir, Harrison replied. It is said that a wand chooses a wizard, and it's possible that all those spells you were under shifted your magic. The wand may have chosen you then, but now that you're free of them, it's losing power, Snape explained. Is there anything I can do to get the power back? Harrison asked, hope tinged with desperation. No. The only option is to get a new wand. I will need to speak to the headmaster about this. You cannot go through your classes with an unwilling wand, Snape said. I will also have to do some research on the blood wards. Thank you, sir, Harrison said, bowing slightly before stepping back to allow Miss Parkinson her turn. As he made his way back to his friends, he suddenly stopped, hearing an unfamiliar voice. Why? Is it always rats? How come they never let me have a nice juicy mouse? Harrison looked around, trying to locate the source of the strange voice. He spotted Marcus dangling a rat over a terrarium that housed a silver and red snake. Remembering the incident at the zoo during Dudley's birthday, Harrison walked over to the tank. What's up, Harrison? The older student asked, attempting to coax the snake to take the rat. Do you have any mice? Harrison inquired. M1. Why? Marcus replied. I think the snake might prefer a mouse instead of a rat, Harrison suggested. Can't hurt, Marcus said, setting down the rat and summoning the mouse. He held it out to the snake. Finally! Harrison exclaimed, giggling a little as the snake's head shot forward and snatched the mouse. Hope you liked it, he added, unknowingly slipping into Parseltongue. Ah, a speaker? What a pleasant surprise, the snake said, its head jerking up to meet Harrison's gaze. Harrison, you can speak Parseltongue? Marcus asked, astonished. According to a test I took at Gringotts, I can, Harrison replied as Marcus took his hand and led him back to Professor Snape. Flint, what is going on? Severus asked, looking concerned. Professor, Harrison is a Parseltongue, Marcus announced, causing several students to gasp in surprise. Is that a bad thing? Harrison asked, absent-mindedly rubbing the top of the snake's head as it wrapped around his shoulders. Not necessarily. It's just a rather rare gift in Britain, Snape replied, getting out of his chair. He knelt before his godson, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Have you ever done it before? Well, before I got my letter, I talked to a boa constrictor before letting it loose on Dudley during his birthday, Harrison said, making Severus snicker as he imagined Harrison's cousin's reaction to the snake. Well, Slytherin House's symbol is the snake, due to Salazar having that gift. Since then, the house has always had a snake in the dorms. You are the first student since a certain Tom Riddle who could actually speak to them, Snape said. He is correct, the snake hissed. I have never been able to talk to one of your kind in the 3 years I've been here. Now that he was paying attention, Harrison caught the underlying voice. What is your name? He asked. The two legs refer to me as Salazar, but I was named Glycon after an ancient snake god, Glycon replied. Looking up at the students who were gazing at him in wonder, Harrison blushed as he said his name is not Salazar but Glycon, and he prefers mice to rats. Noted, Severus replied, and with a flick of his wand, he changed the nameplate on Glycon's terrarium. The snake seemed to nod in thanks before resting his head back on Harrison's left shoulder. For the rest of the night, Harrison was asked to translate Glycon's responses to questions about his preferences. By the time bedtime rolled around, Harrison fell flat onto his bed and instantly drifted off to sleep, too exhausted to change out of his clothes. I don't see the problem, Severus. I think young Harry is just pulling a prank on you, just like James used to do, Albus said when Severus informed him about Harrison needing a new wand. The problem, headmaster, is that he feels as if he is losing control of his wand, and since it's only the first week, that's concerning, Severus replied, wishing he could bang his head against his desk in frustration. I'm sure it's just the pressure of having to cast all those spells this week, Minerva suggested. It's not. I saw him cast spells with no problem during his prep lessons this summer, and when he cast a few after mentioning his wand issues, they were noticeably less powerful, Severus said, glaring at the pair. I must agree with Severus. Young Harrison isn't the only one facing this issue. I've noticed that young Air Longbottom is struggling because he's using Frank's old wand, and even young Ronald Weasley is stuck with a wand that once belonged to Charlie. Pomona gasped, shocked to learn that one of her precious lions was also affected. All right, I shall take all 3 young men to pick up some new wands, Albus said, hoping this would help Harry become friends with Ron and encourage him to request a transfer to Gryffindor House. Not so fast, Albus. The heads of house are responsible for their students while they're at school, so it's up to them to take the students to get their new wands, Phileas said, giving Albus a curious look. All right, then. We will all set out tomorrow morning right after breakfast to Diagon Alley, Albus replied, still contemplating ways to encourage Harry to befriend Ron. It might work for Longbottom and young Mr. Weasley, but not for Harrison. He informed me that during his first visit to the wand shop, he went through every wand available, and his current wand was the only one that reacted to him. So, I will need to take him to one of the other alleys to find a new wand, Severus said, unable to hide a smile at the expression that briefly crossed Albus's face. Very well, Severus. Unless there's any new business, I shall call this meeting to a close, Albus said, doing his best to suppress his irritation toward both Severus and Phileas. Yes, there is. It seems Harrison received a summons from the ministry to appear at a trial next weekend, Severus announced. What trial? Pomona asked, her concern evident. His uncle's. He discovered during his visit to Gringotts last summer that Sirius Black had been held illegally, Severus said, keeping an eye on Albus as he watched the man snap a quill in frustration. I don't know if we should have Harrison deal with that, Albus said quickly, wishing to shield the boy from the truth. We have no choice in the matter. He has been summoned, so he must participate, Phileas replied, shaking his head at the headmaster. Phileas is correct. I just wanted to inform everyone that I will be taking him there next week, that is all, Severus said, and before anyone could respond. With that, he stood up and left the room, his cloak tails flowing behind him. His departure signaled the others to leave as well, except for Minerva, who couldn't help but wonder about Albus's obsession with the Potter black hair. I thought you had arranged for Harry not to take any prep classes. Minerva asked once they were finally alone. I thought I had, and I even paid Petunia to raise him not to ask questions, so he wouldn't find out about them, Albus replied, sinking back into his chair and popping a lemon drop into his mouth to calm his nerves. Well, that didn't seem to work, she said. Don't remind me. And now Molly is on my case because Harry isn't friends with Ron, Albus added. I still don't understand why you place so much faith in Molly and her family, Minerva said, shaking her head as she went to request a cup of tea from the house elves. I just know I can trust her completely, Albus said, not wanting to reveal to his right hand that he had been taking money from the Weasley family vaults. Giving Molly small tokens helped keep her from looking too closely into it. And now Harry has learned that Sirius was innocent. If he gets free, the man can take Harry away from his aunt and ruin our plans. Wake up, young speaker. The tall two legs are calling for you, Glycon said, nuzzling his head under Harrison's chin and tickling the young boy with his tongue. All right, I'm up, Harrison said, gently pushing the snake's head away as he got out of bed and walked to the door of the room. Blaise had informed him that only the people who belonged to the room could enter while someone was sleeping, unless it was an emergency. Morning, Professor, Harrison said as he opened the door, raising a hand to cover his face while letting out a large yawn. Good sleep, Harrison? Snape asked with a chuckle. It was okay, Harrison replied. Well, the headmaster, after much discussion, has allowed me to take you to get a new one today. So, after breakfast, we'll be heading out. Flu, apparition, or night bus? Harrison asked, who else is getting a new wand? Since you're not the only student, the headmaster thought it would be best to go as a group. We'll be taking the night bus, Severus replied. Oh, who are the others? Harrison inquired. Well, your young friend, Longbottom, and unfortunately, the youngest Weasley boy, Severus said, noticing his godson let out a moan of annoyance. The good news is they will both be going to Ollivander's while we head to another wand shop. Good. The less time I have to be around him, the better, Harrison said, turning back into his room to get dressed for the day. Since it was the weekend and he didn't need to wear his school robes, he slipped on one of the deep violet robes that Severus had bought in Diagon Alley. It was tailored to his standards and thankfully came with an attached hood, allowing him to hide his face. During breakfast, he informed his friends that he would be gone for a while to pick up a new wand and wasn't sure when he would be back. They all wished him a good trip, especially when they learned that Ron would also be going. After breakfast, he joined Severus at the main gates of the school and chatted with Neville while both boys ignored the redhead as they waited for Albus to arrive. The old fool finally showed up, 10 minutes late, and with a flourish, he pulled out his wand and held it aloft to summon the night bus. Harrison felt a stir of magic as he laid eyes on the wand, and his own magic reacted as if it were being held by a family member. Keeping his expression neutral, he made a mental note to ask Severus about his reaction later when they were alone. Ron, lacking any decorum, bounced in place, eagerly waiting for the night bus to arrive. As soon as it did, he rushed up the stairs to claim one of the unattached seats right behind the driver. Harrison and Neville exchanged a look as they entered through the door near the back and took 2 unoccupied seats after their heads of houses tapped the seats with their wands to keep them in place. The journey was short as their group was the only one on the bus. Thankfully, the widely driven vehicle kept Ron from joining them, and it seemed that the location Harrison and Severus were headed to was closer to the school since they left first. Still better than flu and apparition, right? Severus joked as he led Harrison into a small clothing store filled with fashions a couple of generations out of date. He made his way to one of the changing rooms. Ushering Harrison inside, Severus took out his wand and tapped the clothes hook on the back of the door. The room began to sink like an elevator, and when the door opened, it revealed another magical alley. "Harrison, welcome to Kelpie Alley," Severus said, placing a hand on his godson's shoulder and leading him through the weekend crowds toward the alley's wand shop. Now, unlike Ollivander, Master Jackscat doesn't have pre-made wands. "You'll be asked to let your magic find the materials that work best for you," Severus explained as he opened the door to the shop. "Ah, Severus. It has been an age and a half," the shopkeeper exclaimed, rushing forward to pull the doorman into a tight hug. "What do I owe this rare visit to?" he asked, leaning in to kiss the air on either side of Snape's face. "I have a student who needs a new wand. It seems that when he bought his first one, he was under potions and spells. Now that he's free of them, the wand he has isn't working correctly." "Ah, let me see here," the man said, holding out his hand for Harrison's old wand. "Oh, an Ollivander creation. I see your problem with it," Master Jackscat said, tossing the wand into a bin without further ado and grabbing Harrison's hand. "I assume Severus told you how I make wands here?" he asked, and Harrison nodded. "All right, I'll start with the woods, then move on to cores and other necessary items that your wand requires before I put it all together. Now, as I bring out each item, I'll need you to keep your eyes closed. Surroundings and is often associated with transformation," Master Jackscat explained, his voice steady and engaging. "It's quite a unique combination you've chosen." "I didn't realize they all had such significance," Harrison replied, intrigued as he observed the wandmaker's skillful hands. "Ah, each component of a wand tells a story," Master Jackscat said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Your selection reveals much about you. The redwood and walnut signify that you are someone who values strategy and intellect over brute strength. It suggests you think carefully before taking action." Harrison nodded, absorbing the information. "That makes sense to me. Now, let's discuss the cause," Master Jackscat continued, his tone shifting to a more serious note. "The Basilisk Fang is a powerful choice, often associated with strength and danger. It's the king of snakes, after all. The Quetzalcoatl's tail feather represents wisdom and knowledge. Many ancient cultures revered it as a symbol of enlightenment. And the eggshells of the rainbow serpent? They signify adaptability and the ability to navigate change with grace." Harrison couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "I've always felt a connection to snakes, especially when I discovered I could speak to them." "Indeed," Master Jackscat said, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Your affinity for serpents aligns perfectly with your chosen cause. This wand will not only be a tool but also an extension of your identity." As the wand maker meticulously crafted Harrison's new wand, he could hardly contain his excitement. The promise of magic, tailored just for him, filled the air with anticipation. Surrounding yourself with the right materials is essential. According to wand lore, the cause in your wand suggests that you're not one to be trifled with. They emphasize your intelligence while also hinting at a desire to blend into the background and be left alone, Master Jackscat said, surprising Harrison with how accurately this described him. And then we have your gems. The first one is Ruby, your birthstone, but you're also drawn to Garnet, which symbolizes trust and friendship, with an underlying focus on loyalty. I must say, Heir Potterblack, your wand reveals that you are a fine young man, and if you stay out of others' plans, you shall be a great wizard one day, Master Jackscat continued as he gathered the pieces on his bench and walked away. Now, they just need to sit for about an hour. In the meantime, I'll create a wand holder to ensure that no one else can take your wand, he said, pulling out a roll of measuring tape and casting a spell on his workbench. This will create a time dilation effect, making the hour your wand needs only last about 10 minutes for us, Master Jackscat explained as he began to take Harrison's measurements. Once he was done, Harrison received a wand holder that he strapped to his right arm. It contained a spring mechanism that allowed his wand to fall right into his hand. With some enchantments added, if he wasn't touching his wand and it was out of contact for 30 seconds, it would be summoned back to the holder. All right, all done, my boy. Now, my wands are a bit more expensive than old Ollivander's, so that will be 8 galleons, please, Master Jackscat said, wiping his hands on the front of his robes. Harrison dug out some magical currency and handed it over as he took his wand. As Harrison closed his fingers around his new wand, he felt a surge of magic, as if he had just dived into a warm pool on a chilly morning, letting out a soft gasp. You mentioned wand lore. I have a question, Harrison said as he secured his wand in its holder. Go ahead. I'm always eager to share my knowledge, Master Jackscat replied. Jackscat smiled at Harrison. Thank you. I was just wondering what it means when someone feels a stir of magic after seeing another person's wand, Harrison asked. Whose wand are you referring to, Harrison? Severus inquired. When the headmaster summoned the night bus, I felt a connection to his wand, Harrison explained. You don't have any wand makers in your family line, do you? Master Jackscat asked. I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure. I have a couple of the founder lines, the Potters, Emerys, Gaunt, and finally, Peveril, Harrison replied. Did you say Peveril? Master Jackscat's interest piqued. Yes, why? Harrison responded. Well, ages ago, the Peveril line were great inventors of powerful magical artifacts, including a wand that, despite what some legends say, would still be considered property of the Peveril line, Master Jackscat explained. It might be a good idea to talk to the goblins to see if you can retrieve the wand, for in the wrong hands, it could be dangerous to the world. We do have some time before we expect the others back. We could head to the local Gringotts and start that process now if you wish, Severus suggested, glancing at his timepiece. After what he did to me, taking his wand seemed like the least I could do, Harrison said, rubbing his hands together, clearly showing that the wand lore attached to his wand was accurate, in Master Jackscat's opinion. Saying farewell to the wandmaker, Harrison and Severus made their way to the local branch of Gringotts. They summoned Griphook from Diagon Alley to begin the process of retrieving what the goblin referred to as the Elder Wand. Severus gasped in shock as Harrison used a blood quill, which indicated that a member of the Peveril line was summoning the wand back from the old fool. The connection to the wand was still strong. As soon as Harrison finished signing the return form, there was a flash of magic, and the wand that Harrison had seen the headmaster use just that morning appeared before him. Laying before him was the wand, and as Harrison picked it up, he felt a strong connection to it. However, it wasn't quite as powerful as the bond he shared with the wand from Master Jackscat. Please put this in the Peveril main vault and ensure no one else can access it, Harrison said, handing the wand to Griphook. The goblin accepted it with great reverence before heading out of the room. After thanking the goblin for his assistance, Harrison and Jackscat left to wait for the bus to pick them up. Sorry about the wait, Albus said, a bit stiffly, when the bus finally arrived nearly an hour later. I seem to have misplaced my wand while we were in the alley, and it took me some time to find it. Severus shot Harrison a knowing look as Albus pulled out his wand, but Harrison subtly shook his head, indicating that it was not the same wand from that morning. Thankfully, while they had waited, Severus and Harrison had taken the opportunity to grab a bite to eat. It seemed the others hadn't, as Ronald was complaining about being hungry the entire trip back to the school. Chapter 9, Wands Raised at Midnight. As Albus ushered Harrison and Severus onto the night bus, the pair discovered it was fuller than before, with only a few open seats available. Heading towards the nearest pair of empty spots, Harrison was halted when a hand landed on his shoulder. "Actually, Harry," Albus said with a smile, though the usual twinkle in his eyes was noticeably absent, "I have something rather important to discuss with Professor Snape. If you could take the seat next to young Ronald, I know your friend would appreciate spending some time with you." Harrison gave a slight nod to his godfather, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He made his way over to the youngest Weasley boy, wondering how long it would take for Ron to launch into his usual anti-Slytherin tirade. To his dismay, he found that the seat right behind Ron was occupied by Professor McGonagall. With a heavy sigh, Harrison settled down beside Ron, who immediately began to criticize Harrison's house and housemates, while extolling the virtues of being a Gryffindor. This time, there was an additional topic of complaint as Ron grumbled about being hungry. Barely able to endure a few minutes of Ron's chatter, Harrison reached into his shopping bag. He and his godfather had taken the opportunity to eat while waiting for the others, and they had also stopped at the Magical Alley's bookstore, where they found a couple of books for Vernon and Dudley. Grabbing one at random, he pulled it out, hoping the red-headed boy would take the hint. However, when Ron caught sight of the book, he jumped to an unexpected conclusion. "Oh, that's nice of you to pick out a gift for your girlfriend," Ron said, reaching for the book. "I can give it to her for you." "Hands off my book, Weasley." "And what are you talking about?" "I don't have a girlfriend," Harrison replied, finally speaking up. A wave of magic washed over him, warming his earrings as they countered the spell someone had cast on him. "Of course you do, mate. Hermione Granger. We spotted you two hiding away in the library together," Ron said, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. "First of all, gross. Secondly, she just, like you, can't seem to leave me alone," Harrison replied, opening the book, which turned out to be a Muggle's Guide to Magical Laws. Seeing how interested the younger Weasleys and Granger seemed to be in him, Harrison quickly scanned the index before turning to a chapter on line theft and began to read. However, just like on the first train ride, the youngest Weasley couldn't take a hint. He started explaining that, of course, Harry, as he insisted on calling Harrison, was dating Granger and that he should request a resorting into Gryffindor to be with her. "And with you in Gryffindor, we could spend more time together and show those snakes, and everyone else, that we really are best friends," Ron said, throwing an arm over Harrison's shoulders. "Do I need to spell it out for you? I am reading. Will you please be quiet? Also, for the last time, my name is Harrison, not Harry," Harrison said calmly, closing his book. "That is enough, Harry. That was very rude. I'll have to take 25 points from Slytherin and assign you a week's worth of detentions for disrespecting another student," McGonagall said, a strange look on her face as she noticed that the compulsion spells weren't taking effect on the boy. "That is not happening," Harrison replied, maintaining his calm tone as he turned to her. "Excuse me, young man," she said, shocked by his rudeness. "That cannot happen. According to the Hogwarts Charter, if a student is out of bounds of both Hogwarts and Hogsmeade during the school year, only their head of house, or the teacher in charge, can issue punishment. Since Professor Snape is here, he would be responsible for any consequences, not you. Also, what reason do you have for punishing me? You say I was being disrespectful to a fellow student, yet the whole trip, Weasley has done nothing but disrespect both my house and my friends," Harrison said, a small smirk playing across his face as he noticed his godfather approaching. Severus placed a hand on Harrison's shoulder and replied, "He's right, Minerva. I believe we need to discuss your attempts to punish my student at our next board meeting. Come along, Harrison. A few seats have opened up, and I want to talk to you about your latest potions essay." "Yes, sir," Harrison said, tucking his book away and following his godfather to some open seats in the back. "Thanks," he added as they settled down. "Don't mention it, Harrison. I used the same excuse to escape from our esteemed headmaster as well," Severus said, ruffling Harrison's hair, much to the boy's annoyance. So, what did he really want? Harrison asked, leaning into the older man after fixing his hair. Oh, he was trying to persuade me to have you stick with your original wand, claiming it was for the greater good. He didn't seem pleased when I informed him that Master Jackscat had gotten rid of it because it was actually defective, Severus said, making Harrison laugh. So, any news from your Vernon? Yes, the divorce is final, and Petunia is now living somewhere, apparently with Vernon's sister, Marge, Harrison replied. The rest of the journey was filled with pleasant conversation between the pair. Thanks to their seats, they were able to avoid Weasley, McGonagall, and Dumbledore when they finally returned to Hogwarts grounds. With a small nod and a smile to Neville, Harrison matched Severus's pace as they walked up the lawn to the front door before heading down to the Slytherin dorms. Severus bid him farewell as soon as Harrison reached his room to write up his report against Minerva for attempting to wrongfully punish him during the trip. Come on, let's see the new wand, Crabbe said as his friends gathered around him once he was back. His friends gasped as he pulled it out. Harrison held up his 10-inch wand, marveling at its unique design made from 2 different kinds of wood. I take it you had it specially made? Theo asked, noticing the 2 jewels embedded in the wand handle. Yes, it took 2 types of wood, 3 cores, and a couple of focusing gems to create it, Harrison replied. With a gentle wave of his wand, he cast a hovering charm, sending one of his books flying around the room. A floating charm? We're supposed to learn that around Samhain, Parkinson said, sounding impressed. Yes, but you can't tell me you haven't read ahead and tried out some of the spells in our books already, Harrison said, setting his book back down. Bookworm, Draco teased. Drama queen, Harrison shot back with a grin, making the others laugh. So, aside from the new wand, how was the rest of the trip? Blaise asked. Harrison rolled his eyes as he recounted the return journey on the night bus, dealing with Professor McGonagall and the youngest Weasley. You're not dating Granger, are you? Parkinson asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Oh, gods, no. As if I would waste my time on someone who keeps saying I need her help to get good grades, while completely ignoring the fact that I've done better than her in the only assignment we've had in our 2 classes together, Harrison replied, shuddering at the very thought of dating the annoying Gryffindor girl. Good. She's not worth your time, Parkinson said, patting his knee and batting her eyes at him. Used to her playful flirting, everyone knew she had her eyes on Draco and was just trying to make him jealous. Harrison didn't even react but decided to play along. Let me guess, you see yourself as more worthy of it, he asked, raising an eyebrow and surprising her. Wait, did you just make a joke? Please tell me you're joking. Parkinson exclaimed. Of course. No offense, but you're not my type, Harrison said, giving her a small bow, which made the others burst into laughter. You know, I'm getting rather sick of both Granger and the youngest Weasley, Draco said, wiping a tear from his eye. Harrison burst into laughter at the sight of Pansy's face, clearly amused by his own teasing. What do you have to complain about? I'm the one they're stalking, he remarked, grinning. You surprisingly only see the best of them, Draco replied. It seems young Ronald, when you're not around, is more of a physical bully. I once saw him trip, oh, what's her name from Hufflepuff? I believe it was Susan Bones. It just shows how foolish he really is. If he keeps it up, he might make an enemy of the Bones family, Blaise chimed in. Why is their family so powerful? Harrison asked, struggling to recall anything about the Bones family from his Gringotts lessons. It's not common knowledge, but Susan's magical guardian is her aunt, who heads the magical law enforcement department at the British Ministry, Blaise explained. Well, no one ever said any of the Weasleys, apart from Percy, were actually smart, Harrison said, earning laughter from his friends. But what about Granger? Do you not pay attention in our classes? She's always jumping up whenever a question is asked, acting like she knows everything. And from what I've heard from some people I know in Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, she tends to call others idiots. She's even been known to use her book as a weapon on her classmates when the teacher isn't looking, Theo added. For the rest of the weekend, Harrison practiced with his new wand, casting various spells in the common room. By the time Monday arrived for his first practical lesson, it felt like an extension of his own arm. The second week of classes unfolded much like the first. Harrison did his best to steer clear of all three of Percy's younger brothers and Granger. He made it perfectly clear to her that if he heard any rumors about them dating, he would report her for spreading lies, not only to the school authorities but also to Gringotts for potential lying theft. That threat finally silenced her and kept the Busherhead witch away from him for the rest of the week. As his friends congratulated him on his decisive action, the conversation shifted to the next topic. Upcoming flying lessons. Unlike his housemates, Harrison wasn't particularly excited about learning to fly, despite both his parents having been on their house teams. To make matters worse, they would be sharing the lessons with the Gryffindors. On the morning of the lessons, Harrison ate a light breakfast just in case, then followed his friends out to the pitch. Their instructor was Madam Hooch, a former chaser for the Holyhead Harpies. Harrison recognized her from the materials Lupin had shown him when he first described Quidditch during their lessons. Madam Hooch had the class stand so their practice brooms were on the same side as their dominant hands. She instructed them on how to summon the broom to their hands. To his surprise, Harrison was one of the few whose broom shot right into his grasp after he said jump. The only others who managed to summon their brooms were Draco, Blaze, and a Gryffindor he thought was named Dean Thomas. After everyone had summoned their brooms, Hermione being the last, much to her annoyance, Madam Hooch instructed them to mount their brooms while she walked among them, correcting their riding stances. Harrison and his friends shared a quiet laugh when she told Draco he had been riding a broom incorrectly for years. Once everyone was properly mounted, Madam Hooch directed the class to rise to a height they felt comfortable with as she pushed off from the ground. Harrison and several others who had grown up in Muggle homes only rose just high enough for their feet to hover a few inches above the grass. Weasley laughed at Harrison and the others, muttering that they were cowards, but Madam Hooch swiftly took points away for bullying. She began the lesson by teaching the class how to brake, having them fly at a speed they were comfortable with for a bit before attempting to stop. Harrison found that, despite his fears, he was actually quite good on the broom, being one of the first non-purebloods to successfully perform the maneuver. As the lesson progressed, Harrison climbed higher into the air, growing more comfortable on his broom. They transitioned from basic flying to loop-de-loops and even practiced shifting speeds mid-flight, as Madam Hooch guided them through some Quidditch training exercises from her time as a chaser. She was genuinely impressed by how quickly Harrison picked up the lessons, telling him he should have no trouble joining the Slytherin house team next year if he wanted to. Meanwhile, Ron was fuming. He had been reprimanded several times, told he needed to train much harder if he wanted even a chance at making the reserve team. His anger intensified when he overheard Harry telling Madam Hooch that he had no interest in playing Quidditch at all. What a fool that boy was. As soon as Harry was resorted into his rightful place in Gryffindor, Ron was determined to ensure he joined a Quidditch team alongside him, Fred, and George. As they walked back to the main castle for lunch, Ron began to think of the perfect way to show Harry that he needed to be in Gryffindor, not with the snakes. At lunch, Ron grabbed a quick bite before wandering over to where Harry was sitting with the Slytherins, discussing the flying lesson. "I still don't see why you wouldn't want to join the Quidditch team next year, especially after how well you flew today," Theo said, shaking his head in disbelief. "I never really liked sports or being the center of attention." "I'd rather just read in peace," Harrison replied. "Yeah, right. I think it's just because you're a bloody coward," Ron chimed in. "Fear has nothing to do with it, Weasley." "As I said, I'd rather read than fly around chasing balls," Harrison said, not bothering to look at Ron. "A likely excuse for a coward," Ron retorted, causing Harrison's friends to tense at his words. "Ah, just what one would expect from someone who can't accept the truth when it's laid out for them," Harrison replied, still not turning to face Ron. "I'm getting rather sick of your stuck-up, entitled attitude." "What's with the attitude, Harry?" Weasley shouted. "Am I stuck up or entitled?" Harrison asked his friends. "Not that I've noticed. Out of everyone, except for Draco and Theo, I've spent the most time with you," Blaze replied, taking the cue to ignore the bothersome Gryffindor. "All you snakes are arrogant and entitled," Weasley shot back as his two friends arrived and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you wouldn't last more than a few minutes in a duel with Ron," the smaller of the two boys said, whom Harrison thought was named Seamus. "He would wipe the floor with Weasley," Draco chimed in, coming to his cousin's defense. "Oh yeah? Prove it," Dean said with a smirk. "He'll gladly do so, just name the time and place," Draco said, walking right into Weasley's trap. "Midnight in the school trophy room," Weasley declared. "I'll be Harrison's second." "Who's yours?" Draco asked Ron, who glanced over his friends for a moment before making a choice. "Mine will be Seamus, and I'll show you how great Gryffindor House is." "Once I win, you'll have no choice but to join us," Ron boasted. "I still say he'll wipe the floor with you, Weasley." "He'll be there," Draco added before Harrison could interject. "Good, and if you chicken out, that will count as a loss," Ron said as he and his friends walked back to their table. "Why did you have to do that?" Harrison whispered angrily at Draco as the others began discussing the challenge. "What? He insulted you. It was the least we could do. Otherwise, according to pureblood customs, you'd have to call a blood feud with his house," Draco explained. "Fine, but I'm going to follow all the school rules for a duel," Harrison said, setting down his silverware and leaving the hall to talk to Severus, who had been working on a potion for Madame Pomfrey and was eating lunch in his lap. "Harrison, what's going on?" his godfather asked as he entered the room and sat down at the desk he usually occupied during his meals. Harrison sighed. "I've been challenged to a duel, and thanks to Draco, I'm going to have to face Ronald tonight at midnight." The news shocked the potion master. "I see. And you came to me to find a way out of it?" Severus asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, I know I'd lose respect if I backed down. Plus, due to a condition of his challenge, I would have to request a resorting into Gryffindor House. I came to you because, according to the Hogwarts school charter, when a duel is called, the head of house must be informed, and an unbiased judge must be appointed to ensure the match is conducted properly," Harrison explained, making Severus shake his head in pride at his godson's understanding of the rules. "I would suggest Professor Flitwick as the unbiased judge. He has a history as a duel master," Severus said. "Now, just where and when is this duel taking place?" "Weasley has decided on midnight in the trophy room," Harrison replied. "Well, it's a good thing you informed me. This way, you won't get into trouble for being out past curfew. Somehow, I doubt young Ronald will face any consequences, no matter what happens," Severus stated. "I will speak to Professor Flitwick for you. After supper, I'll collect both you and Air Malfoy for the duel. Make sure you both take a nap so you're well rested." Harrison thanked his godfather for his understanding and went to discuss their godfather's advice with Draco. At 11:30, Severus arrived to collect not only Harrison and Draco but also Blaise, Theo, Crabbe, and Goyle. He led them to the Hogwarts trophy room, where Professor Flitwick was already waiting, having cleared a space for the duel. "Ah, hello there, young Heir Potterblack," the charms professor greeted with a smile. "Good evening, Professor," Harrison replied, bowing low to reveal his neck, as Griphook had taught him was the proper greeting for a member of the Goblin Nation, which Professor Flitwick was. "Ah, it has. It's been ages since a student understood the ways of my folk," Flitwick said, bowing to Harrison in return. Harrison's friends joined Severus and Flitwick on the sidelines that the charms professor had set up. They settled down and waited for Weasley and Finnegan to arrive, though it seemed unlikely as the minutes ticked by. At the sound of footsteps, Harrison and Draco tensed, ready in case the Gryffindors decided to launch some spells without warning. Students out of bed, students breaking curfew, the caretaker Filch grumbled as he shuffled into the hall, his lantern held aloft. "They are not breaking curfew, Argus. They have the proper permission to be here, having followed the school rules," Severus said, stepping forward to address the man. "Yes, Argus. We are just waiting for young Masters Weasley and Finnegan." "Have you seen them?" Flitwick added. "I have not, Phileas," Filch replied in a calm voice, a tone of respect that the Slytherins had never witnessed before. But if I find them, I shall not give them detention this time and will send them this way." With that, he exited the room. It was a full 10 minutes past midnight when Weasley and Finnegan finally arrived. "I can't believe Filch was around. I hope he caught Harry and gives him detention, making him lose the duel," Weasley said, his voice laced with frustration. "What was that, Mr. Weasley?" Severus asked, causing the color to drain from Weasley's face, which prompted a chuckle from the Slytherins. "You're late, young Ronald. I was informed that you called for this duel to start at midnight. It is now well past the appointed time. You're lucky that Herr Potterblack has waited for you, otherwise, you would have been the one disqualified," Professor Flitwick said, crossing his arms in disappointment as the Gryffindors stepped up to the designated arena for the duel. "Now, this is a simple duel, no aiming for maiming, dismemberment, or killing. The duel will be for 3 points, Flitwick explained, setting down the rules for duels that took place at Hogwarts before raising his wand. "And begin." Harrison and Draco drew their wands, raising them high into the air before bowing to the Gryffindors, adhering to proper protocol. But they quickly jumped aside as 2 spells zoomed toward them. Flitwick and Severus exchanged disappointed glances with the pair of Gryffindors but chose not to comment as Harrison and Draco regained their footing. Since the main duel was between Harrison and Weasley, Draco stepped back, allowing Harrison to take charge. With a flick of his wand, Harrison cast a simple levitating charm on Weasley's bathrobe, sending it over the redhead's face and obscuring his view. As Weasley struggled to pull the robe down, Harrison seized the opportunity and sent a leglocker jinx his way, causing Weasley to topple forward onto his face. "A point for Harrison," Flitwick announced, raising his wand to cast a finite charm on Weasley. The redhead sprang to his feet, flinging the bathrobe off his face and tossing it to Seamus, leaving him clad only in boxer shorts and a ragged white sleep shirt. "Oh my eyes!" Draco exclaimed, prompting a giggle from Harrison. Seamus, taking advantage of the distraction, aimed a spell at Harrison. But Harrison, recalling the grace he had shown during the flying lesson, dodged the spell effortlessly and retaliated with a full body bind, causing Seamus to fall backward, stiff as a board. "Point 2 for Harrison. Just 1 more point and he will be the winner," Flitwick declared. With a growl, Ron unleashed a spell he had learned from his older brother's books. "Bombarda!" he shouted, shocking both Severus and Flitwick with his knowledge of the spell and his choice to use it against a fellow student. Flitwick opened his mouth to call the duel off, but then caught Harrison's eye. Harrison shook his head, indicating he wanted to continue. With a simple flick of his wand and without a word, he cast Levi Corpus, a spell his godfather had taught him during their lessons at Gringotts. Weasley let out a startled cry as he was lifted off the ground, hanging upside down by his ankles. Flitwick watched, eyes wide, as the duel unfolded. Moments passed as they marveled at the sight of a first-year casting a perfect non-verbal spell. Harrison then cast a finite charm on young Ronald. "With a score of 3-0, I declare this duel in favor of Harrison Potterblack," Flitwick announced. "Severus, I trust you to escort your students back to their dorms while I attend to young Messrs. Weasley and Finnegan. However, I must express my disappointment that you did not inform your head of house about the duel, and that you used such a spell against a classmate. I'm afraid I have to give you a detention for your actions, Mr. Weasley." As Severus led his students away, Theo turned to Harrison. "Do you think this will finally make Weasley leave you alone?" Harrison chuckled. "That's as likely as me flying without a broom." His response drew laughter from the others as they made their way back to the dorms. Chapter 10: Freedom and Punishment. The next day, during classes, Harrison and his friends felt well rested, while Ronald and Seamus struggled to keep their eyes open after staying up late to prepare for the duel. As Harrison made his way to lunch, he was stopped by the headmaster, who attempted to give him detention for the duel. Just then, Flitwick, whose class Harrison had just left, came to his defense, pointing out that since Harrison had followed all the school rules, there was no reason for him to serve detention. Harrison couldn't help but imagine Dumbledore as one of those old cartoon villains, twisting his handlebar mustache in frustration as his plans unraveled. As Dumbledore walked away, he headed to his office and sent a message for Ronald to come see him, "You wanted to see me, Headmaster Dumbledore?" the youngest Weasley boy asked as he entered the office. "I hear you lost your duel against Harry," Albus said, giving Ronald his best grandfatherly smile. "He must have cheated somehow," Ronald replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. "No, my dear boy," Albus said gently, "you would have won, but you felt sorry for him and let him win." Ronald fell into a slight trance, utterly convinced by Albus's words. "Yeah, that's right. I could have easily beaten him, but he started throwing a tantrum like a baby, so I let him win, the pathetic baby," Ron said, accepting this new truth. "Very good, Ronald," Albus replied. "I've cleared it with Professor McGonagall that you will not be receiving detention for being so kind and letting Harry win your duel." He sent Ron away, knowing that by the end of the day, Ron would be sharing his revised version of events with everyone. The news spread even faster than Albus had predicted. By the end of lunch, most of Gryffindor House, with a few exceptions like Percy, believed the new outcome of the duel. From there, it didn't take long for the other houses to catch wind of the story. As the whispers circulated about the reason behind Harrison's victory in the duel, the Slytherins were quick to dismiss the idea that he had won through skill. They couldn't imagine the quiet boy throwing a tantrum like a toddler, despite the Weasley twins teasing him about the match. Harrison paid little attention to the chatter as he went about his classes, acting as if nothing had happened. However, his true friends noticed the simmering anger beneath his calm exterior. Students from other houses began to treat him as though they expected him to erupt at any moment if things didn't go his way. The situation only worsened when Harrison left school for the weekend, accompanied by Severus, to attend his uncle's trial. Ronald's loud proclamation that Harrison was running away to see a healer for his behavior problems echoed in the halls. Anxiety about the trial weighed heavily on Harrison, and finally, he snapped. "Ronald Bilius Weasley, you have besmirched my honor for the last time. I challenge you to a rematch in the name of House Potter Black Gryffindor Paravel Emery's Slytherin Gaunt Ravenclaw," he declared, turning to face the annoying redhead. "I will face you tomorrow after breakfast, in front of everyone, so they can see who really won. And when I win, you and all your bullying friends will leave me and my friends alone for the rest of this school year." Still trying to calm himself, Harrison and Severus passed through the wards and apparat to the Ministry of Magic. As they made their way to the courtroom for his uncle's trial, Harrison checked his dress robes for wrinkles, perhaps for the 7th time since leaving Hogwarts. "Calm down, Harrison. With James's will, there's little worry that your uncle will remain imprisoned." "I know Draco asked his father to help," Severus said, placing a reassuring hand on his godson's shoulder. "But what if I make a fool of myself and end up getting Uncle Sirius sent back?" Harrison replied, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Even with all the evidence?" Harrison asked, twisting the bottom of his robes in worry. Just then, Severus knelt before him, placing both hands on his godson's shoulders. "Harrison, listen to me. There is no way you could do anything that would send him back there, I swear to you on my magic," Severus said, pulling Harrison into a tight hug. "Well, that's a sight I thought I would never see," a voice said from behind Severus. "Ah, Lucius," Severus replied, breaking off the hug and standing back up, keeping his right hand on Harrison's shoulder. "Harrison, I would like you to meet your cousin and Draco's father, Lord Lucius Malfoy." "Hello, Lord Malfoy," Harrison said, giving a slight bow, mimicking Severus's gesture from their first meeting. "Hello, Heir Potterblack. Are you ready to free your uncle from his wrongful imprisonment?" Lord Malfoy asked, removing a pair of white gloves to shake Harrison's hand. "Oh, Lucius, stop with all the formality. He is your cousin by your wife," Severus said, rolling his eyes at his old friend. "Some of us have a reputation to maintain, Sev," Lord Malfoy replied in a stern voice, though he winked at Harrison as they headed into the courtroom. Lord Malfoy led Severus and Harrison to the front, where the family of the accused was to sit, guiding Harrison to take the main seat as the closest living relative. Over the next few minutes, the rest of the trial participants arrived, much to both Severus and Harrison's annoyance, including Albus, who took the center seat on the judge's bench next to a stern-looking witch with a monocle, whom Severus identified as Madame Bones. The trial for one Sirius Alnitag Black shall now begin. Please bring in the accused, Madam Bones announced, striking her gavel on the bench. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a pair of gaunt guards in silver-black robes entered, dragging an emaciated and dirty man between them. The two men roughly pushed the man into a chair positioned in the center of the room, directly in front of the bench of judges. Harrison was grateful for the warning about the chair, otherwise, he might have jumped when the chains attached to it coiled around his uncle's arms and legs like snakes. "Hello, Amelia. How have you been?" Sirius asked, his voice raspy from disuse as he looked up at the judge's bench. "I was wondering how long it would take for this to happen," he added, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Sirius Black, you are accused of betraying James and Lily Potter, leading to their deaths at the hands of the terrorist Lord Voldemort," Albus announced, causing most of the crowd to wince at the name. Severus and Lucius hissed and clutched their arms in response. "Objection!" Harrison called out, one of the few who had remained unflinching at the mention of the Dark Lord. "And you are?" Madam Bones inquired, turning her attention to him. "I am Harrison Orion Potterblack," he stated as he stood up. "Very well, Heir Potterblack. What is your objection to the statement made by our chief warlock, Albus Dumbledore?" Madam Bones asked, noting his identity. "I object to the use of the Potter family name concerning my godmother, Lily Evans," Harrison declared, prompting shocked gasps from several members of the audience. "I fear I must apologize for young Harry. It seems someone has misled him about his parentage, and being the trusting sort he is, he believed them," Albus said, adopting his best grandfatherly tone. "I have proof that what I say is no lie," Harrison replied, nodding at his godfather. Sirius pulled out the results from the inheritance test at Gringotts and passed them to one of the court workers, who then handed them to Madam Bones. As she quickly skimmed through the document, her eyes widened in shock, causing her monocle to fall. The results indicated that Sirius had been incarcerated illegally. As she read further, she turned to glare at Albus, realizing what he had done to the young heir before her. Meanwhile, Sirius, having heard his name mentioned, turned to look for the first time in disbelief. "Almost 10 years, Sirius said, glancing at his nephew and godson. "Harrison?" His voice still carried its gravely quality as Harrison smiled back at him before turning his attention to Madam Bones. "Based on this document, the court grants that Lily and James were never married. However, this does not change the fact that Sirius Black is responsible for revealing their location to he who shall not be named," Madam Bones stated. With a flick of her wand, she copied the document and returned the original to Harrison. "Madam Bones, I would like to bring to the court's attention the last will of James Potter," Lord Malfoy interjected, standing up and stepping forward to present a copy of the will provided by Gringotts. "Malfoy," Sirius growled, recognizing the blonde menace. He caught a warning shake of Harrison's head and settled down. As Madam Bones took the document, she tapped it with her wand, causing it to read itself aloud for the court. "I, James Claudius Black, née Potter, being of sound mind and body, leave this last will and testament. Let all others before this be considered null and void. I must first say, do not mourn for me now that I am dead, for I am back with Regulus until the rebirth of magic. If I die, my son is to be watched over first by Lily Evans. Silverwing, I cannot begin to tell you how happy I am that you decided to help me raise my son and Regulus' son. I know you will tell him all sorts of stories about us and keep us both alive. I also gift you the Peveril secondary vault for your personal use. To Sirius Black, Padfoot, my brother in all but blood, who introduced me to the love of my life. I hope you will come around to see your godson and share with him stories of Regulus as he grew up, as well as teaching him some pranks. I want him to be a second-generation marauder, after all. I also gift you the Gryffindor secondary vault to help you live until Walburga finally accepts you back into the family. To Remus Lupin, Moony, my old friend, the only reason you are not a godparent. England's prejudiced creature laws prevent me from granting you a full vault. Instead, I've set up a vault in your name that will be refilled whenever it empties from the Emery's secondary vault. Remus, I also offer you this piece of advice: live freely, have fun, and for Hera's sake, ask her out already. To Severus Snape, I can only apologize for what I did to you in school. I was a little jealous of your relationship with Regulus, and while that doesn't excuse my behavior, I want you to know that Regulus chose you to be Harrison's godfather before he vanished and died. I had decided to honor his wishes, so please treat our son well. To Peter Pettigrew, I leave nothing. At the time of making this will, you are my secret keeper, and if I die at the hands of Voldemort, it will be your fault. The order for who is to watch over my son in case of my death is as follows: Lily Evans, Sirius Black, Severus Snape, Frank Longbottom, and Amelia Bones. Those who should never have my son are Albus Dumbledore, Bellatrix Lestrange, and due to blood adoption, in case Lily dies, her sister Petunia. Whoever takes my son in will be paid 1,000 galleons a month from the Potter main vaults until he reaches maturity. To Harrison, my son, I wish I could have watched you grow up. Just know I would be proud of you no matter what you do or become. Live well, laugh often, and beware of Albus Dumbledore. It is because of him and his war that your sire and I died. Madam Bones stated, based on the will, the court clears Sirius Black of the charge of betraying James Potter and Lily Evans to he who shall not be named. However, the charges of killing the group of Muggles and one Peter Pettigrew still remain in effect. Madam Bones, having agreed to take this case, I did some research in the Ministry's Department of Magical Life and Death and was unable to find a death certificate for Peter Pettigrew from the day of the event, Lord Malfoy added. Malfoy flipped through his research and said, Sirius Alnitag Black, can you explain this? Madam Bones looked over the records of magical deaths from the day Sirius was first arrested. The only explanation I can offer is that Peter transformed into his animagus form, Sirius replied, turning away from his godson, who was seated between Severus and Malfoy, to address Madam Bones directly. A record of Peter Pettigrew as an animagus does not exist, a younger wizard to Madam Bones's right remarked, shuffling through some parchment. Sirius continued, during my time at school, my friends and I became animagi to better spend time with another friend who was living with a lycanthropy curse. James transformed into a doe, my brother became a stag, I was a large dog, and Peter could turn into a rat. While it's impressive that you and your friends managed to do this without me knowing, what does it have to do with young Peter? Albus inquired. Sirius, you were there for my arrest. Do you recall the scene? Madam Bones asked, avoiding the question directed at him. It was pure chaos. The street was blown apart to the point where you could see, oh dear Merlin, Madam Bones gasped. He escaped through the sewers. Yes, and I believe I have a way to find him, Sirius said, straightening as much as he could while still bound to the chair. How? Asked a small, toad-like witch from the third row behind the judges. Well, Madam Umbridge, my friends and I were quite the pranksters during our time at Hogwarts. After we learned to change into our animal forms, we often tried to trick others by mingling with other creatures of our kind. Eventually, we developed a code word that would create a glow around us when spoken. So, if you have this trial reported by, say, the Daily Prophet, and use the word under an enchantment so that the reader will speak it, we might be able to find where Peter is hiding, Sirius said. After all, I can't imagine him staying with a Muggle family. Given my arrest and his supposed death, his face would be well known in our world. What makes you think he is hiding with a magical family? Someone called out. He would want to keep an ear on any news about Voldemort and his followers, Sirius replied, throwing a disdainful look at Lord Malfoy and Snape. Especially with them rising in power again. That does seem logical, Madam Bones said, stroking her chin. Will you provide the code word? The word we had for Peter was Bangladesh, Sirius stated, offering the word without hesitation. Very well. Given the possibility that Peter Pettigrew is still alive, you shall be placed on probation until he is found or until a year passes, at which point you will serve a single year for his death, along with the deaths of the Muggles, added to your already 10-year sentence in Azkaban, Madam Bones declared. She then turned to Harrison. Heir Potter Black, as you are his closest living relative, I would normally place him in your custody. However, since you are underage, I will have to assign him to your guardian. This made Albus smile. He had been telling people for years that he was Harry's magical guardian. If he had control over Black, he could reapply spells and potions on the boy at his convenience. Now, "Where besides Hogwarts have you been staying, young heir Potterblack?" she asked. "I was raised in the Muggle household of my godmother's sister and her husband," Harrison answered. "But if that presents too much of a flight risk, he could always stay with my other godfather." Harrison's words made Severus wince, while Sirius looked confused. "Very well. Until either Peter Pettigrew is found to be alive or 1 year has passed, Sirius Alnitag Black shall be placed in Severus Tobias Snape's charge," Madam Bones said, striking her gavel to end the court session. She summoned Heir Potterblack, Lord Snape, and Lord Malfoy moved forward to complete the necessary forms to release Sirius into Snape's custody for the year. Once that was taken care of, Severus approached the still-bound Black and tapped his wand to the chair, causing the chains to fall away. Sirius took a moment to rub some feeling back into his limbs as he looked at the 3 figures before him. "Severus," Sirius said, forcing himself to suppress a sneer, "I guess I should be grateful for this." "Why start now, Black?" Severus replied. Hello, Uncle," Harrison said, standing next to Severus, who had a hand resting on the boy's shoulder. "Nephew," Sirius said, unsteadily getting to his feet and pulling Harrison into a hug. "Oh, how I have missed you, pup. Let me take a good look at you." He ended the hug, holding Harrison at arm's length to examine him more closely. "Well, I see hints of my brother in your nose and hair, but the eyes are all Jane's," he said, struggling to hold back tears as he saw both his deceased brother and friend reflected in Harrison. "You should thank my godfather Severus for that," Harrison said, surprising Sirius. "I disliked all the attention I was getting when I first came to the magical world, so he made me a potion. Otherwise, I had my bearer's messy hair and Lily's eyes and nose, with no sign of sire in me at all." "Godfather Severus?" Sirius asked, confused, glancing up at Snape to see an actual smile directed at his nephew. "I was called in to help him during his reintroduction to the magical world after he had been sent to Lily's sister's home to grow up," Severus explained, running his fingers through Harrison's hair, which made the boy scowl. "Not that this is particularly interesting," Lord Malfoy interjected, "but I think the 3 of you should head back to Hogwarts before our dear headmaster starts spinning his version of today's events." "Good point, Lucius." "Come along, Harrison, Black," Severus said, taking them each by the hand as they prepared to apparate. As they made their way back to the edge of the Hogwarts wards, Black said, "You can let me go now, Snape," pulling his arm free. The 3 of them walked along the path to the school, and Sirius took the opportunity to get to know his godson. He was taken aback to discover that, like Regulus, Harrison had been sorted into Slytherin House. However, his spirits lifted when he learned that Harrison possessed the Marauder's map and had a talent for flying. Rather than face the school after the trial, Harrison decided to join Severus and Sirius in Severus's rooms. "Do you mind if I invite my friend to meet my uncle?" Harrison asked Severus. "If it's all right with him," Severus replied. Sirius quickly agreed, eager to meet Harrison's friends. "So, tell me about him, Severus," Sirius asked as Harrison went to collect his friends. "While Harrison is rather quiet, he seems quite strong," Severus explained. "It appears that Lily's sister treated him like a house elf, telling lies to her husband, Vernon, about the dangers of magic. When Harrison visited Gringotts for the first time, he managed to get a portkey to return and take an inheritance test. That led to Vernon learning the truth and breaking off his marriage for the sake of both Harrison and his own son. Lupin and I were brought in to teach him prep lessons for the magical world, and I began to see him not just as James's son, but as his own person. I have to admit, I've grown rather fond of the boy. He seems to have both Regulus's and James's temper hidden inside him. One student finally pushed him to his limit and challenged him to a rematch in a duel that Harrison easily won," Severus said, shocking Sirius. He had never heard Severus speak so much about anyone, not even Lily or Regulus. When Harrison returned with his friends, Sirius was once again surprised to find that his nephew's companions were 3 boys from Slytherin House, which made sense upon reflection, and a boy from Hufflepuff. The rest of the day, the 5 boys animatedly discussed what had happened since the trial. Harrison boldly called for a rematch against Ronald in front of the entire school, while the 2 adults sat back and watched. Sirius began to understand what Severus had meant about the quiet strength that Harrison possessed. He didn't seem at all worried about dueling a fellow student in front of everyone, especially with such high stakes. As Sunday morning arrived, a slight chill filled the air, with a September wind blowing in from the Forbidden Forest and sweeping across the castle grounds, right over the small dueling platform that had been set up the day before according to Professor Flitwick's specifications. Breakfast was livelier than usual, with students placing bets on the outcome of the duel and speculating about the stranger seated next to Professor Snape at the head table. Once the food disappeared, everyone rushed out to find good spots to watch the duel. Ronald and Harrison took their positions on the platform, marked by their house crests. Sirius was practically bouncing in his seat as he settled in right behind Harrison, who was doing some light stretches. Professor Flitwick stepped forward, raising his wand to cast a protective ward around the platform, ensuring that no spells would accidentally hit the crowd. "I asked the duelists to bow to each other," Flitwick announced. Harrison executed a proper bow at his waist, while Ronald displayed arrogance and disrespect, merely bobbing his head. "This duel is based on honor, not points," Flitwick continued. "It will continue until one fighter either taps out or is knocked unconscious for more than 30 seconds. Only the unforgivable curses are off limits, otherwise, any spell may be cast." With that, he lowered his wand and stepped back through the wards, signaling the start of the duel. Wasting no time, Ronald cast a full-body bind at Harrison, who, with the grace of a dancer, sidestepped the spell. In a fluid motion, he performed a swish and flick with his wand, casting a levitation charm on the redhead without uttering a word or showing any visible effect. The Gryffindors and those who had bet against Harrison laughed at what they perceived as his lack of a spell. Ronald cast a tickling charm at Harrison, but once again, Harrison easily sidestepped it. As Ronald tried to follow him, he stumbled and fell flat on his face, tripping over his shoelaces, tied together by Harrison's earlier spell. While Ron struggled to untie his laces, Harrison seized the opportunity and cast another spell, sending Ron flying backward into the wards. "That was a cheap trick, you bastard," Ronald snarled. "Language, Ronald. I know your parents must have taught you better, especially with Percy around, but I guess you were too lazy to pay attention," Harrison replied, his voice calm and soft. He spun his wand in his hand, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as if he were using it as a nail file. "Fuck you!" Ron yelled, prompting Harrison to spin his wand back and cast a spell that filled Ron's mouth with soap. The crowd erupted in laughter as Ron began to spit out the soap. Once his mouth was clear, Ronald retaliated with a spell he had learned from his older brother's spellbooks, creating a high-pressure jet of water aimed directly at Harrison. Harrison waited until the last moment to shift just an inch to the side, casting a freezing charm on the water. Instantly, the water turned to ice, rendering Ron's wand useless. "Do you yield, Ronald?" Harrison asked, making no move to cast another spell, as he believed it would be dishonorable to attack an unarmed opponent. Ron let go of his wand, making it appear as though it was floating in midair before he charged at Harrison, ready to physically attack. Having grown up with Dudley, who had bullied him for most of his life, Harrison found Ron's wild punches easy to dodge. He moved with the grace of a dancer, skillfully avoiding the telegraph blows. "You can still save some face here, Ronald. All you have to do is yield," Harrison said, not even breaking a sweat as he ducked under a wild haymaker from the furious redhead. "Go to hell," Ron shot back. "Fine, have it your way," Harrison replied. "Your way? I was just being nice after all," Harrison said, sidestepping Ronald once again. He pulled out his wand and cast a non-verbal spell that sent Ronald crashing into the platform's barrier. Before Ronald could get back on his feet, Harrison quickly unleashed 3 spells in succession, utterly humiliating the bully. As Ronald stood up, his pants slid down to his ankles, revealing his ratty underwear, which made Draco cry out, "My eyes!" This drew laughter from the Slytherins and several others around them. When Ronald bent down to pull his pants back up, he let out a sharp hiss of pain. He turned quickly to see what had hit him and nearly fell flat on his face. "I see you noticed my spell," Harrison said, a smirk on his face. "I found it in one of the library books. It's designed to punish naughty kids by making them feel as if they're getting a spank each time they've done something the caster has deemed worthy of punishment. Some students looked shocked at Harrison's choice of study material, while more laughter erupted at Ronald's expense, who felt yet another sting on his backside. "I really hope you're not as big a bully as you appear to be, Ronald," Harrison continued, twirling his wand in his hands. He turned his back on Ronald, noticing Sirius and his friends giving him thumbs up. "So I ask again, do you yield, Ronald?" Harrison's voice remained calm, even as Ronald cried out in pain every few seconds from another swat. "Fine. I give. Just undo the spell," Ronald shouted, as the barrier came down, marking the end of the duel. "I'm sorry, Ronald, but that spell can only end once it runs its course," Harrison replied, glancing back at him before stepping off the platform to the cheers of the Slytherins and wolf whistles from his uncle. Even Severus flashed him a larger-than-usual smile after his second victory without being hit by any of Ronald's spells. At the far edge of the crowd, Professor Quirrell observed the scene unfold. He had to admit that the boy possessed some skill, and his master cursed under his breath as he watched Severus congratulate the boy while he walked off the platform. Chapter 11: Rats and Weasels. Even Harrison was surprised that the spell he had cast on Ronald lasted so long. He had thought it would be a simple punishment, associating bullying with name-calling and picking on those he considered weaker. Harrison figured the spanking spell would last maybe 1 or 2 hours at most, but it continued until just before lunch, stretching to nearly 4 hours. What Harrison didn't realize was that Ronald not only picked on him and his friends but also bullied Hermione Granger almost constantly. After Harrison rejected Ronald's friendship, the redhead turned to Hermione, who often found herself alone. Despite her claims of being the smartest witch in their year, Ronald found it all too easy to manipulate her into doing his homework. He even tried to convince her to persuade Harry to join them. By the time the spell wore off, Ronald had received a spanking for his nearly constant bullying of Hermione. He couldn't even sit down, forcing him to stand while eating lunch. By the end of the meal, Ron was fuming. He stomped over to Percy and demanded to use Hermes, their owl. Percy, knowing what his little brother had planned, refused and left to warn Harrison about Ronald's scheme. It was no surprise for the fifth-year Gryffindor to find the young Slytherin in the library, poring over a large book. It took Percy several attempts to catch Harrison's attention. "Oh, hello, Percy," Harrison said, looking up from his research. "I now understand what people mean when they say you can get lost in a book," Percy muttered to himself, shaking his head. "I thought I should warn you. I think Ronald, unable to do anything to you himself because of your wager, has decided to involve our mother again." "Oh, okay," Harrison replied, a little distracted. "Hey, Percy, since you're in 5th year, do you know if spells are the same around the world?" "Who brought that on?" Percy asked. "Well, during my planning for the first duel with your brother, I noticed that all the spells we learned seem to be based in Latin. That made me wonder about other countries whose languages have no common base with Latin," Harrison explained. Percy was shocked. He had never even thought about it and told the young boy as much. "Darn, I asked Professor Snape too, and he couldn't tell me either," Harrison said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Oh yeah, I wanted to apologize for utterly humiliating your little brother," he added. "You don't have to," Percy said, waving the comment aside. "I hate to say it, but it was about time he saw that his actions have consequences. I'm sure you've noticed my younger brothers tend to be a bit wild. I hate to speak ill of my parents, but it took some time raising 7 kids. After me, they found it hard to discipline us. I should also warn you, if you think my brothers are bad, just wait until next year when you meet my sister. She has read every single book about you and is convinced you're going to be her husband." This shocked Harrison. While he had heard that books had been written about him, he had always assumed they were like history books, not something a kid his own age would read. Meanwhile, Ron was furious that Percy hadn't let him use Hermes, forcing him to rely on a school owl to write home about the duel. He was doing his best to avoid everyone, even his roommates were teasing him about losing the duel. With Hermione busy doing his homework for him, he knew it was a bad idea to talk to the twins, who would only tease him more than anyone else. Needing someone to vent to, he found himself relying on Scabbers throughout the day. Thankful for magic, Ron sent his letter and then headed to the hospital wing. After talking to the Mediwitch, he was given a potion that allowed him to sit down again. He ended up spending the day alone, apart from Scabbers, sitting at the edge of the dark lake. Near supper time, he hoped everyone had gotten over it as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. Ron slipped Scabbers into a pocket of his robes and headed to dinner. As he took a seat as far away from everyone else as possible, just in case they were still in the mood to tease him, he noticed the strange man sitting next to Professor Snape, the same one he had seen that morning. Just as he settled in, a few copies of the Evening Prophet arrived, and the usual sounds of people eating filled the room. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted with the word Bangladesh, thanks to an enchantment on the articles in the paper. As Ron started to get up to leave, he noticed a glow coming from his pocket. Concerned that someone might be playing a prank on him, he reached in and pulled out Scabbers. Still anxious and unsure of what was happening, he hurried to the head table, drawing everyone's attention with the glowing rat in his hands. Dumbledore cursed both the boy and the rat as they approached, hoping that the foolish Pettigrew wouldn't have been found so soon, let alone hiding right under his nose at Hogwarts of all places. "Professor, something is wrong with my rat!" Ron exclaimed, placing Scabbers on the head table before Professor McGonagall. Since Sirius didn't have a wand, it was up to Severus. He moved past several of his colleagues, pulled out his wand, and with a flick, cast the spell to reverse an animagus transformation. The entire hall gasped as the glowing rat transformed into a short man with rat-like features. "Pettigrew?" Professor McGonagall said, breaking the stunned silence that followed the man's transformation, causing him to jump. Realizing that Sirius Black was sitting at the head table, Pettigrew saw his chance to escape. But he barely turned around before Severus cast a stunner at him, making him collapse in a heap. Sirius couldn't contain his excitement. He rushed forward, hugged Severus, and planted a kiss on the potion master's right cheek. Before Severus pushed him away, he summoned some robes with the help of Professor Flitwick to wrap around Pettigrew's unconscious form. Professor Sprout joined in, casting a Patronus spell that sent a rabbit darting out of the hall and off to the Ministry of Magic to inform them that Pettigrew had been found. Meanwhile, Albus was trying to regain control of the hall and send the students back to their dorms, but his voice was drowned out by Sirius's loud expressions of joy as he ran around the hall. It took a firecracker from Severus's wand to bring the hall back to silence. With a fierce glare at the students, he uttered a single word that sent them scattering back to their dorms. Ron, still in shock from discovering that the rat he sometimes shared his bed with was actually an adult male, needed to be pulled back toward the Gryffindor dorms by his older brother. Once they arrived back in the Slytherin common room, Harrison recounted the events to his friends. Until Peter had been found, every witness at the trial had been magically sworn to secrecy to prevent him from discovering their whereabouts. "So, does that mean Cousin Sirius is a free man now?" Draco asked, eager to learn more. "It seems like it." "I wonder what he's going to do now," Harrison replied thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Theo asked, curious. "Well, he used to be an Auror, but I doubt he wants to work for the ministry right now," Harrison explained, drawing on what he had learned during his time with his uncle. "Well, he could become a finder," Blaise suggested. "What's that?" Harrison asked, noticing he wasn't the only one unfamiliar with the term. "Think of it like one of those Muggle private eyes," Blaise said. "He would do the work of an Auror or even a regular law officer, helping clients when they need him. I mean, your family is quite wealthy, he doesn't need to work, but it would give him something to do." Harrison suddenly envisioned one of those old noir detective movies he had watched with his uncle, intrigued by the idea. Harrison imagined Sirius sitting at a desk, dressed in a dark trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat, his feet propped up as he smoked a cigarette. The scene struck him as so absurd that he burst into uncontrollable giggles. "What's up, cousin?" Draco asked, surprised to hear Harrison laugh so much. "I don't think you'd get the reference," Harrison replied, finally managing to wipe a tear from his eye. "Try us," Vincent encouraged. All right, I just pictured my uncle as a grim and gritty hardboiled detective sitting in his office, and it just made me laugh, Harrison explained. I have to say, I could never pull off the hard-boiled thing, a voice chimed in. Sirius, beaming, walked over. That is correct, despite his name, he could never knowingly be serious, Professor Snape added, appearing behind him. Well, good news, pup. An old friend of mine, who is now the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, arrived and took Peter into custody. I'm a free man now, Sirius announced, pulling Harrison to his feet and spinning him around for a moment. Does that mean I'm leaving Uncle Vernon's place? Harrison asked, torn between excitement and hesitation. It would be wonderful to live with actual family, but he had enjoyed his last month at number 4 before school started. That's up to you, pup, Sirius replied with a smile. I'd love for you to live with me, but... From what Severus has said, Sirius began, only to be playfully smacked on the back of the head by the potions master. Fine, Severus, Sirius said, ducking in case another blow followed. Your uncle really cares for you and has changed his life due to interacting with you and the magical world. I'll have to think about it, if that's okay, Harrison said. Take as much time as you need, pup. I'm in no hurry. In fact, I discussed it with Severus, Sirius said with a smile as he dodged another smack, and he agreed to let me stay with him until one of the black properties is fixed up. You wouldn't believe it, but your grandmother let most of them. Everything is too cramped for your style, Black, Severus remarked, trying, and failing, to free his arm from Sirius's grip. Do you think you could let go? Otherwise, I might reconsider taking you out tomorrow to pick up a new wand. Sirius immediately released Severus's hand, causing a group of Slytherin students to chuckle. Hey, do you think you could pick something up for me while you're there? Harrison asked. Depends. I can't get you a broom, it's against the rules, you know, his uncle replied with a wink. No, nothing like that. Percy told me about some books written about me that his little sister read. I know I'm mentioned in several books because of how Lily and Dad died, but I never thought they'd make children's books about me. Do you think you could get me one of them? Harrison inquired. I tried the library, but I couldn't find a single copy, even with Madam Pint's help. That's strange. I know Albus made sure to have a complete collection of stories about your life in the library for at least 5 years now, Severus said, stroking his chin in thought. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen any of them all year, Marcus added. I was going to show one to Harrison during his first week of class, but I couldn't find a single copy. I remember seeing 5 of each book last year at the end of term. I think I'll have to have a talk with our headmaster about the missing books. Maybe bringing Pince along will help. If she can't find one, no one can, Severus said, knowing how deeply the librarian cared for her collection. At breakfast the next morning, every student who ordered the Daily Prophet was swarmed by others eager to learn what had happened the night before with the Rat Man. The usual sounds of the hall faded as Harrison, distracted by reading the paper with his friends, didn't realize someone had sent him a howler. Harry James Potter, how dare you attack my son? The howler shouted, drawing everyone's attention. As Percy recognized the voice, his eyes widened in disbelief. As the voice of his mother echoed loudly, Harry sprang to his feet, ready to cast a spell to destroy the howler. You should be ashamed of yourself. I know your parents would be. But Percy wasn't the first to act. The moment Sirius heard Harry's name, he snatched Severus's wand and rushed over to the table. With a flick of the wand, he transformed the howler back into a letter and cast a stasis spell on it. After pocketing the letter, he shot a glare at the boy whom Harrison had utterly defeated in their duel before returning Severus's wand. As Sirius handed the wand back, he was surprised at how easily he was able to use it. Normally, using someone else's wand sent a chill through him, but not this time. He decided that after retrieving his own wand and picking up Harrison's books, he would visit the Weasleys at the Burrow. He remembered Arthur from school. Arthur was a couple of years older than him, but he couldn't picture the man doing something like this. Molly, on the other hand, was another story. He could easily imagine her orchestrating something like this, even without any proof in his hands. Returning to his seat, Sirius quickly wrote a letter to Arthur, asking him to come to his house around lunchtime to discuss something important. He sent it off to the ministry mail room. He had heard stories from both Lily and James about a woman who wanted to arrange playdates between her kids and Harrison. When James finally agreed to one, it ended within 5 minutes. The twins had been poking and pinching Harry, while Ronald stole all the food James had tried to feed his son. An hour later, while Harrison was in his charms class, Sirius bid farewell to Severus, twirling his new wand in his hand. Thanks to the ministry's compensation and his trip to Gringotts to claim his lordship and vaults, Sirius decided to skip Ollivander's wand shop and follow Severus to Master Jackscat. Sirius had finally found a wand crafted from rowan and spruce, measuring 13 inches long and featuring a core made of crystallized dragon tear. Master Jackscat had told him that this new wand revealed his high morals and good sense of humor, along with a steadfast sense of duty to protect others, forged like steel through his life experiences. With his wand in hand, Sirius felt empowered to operate alone as he set out to find a children's book about his nephew. As he searched, he learned that the series with the highest sales was being pulled from shelves due to an interview with the author, who had espoused blood supremacy and other outdated ideas, including issues of gender. Shaking his head in disbelief, Sirius opted for a lesser-known series featuring Harry as a young boy, perhaps 6 years old, riding a broom and preparing to face a dragon on the cover. Having been in Azkaban when these books were first published, he decided to purchase copies for himself, including the entire 7-book series from the former top author. After making his purchases, Sirius shrank the bag and tucked it away. Noticing he still had a couple of hours before his meeting, he realized he needed new robes. He was still wearing the same ones from his arrest all those years ago, which now hung loosely on his gaunt frame. To find suitable robes, he first went to Madame Malkin's, where he had his measurements taken and picked out a fresh, pre-made robe. Then, he visited a specialty store to place an order for more formal robes, as befitted his status as Lord Black. Once he completed his order, he saw that it was nearly time and apparat to the burrow. Upon arriving, he noticed he had just barely avoided splinching himself, as Arthur arrived at the same moment. "Ah, Sirius. It's good to see you." "I was overjoyed to hear you were released," Arthur said, his usual cheerful demeanor shining through as he extended his hand for a shake. "Thank you, Arthur. That means a lot, but that's not why I'm here today," Sirius replied. Sirius spoke as they approached the tall, magical home. "Arthur, this is a surprise. You never come home for lunch." "Let me whip you up something," Molly said, welcoming them into her cozy kitchen. "Later, Molly," Arthur replied, gesturing for his wife to sit down. "Sirius wanted to talk to us about something." "Does this have to do with Pettigrew?" "Pettigrew? The man they caught yesterday to prove Sirius was innocent? Why would it have anything to do with him?" Molly asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "I just learned this morning that Pettigrew had been hiding a Scabbers," Arthur informed her. "Scabbers? Ron's rat? Oh dear, is my baby all right?" Molly turned anxiously to Sirius. "I haven't come to discuss that." "I'm here about this," Sirius said, pulling out the howler and placing it on the table. "I need you to stop sending my nephew letters, normal or howlers." "Sending your nephew letters? What are you talking about, Sirius?" Arthur asked, clearly puzzled. "Well, it seems your son has decided that Harrison should be his best friend and that he should be sorted into Gryffindor instead of his current house, Slytherin," Sirius explained. He went on to recount the boy's first duel and what Severus had shared with him about Ronald's reaction, before describing the duel from the day before. By the end of his account, Arthur looked shocked at his youngest son's behavior, while Molly felt frustrated. She had been telling her husband that Ronald was being bullied by the Slytherins, which explained some of his recent reactions. "Oh, and by the way, Molly, his name is not Harry James Potter, it's Harrison Orion Potter Black. But if any more howlers are sent to him from you, I will be speaking to some old friends and setting up a restraining order against you," Sirius said, standing up and leaving the kitchen without another word. Chapter 12, Burning Question. As his uncle and godfather were out for the day, searching for a new wand, it was just another ordinary day for Harrison. he attended his classes, eagerly anticipating charms. Following Percy's suggestion, he had decided to ask Professor Flitwick about a question that had been on his mind. After charms, he waited for everyone to leave before approaching the professor, who was, as always, perched atop a pile of books. "Ah, Harrison. What can I do for you today?" Flitwick asked, a small smile spreading across his face. He was accustomed to Harrison coming after class to inquire about various branches of magic. "Well, Professor Flitwick, I was wondering if you could tell me about how witches and wizards in different parts of the world, like the students at Mahotokoro or Wagadu, approach spell casting. During my preparation for my duel with Ronald, I noticed that all the spells we are learning here have roots in the Latin language. Since those schools come from regions where their languages aren't based on Latin, do they learn the same spells?" Harrison asked, catching the charms master by surprise. "I must say, that is a remarkable observation, young Harrison. It's something most students don't tend to think about until we begin teaching nonverbal spells in their 6th year," Flitwick replied. "You mean I have to wait until my 6th year to find out the answer to my question?" Harrison said, a slight pout forming on his lips. "Now, when have I ever let you down, my boy?" Flitwick chuckled. "I know that each professor has their own approach when they start teaching nonverbal spells. I tend to focus on 3 different methods. Do you remember when we discussed the intent of magic during our first week?" Flitwick asked. "Yes, you mentioned that while a person is born with a light, gray, or dark core, that doesn't mean they're destined to be an evil magic user. Even a simple spell like casting sparks can be used for malevolent purposes," Harrison replied, nodding in understanding. "Very good. That's one of the first aspects of magic to grasp when it comes to the fundamentals of nonverbal spells. This understanding will help you. Now, take this cup," Flitwick said, casting a spell to make a cup appear. When a person is young, before they speak their first words, they learn by observing how others interact with objects. It's similar with learning magic. "What do you mean?" Harrison asked, a bit confused. "Okay, let's consider the spell we worked on today, the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Before a student attempts to cast it, we practice pronunciation while focusing on the magic. This creates a connection between the words of the spell and the actions you want to perform after you cast it. So, afterward, whenever you go to cast that spell, those words will come to mind, along with the wand movement. Now, if you were a student at Mahotokoro, for example, you would have learned a spell called Fui Tamashi. It's actually the same spell and wand movements, the only real difference is the language in which the spell is cast. In a couple of years, you'll also learn a summoning charm known as a Kyo, which brings an object toward you. However, you could use the levitation charm to achieve a similar effect, leading people to classify them as similar magics. Are they not?" Harrison asked, still puzzled. "Just a moment, I have one last point to make, and then you can decide for yourself," Flitwick said, finally climbing down from the stack of books and leading Harrison over to one of the desks in the room. "How about a bit of tea as we continue, HM?" the charms master asked. "Okay, sir," Harrison replied as the diminutive professor used both a Kyo and Wingardium Leviosa to bring over a teapot, cups, and saucers. "Now, this last point I find most telling in response to your question, Harrison," Flitwick said as he heated and poured their tea. "Before students come to Hogwarts, there's a period when their magic manifests in what some call wild magic. However, I prefer a name I once heard a Muggle-born student use, wish magic. It makes sense, considering that Muggles, who have no knowledge of our world, find their magic first emerging when they wish for something to happen," Flitwick said, prompting Harrison to recall his own experiences. "Wish magic," Flitwick began, "is something you might have experienced before discovering you were a wizard. I can tell from your expression that you understand what I mean. During this wish magic, a person may not have any knowledge of proper spells, yet they can still cast incredibly powerful magic. Some magic users, like Headmaster Dumbledore, believe that witches and wizards need wands to help focus their magic. However, I, along with my kin among the goblins, know that this isn't entirely true. While a wand can help focus a spell, some become overly reliant on it and the spells they read from others. Magic is too all-encompassing to be so rigid. All you need is a ready and open mind. With that, you can accomplish anything. As if to illustrate his point, Flitwick, without using a wand or uttering a single word, grew until he matched Hagrid's size. Suddenly, the desk and the room filled with various versions of himself. Harrison watched in amazement as the classroom transformed, filled with different-sized Flitwicks, all casting different spells. Some spells were familiar, but many were entirely new to the young Slytherin boy. After about 10 minutes, the Flitwicks began to vanish until only the one sitting next to Harrison remained. He slowly returned to his normal size. "Wow, that was amazing, sir," Harrison exclaimed. "That was nothing, my boy. Any person with a truly open mind could do the same. You yourself will be able to do it once you reach 17 years of age," Flitwick replied, waving away the compliment. "Why 17? Harrison asked, curious. "That's the age when most magical people's cores finally settle into their normal levels," Flitwick explained as he cleared away the tea set with a wave of his wand. "Though, before you reach 17, you should still be able to practice casting nonverbal spells, and if you're lucky, wandless magic as well. Now, it's almost time for lunch, so off you trot, young Harrison," Flitwick said, dismissing him with a gentle smile. As Harrison grasped the doorknob to leave, he felt a mix of excitement and anticipation for what lay ahead. A man called after him, "Oh yes, have a happy Halloween and Samhain, my lad." With a wave, Harrison left the room, reflecting on everything he had learned from the charms master. It was hard for him to believe that Flitwick was any less powerful than Dumbledore. Although it was nice to see Arthur again, Sirius was in a foul mood after having to explain to Molly that he wouldn't tolerate her sending howlers to his nephew. Since he wasn't expected back at Hogwarts until the Halloween feast, he decided to head over to Grimmauld Place. If he had his way, he would have destroyed the entire house, but he hoped to collect some of the old belongings he had left behind when he ran away as a child. He also wanted to grab some family wands and maybe a few pictures of Regulus to show Harrison what his sire looked like as a kid. As he stepped over the threshold, he found the place in even worse condition than when he had last been there. "Ah, someone comes to visit the grand home of the great black family." "Ah, but no, it is just Master Sirius, a nasty brat he was to my mistress," a voice called out as he walked down the front hall. "Hello to you too, creature." "Unpleasant as ever, I see," Sirius replied, ignoring the elf's muttering. "Nasty brat. Creature wonders why he has darkened my mistress's home after all this time. Heard he was in jail, suited him it did," the old, half-crazed elf muttered to himself. "Not that it's any of your business, creature, but I have become Lord Black, and I've come to collect some things before leaving this place to rot on its own," Sirius informed the elf. "Worthless traitor to the family you are. If Master Regulus were alive, he would be the rightful lord, so states mistress," creature said darkly. "Well, my brother is not alive, and if what you said is true, then I would only be Regent Black, not Lord, no matter what she said," Sirius replied, surprisingly drawing the elf back to a semblance of normalcy. "Regent? My Master Regulus had a child." Creature asked him to clear his mind, something he hadn't done in nearly a decade since his beloved master had vanished, leaving his mistress heartbroken. "He has indeed, creature, my nephew," Sirius replied, deciding to cut the visit short. He raised his new wand and summoned everything he needed, avoiding the hassle of going any farther than he was. "Master Regulus had a son," creature exclaimed, falling to his knees and covering his face with his hands as he wept large, ugly tears of joy. "Thank Lady Magic. The Black family line will continue." "Hey, what does that mean? I could have kids?" Sirius snarled at the weeping elf. "You are not fit to carry on the line with your liking of other wizards," creature shot back. "I hate to tell you this, wait, no, I don't, but Regulus's partner was another wizard," Sirius said, rolling his eyes. He could see his mother's influence in creature's words. Despite the magical world becoming more accepting of same-sex couples, some, like his mother, believed that marriage should be between a man and a woman. She even went so far as to use a marriage contract on both her sons. As soon as Sirius found out, he had gone to Gringotts and had his contract broken, urging Regulus to do the same. True, Sirius hadn't found the one yet, but he still hoped to meet someone who truly suited him and his magic. At one time, he thought that person might have been Remus, but he soon realized that Remus had feelings for Lily, and Sirius wasn't going to interfere with that. Suddenly, his mind drifted back to that morning when he had taken hold of Severus's wand to end Molly's howler message. He had used other people's wands before during his time as an aura, but never had a wand felt so right in his hand, aside from his own. "I wish to meet Master Regulus's son," Creature said, interrupting Sirius's thoughts. "Maybe if you behave and help restore some of the black properties to livable conditions, he may visit us during the summer," Sirius said absent-mindedly. "I will," Creature exclaimed, determination shining through his tears. "Do that, Master Black," Creature said, shocking Sirius as the house elf gave him a deep bow before apparating away to follow his orders. With everything he had come for neatly piled before him, Sirius transfigured the old troll's leg umbrella stand into a chest and sent it off to the rooms he shared with Severus at Hogwarts. Wanting to do something more enjoyable than his last two errands, Sirius decided to spend the time catching up with old friends, starting with Remus. As he entered the hall, Harrison found it louder than usual. He sat down for supper, barely paying attention to the Halloween decorations. He had overheard a loud conversation between Ronald and Granger about today being the anniversary of his father and godmother's deaths. How had no one told him this yet? He just wanted to curl up in a ball in his room, but Blaise and Theo wouldn't allow it. They dragged him to the feast, insisting he should use the occasion to toast to them and all they had done for him. They finally managed to get him to come by, agreeing to share the toast. After a while, Harrison was glad he had come. His friends made him laugh as they shared stories of their own loved ones on this day to honor the dead. Everything changed, however, when dessert arrived. With a bang, the doors to the hall burst open, and Professor Quirrell rushed in, crying out, "Trolls in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," before he seemed to pass out. As those around him began to wonder how a troll had gotten into the school, Harrison was puzzled by what had happened to the professor's stutter. A firecracker rang through the hall as Dumbledore stood up, calling for silence. "Prefects, take your houses to their dorm rooms. You can all finish the feast there," Dumbledore instructed, making Harrison wonder if the man was truly insane or just going senile. What was worse was that his housemates started following the order, leaving their seats. Harrison exchanged a look of disbelief with Marcus, realizing they were the only two who hadn't gotten up. Not wanting his friends to get hurt, Harrison acted on impulse. Without a word, he cast a sticking charm on every single Slytherin. Since they were all gathered in the same area, the Hufflepuff's shoes also stuck to the floor, stopping them in their tracks. Some students found they couldn't lift their feet and fell, while most managed to stay upright but struggled to free themselves. "Is there a problem here?" Albus asked, as the exit from the hall became blocked by the stuck students. Many cried out that they couldn't move their feet, but it was Marcus who drew everyone's attention. "You bet there is," the Slytherin Quidditch captain shouted, standing up and climbing onto the table so everyone could see him. "Someone said there's a troll in the dungeons, and your first thought is to send everyone to their common rooms, even though 2 of the 4 houses are based in their general area." His words made the group of Slytherins and Hufflepuffs stop trying to free themselves, as if they had come out of a trance. "Mr. Flint, that is enough. Listen to the headmaster," Professor McGonagall said. "No, Minerva, Herr Flint is correct. Sending them out of the hall would make it easier for a student to get hurt," Professor Flitwick said, smiling at Marcus before giving Harrison a knowing look. "In fact, 150 points to Slytherin for whatever Herr Flint did to protect his fellow students." "But sir, I didn't," Marcus began, but he caught Flitwick's eye, who winked at him, signaling that he knew Marcus hadn't been the one to stop everyone. "Now every student shall resume their places while we ward the room and search for the troll," Flitwick announced, receiving nods from the other professors, except for McGonagall and Dumbledore. As the small charms master began setting everything up, for people used the confusion to sneak out of the hall. Harrison would only learn later that 2 of them were his uncle and godfather, as he had been too focused on watching one of the Gryffindors, who was also in her first year, leave the hall. He was surprised it had all unfolded so quickly. It wasn't Granger or Ronald who had tried to escape, but Harrison noticed that Percy was keeping a close watch on them, likely anticipating their next move. As he turned to share what he had seen about the girl, he suddenly realized that Professor Quirrell had also disappeared from the spot where he had collapsed after rushing into the hall. For some reason, this left Harrison with a sinking feeling in his gut. Chapter 13: Power Shift and Stones. Shelby congratulated herself for slipping out of the hall without drawing attention, aside from one snake. She had been tempted to flip him off but wondered if he would even understand the gesture. She was convinced that once she took down the troll by herself, everyone would see that Gryffindor House was the best at Hogwarts. To her dismay, Hogwarts had not lived up to her expectations. Ever since her eldest brother returned home after his first year, she had listened to his stories about Gryffindor. Well, he mostly complained, having been sorted into Ravenclaw. He spoke of how the House of Lions could do no wrong and seemed to get away with just about anything. Now, in his last year, if he had a sense of humor, she would have thought he was joking. Her other older brother, a third-year Hufflepuff, told her tales of 2 Gryffindors in his year who had a fearsome reputation. Even first-year students in their 7th year were afraid to cross them. When she asked if they were truly that powerful, he revealed they were actually the biggest pranksters in the school, managing to prank students and staff without getting caught. Intrigued, Shelby introduced herself to the twins at the opening feast, and they surprisingly took her under their wing in the art of pranking. The first week at Hogwarts was fantastic, as the twins introduced her to their younger brother, Ron, with whom she instantly developed a slight crush. The twins showed both her and Ron one of the many empty classrooms they used to brew potions for their pranks. Shelby was amazed, considering how poorly she had done in her first class with the insufferable Snape. However, something changed everything, though she wasn't sure what it was. Suddenly, the twins went from being the #1 pranksters in the school to the biggest jokes. Despite the tales from her brothers, their reputation seemed to crumble overnight. The twins, who used to get detention only once a term, were now racking up detentions almost daily for 2 whole weeks due to their planned pranks. Shelby watched from the sidelines as their once confident swagger faded, caught at every turn and ultimately having their potions lab discovered and cleared out. What frustrated Shelby even more was that Ron had distanced himself from the twins and started spending time with Hermione, the so-called mudblood. He would complain that everything would change once Harry was resorted into Gryffindor, where he truly belonged. Shelby couldn't understand why Ron was so fixated on Harry, but she guessed it was his noble nature, wanting to protect his friend from the danger he was in. After 2 weeks of constant detentions, Shelby noticed the twins had pulled back from pranking. Yet, it was as if the rest of the school had sensed their vulnerability, turning the twins into targets for pranks from everyone except their own house. She felt devastated one day when she found them stuck to a wall, a prank pulled by a first-year Hufflepuff of all people. Seeing the duo, who had once strutted around like they owned the place, quivering in fear of a young Puff made her furious. Growing up, Shelby had always heard that Gryffindor was the most powerful house in the school. She hadn't asked or pleaded, she had ordered the Sorting Hat to place her there. Yet, after just a week, she realized that the House of Lions had fallen hard, becoming the lowest on the food chain. Aside from Hermione, the average marks in their classes were high A's, while the other first years struggled with grades around low E's. Then there was the duel Ron had with Harry Potter. Shelby was one of the few who still believed the story that Ron had felt sorry for the boy who lived and let him win. In her mind, during the second duel, Potter had helped to embarrass Ron. In fact, one didn't have to look far to see how everything was falling apart. Determined to find out who had been helping him. Unlike most of her classmates, Shelby recognized the man living with the dungeon bat as the notorious criminal, Sirius Black. She didn't care that the rat had turned out to be Peter Pettigrew, she only knew that Black was one of he who should not be named supporters. He must have learned some dark magic that allowed him to bypass the barrier set by the half-breed Charms Professor to attack Ron while Harry took the credit for it. Shelby was determined to show everyone that Gryffindors were not to be underestimated. As she spotted the troll ducking into a ladies' restroom on the second floor, she thought to herself, "I've got this." With a determined nod, she rolled her shoulder to prepare her wand hand and entered the bathroom after the troll. A while later, Severus and Sirius walked into the girls' restroom, and despite having faced horrors during the last magical war, both nearly lost their stomachs at the sight of blood and gore in the room. They had suspected the troll was a diversion to get at the stone, and when they received a call to the first-floor ladies' bathroom, they rushed over only to find the troll had been discovered. As they pushed open the door, the first thing that hit them was the overwhelming scent of blood. Then, they heard someone crying. Scanning the room, they spotted the troll with its head blown off, and in the corner, a young first-year was curled into a ball, cradling the stump where her arm had been. Young Miss Lesky decided to take on the troll by herself, Flitwick said as he spotted the pair. We arrived just as the troll was in the middle of eating her wand hand, the diminutive man added, shaking his head in pity for the girl. Was there anything left to reattach? Sirius asked, recalling an old co-worker from his Aura days who had magically reattached both a foot and a hand after losing them in a duel. Unfortunately, no, Flitwick replied. When we arrived to protect Miss Lesky, forced to kill it, there is very little that either Madame Pomfrey or I can do for her. She will have to be sent to St. Mungo's at once, not only for the healing of her body but for a mind healer as well, Sirius said, using his wand to summon a large blanket to cover the girl. Gently, he lifted her into his arms and carried her out of the bathroom. I think we need to have someone come look at the wards, Severus said as the door closed behind them. I'm sure there's no problem, Albus replied, walking into the room. He stopped dead in his tracks at the sight before him. No problem? Did you not see the student Sirius just carried out of here? Or the state of this room, Albus? Flitwick asked, frustration evident in his voice. It seemed Albus had once again fallen short of expectations. I agree with Phileas on this, Albus. A troll getting in was bad enough, but now a student has been hurt. If the wards were up to standard, we wouldn't need those inane ways to protect the Philosopher's Stone, Severus added, hoping that mentioning the stone would prompt Albus to take the situation seriously. Ah, those inane protections, as you call them, are for the greater good, my boy, Albus replied, his eyes twinkling as always. Can you explain again why we are the ones meant to protect the stone? Flitwick pressed. I know that the vault where it had been kept for who knows how long was broken into over the summer, but why here of all places? Well, Nicholas asked me to put it under my protection, Albus said, and for once, Severus didn't believe him at all. Well then, we need to update the wards. If you're worried about some evil magic user getting a hold of it, the wards could be adjusted to add another layer of protection around the stone itself, Severus suggested, making a mental note to write to Nicholas Flamel and see if the man had indeed asked Albus to look after the stone. I shall talk to the board about it, Albus said, flashing his grandfatherly smile before he left the room. Minerva followed closely behind him, like the cat she could transform into. Severus and Phileas exchanged glances, silently agreeing to raise the issue of the wards with their contacts among the goblins and the school board. Knowing that Albus would make Argus clean up the mess if they left it unattended, Severus quickly made the dead troll and the blood vanish, leaving no trace of the dreadful events that had unfolded in the room over the past hour. Before Severus could leave to place a flu call to Lucius and write to Flamel, Phileas stopped him. Severus, you should know the reason behind all the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins being unable to move when Albus tried to send them to their dorms, Phileas explained. Shocked to hear it was Harrison responsible, Severus headed to the Slytherin dorms to collect his godson. Once they were in his rooms, Severus turned to Harrison, eager to confirm Phileas's observations. So, were you the real cause of everyone getting stuck to the floor earlier? Severus asked. I think so, Harrison replied hesitantly. It just seemed strange that after hearing a troll was spotted near our dorms, Draco and the others would listen to Dumbledore and possibly walk into danger. After Charms today, Professor Flitwick finally answered a question that had been bothering me for a while. He explained how magic takes form based on a person's intent. I guess, not wanting my friends to get hurt, I acted on instinct to make them stop. Also, I noticed that after Marcus pointed out they were being sent into the troll's path, most students seemed to snap out of a trance, as if they had been placed under some sort of post-hypnotic suggestion. Did they now? Severus asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Do you think he planned for the troll to arrive? Harrison asked, shocking the potion's master. Now, how did you come to that conclusion? Severus inquired, intrigued. Well, thinking back, when Professor Quirrell crashed through the doors, Dumbledore didn't start like everyone else. I also noticed that when he told everyone about the troll, his stutter didn't surface, and you would expect that, given how scared he had acted, it would have been worse than usual. It was as if Professor Quirrell wanted to share his news as quickly as possible to incite panic. As I turned to inform the others about a girl I had seen leaving the hall just before the wards were put in place, I noticed that the girl who had fainted moments ago was now gone. I can explain that, Severus said. Now, as you know, at the start of the year, the headmaster mentioned that the third-floor corridor on the left-hand side was forbidden to students. The reason it was made off-limits is that Albus is using it to guard a rare magical object known as the Philosopher's Stone. This stone can transform useless metals into gold and also create a special drink called the Elixir of Life. Why would he bring that here? Harrison asked. That's a good question. He said it was due to the creator asking him to look after it, fearing for the stone's safety. If it weren't for the fact that the vault where the stone was kept at Gringotts was broken into over the summer, I would think he was after it himself, Severus replied. Why would he want it for himself? I mean, from what I read about him, his family line is quite wealthy. Wait, if that's true, why would he be taking money from my vaults? Harrison asked, recalling the results from his inheritance test at the magical bank. You seem to have hit the nail on the head, Severus said with a smile at his godson. While his line was once wealthy, something his father did lost most of their fortune. Since then, aside from working towards his so-called greater good, Albus has done everything he can to make people respect him and follow him. He's gathered money from his supporters and found little loopholes in some laws he passed to funnel some of the taxes people pay directly into his own accounts. That hardly seems legal, Harrison remarked. It isn't. Yet no one seems willing to do anything about it, apart from Draco's father and a few others in his party, Severus replied. You don't think that? Do you think he somehow has the members of the Wizengamot in a trance, just like he did with the students earlier? Harrison asked, shocking Severus once again. Oh, Merlin, I hope not. Everyone always said he was the only one the Dark Lord ever feared. But based on the fact that his stance changed once he came here for the job as the defense against the dark arts teacher, it's hard to ignore. Before that, he went by his birth name, Tom Riddle. He was an advocate for more intensive preparatory lessons for Muggleborns, pushing for them to start learning about their magic as soon as they discovered it. He even called for monthly home visits to ensure that Muggle families, like Petunia's, didn't try to suppress their children's magic. Tom aimed to make the transition into our world less traumatic for Muggleborns. He also stood up for people with creature blood, like Remus. But after he interviewed for the position, he started going by the name Lord Voldemort and began urging his allies to attack Muggleborns. When they didn't immediately comply, he made an example of Eliza Knott, Theodore's mother, cursing her so that she would die in childbirth. From there, things escalated. Tom stopped seeing his allies as equals and forced them to follow him, or they faced death at his hands. This led to his former allies calling themselves Death Eaters, knowing that their lives were tied to death whether they tried to stand up to him or attempted to break away. He would blast them with a killing curse if they even thought of defying him. Your parents were among the lucky few who managed to escape, Severus said. Wait, so Papa and Dad were actually Death Eaters? Harrison asked in shock. Actually, no. Before his transformation from Tom to Voldemort, they were his allies. They wanted to change the laws to give Remus more freedom. And despite what some, like young Ronald, might think, some Death Eaters did their best to keep casualty counts low or to avoid killing anyone at all. Draco's parents were part of that group. We weren't sure if. There was still a flicker of Tom left within him, but he had Lucius take the lead in pushing his agenda within the Wizengamot. Instead of confronting the so-called dangerous muggles, whom he believed were threatening the magic of purebloods, he distanced himself from direct action. This shift made many of his allies uneasy, especially considering Tom had never concealed the fact that his parents were a witch and a muggle. Some speculated that after his mother died shortly after his birth and his father abandoned him to an orphanage, he had turned vengeful against muggles. So, you think Dumbledore did something to him during their interview that made him, well, go crazy? Harrison asked. Given how he has been acting this year, I wouldn't put it past him, Severus replied. In fact, I have half a mind to blame him for much more than just Tom's descent into darkness. If he had allowed Tom to teach, we wouldn't be stuck with so many substandard teachers like Quirrell. Also, after our trip to Master Jack Stack's, I did some research into the wand your ancestor created. It turns out that unlike other wands, where winning a duel can grant you power over another's wand, the so-called Elder Wand only truly works for members of the Peverell line. If used by someone else, it taps into the planet's magic. Severus noticed Harrison's confused expression. By unnaturally tapping into the planet's magic, he was causing significant damage to the Earth, such as global warming and similar issues. He could have seen his popularity, which had soared after defeating Grindelwald, start to decline. In response, he decided to create a Dark Lord for himself to face off against. Then why would Tom, go after my dad and Lily if my parents had distanced themselves from him by that time? Harrison asked. I'm ashamed to say it was my fault, Severus admitted, burying his face in his hands. What do you mean? Harrison pressed. Well, unlike your parents, I was unable to escape. I found myself entrenched in Voldemort's inner circle alongside Lucius. Unlike the newly recruited Death Eaters, the inner circle was tasked with more subtle operations. They weren't the ones sent to kill. Lucius was pushing his agenda in the Wizengamot while I had been recruited, not only for being the youngest potion master at the time. One day, while gathering ingredients in Hogsmeade, I spotted Albus walking into one of the pubs. This was unusual, as I knew from my time at Hogwarts that he preferred to drink in the privacy of his office. Voldemort had given the Death Eaters standing orders to keep an eye on Albus, so I decided to follow him into the pub. I soon discovered the reason for his visit. He sat down with someone and began interviewing her for a position to start a divination class at Hogwarts. This puzzled me further, as Albus always acted as if he were too important to meet applicants anywhere but in his office. Harrison noticed that Severus's body began to sway slightly, and the light in his eyes dimmed as he continued. It seems the witch he was meeting was the granddaughter of a famous seer. During the interview, she spoke a prophecy about the Dark Lord. Severus's movements became more snake-like, as if he were being charmed. She spoke of the birth of a child who would be able to stop the Dark Lord, who would be born as the seventh month dies to those who had defied him 3 times. Harrison's concern grew as his godfather swayed more rapidly, and the light seemed to fade entirely from Severus's eyes as he recounted the prophecy he had overheard. Uncle? Harrison ventured, but Severus didn't seem to hear him. He was lost in the memory of the prophecy. Harrison could sense that Severus had slipped into a trance-like state. Worried, he focused his magic on his godfather, willing the trance to break, hoping to do so without harm, especially since it had only been an hour and a half since he had immobilized his fellow students in the hall. Suddenly, the light returned to Severus's eyes, and he froze as Harrison's magic worked to cleanse his system of a spell that had lingered for over a decade. Sorry about that. I must have lost myself in my memories, Severus said, lifting his hand to his forehead. But he quickly lowered it again when he heard a crash and saw Harrison collapsed on the floor. Chapter 14, False Prophet. When Sirius took Shelby Lesky to St. Mungo's, he spoke with the staff about what had happened, as well as with the girl's horrified parents and younger sibling. By the time he returned to Hogwarts, it was rather late. With only 2 fireplaces in the castle that allowed flu travel in and out of the school, he prepared himself to apologize to Madame Pomfrey for waking her, only to find her office empty. Instead of turning around and heading straight to Severus's rooms, he stepped into the main hospital wing, fearing that someone else had encountered the troll besides Lesky. As he entered the ward, he saw a group of people, including Severus, Phileas, and Madame Pomfrey, gathered around a student lying on a bed. Seeing the look on Severus's face, a man known for his perfect control of his emotions, Sirius moved forward, clutching at his heart as he saw his nephew lying there, hands at his sides and eyes shut, as if he were sleeping. "What happened?" Sirius asked, stepping into the group around the bed. "Well, it seems your nephew is very powerful for his age," Phileas stated with a smile. After his stunt in the Great Hall to protect everyone, he and Severus had a conversation. When he noticed Severus acting strangely, he somehow managed to perform a partial cleansing on him. Unfortunately, that act caused him to fall into a magical coma due to magical exhaustion. "Don't worry about it, dear," Madame Pomfrey said, patting the ex-convict's arm. "He will be back to normal by tomorrow morning, or lunchtime at the latest." Sirius barely registered the comforting pat on his arm. The news did help to release some tension from his body. "Oh right, I have a report from Healer Shakespeare," he continued. "She said that while Miss Lesky is stable, it will be a couple of days before she can get out of bed, let alone return. After giving her a full checkup, they found that they should be able to attach her. A magical limb will be in place of her missing wand arm," Sirius said. "Oh, and when you inform her siblings, it might be a good idea to let them know that their youngest sibling was removed from their parents due to signs of child abuse." "Her parents abused her?" Phileas asked, utterly disgusted. "No, not Shelby. Her youngest sibling. It seems that when they came in with their parents to see how Shelby was doing, one of the staff noticed how cold and harsh the parents were acting toward them. An assistant healer took the child aside and questioned them, horrified to learn that the parents, disapproving of the child's life choices, had been using both emotional and physical means to correct them," Sirius explained, sinking into a chair. It had been a long night, and he felt grateful as Severus began to give him a shoulder massage. "What were they trying to correct?" Madame Pomfrey asked, knowing that at some point, the child would most likely come to Hogwarts as well. "Well, it seems young Joe Lesky does not identify as male or female, something their parents took great offense to. They tried to force Joe to accept that they were a girl," Sirius said, shuddering a little at some of the stories Joe had shared about their time in their house, where only their elder brothers tried to protect them. "I see. And what's happened to Joe and the parents?" Phileas inquired. "Joe has been moved into protective custody with one of the healers who specializes in child care. The healer has completely fallen in love with Joe and confided in me that if she could, she would adopt Joe. As for the Leskys, they will be serving a 5-month stint in Azkaban for child abuse," Sirius replied, accidentally letting out a soft moan as Severus hit just the right spot in his back. Before he could say more, a dark grey owl flew into the room and landed on Severus's shoulder, holding a letter. It took off as soon as Severus retrieved the letter. "Fascinating," Severus said, quickly reading the letter to himself. "Well, what else has happened, Sev?" Sirius asked, blushing slightly at the unfolding events. "See for yourself, Black," Severus said, handing over the letter. He quickly conferred with the other staff members, instructing them to keep him updated if anything changed, as he had something important to attend to. "Sirius Snape, I don't know what you're talking about. Is this some sort of joke, young man? I've heard you're the youngest person to achieve potions mastery since I did. I don't know where you got your information, but my stone is still in my lab. It was never in a vault at Gringotts, nor would I ever lend it to anyone, let alone Albus, for one of his schemes. I fear you've been misled." He continued, "As for the second part of your letter, it sounds to me like the trance you described could be caused by either the presence of someone with siren blood or an ancient spell jokingly referred to as the Pied Piper spell. This spell allows a person to control large numbers of people unless they possess a rare gene that grants immunity. If you find someone with that immunity, be sure to protect them, as the user of this spell might try to eliminate them to avoid interference. Also, if you have a competent healer or made a person on staff, they can use a spell to identify the immunity and pass it on to others." Sirius was flabbergasted. The stone that Severus had told him was hidden in the castle might either be a fake or bait for something far worse. The thought that Albus could have access to this Pied Piper spell was terrifying. In his opinion, it had to be the spell, especially considering Albus, while pretending to champion creature rights, was one of the architects behind the current unjust creature laws in Great Britain. Sirius couldn't imagine that the man had any creature blood in him. Thinking back to the feast, which had only been 3 hours ago, Sirius recalled at least a couple of students who seemed to carry immunity to the spell. He had a feeling that Severus was leaving this in his hands as he prepared to confront whoever was after the stone. Sirius stood up from his seat. Sirius took a seat to discuss matters with the head of Ravenclaw and the matron, aiming to start protective measures against the spell. He had been right all along. At that moment, Severus Snape was on his way to Quirinus Quirrell's quarters, suspecting that Quirrell was after the stone, perhaps to finally cure his on-again, off-again stutter. Severus knocked on the door, and Quirrell called out, "Just a moment." There was a sound of fabric brushing against flesh before the door creaked open, revealing Quirrell in his sleep clothes, still donning the ridiculous turban. "Ah, Severus. What may I do for you at this hour?" Quirrell stammered. Severus took a breath. "I thought I should inform you that after the events of tonight, I received a letter stating that the stone Albus had hidden in the castle is, in fact, a fake." He watched Quirrell's expression closely. "That is too bad." "He could have really used the stone," Quirrell replied, shocking Severus as he dropped the stutter. "Who could have done such a thing?" Severus asked, pulling out his wand and pointing it at the shorter man. "Why, our master, of course," Quirrell said, starting to unravel the turban from around his head as he turned away from Severus. "Hello, Snape. I hear you are Dumbledore's pet now," a silky voice said. Severus lowered his wand in horror at the sight of a face on the back of Quirrell's head. "What?" "No comment on how I went to deal with the Potters based on your news about the prophecy, only to turn into this," the face said, its voice haunting Severus's dreams for years, slightly more menacing than he remembered. "Tom?" Severus asked, feeling his knees go weak. "I am Lord Voldemort," the voice cried out at him. "There was no prophecy," Severus said, steeling himself against the fear creeping in. "Don't make excuses, Severus. It is hardly befitting a man of your station," the face retorted, making Quirrell flinch. "I am not making excuses or lying, Tom. I just found out tonight. It seems when I went into the Forbidden Forest to gather some potion ingredients and to track Dumbledore, in case he left Hogwarts. The fool caught me off guard and stunned me. It seems he planted a memory in me about overhearing his meeting with Trelawney, where she gave the prophecy of your defeat. You've been here all year, you can't tell me you didn't meet with her yourself and see how much of a fraud she is?" Severus asked. "I did, but I suspected that, like most seers, her gift came out randomly," the voice replied, sounding just like Tom had before his interview with Albus all those years ago. "Yes, randomly. But a true seer can't help but give a prophecy at least once a year, even if it's something as simple as a meeting between two strangers who would fall in love. In all the time I've been here, her prophecies seem to focus on a student in her class meeting a horrible death by some unknown means. If they were real, she would know the cause and share it with the rest of the staff. And don't you recall James giving birth?" "Yes, it was a surprisingly calm May morning, oh gods," Tom said, forcing Quirrell's arms to bend awkwardly as he grabbed at his head. "Yes, even if such a prophecy existed, Harrison wasn't born in the right month, and his parents never went against you multiple times, except for the few occasions when Regulus voted against you in the Wizengamot sessions," Severus said, watching as the strange, two-faced man fell to his knees in apparent pain. I need. "Severus, I need help now," Tom said sharply, wincing as it looked like Quirrell's body began to reject him. "What can I do, Tom?" Severus asked. "Golem creation spell," Tom choked out, as Quirrell collapsed to the floor, Tom's face appearing to be pushed away from the inside of the body. Realizing he didn't have enough time to create a full-sized golem, Severus started to work as quickly as possible, aiming to create a golem about the size of a child. Severus stood over the stuffed bear before Tom was expelled from Quirrell, who let out one final gasp as he died. With no time to save him, Severus began to perform a ritual. Suddenly, a spark of memory flickered in his mind. Harrison had once said that magic is all about intent. He let his wand hand lower and focused on what he truly needed at that moment. His magic responded to his will, guiding Tom's spirit into the small golem. "Well, this is not what I was expecting, but it will do for now, Severus. We must find a way for me to get my body back," the golem Tom said, his voice slightly high-pitched as he rolled his new arms and stomped his feet, adjusting to his new form. "As well as your mind," Severus thought to himself. Aloud, he replied, "Yes, Tom. I know it will be a bit undignified, but I'm afraid I must carry you. We can't let anyone see you wandering the halls and reporting to Albus." "Very well, but be quick about finding me a new body," Tom said, waving a tiny arm at him in a mock threat that nearly made Severus smile. Bending down, Severus, grateful for the magically expanded robes he used while gathering potion ingredients, slipped the teddy bear-sized golem easily into a pocket and left the room. He wondered if Sirius had done what he intended after sending the letter, as he made his way back to the hospital wing. A smile crept onto his face when he saw that Black had indeed taken care of things. 3 other students were present in the wing, looking a bit startled but happy to help. Besides Marcus, there was a Ravenclaw 5th year named Biggs, a Hufflepuff 4th year named Wedge, and one of Ronald's older brothers, Percy, from Gryffindor. "Ah, Severus. Just in time. I need any gene-sharing potions you have on hand if this is to work," Madame Pomfrey called out as she noticed him entering the wing. "I only have 2 at the moment, but I will assign it as a class for my 7th years if you need more," Severus replied, pulling out his supplies. Severus pulled a potions bag from a large pocket in his robes and summoned the requested potions. "Better make some more just in case," Madame Pomfrey said, glancing over some notes she had found in her office regarding the Pied Piper spell. Severus leaned in, peering over her shoulder at the ancient text. He pressed his tongue between his teeth, noting how outdated some of the instructions were, relying on techniques long abandoned. "Maybe we could use some extra help," he suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I wouldn't turn down more assistance." "Who do you have in mind?" "I know you're friends with a few healers, but I can't think of anyone who would be useful," the matron replied. "I was actually thinking of Cuthbert," Severus said, causing the students to glance at him as if he were mad, unable to see how the ghostly teacher could assist with their current predicament. "That could work," Pomfrey said, snapping her fingers. A blank piece of parchment and a quill appeared as she began to write a note. With another snap, the note was sent directly to the office of Professor Cuthbert Binns. While they waited for the ghostly professor, Severus excused himself to check on Harrison. He found no change in his godson, who still lay in bed, looking as if he were asleep. Sirius dozed in a chair beside him, holding Harrison's hand. Severus paused, observing the 2 of them. He could see traces of his old friend Regulus in both their features. It was hard for him to believe that he was starting to like Sirius. The time spent in Azkaban had forced the man to grow up a bit, making him more responsible and less of a bully than Severus remembered from their school days. Noticing that Sirius might be uncomfortable if he stayed in that position for too long, Severus transformed the small, spindly chair into a recliner and adjusted it to a more comfortable angle. As he gently brushed the hair out of Sirius's eyes, Professor Binns appeared. "You called for me, Poppy?" he asked, startling the students in the wing with his sudden presence, which broke his usual monotone. Madame Pomfrey spoke with a voice that could lull an entire class to sleep in moments. "Ah, yes, thank you for coming, Cuthbert. I was wondering if you had any knowledge about ways to share immunity to a Pied Piper spell," she said, causing the ghost to lift an eyebrow. "I know of a few." "Let me see if the ones you appear to be poring over are ones that I know," Binns replied, floating forward to examine the parchment she had been working on. TSK, this will not do at all," he said, shaking his head. "Did I make a mistake?" Pomfrey asked, horrified as she glanced between her notes and what she had done so far. "No, I mean this won't work at all. This has been altered in the last 50 years or so, if I'm not mistaken," Binns said, waving at the parchment. "Now let me see, I may be able to restore its true form," he added, concentrating intently on the document while everyone still awake watched in anticipation. After a moment, gasps filled the room as the words on the parchment seemed to bleed and come alive. Even Tom, who was peeking out from Severus's pocket, was amazed. He knew that to become a ghost, one had to be both magical and have unfinished business left on Earth. Yet even he had never heard of a ghost who could perform magic after death, which spoke volumes about how powerful Binns had been when he was alive. "Oh dear, I fear this document has a stronger enchantment than I realized," Binns said after a moment, as the parchment returned to its original form. At the same time, his ghostly visage began to flicker like a candle about to go out. Just when it seemed like it was all over, Binns flickered for a few more seconds before returning to normal. He pulled out a ghostly handkerchief from his breast pocket and dabbed at his brow. "Now it's better," the ghost said, his voice gasping for breath. "Just follow the instructions, and you shall have an immunity blend ready by mid-morning." Chapter 15. Get Better, Bear. As Binns, Pomfrey, and Snape began to work on the Pied Piper immunity for not only the students but possibly some of the staff as well, they decided that Harrison and the other students should return to their rooms. This would prevent drawing the headmaster's attention to their work. Sirius carried his nephew, not back to the dorms, but rather to Severus's rooms. He wanted to ensure that Harrison's magical exhaustion wouldn't become more widely known than it already was. Sirius managed to get the boy settled into the room he had been using while staying with Severus. After tucking Harrison into bed, he headed into the Slytherin dorms, enlisting Marcus's help to inform Harrison's friends with an edited version of what had happened. It was well after 1 in the morning when Severus finally returned to his rooms, only to find Sirius sleeping on the couch in the main room. He decided to check in on Harrison. As he looked at the boy, he felt something shift in his pocket, reminding him that the golem of Tom was still there. He had forgotten about it while working on the immunity for the vaccine against the Pied Piper. Now that he thought about it, Severus realized he needed to figure out what to do with the golem. With Sirius living with him, he couldn't just let Tom wander around. He also suspected that Tom wouldn't approve of pretending to be an inanimate object while Sirius was in the rooms. However, Severus considered that he could probably convince the school board to offer Sirius a job, especially since Quirrell was now dead, which would get him out of his room. "I can't believe how strong the boy is," Tom said, interrupting Severus's thoughts as he peeked out of the pocket he had been in. "Yes, he might be strong for one so young, but the life he has led," Severus replied, pulling Tom out of his pocket and taking the seat that Sirius had placed by the boy's bed. As he spent the next hour watching over Harrison, Severus shared with Tom stories about the boy's life and how, thanks to Dumbledore, he had been sent to live. Severus reflected on Lily's sister, who had done everything she could to suppress Tom's magic from manifesting. He remembered the first visit to Gringotts, a moment that changed not just Tom's life but also life at home. As Tom clenched his fists, Severus bit his bottom lip to stifle a laugh at the golem's gesture, which reminded him of a Muggle teddy bear. "It did get better, Tom," Severus continued. When he returned from the bank, Lily's brother-in-law learned the truth and was horrified. He even went so far as to divorce his wife to protect Harrison and his own son, ensuring they were away from her influence. They both joined Harrison for prep lessons with me and Lupin. The man shared the whole story about how he once met James, who, not familiar with Muggle customs, accidentally insulted him. Lily's sister used that incident to inform him that everyone in the magical world considered normal humans to be less than animals. Yet, he had no idea that while he was at work, she treated what they had been told was their nephew the same way. "Well, at least she's out of his life," Tom said, moving over to the bed where Harrison lay tucked in. He gently brushed some hair from the boy's eyes. "Unfortunately, she isn't," Severus replied. "I received a letter from Vernon shortly after the term began, letting me know that Petunia had moved in with a neighbor named Mrs. Fig. While neither woman seems to like each other, especially since Fig is actually one of Dumbledore's agents, they are staying together to make Harrison's life difficult during his time back at Vernon's home." "Wait, if Sirius is Harrison's uncle, why doesn't he move in with him?" Tom asked, sitting down on the edge of the bed beside the sleeping boy and absent-mindedly brushing Harrison's hair away from his eyes. Sirius offered, Severus explained, but Harrison didn't want to leave Uncle Vernon. He had grown fond of the man during his time before coming to Hogwarts. Severus tried to stifle a yawn, but Tom saw right through it. All right, you had a tough night and used a bit of magic yourself with that golem, not to mention the immunity. Go to bed, I'll watch the boy, Tom said, rising and gesturing for Severus to leave the room. Severus didn't protest. Harrison was now sleeping peacefully, no longer recovering his magical reserves. All right, come get me if there's a problem. And watch out for Sirius. I don't know how he would react to finding out that Lord Voldemort, even if he looks like a teddy bear, is watching over his nephew, Severus said, yawning again as he stepped out and closed the door behind him. Tom couldn't help but feel for the boy sleeping before him. He remembered the life he had endured at Wool's orphanage and knew that, according to Severus, the boy could also speak to snakes, which often led to discrimination. It was a relief that in his current form, he didn't have to sleep, and unknowingly, it had weakened the spells Albus had placed on him ever since he had applied for that teaching job years ago. For the first time in years, Tom felt a pang of remorse for what he had done. I am so sorry for killing James and Lily, Tom whispered, gently brushing the hair from the boy's eyes. This time, Harrison responded, rolling over in his sleep, which brought a small smile to Tom's face as he felt a connection to the child. Later that night, Harrison stirred awake for a moment, glancing around the unfamiliar room. It was neither his home nor his dormitory. As he looked around, his eyes landed on a teddy bear sitting on the edge of his bed. He had to fight back tears at the sight of a stuffed animal, recalling how Vernon would buy Dudley a Get Better bear whenever he got really sick. Though Vernon had done the same for Harrison, those bears had been taken and tossed into the fire by Petunia, all to make him feel less than. Harrison was a bit disturbed by Vernon's reaction. He didn't know how either Uncle Siri or Severus had learned about it, but the news made him really happy. He reached over, pulled the teddy bear to his chest, and snuggled up with it. Tom felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist and was pulled into Harrison's embrace. He didn't want to frighten the boy, especially after hearing what had caused him to collapse, so he let Harrison hold him for a moment. To Tom's surprise, he felt Harrison's body start to shake, as if he were crying tears of joy over his first ever Get Better bear. Concerned that something might be wrong, Tom decided to speak to Harrison, pretending to be a snake in the room. "What is the problem? 2 legs?" Tom asked in Parseltongue. "What? Who's there?" Harrison responded, unknowingly slipping into Parseltongue as well. "I was just wandering around this cool room when I heard you cry." "What is the problem?" Tom asked in a gentle voice. "There's nothing really wrong. I'm actually very happy," Harrison replied, wrapping his arms a little tighter around Tom. "If you're happy, then what causes you to leak from your eyes?" Tom asked, guessing since he couldn't see the boy's face. "My family gave me a Get Better bear," Harrison said, letting out a happy giggle as he buried his face in the top of Tom's head. "A Get Better bear?" Tom hissed in curiosity. "It's a tradition from my Uncle Vernon. Whenever we got really sick and had to go to the hospital, he would give us a stuffed bear for comfort while we got better. My uncle's got me my first one," Harrison explained, lifting Tom from his chest to show off the bear. "Ah, that makes sense. Maybe we'll talk again." "Good night, young 2 legs," Tom said, a sad smile on his face. "Thank you. I hope you have a good night as well," Harrison replied, turning to lay on his side. He tucked the bear to his chest, rubbing his face into its soft fur. As Harrison drifted off to sleep, Tom found himself tempted to sneak away. He might have done so if he hadn't just heard about the Get Better bear. He didn't want to disappoint the boy. So, he settled in, letting Harrison use him as a teddy bear until morning. When dawn broke, Harrison eagerly carried Tom out to the combined sitting and dining area of Severus's rooms. Severus nearly choked on his morning coffee as he watched Harrison skip into the room, holding Tom by one hand. The boy rushed over to hug both Severus and Sirius. "Thanks for getting me a Get Better bear," Harrison exclaimed, beaming at them. Sirius looked confused, glancing up at Severus, who was so shocked by this turn of events that he froze, cup halfway to his mouth. You're welcome, Harrison," Severus finally managed to say, recovering from his surprise. "But I think the bear will need to stay here while you go to your lessons today." "All right, Uncle Sev," Harrison replied, unable to stop smiling as he sat down at the table for breakfast, hoping to keep the bear a little longer. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that Tom might really be upset with him for this, especially as he watched Harrison eat with the golem that contained his bearer's killer soul resting on his lap. It was nearly impossible for Severus to look away as Harrison happily kicked his feet under the table, more open than the potion master had ever seen him. Once Harrison finished his breakfast, he hopped out of his seat and placed the bear onto one of the wingback chairs in the main sitting area, giving it a small kiss before leaving the room. "Good idea on getting him that bear, Sev. I don't think I've ever seen him this happy, especially after his duel with young Weasley," Sirius remarked, smiling at Severus, a little surprised that he had it in him. "Unfortunately, I didn't get it for him. I have it for an experiment I'm working on, and I must have left it in your room last night when I got back and was too tired to remember," Severus lied. "Well, it doesn't matter. You saw how happy he is," Sirius replied, still grinning. "How attached Harrison is to that bear," Sirius said, his tone suggesting he would confront the potion master if he dared to ruin Harrison's good mood. "I can't. I created the bear in a specific way, making it the only one I can use for my experiment. But I plan on making an exact copy to give to Harrison, without the extras I need," Severus lied, shocking Sirius as he gently picked up the bear and carried it out of the room. Once he was out of Sirius's sight, Severus actually ran to his room, placed Tom on the bed, and got down on his hands and knees in apology for what had just happened. "I am so sorry, Tom. I didn't even think about how Harrison would react when he saw you," Severus said, speaking to the floor. "It's all right, Severus. I should have thought of it myself. I could have left after he fell asleep holding me, but after hearing his story, I decided to offer him comfort through the night," Tom replied, waving away the apology. "Now, you better create a copy of this golem before Black comes around to check on what's taking so long." "You're right," Severus agreed as he quickly crafted another teddy bear golem and positioned it where Harrison had left Tom. "Oh, Sev, you just missed McGonagall. She came by with a message for you," Sirius said, nearly colliding with Severus as he re-entered the sitting dining room. "Well?" Severus asked, trying to place the new golem exactly as Harrison had left it. "It seems that when Quirrell didn't show up for breakfast, someone was sent to find him. Sev, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the man is dead. Dumbledore recognized it as some kind of evil curse. So until the goblins can get here to work on the wards around lunchtime, classes have been cancelled. I expect Harrison will be back shortly for his bear." "Is that the new one?" Sirius asked, watching Severus place the bear onto the chair. "Yes, it is," Severus replied. Severus straightened up just as there was a knock at his door. "That's probably him now," he said, moving to answer. He barely opened the door when Harrison rushed in, making a beeline for the bear and pulling it into a tight hug, a beaming smile on his face. But almost instantly, the smile faded as he sensed something was off about the bear. "Everything all right, Harrison?" Severus asked, noticing the change in his expression. "It doesn't feel right for some reason," Harrison replied, hugging the bear as tightly as he could, but he didn't feel the same warmth he had before. Sirius and Severus exchanged a concerned glance. The potions master was at a loss. He wanted his godson to be happy, but he knew that Tom wouldn't want to be the boy's teddy bear until he could regain a human body. Biting his lip in uncertainty, Severus was about to speak when Sirius chimed in. "Well, Harrison, that's not the same bear you had earlier. It seems that last night, when he went to check on you, Severus accidentally brought in a bear he's using for some of his work and left it in your room. So I got to get better bear by accident," Harrison said, his voice wavering as tears welled in his eyes. The two men winced at the sight. "I'm sorry, Harrison," Severus said, compelled to act. He knelt down and pulled the boy into a tight hug. "It's okay," Harrison replied, a little sad but not wanting to make too much of a fuss. The sight truly broke Severus's heart. "I'll try to finish the work with the bear as soon as possible so you can have it back, all right?" Severus asked, unable to resist smiling as Harrison beamed at him, wiping away his tears while Sirius gave him an approving nod. As Severus returned to his room, he couldn't quite understand why he had made such a promise. He cast a muffling charm to ensure that neither Harrison nor Sirius would overhear what he was about to do. Harrison could hear the sound of someone banging their head against the door a couple of times. "Let me guess," he knew at once it was not me. Tom asked. "Yes," Severus replied, hanging his head in defeat. "I think I know why," Tom said, making Severus snap his head up to look at him. "I assume you knew my plans for immortality?" "Well, for some reason, I thought it would be a good idea to create a Horcrux. I think when I went to Godric's Hollow, I accidentally created one that lodged in Harrison's body. It did. The goblins removed it during his cleansing and have tried numerous times to destroy it, but for some reason, being separated from Harrison has made it nearly indestructible," Severus interjected. "Ah, that's good," Tom said. "But I believe that because a part of my soul was in him for so long, it formed a bond between us, which is why he felt comfortable holding me. I think I may know a way to get rid of the Horcrux that they've been trying to destroy, but I need some help." "Will this allow you to regain your body?" Severus asked. "I think so, and it might actually reset it as well," Tom said, nearly making Severus laugh as he watched Tom stroke his chin in thought. "What do you need?" Severus asked. "I need a wand, a potion, and a lift to a special room in the castle," Tom said. "Good thing you are the potions master," Severus replied. Though shocked at the complexity of the potion Tom requested, Severus managed to finish it and bottle it just a little over an hour and a half before lunch, right before the goblins arrived to reset the school's wards. Tom had urged Severus to work quickly, believing that his plan might fail if the goblins fixed the wards first. Severus rushed to the room of requirement, guided by Tom's sense of a part of his soul, and found an old, half-rusted diadem. Tom instructed Severus to use his wand to create a complex rune design on the floor while he placed the diadem inside the circle before him and drank the potion. Severus, accustomed to powerful magic, prepared himself for what was to come. As the spells and rituals that both Tom and Dumbledore sometimes performed unfolded, Severus watched in shock as the diadem began to glow brightly for a moment before it shattered, releasing a grey orb that circled around Tom. Tom began to chant in a language even Severus did not recognize, and soon, more orbs appeared, orbiting his head like a miniature solar system. Severus felt the magic in the room intensify, the energy rising as one by one, the 6 orbs entered Tom's body. When the last orb slipped inside, Tom threw his head back and screamed. A wave of magic surged through the space, toppling shells and piles of clutter around them. The golem containing Tom's soul glowed like a noon sun, forcing Severus to look away and shield his eyes to avoid being blinded. This dazzling light lasted only a few moments before another cry of pain echoed through the room. When Severus dared to look back, he was startled to find the teddy bear golem had vanished, replaced by a human figure. As Tom struggled to his feet, Severus quickly cast a spell to conjure some clothes for him. "Well, that was more painful than I thought," Tom said, and to both his and Severus's surprise, his voice cracked. Severus moved around to face Tom, gasping in shock. The man before him was no longer the one he knew, he looked like a student at the school. Confused, he scratched his head, pondering what could have caused Tom to regain his body but in a younger form. Suddenly, he noticed the time. It was 10 minutes past noon, meaning the goblins had arrived and begun working on the wards. This disruption had likely interfered with Tom's ritual, resulting in a body that resembled that of a 3rd, 4th, or possibly 5th-year student. Chapter 16, New Family and Milkshakes. "Well, this certainly changes things," Severus said after a moment, studying his old friend, who now looked just as he had in the old photos from Tom's time at Hogwarts. "You think?" Tom replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Hey, don't blame me. I followed your orders to the letter. If I had to guess, I'd say the ritual reacted strangely to the goblins resetting the castle's wards." Severus held up his hands in mock surrender to the now younger man. "But hey, think on the bright side. Without meaning to, you've given yourself the perfect disguise to work around Dumbledore." "There is that," Tom said, stroking his chin as he began to pace in front of the potions master. "But it seems we might need another potion to pull this off, along with my sudden appearance here." "What potion do you need?" Severus asked, already bracing himself for the request, knowing he would either have to make it or supply it. A potion for blood adoption. If we work quickly enough, we can have the goblins oversee it, making it perfectly legal. Tom smacked his left fist into his right palm, a gesture so familiar that Severus immediately began to obey without further questions. He dashed out of the room, hoping to catch one of the goblins before they all left. Once he was gone, Tom scanned the room, sensing that when he had left the diadem here, he had hidden something else as well. After a few minutes of searching, he found it, his original wand. Unlike the wand he had been using while the world knew him as Lord Voldemort, this one was truly his. With all the enchantments cleansed from his system, thanks to the reforming of his soul, Tom could now recall how Albus had used some sort of long-lasting mental commands during his last year at Hogwarts, leading him to develop the Horcruxes. Thankfully, that was all he remembered. It was only when Tom had come to ask for a job at Hogwarts that the old bastard had placed an overriding spell on him, turning him into Voldemort and leading to so much death and destruction. Tom's stomach churned as he recalled dropping off the diadem in this room after the meeting. He had used the last bit of his own control to leave his wand behind, knowing that the bastard had given him a new one, convincing him it was his own. Unlike the 13.5-inch wand with a phoenix feather core, Tom's real wand was only 10 inches long, made of pear and containing a scale from a dragon. The wandmaker had informed him that this meant he was intelligent, benevolent, and willing to go to great lengths to protect those he cared about. Feeling the warmth of his old wand, Tom brought it to his chest and held it for a moment, allowing it to reconnect with him. Then, he cast a summoning charm for the replacement, Get Better Bear. He knew Harrison wouldn't find the replacement suitable, but he hoped a touch of his own magic might smooth things over. Waving his wand over the light brown teddy bear, Tom began to cast a spell he had heard about from his classmates during his time at Hogwarts. It was a spell many magical parents performed, infusing an item with a bit of their own magic to help calm children down. Tom couldn't help but smile sadly, reflecting on how both he and Harrison had missed out on this aspect of the magical world due to their upbringing. As he performed the spell, he realized that despite his youthful appearance, he had full access to his mature magical core. Coupled with his complete memories, he knew that if he stayed at Hogwarts, he wouldn't have to worry about classes. Having been one of the top students in his year, he could easily manage. He suspected that some of his old friends might find his plans a bit strange, but as Severus had pointed out, he had the perfect disguise to maneuver around Dumbledore. He intended to use it not only for his own benefit but for young Harrison's as well. After all, there was no other explanation for why the bastard had chosen this year to guard the stone with such laughable defenses. Tom was confident that even a first year like Harrison would have no trouble overcoming them. Tom had some concerns about Dumbledore's plans for Harrison. Having aligned himself with the Manskeens in the past, he was determined not to let Harrison fall into the same trap. However, from what Severus had told him, it seemed the boy had managed to stay out from under the headmaster's influence quite well. As Tom finished surrounding the Get Better Bear with a protective aura of his magic, Severus returned, accompanied by a slightly bemused goblin. "Ah, Tom, I did as you asked. Here is the potion, along with Master Griphook, the account manager for Harrison's family," Severus said, giving Tom a slight bow. "Good," Tom replied with a smile, bowing low and exposing his neck to the goblin, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Master Griphook, I've heard you helped Harrison break free from some enchantments cast upon him. You also used that information to start a case against Dumbledore?" Tom inquired. "That is correct," the goblin said, eyeing Tom carefully. "While I may no longer look it, I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, and I'm willing to undergo any test you require to prove it," Tom stated. "I would like to assist you against Dumbledore by remaining in this form, gathering evidence against him, and offering protection for your client." To say Griphook was shocked would be an understatement. He watched as the wizard actually lowered himself to the floor and bowed to him after making his request. "I shall take you up on that offer, young man," Griphook finally said after a moment of stunned silence. With a snap of his gnarled fingers, he summoned the tools needed to perform an inheritance test to confirm the wizard's identity. Tom Marvolo Riddle Jr. Parents, Mara P. Morgana Riddle, née Gaunt, bearer, deceased. Tom Marvolo Riddle Sr. Sire, deceased. Godparents, none. Lord Heir, Lord Slytherin, lost through the right of conquest. Lord Gaunt, lost through the right of conquest. Le Fay, never claimed. Vaults. Le Fay Trust Vault. Le Fay Main Vault. Le Fay Secondary Vault. Magical spells. Horcrux Soul, repaired. Long-term Pied Piper spell, cleansed. Countless memory charms, cleansed. Shifted magical core from a light core to a dark core, cleansed. Madness Jinx, cleansed. Hatter. Ed directed at light magic cores, muggles, self, friends, and followers, cleansed. James Potter, cleansed. Magical leech 15%, broken. Connection to Harrison Orion Potter Black. Body deranged appearance of 14 years of age. All three males were astonished by the results of Tom's test, but none more than Tom himself. He recalled having undergone an inheritance test before his 6th year, yet he had no memory of holding the Le Fay title. Master Griphook, how did I come to possess the lordship of the noble and powerful house of Le Fay? He asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Well, Griphook replied, scratching his head in thought, if I remember correctly, the stipulation to gain that title requires one to act against a member of Emrys's line while not being in control of their actions. Which I did when I killed James and Lily, Tom said, a hint of sadness creeping into his voice for one of his old friends. Indeed. Now, while you hold the title of Le Fay, I can only grant it to you at the bank. I suggest you make your way there as quickly as possible, the goblin said, flashing a toothy grin that made Tom wonder if Griphook expected to become his account manager as well. Surely, this test wasn't the only reason you wanted me here? Griphook inquired. That's correct. As Severus pointed out, in my current form, I had the perfect way to work around Dumbledore without him being aware of me. However, to do that, I think I might need to undergo a blood adoption ritual to conceal my true identity. I see. And you wish for Lord Prince to assist with this? Griphook asked, causing Severus to start, as he hadn't really considered this, despite being asked to procure the potion. Well, I don't think it's feasible for me to become his son. I was wondering if we could alter the ritual just enough for me to be considered a nephew, a lost cousin, or something similar. That may be possible. You would just need to water down the potion before you drink it, Griphook said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Are you all right with me doing this, Severus? Tom asked, aware that the responsibility rested on the older man's shoulders. If it's to protect both you and Harrison from the old fool and his eventual downfall, I'm willing to try, Severus replied after a moment of contemplation. It would also explain the Get Better Bear as part of my work if I were using it to bring a relative out of a magical coma. Speaking of that, I believe Harrison can take this one now, Tom said, gesturing to the duplicate bear from which Severus could feel Tom's magic emanating. Once the ritual was performed, Griphook conducted another inheritance test. The results confirmed that Tom was now Tom Prince, a third cousin of Severus on his father's side. This way, if Dumbledore ever checked, he would hopefully overlook the connection, especially since Tom's birth father had been a muggle. After the ritual, the only noticeable change in Tom was that his nose had become a bit more pointed, and the red outer line in his eyes had shifted to solid black. As lunch was coming to an end and classes were about to resume, thanks to the goblins resetting and repairing the castle's wards, Severus led Tom down to the Great Hall. Tom wore a look of wonder as he took in the castle's grandeur. When they arrived at the Great Hall, Griphook approached Dumbledore to inform him that the wards had been completed and that they would return a week before the next school year to ensure everything remained intact. Who is the boy, Severus? Madame Pomfrey inquired, while Albus settled the bill for the ward work. Ah, this is a cousin of mine, Severus announced in a voice loud enough for the rest of the table to hear. A few nights ago, he arrived through a bout of wild magic. It seems that during the night, his home caught fire, tragically killing both his parents. Young Tom panicked and, without meaning to, apparated right into my potions lab, where he has been in a coma ever since. Severus's explanation drew sympathetic looks from those around the table. I was finally able to bring him out of His magical coma just ended a while ago, and as his only living relative, I would like to enroll him in Hogwarts, Severus said. I'm sure that can be taken care of, Severus, Phileas replied, offering the young man a sympathetic smile. Now, where have you been until now, young man? I was taught by my father, Gregson Prince, in most subjects, while my mother taught me about the Muggle world, Tom lied, hoping to explain his familiarity with Muggle things. Ah, I see, the half-goblin said, pulling out his wand and summoning the sorting hat. In this school, you will be placed in one of 4 houses, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, or Gryffindor. To find out where you belong, all you need to do is put on this hat. It will also determine which year you should be placed in, based on your previous learning, Professor Flitwick explained as the hall fell silent, all eyes on the diminutive charms master as he placed the hat on Tom's head. Ah, welcome back, Tom Riddle, or shall I say, Prince. I see you have made up your mind. I truly hope you know what you're getting into, the hat said with a chuckle before it declared, Slytherin 3rd year. As Tom took off the hat and walked to the Slytherin table, he noticed the lack of applause, leading him to suspect that people recognized his connection to Severus. He chose a seat a little distance away from Harrison, catching the boy's eye. Harrison blushed slightly before quickly turning back to his friends. So, what were you saying, Draco? Harrison asked in an overly casual tone, unable to shake the feeling of familiarity with the new boy. Well, I got a letter from home, and it seems my mother has been summoned to St. Mungo's to deal with that Gryffindor girl. She agreed to foster their younger sibling and plans to see if she can legally adopt them, given the charges of child abuse against their parents, Draco said, wondering why his mother hadn't mentioned the younger sibling's gender. That sounds like you. Blaze said, you'll finally get your wish for a sibling, as he threw an arm around his shorter friend. Yeah, it sounds like it, but this Joe is just a foster kid for the moment, Draco replied. Meanwhile, at the top table, Sirius turned to Severus and asked, is Tom being in the coma the reason for the teddy bear? Yes, it is. I hope that a reminder of his childhood, filled with a bit of his mother's magic, would help him, Severus said, beginning to eat his lunch. So, Harrison can have the bear back again? Sirius inquired. I'm afraid not. During the procedure, the original bear was destroyed, Severus explained, stopping Sirius before he could interrupt. However, I believe Harrison was acting on Tom's family magic. He agreed to put some of it on the secondary bear to see if Harrison would respond to that as well. I plan on giving it to him tonight and properly introducing Tom to both him and Draco. Well, I hope Harrison takes to it. Seeing him with the bear reminds me of him as a baby, Sirius said, his voice filled with nostalgia. So, any word on what Albus plans to do with the defense class? Severus asked. I think he's waiting on the board's decision for possible replacements. Why? Sirius replied. Well, I was thinking that since you have nowhere else to go, and as a former Auror, you could teach the class, Severus suggested, trying not to blush. Before Sirius could respond, Madame Pomfrey stood up and clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. I know I'm not one to make announcements during meals, but after hearing what happened last night, I feel we all need a way to relax after what occurred with young Shelby. Along with most of the heads of house and the Hogwarts house elves, I'm offering this special treat, she said, as Albus and Minerva exchanged confused looks. A while back, I had a student mention something about a Muggle treat known as a milkshake. After looking it over, I decided it would make a nice gift for you all. Now, it comes in multiple flavors, such as vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, and mint. I'm sorry, no pumpkin. All you have to do is request a flavor, and the elves will make it for you, she said, hiding a smile. She had discovered that adding the Pied Piper cure and blocker to a milkshake could be done without altering the drink's taste or nullifying the effects of the potion. There was a brief silence before Harrison and the other students who had shown immunity and were involved in the plan to pass the cure ordered their drinks. As the people at the tables noticed the Muggle confection, they began to order it themselves, making the staff smile, knowing they were now protected if Albus tried to use the Pied Piper on them. The staff started to place their own orders, and to Severus's slight annoyance, Sirius fell in love with the milkshake, ordering a second one after downing the first in almost a single gulp. Maybe you shouldn't apply for the job if that's the example you're going to set for the students, Severus said quietly, and Sirius stuck his tongue out at him. I'd warn you that making that face might make it stick, but it looks like an improvement over your usual mug, you mud, Severus replied, causing Sirius's mouth to drop open in shock. Wait, was that a joke? Sirius asked, pinching himself to see if he was dreaming. My nephew seems to be good for you, Sev. What have I told you about that nickname, Black? Severus said, slipping back into a low, dangerous tone. You told me not to call you that unless I wanted to become ingredients for your potions, but I just don't see that happening, Sirius said boldly, patting Severus's arm in a gentle, familiar manner. Several older students gasped in shock, but all Severus did was roll his eyes, hiding a hint of a smile. Chapter 17, Tom returns to Slytherin House. As everyone finished their milkshakes, Madame Pomfrey stood up, gathering their attention. I hope you all enjoyed your treats, but I must inform you that they won't be an everyday item on the menu due to their unhealthy nature. However, I think weekends and holidays will be allowed, she said with a warm smile. Some, like Ronald, looked disappointed, having consumed 3 full milkshakes, with foam and cream smeared around his mouth. Harrison could barely look at him without feeling queasy, but that didn't stop him from sharing a smile with Marcus or catching Percy's eye as they watched their classmates indulge in a cure for the Pied Piper charm of Dunles. At the end of the meal, Tom was shown where the Slytherin dorms were located, while Harrison was called to Severus's room. Arriving at his head of house's chamber, Harrison couldn't help but smile at the sight of the Get Better bear in Severus's hands. You can have this now, Harrison, Severus said, holding out the bear, hoping that the ritual Tom performed would make Harrison fond of it. With bated breath, Severus watched as his godson took the bear and hugged it tightly, a smile blooming on the young boy's face. Harrison, I know you like the bear, but I'm concerned about how some students might react to seeing you with it. If you wish, I could transform the bear into a necklace or a charm bracelet, so you can always have it with you, Severus suggested. Harrison was thrilled by the idea. He eagerly asked for the bear to be changed into a charm bracelet, so he could add any other Get Better bears he received in the future. Back in the dorms, Tom wore a look of wonder as he took in the Slytherin common room, as if seeing it for the first time. He noticed the small differences in the room compared to when he had last been at Hogwarts. He lifted an eyebrow at the snake in there. The terrarium was unlike the Blackadder that had been there during his last visit. Without thinking, Tom made his way across the room to the red and silver snake. Well, hello, little one, he said. Ah, another speaker. How wonderful, the snake hissed back, lifting its head to look at him. What is your name, speaker? I am known as Tom Prince. And you are? Tom replied, hissing at the snake, which raised the eyebrows of his new classmates. I am Glycon, the snake said proudly. Ah, named after the ancient Macedonian snake god. What a wonderful name, Tom remarked, smiling. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found a group of students standing behind Marcus Flint, a 4th year. Hello? Tom said, slightly taken aback. I take it you are a Parselmouth as well? Marcus asked. Oh yes, I believe the gift came from my paternal grandmother, Tom lied, furthering the story that his father had been magical, not his mother, just in case. And by that statement, someone else's as well. He added, glancing around the crowd. Oh yes, that would be Harrison Potterblack, Marcus replied, scanning the room for the first-year boy but not spotting him. That name sounds familiar. I think I recognize it from stories my parents told me, Tom said, feigning concentration as he tried to recall something from his youth. Well, to the wider magical world, he is misnamed Harry Potter and is often given the title of the boy who lived. Though while he's here, he is just Harrison, Marcus explained, his tone hinting at a warning, as if to suggest Tom shouldn't make a big deal of it. Tom had to hide a smile at how protective the students in the house of his ancestor were being toward the boy. Don't worry. I plan to just go to class and keep my head down, Tom assured them. Speaking of classes, a 7th-year prefect said, drawing everyone's attention, there has been a slight change. It seems that the board has agreed for Lord Black, due to his past as an aura, to take over the defense against the dark arts class. Also, as the goblins have finished, classes will resume in an hour. Tom was surprised by the polite applause that followed the announcement. The news of Lord Black taking over the defense against the dark arts class surprised many, especially since he had been a Gryffindor during his own school days. Harrison attributed this change to his growing relationship with Severus. Before his next class, Harrison spent an hour with his godfather and uncle, discussing a story Draco had shared about Narcissa attempting to adopt Joe Lesky due to the mistreatment Joe had suffered from their parents. This was welcome news to Sirius, who had witnessed the abuse inflicted on the genderless preteen firsthand. After observing his godson with the Malfoy heir, he felt reassured that if Joe's parents were anything like the young child, they would be in good hands. As much as Harrison wanted to stay, the hour was up, and neither Severus nor Sirius would hear of him lingering any longer. Reluctantly, he made his way to class. "Hello, class," Professor Binns greeted, shocking everyone not only with his willingness to speak to them rather than at them but also by being present before the class officially began. "I fear I must apologize for my teaching style so far this year," the ghostly professor said, bowing to the gathered Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. "I had grown so used to delivering my lectures that I forgot why I became a teacher in the first place. So, rather than the usual lesson on the 32nd Goblin Civil War, I thought you might enjoy hearing about my actual role in the history of this great school." The ghost explained that 2 generations after Hogwarts was founded, he had been a student there, sorted into Ravenclaw, and had earned a master in history, potions, and healing. "I was also one of the first students in my class to unlock a newly discovered magical ability, well known today as Animagus Transformation," he added. To everyone's astonishment, he transformed into a ghostly cobra and hissed at them. The Hufflepuffs looked horrified, while Harrison couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of the history professor hissing Tardier. Professor Binns then turned his gaze to Harrison, asking if he was a Parselmouth. Harrison nodded, and Professor Binns returned to his usual form. Binns, in his ghostly form, smiled at the students. He then opened the floor for questions, eager to see if anyone was struggling with the material. "Not to be rude, sir," a Hufflepuff, whom Harrison thought was named Justin Finch-Fletchley, spoke up. "How do you grade our homework?" Professor Binns chuckled at the question before responding. "You all know that only magical beings can become ghosts, correct?" He received nods from the class. "Well, what some people tend to forget, or may not even think about, is that even in death, we can still use magic, as I just demonstrated by transforming into my Animagus form. So, when I grade your work, I simply use a levitation charm on both your parchment and my quill for marking." To illustrate his point, he pulled a ghostly wand from his sleeve and cast a spell, making the notebooks of the students sitting in the front row start to float around the classroom. The class erupted in applause just as the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. Chapter 18, And the Two Shall Meet. That night at supper, instead of heading to his usual spot at the table, Harrison found himself drawn to the open seat next to the new student. Severus had mentioned that the bear he had latched onto was infused with the family magic of the boy, leaving Harrison to wonder if that was what was pulling him toward the older student. "Well, hello there," the third year said as he settled into his chair. Hi," Harrison replied, fighting the urge to lean closer to the older student. "This place is amazing, all those moving stairwells," Tom said, trying to help him relax. "I guess, but I really have no reference for other magical places besides Gringotts," Harrison admitted as Draco and his friends moved over to take the seats beside him. "So, you're Professor Snape's nephew or something?" Draco asked, beginning to fill both his and Harrison's plates. "Well, actually, I'm his cousin," Tom said, smiling down at the blonde before noticing the charm bracelet now adorning Harrison's wrist. "You would never guess it, Harrison, but you're not the only one who can converse with Glycon," Marcus chimed in from Tom's other side. "Is that true?" Theo and Blaze asked in unison. In response, Tom softly hissed something, causing Harrison to smile. "Okay, share." "What did he just say?" Draco pressed. He said his name is Tom M. Prince Jr. and gave me permission to use his first name, Harrison replied. So that brings the total of Parseltons up to 3 then, Blaze said, astonished that there was more than one magical student at the school with such a rare gift. Who is the third? Tom asked, as the other Slytherins leaned in closer. It seems Professor Binns has a cobra animagus, Harrison revealed, making the older student's jaws drop in shock. Tom was doubly amazed, having suffered for 7 years with the ghost and never having a clue. How did that come up? An upper year named Prusy inquired. Well, it seems that helping Madame Pomfrey, Harrison said, catching Marcus's eye, seemed to reignite his love of. Instead of giving us a lesson on the Goblin Wars, he shared his personal history at the school, Marcus began. Yeah, he told us he was one of the first students to learn how to become an animagus at Hogwarts, Vincent Crabbe chimed in. And he even transformed right there in the room. Well, what do you know? Marcus said, shaking his head in amazement. It makes you wonder what other secrets the ghost knows. Harrison observed Tom, who seemed curious and eager to uncover more mysteries. Am I missing something? Tom asked, concerned that the other students were teasing Harrison. For some reason, Tom felt a sense of protectiveness toward Harrison. He attributed it to having shared a part of his soul with the younger boy or to the knowledge of what Harrison had endured because of Dumbledore. Oh, it's nothing, just our little raven in the snake pit, Marcus said with a laugh. Harrison might be quiet, but when he faces an intellectual challenge, he tackles it like a true Ravenclaw. Yet, if someone manages to make him angry, he can be as fierce as a Gryffindor. Marcus finished his statement by reaching around Tom and ruffling the first year's hair, earning a glare from Harrison. He's as loyal as any Hufflepuff, Draco added from the other side of Harrison. Yet, he ended up with us, much to their regret and our advantage. Aside from the moment Marcus tousled his hair, Harrison had been lost in thought, contemplating the Hogwarts ghost. He only took a bite of his food when Draco nudged his side. In his mind, this was one of the best aspects of discovering he was a wizard. His aunt had always discouraged him from asking questions while growing up, but now he could not only ask them but often receive answers, no matter how strange or seemingly foolish the questions might be. Looking down the table, he spotted the Bloody Baron, appearing as gaunt and menacing as ever. Harrison wondered if the ghost had secrets of his own, like why he chose to wrap himself in chains or how. Harrison found himself deep in thought, completely unaware that he had started eating off someone else's plate. It wasn't until a gentle laugh, one he had never heard before, broke him from his musings that he realized what he was doing. He looked down and saw his fork skewering some of the chicken on Tom's plate. Blushing, he muttered an apology. Don't mention it, Harrison. I can call you Harrison, or do you prefer Air Potter Black? Tom asked, offering him a soft smile that only deepened Harrison's blush. Harrison is fine, he replied, surprising some of the surrounding students who had never seen the quiet boy bond so easily with anyone other than Marcus and his cousin in the house. All right then, Harrison it is. No problem. I can recognize someone deep in thought. My father often had that look when we worked together, Tom said, a hint of sadness creeping into his voice as he mentioned his deceased father. In truth, many of his old friends had told him he often wore that same expression when he was trying to solve a problem. Harrison smiled shyly up at him, and Tom felt an urge to ruffle the young boy's hair, like Marcus often did, but he stopped himself, remembering how Harrison had reacted before. So, what were you thinking about? Tom asked instead. I was just wondering if the other ghosts here have secrets or talents we don't know about, and I was trying to figure out a way to ask the Bloody Baron, Harrison said. Well, as my mom used to say, you just need to dive right into it, Tom replied. To everyone's shock, he stood up and walked over to speak with the slithering ghost for a moment. When the desserts arrived, Tom returned, followed by the foreboding spectre of the Bloody Baron. Young Tom stated you wished to talk to me, the blood-covered ghost said, sliding into place opposite Harrison as others quickly moved out of his way. Yes sir, Harrison stammered, suddenly at a loss for words under the intimidating gaze of the ghost, at least until Tom placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. I do not mean to be rude, but we had a class with Binns today, and he showed that even as a Ghosts still retain some of their magic, and I was just wondering if you had any, other than being a ghost, of course. You have the chains and somehow manage to control Peeves, which no one else can even calm down. And now I'm rambling a bit, Harrison said, a little breathlessly. There was a moment of silence as the people around them exchanged glances between the Bloody Baron and the small first year. To their surprise, the ghost let out a booming laugh. "Oh, I like you, my boy. Would you believe that people are scared of me?" the Bloody Baron asked teasingly, gesturing at his blood-stained robes. But alas, my story is a sad one. You see, I was the second student sorted into Slytherin House, right after Merlin himself. My time at school was fine. For the first time, we did not have to fear persecution. In fact, I met the love of my life within these very walls, he continued, causing gasps of surprise from the listeners. You see, while I was at school, I fell in love with the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, and shortly after we graduated, she gave birth to our son. He was my pride and joy, our little Archimedes Black, the Bloody Baron said, making both Draco and Harrison gasp in shock. "You are a member of the Black family?" both boys asked in unison. "Oh yes, my dear descendants. My real name is Bartholomew Augustus Reginald Black," the Bloody Baron proclaimed, puffing out his chest. "Now, as I was saying, my wife, Helena Black Ravenclaw, and I lived happily for a time before some strange change seemed to come over her. My Helena, always a little headstrong and fiery, stole something from her mother and fled the country. Rowena asked me to bring Helena home, not caring about the stolen object. So, leaving my son with her, I followed my wife to the wilds of Albania. To my horror, I found her handing over her mother's diadem to a man hidden in the shadows, but before I could call out to stop her, the man noticed me. My Helena, Bartholomew said, dropping his face into his hands. It looked like she was in a trance, and he made her attack me. I'm sorry to say that while trying to restrain her to get her help, I accidentally killed her." "Are you sure it was you?" "Maybe it was the other man," Marcus asked, catching Harrison's eye. It sounded like the stranger had used a Pied Piper spell on Helena. "I'm not sure, it's just a hazy memory. But how else would I have gotten all her blood on me?" Bartholomew replied. "Well, the stranger could have had siren blood or cast a Pied Piper spell that affected both of you." "That could mean her death isn't your fault," Harrison said with conviction. At his words, the ghost lifted his head from his hands, and some of the chains that had bound him for so long began to fade slightly. "Is there any way to check?" Bartholomew asked. "I'm not sure, but maybe if another ghost cast a diagnostic spell, it might work on you," Tom said, deep in thought. "How soon after you recall Helena dying did you turn into a ghost?" "It couldn't have been more than 24 hours, Bartholomew said, chewing on his lower lip as he pondered. "Might I suggest asking Professor Binns to see if he can find any traces? And if Helena is also a ghost, perhaps you could convince her to get checked as well. If she died while under the influence, it might still be there," Harrison suggested. "I might just do that, young Harrison," Bartholomew replied. "And as for why Peeves listens to me, I think he's a little scared of me, but I also show him respect. As my grandmother always said, show respect, get respect, though I've translated that a bit into more modern language." With that, Bartholomew left them all with much to think about, especially Tom, who could recall hearing the other side of the story from Helena herself as the Grey Lady. Having been in Severus's robe pocket, he remembered hearing them talk about Dumbledore knowing the Pied Piper spell, a spell that had been banned. Since before the founding of Hogwarts, this secret had been passed down through generations within a family. Harrison pondered the wisdom that respect breeds respect, recalling how he had witnessed it during the initial interaction between his uncles. He glanced up at the head table, observing the two men. Though they were finishing their desserts, Harrison noticed that the arm closest to each other was tucked beneath the table, leading him to believe they were holding hands. He stifled a smile, letting out a small yawn as he leaned slightly into Tom, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort from the older boy's magic. It felt like home. While it was true that Severus and Sirius were holding hands, it symbolized more than just their growing relationship. Earlier that day, while the students were back in class, Sirius had reluctantly reached out to his cousin Narcissa and her husband. He informed them about Dumbledore using the Pied Piper spell on the students during the Samhain Halloween feast. After reassuring them that both Draco and Harrison were safe, he expressed his concern that Dumbledore might have employed the same spell on selected members or even the entire Wizengamot. Lucius had been horrified when Harrison first suggested the idea. Sirius explained how to test for the spell, utilizing the results that Poppy had gathered on Severus after Harrison had cleansed him, along with the cure they had developed. Both Malfoys agreed to run tests on several allies within the governing body from the three main parties to check for signs of having been affected by the spell and promised to report back. Rather than using an owl, since the Malfoy family's owls were quite recognizable due to their regular correspondence with Draco and later with Harrison after Sirius's trial, they decided to employ an old black family spell for communication. This spell would send messages between family members that would appear in their dominant hand. Sirius felt relieved that he usually sat on Severus's left, sparing them the need to change seats just to keep their connection. Sirius used their hand-holding as a way to conceal the message when it appeared. He had no problem holding Severus's hand. He had come to appreciate the caring man before him, a stark contrast to the image of dark magic he had known during their school days. Sirius now understood that the greasy look many associated with the potion's master stemmed from long hours spent toiling over a brewing cauldron. He could relate, having experienced the same during his aura training, which had led him to want to apologize for his past behavior. But how does one admit to being an idiot in their youth? To his surprise, Severus not only accepted him but also seemed to reciprocate some of the feelings Sirius was developing. A few days ago, when he met with Lupin and shared his feelings, his oldest friend had been supportive, having grown fond of Severus's company during their time working together in Harrison's prep lessons. Sirius was pulled from his thoughts when he felt something appear in his hand. Pretending to roll his shoulder to work out a kink, he glanced under the table and discovered a piece of parchment. To his astonishment, it was a black family courtship ring, tightly rolled up. He couldn't help but blush at his cousin's idea, unsure whether it was meant as a joke or if she genuinely thought he and Severus would be a good match. Whatever the reason, he quickly pocketed the ring before the potion's master could see it and unrolled the parchment, leaning closer to Severus so they could read it together. Both men's hearts sank as they realized that after testing at least 10 people from all three main parties, only one had not shown signs of being affected by the Pied Piper spell. It seemed Lucius had already devised a plan to get the cure to their group, as well as to send a message to his contacts in the International Confederation of Wizards to conduct their own testing, especially since Dumbledore held the position of Supreme Mugwump there. Narcissa didn't hold back as she threw in a parting remark, encouraging Sirius to go for it. Fortunately, when Severus inquired about it, Sirius quickly fabricated a story, claiming he had informed them about his new position as the defense against the dark arts professor but had simply forgotten to mention he had already made his decision. Severus appeared to buy the lie, reaching under the table to grasp Sirius's hand and giving it a brief squeeze. Chapter 19: Ghost Stories. The next morning, a wave of shocked murmurs swept through everyone as they noticed changes in both the Bloody Baron and the Grey Lady. It seemed that after dinner the night before, Bartholomew Augustus Reginald Black had visited Professor Binns, who cast a diagnostic spell to uncover traces of the Pied Piper spell. Learning this caused the chains that bound the Baron to begin fading away, leaving only ghostly silver bloodstains. Those, too, disappeared when he and Binns went to speak with the Grey Lady, checking on her condition as well. They discovered evidence that she had also been affected by the spell, which finally broke the lingering traces that had persisted even in death. This revelation allowed her to forgive her husband at last. With that forgiveness, her blood cleansed itself from Bartholomew's robes, transforming his attire into elegant black dress robes. As for the lady herself, her ghostly garb shifted from its usual grey frock to a robe that resembled a wedding dress. Witnessing the two ghosts in their new clothing raised some eyebrows, but seeing them talk and laugh together even surprised Dumbledore. Intrigued by the transformation of the pair, and captivated by his ancestor's story, Harrison decided he would seek out the other Hogwarts ghosts to learn more about them. Given the recent changes in the Grey Lady, he chose to approach the Hufflepuff ghost, known as the Fat Friar, who was known to be the more jovial and approachable of the two remaining house ghosts. Understanding that the fat friar often lingered near the kitchens, Harrison headed there during his free period, accompanied by his friends and Tom, who claimed to also have some free time and was using it to explore the school. They soon found the fat friar wandering a plant-lined corridor, his hands folded in his ghostly robes and, as usual, a broad smile on his face. Spotting them, his smile widened as he removed a hand from his robes to greet them. "Hello there. I hope you... Are we all having a wonderful morning?" the fat friar asked, though he expected no reply. "It has been fine," Tom answered for the group, making the Hufflepuff spirit smile grow even larger. "That is good to hear, young Thomas, but I shan't keep you from the tour you're in the middle of," the fat friar said as he began to drift past them. "Actually, we were looking for you," Harrison said, surprising the ghost. "You, my lad? Whatever for?" the chubby ghost inquired, astonished that students outside his house, and especially Harrison, who he noticed was quite introverted and seldom interacted with anyone beyond his small group of friends, were seeking him out. "Well, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions," Harrison replied. "Ah, for a class project then," the ghost said, everything falling into place. "Actually, no. After having classes with Binns and talking to my ancestor, I wanted to find out more about the ghosts who call Hogwarts their home," Harrison clarified. "Ah, so you are the one who got the Baron to loosen up a little. Very well, my lad, if you're free, I would love to answer any questions you may have for me," the fat friar said, leading them to a nearby empty classroom. "So, what would you like to know? First of all, what is your name? It seems unlikely that your parents decided to call you the fat friar. I know some people take on different names when they join a cloister, but it still seems unlikely that you would choose that name yourself," Harrison asked, catching the ghost off guard. He had never been asked for his real name before, not even by members of Hufflepuff House. "You are correct, Harrison. I did not choose the name myself, it was given to me by one of my old friends. In truth, my birth name is Jonathan Kevin Peabody, though I was mostly called J.K. Peabody until I entered my order," J.K. explained. Sorry to interrupt, but your order?" Draco interjected. While some in the magical world still worship the old gods or even Lady Magic herself, there had never been a unified enough religion that called for any type of order. Yes, I should mention that I was the child of a Muggle-born mother and a full Muggle father, both of whom were highly religious. Thankfully, they saw magic as a gift from God rather than a cursed power from the Dark One, Lucifer. So, I was brought up studying both religion and magic, eventually getting into Hogwarts and a local seminary, J.K. explained. When I fully took my oath, I chose the name Tucker, though most just called me Tuck as a somewhat cruel joke due to my tendency to tuck into each of our meals. My parents loved me and worked for the church, but we were rather poor, so I tended to eat a little more than the others when I had the chance. It wasn't until years later that I finally found friends who didn't make me regret my chosen name, although they still only knew me as Tuck. "Wait, Tuck," Tom said, recalling a story he had once read at Wool's orphanage. "Friar Tuck, like in the tale of Robin Hood?" "You are correct, young Thomas. Yes, I was Friar Tuck from the story, but the real events were not so pleasant," the normally cheerful ghost said, his expression shifting to a deep frown. "I was friends with Robin, Jonathan, William, and Lady Marian, but even I couldn't save them from their fates," Tucker said, lost in thought. "What really happened to them?" Harrison asked, prompting Tom to nod in agreement, while Draco, Blaze, and Theo looked on in confusion, having no idea what the three were talking about. "Well, we managed to get Robin his land back from Prince John and his nasty ally, the sheriff. However, being ousted from their positions caused the sheriff to take control of their group. It was a staged attack. The men still loyal to the sheriff snuck into Locksley Hall while Robin and his new wife were sleeping, cutting both their throats. Meanwhile, our dear Mr. Scarlet, who had been staying at his uncle's house, was also slain, though he took a mighty few with him as he went. This was enough for King Richard too. The sheriff, his men, and the ousted prince were put into irons. While it didn't save my friends, it was somewhat therapeutic in its own way. Unfortunately, the one they called Little John didn't last long after Robin's death. He fell ill with a disease that the untouched at the time couldn't identify, let alone cure. I don't mean to brag, but if I had been allowed to step in, I'm sure I could have concocted a potion to cure him before he died, Tucker said, wiping a ghostly tear from his eye. What about the other merry men during all of this? Harrison asked. To be honest, after King Richard returned and Prince John was ousted, they all went back to their lives. So it was only the 5 of us left. With Jonathan's death, I decided to return to Hogwarts and take on a teaching position for potions. I did enjoy it, though not as much as I would have after what had happened to my friends. It seems I wouldn't teach for long, as suffering from heartbreak over their deaths, I myself died within a year. Not to be rude, but why did you remain? Theo asked. I mean, you hardly seem to have any unfinished business or big regrets. Oh, but I did, my lad. I could have warded Locksley Hall to prevent such an intrusion, knowing how vindictive the sheriff was. Especially when I discovered during my time with the Merry Men that the man could use magic himself, Tucker stated, causing both Harrison and Tom to gasp in shock. Yes, he accosted me in my church and tried to use a compulsion on me. Thankfully, I was able to shake it off, which led to a duel. Sadly, I lost, resulting in my imprisonment in a warded cell. That meant I couldn't break us all out since he had taken my wand. There was a moment of silence as the group processed this revelation. Finally, Harrison spoke up. Friar Tucker, he said, making the ghost beam at him for using his real name. During your time alive or even after becoming a ghost, do you have any knowledge of a spell? Have you heard of the Pied Piper charm? Harrison asked. Not that I know of, Friar Tucker replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Though it's possible I know it without knowing the name of such a spell. Well, the Pied Piper, from what I've been told, is a spell akin to one used by someone with siren blood, enchanting others with their voice, Harrison said, biting his left thumb, reluctant to reveal too much. Oh, you mean like what happened to everyone at the Samhain feast? Tucker inquired, causing Draco, Blaze, and Theo to exchange glances, unaware they had been enchanted at the time. What happened at the feast? Tom asked, feigning the curiosity of a new student. Our old defense against the dark arts teacher came in to inform everyone that there was a troll in the dungeons, prompting the headmaster to call for the students to return to their dorms. However, as we began to leave the hall, not only did our house but also Hufflepuff found their legs stuck to the floor, Draco explained. Tom noticed a slight blush on Harrison's face as he recalled that it had been him who caused the students to become stuck. It seems odd, considering where the troll was, but we felt compelled to return to our dorms until Marcus Flint pointed out how foolish that was. Are you saying we were under some kind of spell at the time? Draco asked, turning to the ghost. Well, you did all react as if you were under the influence of a siren's voice, unable to stop yourselves from heading into danger, Tucker replied. Wait, cousin, how do you know all this? Draco asked, glancing at Blaze and Theo. As you might recall, I passed out shortly afterward, and when I woke up, I overheard Uncle Sirius and Severus discussing it and congratulating me for my quick thinking, Harrison explained. Wait, you were the one who stuck us to the floor? Blaze asked, a mix of shock and amazement in his voice, never having heard of any spell that could do what Harrison had done to all the students. Yes, Harrison admitted. Harrison rubbed the back of his neck, a blush creeping across his cheeks. Professor Flitwick was able to answer my question about magic, which helped me understand how to use it to protect everyone, he said quietly. Well, thanks, Harrison, Theo said, giving the smaller boy a friendly clap on the back. Actually, now that I think about it, I've seen other instances of this Pied Piper spell being used, Tucker said, pulling himself from his thoughts and interrupting the others who were still thanking Harrison for saving them. You have? Tom asked, keeping his hand on Harrison's back, where he had been congratulating the first year. Yes, it must have been about 45 or 50 years ago, after the death of a student within the castle. The ministry got involved, looking for the cause of her death, but after interviewing the then Transfiguration professor, they dropped the whole thing and left. It was a bit strange, considering some said the girl died due to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, Tucker explained, making everyone but Harrison jump. What is the Chamber of Secrets? Harrison asked, curiosity piqued. Well, it's said to be a chamber built by Salazar Slytherin during the formation of the school, where a horrible beast lurked, waiting to be called upon to rid the school of Muggleborns, Tom replied, noticing the shocked expressions on Draco, Theo, and Blaze's faces. He quickly added, I read about it in a book. Our house founder wanted to get rid of Muggleborns. Harrison asked, astonished. Yes, Hermione could be annoying, but some of the other Muggleborns were decent, like his godmother. No, that's just a rumor that came up after the girl died, and she was a Muggleborn herself, Tucker said, reaching to place a hand on Harrison's shoulder. Instead, his hand passed right through, causing Harrison to shiver. While I was here for the attack, I would suggest asking either the Grey Lady or the Baron about the possibilities of the chamber's existence. And if you want to learn more about the attack itself, I recommend getting a teacher's permission to go into the first-floor ladies' restroom. Why? Draco asked, intrigued. Well, that's where the victim's ghost has made her home, Tucker explained, causing Tom to startle. He had never known that the person he had accidentally killed all those years ago had become a ghost. Maybe we will, but we should be heading back to class soon, Theo said, glancing at the time. Very well, it's been quite nice chatting with you all, Tucker replied, giving them a slight bow. You too, Friar Tucker. Thank you, Harrison said, performing a full bow to the ghost, who beamed back at them before whistling softly as he exited the room. However, Harrison and his friends didn't have a chance to speak with any more ghosts that day. Even Bartholomew, thanks to his mended relationship with his wife, was absent from the Slytherin table during both meals. Fortunately, they did receive permission from Professors Flitwick, Snape, and Harrison's uncle to visit the ghost of the girl who had died in the attack, with the condition that a female staff member accompany them. Both meals were filled with lively conversation as more students attended classes with the newly transformed Professor Binns, who had changed into a cobra. This sparked interest among students, allowing them to get to know Hogwarts ghosts beyond just Harrison and his friends. As the students chatted during the meal, Sirius realized he needed help if he wanted to deliver the cure to the Ministry and Wizengamot before the next session. Although it pained him, he believed his best option was to reach out to Cousin Narcissa's husband. He also felt compelled to send a note to Vernon Dursley, having learned from Creature that the Black family townhouse was once again livable. He intended to invite Vernon and his son over during Christmas or Yule. Sirius understood that, for now, Harrison still wished to return to live with Uncle Vernon, and he respected that. However, he was determined to reach an agreement that would allow him to either visit Harrison or explore the possibility of Vernon and his son welcoming him to stay with them, or even moving into one of the Black family holdings. Sirius was still free during the day, which gave him time to plan the lessons he had written to Vernon. He intended to give Vernon his address and gift him the owl he had used to send the letter. This way, Vernon could send his letters to Harrison without having to wait for Harrison to write to him first. Afterward, Sirius visited Madame Pomfrey to obtain a copy of the cure for the Pied Piper spell so he could share it with Lucius Malfoy. That night, after the feast, he bid farewell to Harrison and Severus before apparating to the gates of Malfoy Manor, where he requested a meeting with Lucius. Lucius looked genuinely surprised to see Sirius this time as they settled into one of the manor's elegantly furnished sitting rooms. Sirius, who had never been one for the opulence of the upper crust, much preferred Severus' small, calm sitting area, though he kept that thought to himself as he pulled out the parchment from Pomfrey. I brought the cure for the Pied Piper spell that they found at Hogwarts, Sirius said, handing it over to Lucius, who quickly read it before passing it on to his wife. And what do you want to ensure our safety? Lucius asked, still a bit confused about why the man who had been wrongfully imprisoned was seeking this meeting. Well, Madame Pomfrey and several staff members discovered that if the cure is added to something like a milkshake, along with various other food items, it could be easily administered without Dumbledore being aware of it. I was thinking that if we worked together, we could either endorse or create a startup company to distribute it throughout the Ministry, Sirius explained, leaning back with his arms behind his head. And why exactly do you need my help? You could fund it all yourself, Black, Lucius replied. True, Sirius admitted, but not everyone would be willing to trust food and drink that I endorse or help create, given my pranks back at school and my magical core and upbringing. Ah, so you want my name to attract the members of the Dark? Lucius began, his interest piqued. Party, Lucius said, finally understanding why Sirius had chosen him. Well, yes. After all, what's worse? Being allies with each other, like my nephew is with your son, or letting Dumbledore continue to influence everyone? Plus, from what I saw when Pomfrey gave the cure at Hogwarts, there's going to be a real niche market for the milkshakes. Even the staff enjoyed them. Think of all the money you could make. Sirius winked at both Malfoys. Wait, you would let me be the one to take the profits from this alone? Lucius asked, shock evident in his raised eyebrow. Why not? As you said, I don't really need the money. To be honest, I have no business sense at all. I prefer the direct approach, which, as you know, has led to some trouble in my past. So yes, you can keep all the profits, even if this venture goes international. Lucius considered this. Fine, I guess we can work together, he said, extending his hand to shake Sirius's. Now, what do you have planned for this little venture? Well, so far, I've got the idea to stock the place with milkshakes, muffins, some muggle drinks known as cappuccino, and some milk chocolate for the cure to be placed in, Sirius explained. Come on, cousin, tell us the rest, Narcissa urged, a knowing smile on her face. All right, I also have a name in mind, Sirius said, a small blush creeping onto his cheeks. Let me guess, the Marauders or some other nonsense. Lucius leaned back in his chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Actually, no. I was thinking of, well, Lily's place. Even if everyone now knows she isn't Harrison's mum, she did take the curse for him and died a hero. I like it, Narcissa said, considering it a good way to honor her old friend and draw attention. Well, I don't, Lucius stated, prompting a scoff from Sirius. What? Just because she was a Muggle-born? Sirius asked, his voice sharp as he looked at the blonde. No, it's just a bad name, Lucius replied. How about the Lily's legacy? Many knew of her love for cooking, and the alliteration would help people remember it better. Plus, if it's being used to provide the cure, it truly honors her memory and legacy against those who want to rule the world. Well, I'll be flea-dipped, Sirius said, feeling astonished by Lucius's explanation. That sounds like a plan. He shook the blonde's hand, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Harrison sat down for breakfast the next day, hoping to talk to another one of Hogwarts' ghosts. So far, he had only encountered the Gryffindor ghost and the girl who haunted the bathroom, but he and his friends were working on that one. He also knew of a pair of ghosts who tended to haunt the library, a woman dressed as a maid and a young boy. As he finished his meal, Harrison thought it would be easy to approach the maid and the boy since he spent so much time there. However, as he headed toward the library, he spotted Peeves zooming by and darting into an empty classroom. Having forgotten about the poltergeist until now, Harrison felt a rush of curiosity overpowering any fear he had of the mischievous spirit. Ooh! An ickle thirsty. What fun! Peeves exclaimed, noticing Harrison as he turned away from the classroom's blackboard, where he had been scribbling a naughty limerick just before the door closed. Hello, Mr. Peeves, Harrison said with a bow, surprising the poltergeist so much that he dropped the chalk in his hand and flipped upside down. Ah, trying to fool me with politeness, are you? Well, two can play at that game, Peeves chuckled. How do you do, young sir? I'm doing fine, Mr. Peeves. In fact, I was wondering if we could chat, Harrison said, walking over to a desk and perching on it in front of the still confused spirit. Ah, you want me to teach you some pranks, do you? Peeves said, a mischievous smile returning to his face. No, sir, I want to know about you, Harrison replied, throwing the poltergeist for a loop once again. Chapter 20, Parley with the Poltergeist. Harrison's curiosity about the spirit led to an unexpected experience as the poltergeist spun him around, flipping him upside down and sideways. When it finally stopped, he found himself hanging perpendicular to the floor, his face tilted halfway up toward the ceiling. "Why does the little thirsty want to know about Peeves if you don't want help with pranks?" Peeves asked, his tone hardly insulting. "I just want to learn more about this world. I've discovered that ghosts and spirits have some fascinating stories. For instance, the Bloody Baron is actually my ancestor, and the Friar is Friar Tuck from Robin Hood's Merry Men. I wanted to know your history, Mr. Peeves, or is that even your original name?" Harrison inquired. "I don't trust your reasoning, but you do have some knowledge since you know the identity of the Baron," Peeves replied, spinning like a top until he was floating upside down, gazing at the young boy. "Is your real name Peeves, or is that just a nickname because you're a nuisance to the students and staff?" Harrison pressed on. "To be honest, I have no real name," Peeves admitted, clicking his tongue against his ghostly teeth, deciding to answer at least some of Harrison's questions. "I'll make you a deal, little thirsty. I'll answer 5 of your questions, no more. Since you've shown me some respect, I'll do this. But by the end of the week, I'll prank you at some random time." "I agree to your conditions, Mr. Peeves," Harrison said, trying to think carefully about the 5 questions he had, not wanting to waste one by asking whether Peeves' name counted. "Well, my ancestor claimed he was among the first students taught at this school." "So, how long have you actually been here?" Harrison asked. "I've been here since the beginning," Peeves replied, taking off his hat and rubbing the top of his head, offering no further information. "Why were you brought to this school, or what made you decide to hang out here?" Harrison asked, technically slipping in 2 questions at once. Peeves nodded in approval. "I was actually brought in before the sorting had to add a bit of childlike glee to the school. You may have heard that some of the first students were not children but full-grown adults. The founders created me to spread childlike pranks, thinking it would make it easier for the adults to learn if they were filled with wonder," he explained, revealing more information because of the clever way Harrison had asked 2 questions at once. Childlike pranks. Harrison mused, more to himself than as a real question. How is juggling spiders and scorpions in the Great Hall at breakfast a childlike prank? He finally asked, getting to the heart of the matter. The question seemed to shock Peeves. He realized that such an act was less a prank and more akin to torture. It was not what his creators had in mind when they talked about pranking Hogwarts students. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in the poltergeist's mind, and to his surprise, he began to share it with the first-year student. "I think it all started shortly after Rowena Ravenclaw passed away, the last of the Hogwarts founders. As the founders brought me into being, I was tied to them. With the last of them gone, I latched onto the castle itself. To express my feelings about the loss, I created a black fog that hung around the floor. One day, I came across 3 students discussing how everyone needed to get over Rowena's death. They believed something big needed to happen, like a massive prank. Feeling inspired, I zoomed over to see if they had any ideas. The one who seemed to be in charge suggested I drop a bucket of either blood or empty a chamber pot onto a certain student. Now, I love pranks, but that seemed to be going too far. Then the youngest chimed in, saying it would be rather funny. I don't know what happened, but suddenly, the idea seemed like a good one. As I think back on it, I can only conclude that I still hadn't fully bonded to Hogwarts, yet I let those students influence me with their harsh pranks, which felt less like fun and more like bullying," Peeves said. "Who were the students?" Harrison asked, a sinking feeling settling in his stomach. It seemed yet another member of the headmaster's family had altered the school, and not for the better. "Let's see," Peeves said, tapping his lip as he tried to recall the names of the students from nearly 1,000 years ago. "Ah, yes. The leader of the group was a 7th-year boy named Chief Moriarty. Then there was 6th-year James Palpatine. Now, what was the last one's name? It was odd that a first-year was hanging out with them. I remember now, he was Anthony Masters." Harrison breathed a sigh of relief. For once, it wasn't someone from Dumbledore's clan who had pushed Peeves away from his original, somewhat benign mission. "I don't think I've ever heard of any of those families in my studies," Harrison remarked. Although it wasn't a question, Peeves decided to elaborate. From what I recall, the two older students were untouched or muggle-born, while young Anthony eventually married into the Dumbledore family. Well, that sucks, Harrison replied. Thank you for your time, Mr. Peeves. I shall leave you now. He placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to head out, when Peeves called him back. Ah, wait just a moment, little first year. You still have 2 questions left. I don't need to find out anything else at the moment, Harrison said. If you don't use them, you'll lose them, Peeves sang in a playful voice, doing a little dance. Fine then, I won't ask you a question, but rather a favor, Mr. Peeves, Harrison said. I ask you to go see Professor Binns and see if he can fix your bond to the castle and return you to normal. With that, Harrison left the room, offering a slight bow to the poltergeist, who was left scratching his head in shock at how the student had addressed him. Peeves floated above the desk, deep in thought, rather than turning back to finish his limerick on the board. Well, that was just strange, he remarked. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, ever since Sirius had left the night before, Narcissa had been relentlessly pestering Lucius as he tried to draft a business plan for Lily's legacy. Finally fed up, Lucius decided to give in to her demands. A smile crept onto Narcissa's face as he agreed to set aside Sirius's wish that the money from the estate be reserved solely for their family. As a compromise, Lucius agreed that at least 5% of the proceeds would be directed to both Sirius and Harrison's personal vaults. He added a provision stating that if they brought in over 1,000 galleons by the end of the first year, an additional 2% of future profits would be allocated to his own son's vault for later in life. The only reason he consented to all this was his uncertainty about how well the business would perform. It was one thing to impress teenagers and teachers, but quite another to make a mark on the members of the ministry and the Wizengamot. At Hogwarts, Sirius found himself grappling with an unexpected fear. Surprising himself, he hesitated at the thought of facing a classroom of school children, despite having taken down multiple criminals as both a law enforcement officer and an aura. Taking a deep breath, he turned the doorknob and stepped into his first class, the third-year Slytherin and Gryffindor session. Instantly, he spotted Sev's nephew sitting in the front row. Since he hadn't had time to rearrange the defense against the dark arts classroom from the way it had been set up under the late Professor Quirrell, he ducked under the hanging skeleton as he made his way to the desk. Hello, everyone. In case you missed my name, I'm Sirius Black, and I'll be your new defense against the dark arts professor. And while I don't have an actual... Sirius took a deep breath, trying to ease his nerves as he addressed the class. The board believed that my previous experience as an aura could enhance your learning, he explained. That said, there may be other teachers popping in from time to check on things. Though, I suppose it might also be because, when I was a student here, I was quite the arrogant Gryffindor bully to some of my classmates, he added, rubbing the back of his neck with a hint of embarrassment. Now, can someone tell me what you've covered so far this year? He asked, scanning the room. A red-headed boy in the third row raised his hand. We were working on shield charms and blasting charms, he said, prompting Sirius to think he must be a Weasley. Very well, Messer Weasley, Sirius replied, surprised by the student's knowledge. All right, I'd like you all to pair up, one member from each house, and practice the shield charm. No blasting charms, though. To help me gauge your skills, I want to see nothing but flipendo spells. When no one made a move to get started, Sirius resorted to a tactic he remembered from his own days as a student. He clapped his hands and called for everyone to get moving. When that didn't work, he sighed and added, if you all get to work, I'll show you my animagus form and explain how I achieved it when I was around your age. That announcement did the trick for the Gryffindors, who hurried across the room to pair up with a random Slytherin, eager to see their new professor's grim form. Fred Weasley was determined to prove himself, especially given how challenging this year had been for him and George. He decided to team up with the new boy, thinking he might be at a disadvantage compared to the rest of the class. Tom was surprised when one of the Weasleys chose to partner with him. He had heard stories from both Severus and his new classmates about how the Weasleys had once been top dogs at the school, only to become a source of ridicule. If he had to guess, Fred probably thought he could use Tom's status as a new student to showcase his own skills. But with his memory of all the spells he knew and a fully developed core, Tom was more than willing to hold his own. Take it easy on the boy during their turn, Sirius had suggested before the class began. But that plan quickly unraveled when the redhead cast his first spell after Tom had created his shield. Instead of the requested flipendo, Black had told the class to use the blasting charm, unwittingly mirroring his younger brother's duel with Harrison. A gasp rippled through the classroom as the redhead unleashed the spell, but Tom simply adjusted his shield. Instead of reflecting the spell back at Fred, it fizzled harmlessly against the barrier. "Messer Weasley, did you not hear me say flipendo only?" Black said, a dangerous edge creeping into his voice. 10 points from Gryffindor. He shook his head, disappointment etched on his face as he looked at his old house. "Messer Prince, that was remarkable spell work. Take 10 points for Slytherin." More gasps echoed from the students, surprised to hear the former Gryffindor deducting points from his own house while rewarding a Slytherin. Sirius sighed again before continuing, "You all must realize that while you were told when you first came here that your house would be your family at Hogwarts, this bond doesn't extend beyond these walls. During my training as a magical law officer, I had to work with a Slytherin. I almost let our old rivalry jeopardize my dreams as I argued with my training officer. It took my little brother, who happened to be a Slytherin, to set me straight. So, yes, form friendships within your house, but don't stop there. Work with students from the other houses to be their friends and allies. Who knows? You might find the future love of your life in another house, or even a lifelong friend." Sirius felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, recalling his unexpected connection with Severus, something he never would have imagined during his own school days. After his little speech, he had Fred attempt the shielding charm while Tom cast the flipendo. Tom aimed to use the least amount of power possible for the first year's spell, but somehow it still broke through the shield, sending the redhead stumbling back a few feet into Sirius form. Sirius had just dived to avoid crashing into a bookshelf overflowing with dusty tomes. "Aren't you going to take points away for how powerful that spell was?" George asked, glaring at Tom as Sirius released Fred. "Why would I take points for doing as I asked?" Sirius replied, "Based on how powerful your brother cast his last spell, if he had used the same level of magic on his shield, Messer Prince would never have been able to get past it. So, I'm going to say no points lost." Seeing that the Gryffindors, not just the twins, were about to protest, he decided to shift the focus to his animagus transformation and the story behind it. Before any arguments could erupt, he transformed into his grim form. All but Tom Prince's mouth dropped open at the sight of the giant black dog, one that looked old enough to have attended divination class and heard about the Grim from the false seer. Shifting back, he returned to his perch on the desk, aware that this might be setting a questionable precedent for the class. "Okay, that was my grim form, which I learned around my 4th and 5th year. You see, one of my friends had a problem where, for a small time each month, he couldn't be around humans. So, my friends decided to help him by gaining animagus forms. As you just saw, I took on the grim form. My younger brother was able to shift into a stag, while his future husband, James, became a doe. Lily Evans, though not part of our group, also joined in and took the form of a dove. Then there was Pettigrew, who turned into a rat, which is fitting given what he turned out to be. Back in school, after we gained our animagus forms, we decided to give each other nicknames based on our animal forms. My brother was called 5-Point, Peter was Wormtail, Lily was Silverwing, James was Prongs, my other friend was Moony, and I was known as Padfoot," Sirius said, noticing the shocked expressions on the Weasley twins' faces. Deciding to let the class out a little early, Sirius was surprised when the twins approached him. The desk seemed to bow in submission as Sirius watched the two redheads continue their antics, now that it was just the three of them in the room. He raised an eyebrow, amused. "I wasn't expecting this." "What's going on?" he asked. "Oh, Master Padfoot, please teach us your ways," Fred exclaimed. "We used to have your map and followed your legacy," George chimed in. "We lost it earlier this year, but it would be a great honor if you took us under your wing and showed us how to prank," Fred continued eagerly. Sirius chuckled. "Oh yes, I've heard about your pranks. I must admit, I'm a bit ashamed to say I was just like you once. I used my pranks to bully other students. So here's the deal, if you can pull off a prank on a member of each house, excluding your own brothers, all at the same time, and it can't be considered bullying, then I'll think about it. With that, Sirius left the room. From what he had heard about the twins from both Severus and his nephew, he was certain this would be the last he'd hear of it. After all, they had always refused to prank their own house, apart from their older brother. Chapter 21, A Leaf Out of the Book. At supper on the day of Sirius's first teaching session, Harrison received a note from his uncle, asking him to come to his office after the meal. To his surprise, despite teaching in the same classroom that Professor Quirrell had used, Sirius had chosen to set up his office in the dungeons, right next to Snape's. Harrison could only assume that Sirius was still using Snape's extra bedroom to sleep in. Following the directions in the note, Harrison arrived at the office and entered without knocking. Inside, he found the room rather Spartan, furnished with only a simple desk, an inbox, an outbox, and a quill set neatly on top. 3 comfortable-looking chairs were arranged around the desk, and behind it hung a large Gryffindor flag. The walls on either side were adorned with posters of various Quidditch teams, magical figures, and surprisingly, a few Muggle movie posters. "Ah, Harrison. Come in," Sirius said, a welcoming smile on his face. "So, what do you think of the place?" "It's all right, Uncle, though I'm a little surprised you don't have any pictures or anything on your desk," Harrison replied. "That would be too normal for me, nephew," Sirius said, a half-mad grin spreading across his face. "Look behind you." As Harrison turned back toward the door, he noticed that the walls on both sides were plastered with magical photographs. The left side was covered with images from what appeared to be Sirius's youth. The centerpiece was a photo of 5 Hogwarts students, arms around each other, all sporting large grins. In the background, a 6th figure seemed to be trying to step forward but was held back by some kind of spell. Harrison guessed the students were his young parents, his uncle, his godmother, and Remus, while the one trapped in the background must have been Pettigrew. Scanning the other photos, he saw many of Sirius and his uncle as young kids before their Hogwarts days, alongside others featuring just Sirius, Bearer, and Remus during their time at school. Harrison's breath caught slightly as his eyes landed on a particular photo. The image reminded him of a wedding photo featuring his sire and Bearer in matching white dress robes, alongside Lily, Uncle, and Remus, who were all part of the wedding party. Sirius wore a sad smile as he watched his nephew gaze at the pictures of his young parents. It broke his heart, and he made a vow to himself to reach out to all his old friends, gathering photos not only of James and Regulus but also of Harrison's godmother. He planned to make copies of several of his own, including one of James bonding with his brother and all the ones that captured Harrison as a baby. Once Harrison finished absorbing the sight of his parents' wedding photo, he turned his attention to the pictures on the right side of the door. There were fewer here, likely taken after his uncle's release from Azkaban. He spotted a picture of himself and his friends when they first met Uncle Sirius in Snape's rooms, along with some images of his uncle and Remus as they were now, and even a few of just him and Snape. "So, Uncle, I take it you had something more in mind than just showing me your new office?" Harrison asked as he settled into one of the chairs in front of the desk. "That's correct," Sirius replied. "While setting up my office, I found the books you had me collect on Samhain, Halloween. Sorry it took so long, the events afterward drove them out of my mind." He handed Harrison a bag filled with novels from various magical authors about Harry Potter's childhood. "I also forgot to mention that one of the places I traveled that day was to meet Vernon. I invited you all over to my place during Yule, and he agreed to think about it." Harrison smiled at the thought. It would be fun to see a normal magical home instead of just the bank and Hogwarts, and he hoped Uncle Vernon would agree to it. He reached into the bag and pulled out a book, finding a cartoonish version of himself, just before he drank the potion at Gringotts, swinging on a vine over a chasm while being chased by a fire-breathing creature. Harrison picked up a book titled Harry Potter and Merlin's Secret Library. Turning it over, he read the back cover, which spoke of Harry discovering access to Merlin's personal library in an effort to stop a group of Death Eaters from performing a ritual to resurrect he who shall not be named. Just as he was about to open the book and dive into the story, a loud thud interrupted him, the sound of books being dropped onto the desk. Looking up, Harrison noticed 3 more books resting on his Uncle Sirius's desk. When I was out, I also met up with Remus, and he passed these on to me. They're being sold in a muggle shop in Cardiff, Sirius explained. They were given to him by the goblins, as there's an understanding with a special team of muggles. No magical beings can enter that town unless they're seeking their help. What do you mean, their help? Harrison asked, intrigued. Well, most magical folks have little contact with the muggle world and don't really know how to navigate it. This group, however, is well equipped to handle any magical issues that come up. I know that a department in the Ministry of Magic, called the Department of Mysteries, has worked with them since as early as 1955. Their only rule is that no magic can be cast within the city, except for apparition. Since they can operate in the Muggle world even better than Muggleborns, the Ministry allows this. It all began thanks to the Minister at the time of our first contact with the group and a man we know only as the Captain. They managed to locate the Minister's partner after he lost his memory and was treated as a John Doe in a Muggle hospital. Now, the strange thing is that our contact, despite being around for so long, hasn't seemed to age at all. This has led some to wonder if he might also be magical, possibly with access to a Philosopher's Stone. However, the creator of the only known stone has confirmed that he's never met the man. Anyway, it seems that while a member of the captain's team was at a book club, she came across the 3rd book in the series that had just come out. Due to their special relationship with the Ministry, the captain and his team are not obligated like other muggles. In fact, they gather information on people who have been obligated and have created a muggle pill that works the same way. This helps keep magic and other secrets hidden from the muggles living in Cardiff. Because of this, the woman was able to recognize Azkaban as a magical place. She purchased all the books in the series and sent them to the Ministry. However, since your name was on them, the goblins received them instead, thanks to the protections they placed on you during your lessons. They reached out to Lupin, who had been searching for a way to get the books to you without the headmaster knowing, due to all the spells he had cast on you. By the time I met up with him, Lupin had read most of the first 2 books and had started on the 3rd. I can say it was the maddest I've ever seen him outside his wolf form because it seems all the books in this series take place while you're at Hogwarts, and they even use your classmates' names. Sirius then passed the first volume of the set to his nephew. Harrison picked up the book, reading the title Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and noticed an illustration of someone who looked strikingly similar to him standing in front of a train labeled as the Hogwarts Express. As he opened the book, he saw the first chapter titled The Boy Who Lived. He began to read. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, of number 4, Privet Drive, were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious because they just didn't hold with such nonsense. Harrison found it odd that the book not only mentioned where he lived but also identified his aunt and uncle's family name. Before you get too deep into the book, Sirius said, placing his hand on the page to stop Harrison from reading any further. Remus has some concerns about the books. Not only were they sold in just one location, but magicals tend to. Not only does it feature real people, but it also includes actual events. You must not tell anyone else about this, not even Severus, but the Philosopher's Stone is currently located at the school. Upon learning this, Remus sent Severus a letter detailing the book's information regarding the protection of the stone. Severus replied in shock, wondering how Remus had found out. From what I gathered, the only thing that stopped Severus from pressing charges was discovering that the stone at the school was a fake. We can't test another part of the book, as it mentions Voldemort somehow sharing Professor Quirrell's body, and since he died on Samhain, it's hard to verify, Sirius explained. So, are you saying this book is all true? Harrison asked, astonished. He recalled overhearing some older students discussing divination class and seers. You would think so, but in the books, you're sorted into Gryffindor and are best friends with Ron and Hermione, Sirius replied. That sounds terrible, Harrison said, making his uncle chuckle softly, knowing how the boy felt about those 2 Gryffindors. Remus and I agreed that you are the best one to spot the small differences between the book and what really happened. As you read, try to take note of any discrepancies, at least in the first book," Sirius suggested, pulling out an ordinary-looking notebook. "Both the goblins and Remus have placed enchantments on this so that only you can open it. Keep it close as you take notes," he added. Harrison nodded, taking the notebook and placing it in his bag with the other books he had received. He noticed it was almost time for the first-year curfew for Slytherin. The next morning, Albus nearly spat out his tea when he looked around the hall and saw Harry reading a book. While it wasn't unusual for the boy, the book he was reading was too much for him. How on earth did anyone find that book? He had ensured that Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was only sold in a place outside of the English magical community, as well as in America, was on his mind. He had been frustrated to learn that Aberforth's squid daughter had discovered a copy of his comprehensive plans for the boy and had started publishing them as a book series. It was only her persuasive argument that it could generate a substantial profit and elevate the brat's power and influence in the magical world after they were released to the entire magical community following Voldemort's final defeat during the brat's 7th year. Chapter 22, Detention and Spirits. It took Harrison barely a week to finish the first book in a series about his time at Hogwarts. As his uncle had suggested, he took notes on the differences between real life and the events in the book, beyond just his house and friendships. As he read, he noticed more changes developing around the castle itself. It seemed that Professor Binns had been quite busy. After using his magic to help Bartholomew Augustus Reginald Black and Helena Black Ravenclaw, the former Bloody Baron and Grey Lady, Peeves decided to pay a visit to the ghost professor to see if he could also be healed. The results of this poltergeist healing became evident quickly. Almost immediately, Professor Flitwick received a number of random weapons accompanied by a note from Peeves. In 1876, the caretaker at the time tried to capture me and throw me out. His plan, of course, failed, granting me access to all these weapons. I now return them for disposal. Peeves. P.S. This doesn't mean I'll stop my pranks, but I shall return to my original nature. You can thank Heir Ravenclaw and Cuthbert for my change of heart. Flitwick was shocked as he examined the assortment of weapons, which included several blades, axes, and even some firearms. He was well aware of a tale about how the school had to be evacuated for 3 days after Peeves had taken the items previously delivered to him. The evacuation ended only after the poltergeist had exhausted all the ammunition for the firearms, and a contract had been drawn up to recover the weapons. It was later discovered that while Peeves had returned the items, he had stolen them back in the following days, and they had not been seen since, until now. Flitwick suspected that Peeves had sent him the weapons because of his goblin heritage and the honor his people placed on weapons. Not wanting to leave them lying around for a student to find or for Peeves to change his mind, he knew he had to act quickly. With a flick of his wand, the small charms master cast a levitation charm on the weapons and made his way into his office. Using his special contract mirror, he reached out to his granduncle Bonecrusher, the next in line for the Goblin Nation's throne in Europe. Phileas sent the weapons through, intending for them to be catalogued and later displayed for their historical significance. At mealtime, another example of Peeves reverting to his original form became apparent. After Phileas received the weapons, Peeves soared above the gathered students and staff, seemingly casting dust on everyone. As people instinctively bent over to ensure the dust didn't land in their food, fearing it might be some sort of poison, only Harrison remained unfazed. For once, he had set aside his copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, having been warned by the poltergeist about what was to come. Gasps filled the hall as Harrison tilted his head upward and opened his mouth, catching the dust on his tongue as if it were a snowflake. Those nearest to him looked horrified as he swallowed the dust, the entire school holding its breath, anticipating disaster. Instead, a small rainbow aura surrounded him. His hair turned purple, his eyes became yellow and cat-like, and his robes, along with everyone else's, transformed from the usual black to the vibrant colors of their house. Harrison gave Peeves a thumbs up as the poltergeist flew by again, who responded with a small bow before zooming out of the room, singing the school song. This spectacle led many to believe that the whole incident had been Harrison's idea, resulting in his first-ever detention. It also earned him a bit of notoriety, especially among Percy's brothers. Even his uncle and friends struggled to believe him when he insisted he hadn't planned the prank. But Harrison had bigger concerns on his mind, specifically the detention mentioned in the book, which involved a trip to the Forbidden Forest. That would have been bad, but once again, there was a twist. He was instructed to report to Professor. The following day, in McGonagall's office, Harrison was surprised to find Dumbledore sitting at the desk, a pleasant smile plastered across his face. "Ah, hello, Harry. I must say, I am very disappointed in you," Dumbledore said, shaking his head dramatically. "For what?" Harrison replied, curious about the reasons behind his detention. He discreetly sent a spell into his bag to make one of his quills transcribe the headmaster's words. "Well, for one, your duel with young Ron a few weeks ago, your continual disrespect towards Professor McGonagall, and now this prank with Peeves. Your mother and father would be so ashamed of your actions this year," Dumbledore explained. "I think being in Slytherin House is having a negative impact on you, Harry. It might be best for you to be resorted. I'm sure that once you're in Gryffindor, everything will be fine." "I don't see that happening, Headmaster. Even if, for some reason, the Board of Governors overturned the rule that allows a student to be resorted only in their third year, the Hat informed me that I am only suited for Slytherin and Ravenclaw," Harrison said, glaring at the man who still refused to acknowledge his true identity or parentage, despite all the evidence. "Be that as it may, Harry, Gryffindor would be the best place for you. You might not know this, but your father was not only Lord Potter but also Lord Gryffindor. It's a long-standing Hogwarts tradition to place an heir of a founder into their house," Dumbledore said, as if that settled the matter. "No, my bearer, or papa, was Lord Potter and Gryffindor, not my father. And I would think the Hat, which according to Hogwarts, a historia was the actual hat of Godric Gryffindor himself, would know where to sort me properly, heir or not. Now, while this is all interesting, is this all that is planned for my detention?" Harrison asked, growing increasingly annoyed. "Of course not," Dumbledore began. The man said, making Harrison guess, though he had to exert great effort to hold back from either swearing at him or calling him a brat. "We're just having a pleasant chat before your punishment begins. But of course, if you'd like, I could let this whole thing slide since no one got hurt." Harrison, hearing this, decided to use some wished magic to send the transcript of their discussion not only to his uncle and godfather but also to Professor Flitwick. "And how could I accomplish that?" he asked innocently. "As we've been discussing, just allow yourself to be resorted into Gryffindor," Albus said with a smile. Harrison assumed it was the kind described in the book as grandfatherly, but to him, it resembled the grin of a smiling hyena poised to pounce on its prey. "And if I don't?" Harrison challenged. "Well, then I will have to ensure that all but your school books are removed from your possession so you can't come up with any more pranks," the man said, his tone condescending. This seemed a bit strange and oddly specific to Harrison. If it weren't for the fact that his uncle had placed a glamour on the Harry Potter books to make it look like he was reading a history of toadstools, he might have thought the man was after that series. "You have no right or power to do that," Harrison said, anger finally surfacing as he defended his books. "I have every right to do whatever I deem necessary to ensure that a student prioritizes their studies," the man replied, sporting that hyena-like smile again. "I doubt that extends to what sounds like stealing from a student, Albus," a voice called from the doorway behind Harrison's seat. Harrison fought to suppress a smile as he turned back to see his uncle, godfather, and favorite teacher all standing in the office doorway, glaring at the man. "Ah, hello. What can I do for you three?" Dumbledore asked, feigning innocence as if he hadn't just attempted to blackmail Harrison. "I just had an interesting conversation with Peeves," Flitwick said. He came forward after overhearing that young Harrison received detention for actions he took on his own. "That does not sounds like our dear Peeves," Dumbledore said. "Ah, but it is as he was meant to be," a new voice chimed in as Professor Binns floated into the room, emerging through the wall behind the headmaster, causing him to jump. "What was that, Cuthbert?" Flitwick asked. "I've had some interesting conversations with my fellow Hogwarts spirits since Samhain. Many of them have asked me to perform a cleansing on them. One of those spirits is our dear poltergeist, Peeves. It seems he was meant to pull only harmless pranks to keep the castle filled with childlike wonder. That explains his recent behavior, along with some of the other spirits in the castle. With this news and what Phileas has told us, it's clear that Harrison did not have any part in the prank, Bin said, gliding right through the headmaster and motioning for Harrison to stand and walk before him out of the room. Thank you, Harrison said once they were in a corridor away from McGonagall's office. Don't mention it, nephew. I had some doubts about this detention when I saw Minerva in the staff room, and your note made it clear that I should come, Sirius said, pulling Harrison into a one-armed hug and, to his annoyance, ruffling his hair. I can't see you taking part in the prank at all, Severus added. I was trying to find the real culprit when your note arrived. I was doing exactly what I told the headmaster, meeting with Peeves, when your note came to me as well. Good use of wish magic, Harrison, Flitwick said. I had no idea what was going on. I was just about to report to Minerva that I had performed a cleansing on all the Hogwarts spirits, Bin said with a ghostly shrug. All the same, thank you, Harrison replied, wishing he could ask his uncle about the glamour on his books. But as only the two of them knew about the books Mr. Lupin had sent him from the captain, he held back. The four professors walked alongside Harrison. Harrison returned to his dormitory, reminding himself to keep quiet about his detentions and wishing everyone a good night. Once in his room, he picked up the Philosopher's Stone and began to read. The more he delved into the book, the more frustrated he became with its inaccuracies. It all started with Uncle Vernon, who was depicted not as the distant guardian he remembered, but as an active participant in Harry's punishments. In the robe shop, Draco had actually spoken to him, a stark contrast to real life, where his cousin had glanced at his clothing with disdain and held his head high as if Harrison had offended him. But the discrepancies didn't stop there. The book portrayed Draco as nothing more than a bully to Harry and his friends, labeling him a coward for not showing up to a midnight duel. In reality, while Draco could be a bit arrogant, he was no coward. He often used his quick wit and sarcasm to navigate challenges. The only aspects the book captured accurately were Harrison's attitude toward Ron, which only reached that level after his first duel with the redhead. It also got Draco's relationship with Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle right, though it misrepresented their personalities. During the first week, Harrison discovered why Hogwarts had placed Draco in the same dormitory as the two boys. According to Draco, both Crabbe and Goyle struggled with severe social anxiety and were working on overcoming it by trying to speak to someone other than him at least once a day. For some reason, they found Draco's presence soothing. While many viewed the duo as dim-witted bullies, their anxiety often silenced them in class, despite their impressive grades, achieving nearly exceeds expectations in all but their transfiguration homework. Harrison had also learned that the reason they were perceived as bullies stemmed from their shared difficulties, but he knew there was more to them than met the eye. The sound of cracking knuckles often signaled that someone was either nervous or feeling the weight of stares from others. Blaise and Theo had only been briefly mentioned as Slytherin students, while the book inaccurately credited Theo with being at the top of their class, a title that actually belonged to Hermione Granger, who was really ranked 11th. As for Hermione and Ron, it seemed the author of the book had only highlighted their good sides, conveniently ignoring Ron's bullying tendencies, quick temper, and general laziness. While Hermione did maintain her bossy and superior attitude even after becoming friends with Harry, the book failed to mention her habit of striking any student who dared to answer a question before her. This behavior often led to her losing points in many of the classes she shared with Harrison, except for Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was portrayed quite differently as well. She was depicted as supportive of Gryffindors while either ignoring or subtly bullying students from other houses. This portrayal aligned more closely with how Harrison had seen his godfather represented in the books. As Harrison lay in bed, drifting off to sleep, he couldn't help but wonder what he would see if he looked into the mirror of Erist. Would he see his parents, just like Harry had, or did he have a different desire than his counterpart from the book? While curiosity tugged at him, he knew he couldn't simply check it out. After all, he didn't have an invisibility cloak, and he certainly didn't want Dumbledore to catch him looking into it. The next day, Harrison's thoughts still lingered on the mirror, prompting him to return to the school library, just as Harry had done when he first encountered the object. He was fighting the urge to search for the mirror when he spotted someone floating by, causing him to stop in his tracks. He had been so engrossed in the book that he nearly forgot about his desire to learn about the Hogwarts spirits, as Professor Binns had referred to them. Miss Millie, can I talk to you?" he asked, hurrying over to her before he lost her in the stacks. "Ah," she replied, turning to face him. "Young Harrison, I was wondering when you were going to show up," she said with a small smile that made his heart flutter for some reason. "Oh, sorry about that. I sometimes forget I still have my gift, even as a spirit," she added, noticing his reaction to her smile. "Your gift?" Harrison asked, intrigued. "Well, it was both a gift and a curse since it led to my premature death," Millie replied. "You see, I was born a pureblood Veela, which is rare considering both my parents were strictly magical, as were their families for 5 generations. The healers could never figure out how it had happened. But since I had no one to guide me as a Veela, I could never turn off the allure. That's something a Veela has to attract a mate," she explained, noticing his puzzled expression. "Even under strong potions and magical spells, the allure always shone through. Many said I had the magic talent of sex appeal. This caused a lot of issues with my classmates. Many girls were jealous of me, and most of my male classmates wanted to be with me. I really just wanted to be left alone, so I would come to the library to try to find a way to shut off my allure. That's where I met him." "Him? Him who?" Harrison asked, leaning in with curiosity. "His name was Jonathan. He was in his 7th year when I was in my 5th. Jonathan was the first person outside my family who wasn't asexual and who was immune to my allure. At first, I thought he was asexual, as he showed no interest in me at all. Instead, he was focused on his studies of necromancy. This was back when the subject was still taught here, before the headmaster got rid of it along with other classes he deemed too dark for the students." "So, what happened to Jonathan?" Harrison asked. "Well, unfortunately, Jonathan was so powerful in necromancy that he earned the title as the Zombie Master. Others became interested in him. One such person was a witch from Gryffindor who was in the year between us. You see, I was in Ravenclaw, and Jonathan was from Slytherin, and while the rivalry wasn't as intense as it is today, there was still some tension when I was alive. There was this 5th-year Gryffindor named Volder, who excelled in transfiguration. She noticed how close I was getting to someone she believed was rightfully hers, so she used a dark spell that transformed my body into a book and left it on one of the shelves. To this day, the staff has never been able to find my body, but it did create the forbidden section within the library. As for Jonathan, it was only after my death that I discovered he really liked me. He ended up casting a powerful necromancy spell on himself before taking his own life, turning himself into a zombie." "Is that any different from an Inferius?" Harrison asked. "Yes," Millie replied. "An Inferius is created through pure dark magic and is only meant to attack. But the zombie Jonathan became turned into a guardian of the school. Somehow, he even arranged it with the headmistress at the time, Shauna Goldstein, to live in the dungeons. If a student got lost in the maze of tunnels down there for a certain amount of time, he would appear and lead them out. Well, at least you two can sort of be together even in death," Harrison said, trying to lighten the mood. "There is that," Millie said, laughing at his somewhat dark humor. Harrison then asked Millie if she knew where to find the other spirit that lingered in the library. She directed him to a corner furthest from the windows, lit only by a few flickering half-burnt candles. At a table almost as far from the main entrance as possible sat the other Hogwarts spirit that haunted the library, a young boy spirit named Buttons. To be honest, Harrison was most interested in hearing Buttons' stories. Unlike the other non-living inhabitants of the castle, Buttons appeared to be only 6 to 8 years old. This was evident not only because of his small stature, he was even shorter than Harrison due to Petunia's abuse during his childhood, but also from the simple t-shirt and shorts he wore instead of robes. Harrison noticed the design on Buttons' shirt, which suggested that the young ghost was one of the newest inhabitants of Hogwarts. The clothing looked like something from a bygone era, reminiscent of Muggle fashion from Harrison's grandparents' time. "Buttons, can I speak to you?" Harrison asked, causing the spirit to jump slightly. "About what?" Buttons replied, his voice so soft that Harrison could barely hear him over the near silence. "I'd like to know more about you and any stories you might have," Harrison said, taking a seat at the table where Buttons floated, legs crossed. "Why?" Buttons asked, curiosity piqued. "I love history, and learning about it from the spirits of Hogwarts has been utterly fascinating. I was just hoping to discover more about you." "Very well, I suppose I can spare you a few moments to share my life," Buttons said. "Thank you." Harrison leaned forward in excitement, all thoughts of the mirror forgotten. "I was born at Hogwarts, you know," Buttons began. "My father was the headmaster before Dumbledore," he said, spitting out the name as if it were a curse. "My mother was the school's healer. When I was only 4, my mother passed away, leaving my father to raise me while also running the school. I couldn't wait to be old enough to take classes here instead of just being the headmaster's son, but alas, it was never meant to be. One day, while I was gathering books to read and pass the time until my dad finished work, I heard a voice calling for me. I found myself walking deeper into the stacks, where there were books I couldn't yet understand. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop my feet," Buttons said, making Harrison think of the Pied Piper spell. Based on the age when Buttons became a spirit, it might have been performed by Dumbledore himself. "As my feet carried me back to this very corner, a strange voice started asking me about the Chamber of Secrets and where it was located. I think the voice believed my dad knew where the chamber was and was trying to find out the location. I had told them that the chamber was just a myth, only for them to insist they knew it was here somewhere and that my father hadn't told me. There's nothing for it, I must become the headmaster myself, for that chamber could do great things for my plans," the voice told me. It made me wonder why it was sharing this last bit with me. Unfortunately, the voice decided the best way to get my father's job was to distract him by killing me. The next thing I knew, I was staring down at my body, crushed under a bookcase and a large pile of books, Buttons explained. "But didn't you go tell your father right after you died?" Harrison asked, intrigued. "Ah, there's something to know about spirits, it takes us a couple of years to actually become visible. So while I was able to watch what was going on, I couldn't communicate with anyone yet," Buttons continued. "If only I had been able to, I might have warned my father. The year after I died, someone did open the chamber, unleashing something onto the students, which led to another spirit being created. I don't know what had killed her, but it was so powerful and wrong that her spirit form appeared just seconds after her death. The loss of that student, shortly after my mother and my own death, hit my father hard. He seemed to lose his will to live. Then one day, while I was doing my usual silent and unseen vigil over him, the Transfiguration teacher brought him some tea. With just one sip, my father died. I hung around, waiting to see if he would appear as a spirit, but he chose to pass on. While I waited, I saw the teacher hastily banish the rest of the tea before pouring more into my father's cup," Buttons recounted. "That seems odd. Whatever happened to that professor?" Harrison asked, piecing together the unsettling clues. "Oh, he was promoted and became the current headmaster," Buttons replied. Chapter 23, Working Towards a Case. As Harrison listened to Buttons' Dippet story, he couldn't help but wonder if a ghost's testimony could be used in a magical court. If the young ghost boy was correct in his suspicion that Dumbledore had poisoned his father and the previous headmaster, it could lead to Dumbledore's removal from the school. With his plan to investigate the Mirror of Erist completely forgotten, Harrison left the library, this time skipping his usual goodbye to Madame Pince, and made his way to his uncle's office. He figured that as an ex-Auror, his uncle would know whether Buttons' testimony could be of any use. When he reached the closed door, he raised his hand to knock but hesitated when he heard voices from inside. "We did as you asked," one of the Weasley twins said, sparking Harrison's curiosity about what his uncle had asked them to do. "All right, run me through it," Sirius's voice replied. "Well, we pulled a prank that changed all the Quidditch players' robes to those from a different team," one of the twins explained. "Did you indeed, yourselves as well?" Harrison heard his uncle ask, his tone suggesting disbelief. "Yes, Professor Padfoot, the twins replied in unison, their voices muffled. Are you telling me the truth? Sirius inquired, a hint of warning creeping into his voice. Yes, we are, the twins said again in unison, though Harrison could sense a hint of worry in their tone. How strange. You are, of course, aware that during Peeve's prank a couple of days ago, my nephew was blamed and almost received detention, Sirius continued without waiting for a response. Peeves didn't want one of his pranks to cause someone else trouble, so he began submitting his pranks after the fact to most of the staff, ensuring no one else would get caught up in them. According to his prank list, Peeves was responsible for the Quidditch team road switch. While that is exactly the sort of prank I'm looking for, I don't appreciate that you decided to take credit for it. If you truly want me to teach you everything I know about pranks, then do it yourselves. Since you lied, you now need to prank your own house twice, but don't personally target your own siblings, Sirius said, his tone making it clear that he wanted the twins to leave his office. Harrison quickly stepped aside as they grumbled and walked past him, thankfully not noticing his presence as they exited. Knocking on the open door, Harrison saw his uncle look up, a smile spreading across his face. Harrison, come in, Sirius called out, beaming. Harrison followed his uncle's invitation, shutting the door behind him, and watched as Sirius cast some secrecy wards. What have you found out about the book? Sirius asked. I have something else to discuss, Harrison replied, taking a seat in front of the desk. Why the secrecy? His uncle inquired. Is it possible for a spirit or ghost to be used in a trial? Harrison asked. If they are properly vetted, why? Sirius responded. I think one of the spirits in the library had his father killed by Dumbledore, Harrison explained, watching as Sirius's mouth fell open in shock. As in the current headmaster or one of his ancestors? Sirius asked, regaining his composure. The current headmaster. According to the spirit, he killed his predecessor, Harrison said. We need to get them vetted right away, Sirius insisted. How do we do that? Harrison asked. Now, that's the tricky part. We need someone with ties to the school and a background in magical law. This points to Lord Malfoy, but we need a reason for Lucius to come to Hogwarts other than to see his son. And we can't let Albus know about Lily's legacy, so it can't be to meet up with me, Sirius said, leaning back in his seat, causing it to tip slightly as he stroked his chin in thought. What if we use the second book to find the chamber? Harrison suggested. That would bring the governors in, I suppose, Sirius replied. Sirius leaned forward, his chair creaking as it made contact with the ground. But why the chamber? He asked. According to the spirit, before he died, Dumbledore asked him about it, believing that becoming headmaster would help him find it, Harrison replied. All right then. I guess you should read ahead to find out how to access the chamber. But when we go down, Severus will be coming with us. He also pointed out that I need to strengthen the glamour on the books. If someone has a certain magical power, they could see through it. This was brought to my attention by my cousin, who was able to see the title of the book and asked me about it, Sirius explained. Knowing that if a student could see it, Dumbledore might be able to as well, Harrison pulled out the first book in the series. He needed to put a more powerful glamour on it before leaving the office to retrieve the other two books. He had to admit that Dumbledore had seen through the glamour, especially considering the punishment the man had devised to force him to request a transfer to Gryffindor. After his uncle applied the most powerful glamour he could on the three books, Harrison set the Philosopher's Stone aside and picked up the second book in the series. He discovered that one of the final chapters was titled The Chamber of Secrets, and he turned right to it. Rather than read it outright, he skimmed through the pages, not wanting to spoil the story for himself. He learned not only the location, the girls' bathroom, where one of the spirits he had yet to speak with resided, but also how to gain access to the chamber. It turned out that one needed to speak Parseltongue. He decided he would also invite both Tom and Professor Binns. Checking the map, he saw that his uncles were together in Snape's rooms, so he made his way there. When he arrived, they told him he didn't have to knock and could go right in. Harrison was shocked to find the pair cuddled up together on the couch, Severus' arm wrapped around Sirius, who seemed to be resting against him. Harrison couldn't help but blush a little at the sight before him. Just as he stood there, the door closed behind him, prompting the two men on the couch to look up and notice him. They both blushed, sitting up straight as his blood uncle cleared his throat awkwardly, while his chosen uncle rubbed the back of his neck. "Harrison, what do we owe this surprise visit?" Severus asked, unable to meet his gaze. "If the books are telling the truth, I think I've found the entrance to the chamber," Harrison replied, his voice squeaking slightly from embarrassment. "The chamber?" Severus echoed, his curiosity piqued. "I'll fill you in later," Sirius interjected, giving Severus a reassuring squeeze on the hand. "So, where is it?" "It's in the second-floor girls' bathroom, where the spirit of Myrtle resides," Harrison said, bouncing a bit on the balls of his feet to distract himself. "You'd think they would have checked there," Severus remarked. "While the chamber is said to be hidden, it was opened once before, about 20 to 25 years before we attended Hogwarts. And Myrtle was found dead from the monster in that bathroom. It seems that to fully access it, one needs to speak Parseltongue," Harrison continued. "I thought, since we have 3 people who can speak the language, we should all go together to check out the chamber." "And why exactly are we exploring the chamber?" Severus asked, looking between Harrison and Sirius. "To bring Draco's dad here so he can talk to Button's Ditpet," Harrison explained simply. "I need more than that, Harrison," Severus said, rubbing his forehead for a moment. "All right, while talking to Buttons in the library yesterday, he told me how he died. It sounded like someone used the Pied Piper curse on him. But before he became a spirit, he believes he saw Dumbledore poison his father, which led him to become the headmaster. We need Draco's dad here to verify the truth of Button's story so we can use it against Dumbledore, maybe even get him charged with something," Harrison elaborated. "And this has to do with the chamber, how?" Severus asked. "We needed a reason for Lucius to come to the school," Sirius replied, a small smile crossing his face. "Okay, that actually makes sense. One last question, what, according to the book you mentioned, is the monster of Slytherin?" Severus inquired. A basilisk," Harrison said, prompting both men to curse quietly. "All right, before we proceed, we need to find a way to meet this basilisk without any of us dying or getting petrified," Severus stated. "Good point. I definitely wouldn't want to meet a living basilisk with my eyes closed," Sirius added. "Let's search for an actual spell that can protect us, or we'll have to rely on what Phileas would call wish magic to get past it," Severus suggested. "Would the basilisk be able to affect me since I wear the Slytherin lordship ring?" Harrison asked. "I'm not sure, but I'm not willing to take that chance," Severus replied, much to Harrison's annoyance. He leaned forward and ruffled Harrison's hair. It took the two men nearly a week to find a way to avoid the basilisk's deadly gaze. During that time, Sirius explained to Severus how Lupin had been sent a series of books about Harry's time at Hogwarts. Early Saturday morning, Harrison and Tom received a summons to Snape's rooms. When they arrived, they found not only Severus and Sirius but also Professor Binns. After a quick breakfast provided by the elves, the group discussed their plan for tackling the chamber. While it was possible for anyone to die or be petrified by the basilisk's gaze, even with mirrors, Professor Binns had discovered a spell once used by those trained with basilisks. This spell would allow them to look into the creature's eyes without fear. However, even with that spell in place, the basilisk remained dangerous. Professor Binns and Sirius made it clear to the two students, if anything went wrong, they were to take cover. Severus didn't voice his thoughts directly. Instead, he caught Tom's gaze and allowed him a glimpse into his mind, conveying the idea that Tom should protect Harrison at all costs. Tom nodded in understanding, gently squeezing Harrison's hand. Since Severus, Sirius, and Professor Binns were all faculty members, they had no trouble accessing the second-floor girls' restroom and warding it off to ensure no students would interrupt them as they prepared to enter the chamber. "What are you doing here?" "This is a girls' toilet," a glum female spirit asked, her voice echoing in the empty room. As everyone turned to look at her, Tom winced slightly, a sad expression crossing his face, haunted by the memory of having accidentally killed her in his youth. Recalling a line from a book, Harrison stepped forward and asked the spirit how she had died. His question seemed to surprise her, but she soon recounted a chilling tale of encountering a large pair of yellow eyes near a particular tap. Harrison had asked this intentionally. There were many taps in the bathroom, and he didn't want to waste time searching for the one etched with a snake. Moving to the center of the taps lining the wall, Harrison began his search for the serpent marking and quickly found it. Having conversed with Glycon, Tom, and even Professor Binns in Parselton, Harrison slipped into the language effortlessly, hissing, "Open," at the tap. In response, the sink before him sank into the ground, while the adjacent sinks folded back into the wall, creating an opening large enough for several people, or the massive serpentine form of the basilisk. Harrison recalled reading that to reach the bottom, they would need to slide down a grimy pipe and land in a pile of bones. He took a step forward to climb into the pipe, but Tom stopped him by placing a hand on his shoulder. "Look there, Harrison," Tom said, pointing to a small indentation in one of the side walls, right where a sink had folded away. In the indentation, Harrison recognized the symbol of Slytherin House, which appeared to be made for a ring. He shifted his ring to display the Slytherin emblem and pressed it into the indentation. Suddenly, a platform slid out from the wall, ready to take them down to the entrance of the chamber. "Miss Myrtle, would you like to join us?" Harrison asked the spirit of the girl. "Why?" she replied, her voice carrying a slight moan. "To see it through to the end. After all, what's down here might be responsible for your death." "It could be good for you," Harrison said, offering her a slight smile. "I might as well." "I have nothing else to do," she replied, still moaning, but she stepped onto the platform with the others as Harrison removed the ring from the wall. Like a muggle lift, the platform began to descend at a steady pace, eventually reaching the bottom of the pipe and merging seamlessly with the floor. The full living members of their party drew their wands, just in case, while Professor Binns summoned his ghostly wand into his hand. Together, they moved forward. After a short walk, they arrived at a large circular door, locked by a row of snakes surrounding the hatch. This time, it was Tom who hissed, "Open," and the door slid aside, allowing them to pass. The group halted as they took in the chamber, with its majestic pillars and the large stone statue of Salazar Slytherin at the far end, barely visible through the gloom. "Well, we found the chamber. That should be enough to get the governors to come," Severus remarked. "Yes, but if they have their own Parseltons who say the wrong thing, they could accidentally free the basilisk," Sirius pointed out as he prepared to cast a protective spell against the gaze. Harrison's vision instantly transformed, as if a pair of magical ruby goggles had appeared on each of their faces, including Binns. Thankfully, the goggles were large enough to cover both Harrison's and Binns' glasses. Through his research, Professor Binns had discovered that magically treated ruby quartz lenses would prevent the gaze from killing or stunning anyone. Sirius and Severus had crafted more than enough pairs to be summoned as needed. As the group moved toward the chamber, anticipation filled the air. As the statue of Salazar Slytherin began to rumble, it slowly sunk into the floor until only its head remained visible. Recalling the incantation that had summoned the basilisk from the pages of the book, Harrison hissed, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts 4. No sooner had the words left his lips than the statue's mouth gaped open, and out slid the enormous green serpent, coiling itself on the floor. The basilisk began to move its body back and forth, reminiscent of someone stretching after a long nap. "Oh, that feels nice. How long was I out this time?" the serpent inquired, shifting its head to gaze at them. "Oh, hello there. I've never seen so many of you in my human's chamber at once. Though two of you seem to," the snake paused, catching sight of Tom, who was vigorously shaking his head, prompting it to finish, "have the gift of my tongue." "Three, actually," Harrison hissed back from behind his uncles, who partially blocked him in case the basilisk decided to strike. After using its tongue to scent the air, the giant snake bobbed its head as if nodding. "Sorry, my mistake. I didn't take into account the unliving one. Now, what can old Betsy do for you?" Harrison bit his lip to stifle a giggle at the name of this dangerous creature before answering, "We came here today to persuade the school governors to come to the castle so that we might possibly oust the current headmaster for various crimes he has committed." "Did he now?" "Salazar should hear of this, as should the others," Betsy said, nodding her enormous head back toward the mouth of the statue. What's in there?" Tom asked, having never looked inside when he first discovered the chamber. "The founders' portraits," Betsy replied, causing all three speakers' mouths to drop open in shock, soon followed by the others when Professor Binns translated. "Why are they here?" Professor Binns asked. "Rowena, who was the last one alive, wanted them in a safe place," Betsy explained, as I began to notice disconcerting patterns, as if the school was under attack. "Out of all the founders' familiars, I alone had my own chamber, so she chose to place them here." "Wait, the other founders knew about this place?" "I thought this was Salazar's secret addition to the school," Professor Binns said. "Wasn't it part of his quest to force Muggleborns out of the castle?" "That is utter tosh," Betsy hissed, her tone somewhat angry. "Why would my human want to get rid of them? He knew they offered new blood for your kind. Plus, from what I recall, both his parents were Muggleborn." Betsy's words shocked the group once again. "What is the purpose of this chamber, then?" Myrtle asked, her question translated by Tom. My human was very interested in potion experiments, so he set up this space away from the rest of the castle to avoid accidentally hurting someone," Betsy explained. She paused, noticing their astonished faces. "He wasn't the only one. Rowena created a room on the 7th floor where she practiced inventing charms and powerful artifacts." "Would you allow us to see the portraits?" Severus asked, with Harrison translating for him. "I shall indeed, but I would like the two living speakers to stay and chat with me for a bit," Betsy said. "No harm shall come to them?" Sirius and Severus asked, with Binns translating their words. "You have my word as one of the founders' familiars," Betsy replied, raising her mighty tail as if it were an arm to make her pledge. "Very good. You two stay safe and don't take off your goggles," Severus instructed, turning to Harrison and the younger Tom. "We will, Godfather," Harrison said with a serious nod. "I will make sure nothing happens to him," Tom added, draping an arm over the younger boy's shoulder. "And I will watch them both," Myrtle chimed in, clearly not wanting to meet the founders within the portraits. With a nod of thanks to the spirit and an arched eyebrow at seeing Harrison not trying to shake off Tom's arm, Harrison followed Cuthbert and Sirius into the mouth of the statue. "What did you want to talk about, Lady Betsy?" he asked, unsure if she had a specific title. "Just Betsy will do," she replied, her tone warm with what sounded like a smile. "As for what I wanted to discuss, I'm not sure if you know this, but there is a powerful connection that exists between you two." "Really?" Harrison said, intrigued. He wondered if that was why he had bonded so easily with his uncle's cousin and why their family magic seemed to soothe him a little. "Indeed, my young speaker," Betsy said, giving him another smile. "Does this mean anything?" Harrison asked. "Not at this time. However, the connection you share could make both your magic stronger over time. From what I can sense, both of you are already quite powerful. In fact, you could become like the spirit speaker," Betsy said, causing Harrison to blanch slightly. "You mean I could become a spirit after I die?" he asked, having often pondered why certain people remain spirits. He had his theories about unfinished business but had never received confirmation from any spirits he had spoken to. "No, young speaker, I mean you could be shapeshifters with hardly any practice at all," Betsy said, making both Harrison and Tom's mouths drop open in shock. While Tom had been able to possess creatures when he had been a shade, he had never learned to perform an animagus transformation. "Cool. But how do we do it?" Harrison asked, recalling his uncle's forms. He had seen Sirius become the Grim, and along with Draco, he had witnessed Severus transform into a raven. "To harness your connection and pull it off, take each other's hands," Betsy instructed. The pair hastily complied, explaining to Myrtle what was happening so she would be aware of what was to come. "Now, envision your body shifting into a different creature. Don't try to control it, let it happen naturally." "But I thought people chose the form they change into?" Tom questioned. "That's true for some transformations, but with the power both of you hold, you might be able to have multiple forms, so for now, just let your bodies act on their own," Betsy explained softly. She lowered her head to the floor and used a second set of eyelids, made of ruby quartz, to look at them. She knew that when they transformed, they might lose their goggles. As Tom spoke with Betsy, Harrison closed his eyes, allowing his magic to take the lead. He let out a small cheer when he felt his body begin to change. He lowered his hands to the chamber floor as short, light brown fur erupted from his skin, and his face started to elongate. After a moment, the transformation halted. Shaking his head slightly, he looked around and saw Tom, Betsy, and Myrtle staring at him in shock. "Wow, I've never seen anyone reach an animagus form on their first try," Myrtle exclaimed. "I thought you were teasing me." "I've never heard of anything happening that quickly either," Tom added, reaching a hand toward Harrison's new form. Harrison let Tom pat him on the head, feeling a sense of joy mixed with a realization, as an animal, he wouldn't be able to speak either human or Parseltongue. "You appear to be a fawn," Tom said, surprising Harrison. "Wait, you can still understand him?" Myrtle asked, astonished. "It seems so, it must be our connection," Tom replied, beginning to pet Harrison's head. As he did, he felt his own body begin to shift. Myrtle gasped in surprise as she watched him change forms effortlessly. To Tom's surprise, he didn't transform into a serpent. Instead, he found himself standing beside Harrison in the chamber. "Betsy is right about our connection, it seems," Harrison said, looking up at Tom's taller form. "What am I?" Tom asked, puzzled. "You appear to be a teenage buck." "I think I see nubs that will grow into horns one day," Harrison replied, nuzzling against Tom's neck without thinking. Chapter 24. Oh dear. Severus was amazed. Betsy, the basilisk, had actually understated what lay within the hidden room. Not only were the four founders' portraits inside, but there were also various notebooks from each of them, containing spells that had been lost to time. As Severus flipped through one of Salazar's books, he discovered potions designed to completely block the Pied Piper spell, one that could heal a person's mind from spell-induced insanity. Meanwhile, Sirius was examining Rowena's journal, uncovering various magical theories on the balance of dark, light, and grey magic, which were essential for strengthening the magic of the world. He reflected on what he had learned after his release from Azkaban. Dumbledore, using his position as chief warlock, had outlawed many so-called dark creatures. This was upsetting the balance of magic, which might explain why there were so few magical families in Britain compared to other parts of the world. Apart from the Weasley family, most magical families could only produce one or two offspring, despite their best efforts. The Malfoys, for instance, had only ever managed to have one child at a time, a stark contrast to old records that indicated their families were once as large as the Blacks. Unfortunately, the Blacks were losing ground as well. Before the last war, Severus had numerous aunts, uncles, and plenty of cousins. Now, all he had left were Narcissa and her sisters, most of whom had been killed off by opposing sides. As he pondered this, he realized that his family seemed to have been specifically targeted. Those with the lightest cores and those with the darkest were gone, while those in the middle were left alive. Their reading was suddenly interrupted when Myrtle flew into the room, calling out, "You need to get out, 3 fast." Both men dropped the books they were reading, and even the tome bins had been perusing fell to the ground as he sensed something was wrong. All 3 of their minds were filled with the troubling thought that an accident could cause either Tom or Harrison to lose their special goggles and look Betsy in the eye, potentially leading to their own demise. As they reached the room, Severus and Sirius skidded to a stop, their eyes widening at the sight before them, not humans, but a pair of deer. Both were lying on the chamber floor, their legs tucked beneath them. The younger deer leaned against the older one, who was gently grooming the younger's head with its tongue. "How long have they been like this?" Sirius asked, realizing why the ghost girl had brought them there. "Just under half an hour," Myrtle replied, wringing her translucent hands nervously. "Thank you, Myrtle," Severus said, as he and Sirius pulled out their wands and pointed them at the transformed pair. Startled by their sudden movement, both deer sprang to their feet, the older one instinctively positioning itself to shield the fawn, ready to leap away. But before they could escape, Both men cast the spell to revert the deer back to their human forms. As the transformation completed, the two returned humans looked around in confusion. Harrison felt his cheeks flush at the memory of Tom grooming him while they were in deer form, recalling the closeness he had felt with the other male. "Sorry about that, you two," Sirius said, "but we had to act before it was too late." "What do you mean, too late?" Tom asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "It's not often discussed, but sometimes during a magical's first shift into their animagus form, they can lose themselves to their animal instincts," Severus explained. "It gets even more complicated if someone shifts alongside another who shares the same animal form, especially if the two are connected," he added, glancing pointedly at them. "Connected?" Harrison asked, clearly bewildered. "Think of it like the Muggle story of soulmates," Sirius said. "Sometimes, by pure chance, the Lady grants us someone who is perfect for us, much like your parents. When they achieved their animagus forms, they not only transformed into the same animal but also slipped right into each other's mindsets. Lily and I spent a horrified 45 minutes trying to figure out how to turn them back before it was too late." "That sounds ominous," Tom said, placing a reassuring hand on Harrison's shoulder. Sirius leaned forward, his expression serious. "It should be noted that if someone falls into an animal mindset during a transformation, and they are returned to their human form within an hour, they risk losing all sense of self. They could remain trapped as the animal forever. Even if they had changed back, they would still perceive the world through the lens of the creature they had become." He continued, "I remember a case from my time as an aura towards the end of the last war. A young boy accidentally drank a potion made by one of his parents, which was supposed to reveal his animagus form. He transformed into a cat, but by the time they found him, it was too late. He had fully adopted the mindset of a house cat. The auras were called in because, when his parents tried to turn him back, he reacted negatively. His magic lashed out, and he used it like claws, hunting at his older brother and nearly injuring him. It was only thanks to one of the auras, who also had a cat form, that we managed to calm him down." Harrison's eyes widened. "What happened to the boy?" Sirius sighed. "I can't say for certain. He sensed my own animagus form and had a negative reaction to me, which forced me to leave after he and his family were taken to St. Mungo's. Shortly after that, Godric's Hollow was attacked. I could look into it for you if you'd like." "Thanks, but no thanks, Uncle." "I'm all right," Harrison replied, subconsciously leaning into Tom's form for comfort. Myrtle, eager to change the subject, chimed in, "I'm glad all this is settled, but what about Betsy?" Binns nodded thoughtfully. "That's a good point. Hi, Lady Betsy. While your intention to protect the school and its students is noble, I fear that if the current head discovers your existence, he might find a way to corrupt you or even kill you. Is there any way we can safely get you out of here?" Betsy replied, "To do that, Speaker Binns, you will need to take everything I am guarding and place it in. Their rightful places in the castle will free me from part of my obligations to remain at the school," Betsy said, using her tail to point at Harrison. Both boys quickly put their goggles back on, just in case. "And since he is the heir to my family, he can send me to my human's castle. There, I can stay unless he calls for me or if the school has a great need of me again." Betsy curled up on the chamber floor. "I get where the portraits would need to go, the common rooms, right?" Severus asked, thinking that only Gryffindor might pose an issue with McGonagall. "That is correct," Betsy replied, translated by Harrison. "But where do the tomes and other objects go? I don't think it would be wise to leave those where a random student or Dumbledore could get their hands on them." "Just think of the trouble one of the younger Weasleys could cause with such knowledge," Severus said, causing everyone but Betsy to shudder at the thought. "I am only supposed to guard the portraits by order of the founders, so if you wish, you could keep the journals hidden and use them as you see fit," Betsy said again through Harrison. "While that does sound like a better option, it's still too much power for us, even if we split the books between us," Severus replied. "Why not put them in a Gringotts vault?" Harrison suggested. "The goblins seem capable of handling anything and are used to watching over powerful objects." "It could work," Sirius said after a moment. maybe the founders' vaults themselves. Or in each other's vaults, Binns added, stroking his ghostly chin. If certain people learned of their existence, who would think that Salazar's journals were resting in the Hufflepuff or Gryffindor vaults? That's a great suggestion, Cuthbert. However, before we do that, I would like to try out one of the potions I found in Salazar's book. It's said to be able to heal mind damage for those afflicted by magic. It might help some in the memory ward at St. Mungo's, Severus said, thinking particularly of Alice. Frank Longbottom said, from what I remember of a conversation between Salazar and Helga, her tome includes a spell that might interest you all, if the hint of a scent I'm picking up from 3 of you is correct. Harrison, translating for Betsy, asked, what do you mean? Betsy hissed. Helga had been researching a way to help temper the madness caused by the lupus hominum, or as they are now called, werewolves. This madness stems from an ancient curse placed on them by the evil sorceress Circe. I believe she achieved a solution before she died, which means it should be in her journals or passed on through her portrait. Sirius asked, so Remus could be healed? Betsy replied, if you mean he would no longer change into a wolf, sadly, no. But the cure, if memory serves, would transform him into something akin to an animagus. Tom chimed in, I can see most werewolves, lupus hominum, eagerly accepting the cure. At least, that's what I've noticed while traveling the world with my dad. He continued, while Fenrir Greyback may run his pack ruthlessly, in the eyes of most human magicals, he has been searching for a way to cure them all along. I remember the alpha wolf confiding in me that one of the few reasons he would infect someone else with the curse was to heal them from an illness that even the best magical and muggle medicine couldn't cure. The curse of the wolf is a life filled with pain, but it still holds some hope for an overall cure. Severus said, then it may be a good idea to check all the tomes before we hand them over to the goblins. Perhaps we could implement some measures, like ensuring whoever reads the tome forgets its contents as soon as the book is put down. Myrtle suggested, maybe have someone else keep a list of what you want to find within them and be the one to take notes. That's a great idea, Myrtle, Sirius said with a smile. She glanced at him before turning to Binns. What do you say, Cuthbert? Would you be willing to do that? Yes, we should also make a list of items to search for. That way, we can limit any potential corruption, as the reader will only see the agreed-upon items, Binns replied, adding more protections as Sirius and Severus quickly agreed. The group also learned from Betsy the location of Rowena's special rooms, so they wouldn't need to store anything in the chamber or rely on Harrison, Tom, or Binns to get them back in. Once they arrived at the location, Severus created a small bag, placing an undetectable expansion charm on it, so one of them could take the portraits to hang up while he prepared another bag for Sirius to transfer the collection of founder journals to Rowena's room. With all the items stored away and Betsy believing that was sufficient, they attempted to transfer her to Slytherin Castle. Wanting to keep the chamber hidden behind Salazar's mouth, Binns closed it while Severus adjusted some of Betsy's shredded skin to make it look like she had long since died. He even added a few random bones that Sirius had moved into the mix. They agreed that before summoning the governors to inspect the chamber, the 3 teachers would send Tom and Harrison away, while Myrtle stayed behind, deciding to claim she helped find the chamber when they inquired about her death. Tom and Harrison resolved that their adventures in the chamber would remain a secret from their housemates and their growing list of friends, a surprising choice for both boys, who were generally loners and introverts. Instead of heading back to the Slytherin dorms, they decided to visit the library to research soulmate bonds and the reactions of animagus forms to such bonds. Madame Pince was, of course, happy to assist, having come to appreciate the pair for their careful treatment of her beloved books. She handed them a couple of titles, Magical Soulmates and Animagus Mates, and what they mean. The boys thanked her and made their way to one of the tables. Tom even got her permission to set up wards, ensuring that Granger or anyone else wouldn't disturb them. As they placed the book before them, the pair leaned in to explore the first chapter about soulmates. In just that first chapter, the book discussed various ways that magical beings could become soulmates. One intriguing reason that Harrison enjoyed was the concept of reincarnations, not just of old lovers, but in one case, a person with immense magic was reborn, and their magic settled into 2 bodies. Another fascinating, albeit sad, story involved magical beings of different ages, One was injured and being cared for by a healer at the exact moment the other was born. Tom explained to Harrison that this wasn't the reason they were soulmates. When Harrison was born, Tom had been with his family in America. Another story mentioned old family alliances performing rituals to create bonds in soon-to-be-born children, mostly done by families relocating to different parts of the globe to maintain strong alliances. Tom dismissed that explanation too, noting that while Severus had been friends with Regulus, there was no formal alliance between the Prince and Black Lines. Tom figured that the reason they were considered soulmates was because a part of his soul had inhabited Harrison's body during his youth before it was removed by the goblins and returned to him. He wasn't about to share that with Harrison, though. He preferred to let the younger male believe their bond had something to do with a past life, something that couldn't be proven or disproven. With a desire to take Harrison's mind off possible reasons for their bond, Tom marked a place in the book and pulled the other one forward. He noticed a chapter dedicated to individuals who shared the same animal form when they transformed. Flipping to it, they discovered the easiest way to determine who would be considered the sire and bearer if the magical beings decided to have children, based on whether one took the male form of the animal and which one was. Harrison's parents had an interesting dynamic, with James believing that a male human's animagus form was a doe, while Regulus took the form of a stag. This revelation didn't quite apply to Harrison and Tom, as both of their forms were male. However, the next section explained that a hierarchy was established if a magical being allowed their animal instincts to take over. With that in mind, and recalling their time as deer, especially when Harrison had curled up and let Tom groom him, it became clear that Tom was seen as the dominant or alpha, while Harrison was the submissive or omega. For a moment, Harrison felt a surge of panic, worrying about how his uncles and Severus would react to him being an omega. He jumped slightly when Tom draped an arm over his shoulder, offering some comfort. Harrison let out a small sniffle and leaned into Tom, who, just like when they were deer, began to run his fingers through Harrison's black hair. Instead of feeling annoyed, as he usually did when others touched his hair, Harrison let out a soft sigh and leaned further into Tom, nearly drifting off to sleep. Noticing Harrison starting to doze off, Tom placed a bookmark in the book and shifted the younger boy into his arms to head over to the librarian and check out both books. He was pleasantly surprised when the librarian not only allowed him to take out both books but also didn't comment on the fact that Harrison had fallen asleep in his arms. After putting the books in a bag, Tom remembered the map of the school that Harrison usually carried with him. He gently pulled it out, hoping to find a way back to Slytherin without running into anyone. To his surprise, no one seemed to notice him entering the room with Harrison in his arms. He quickly settled Harrison into one of the lounge chairs near the door, then turned to see what had everyone's attention. "Tom, where have you been?" Marcus asked. "Why, what happened?" Tom replied, arching his eyebrows as he noticed Salazar's portrait hanging above the main fireplace. "A little over 10 minutes, Marcus said. Not long ago, Professor Snape came in and told us that he and Professor Binns found all 4 of the founder portraits," Marcus explained. "He also mentioned that this is prompting the governors to come and check them out, so we need to keep the common room tidy for a while." Tom couldn't help but hide a smile at the thought of the plan to hopefully bring Lucius to the castle. It would be a chance for him to meet Buttons Ditpet and add to the case against Dumbledore. Chapter 25, A Botched Beheading. Harrison had finished reading The Philosopher's Stone and had moved on to Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets when Draco's father and a group of Hogwarts governors finally arrived to inspect the chamber. Almost simultaneously, Shelby Lesky returned to the school, accompanied by 2 healers. One of the healers spoke with the staff to address concerns regarding her replacement arm. The second healer, Dumbledore had been informed, was supposed to discuss the same issue with Madame Pomfrey. However, that was a cover story. Ever since the elder Leskys had been taken to Azkaban, a healer had been trying to reach out to the 2 older children in the family to determine if they were also being emotionally, psychologically, or physically abused by their parents, just like their youngest sibling. For some unknown reason, the headmaster had blocked the healer each time. Madame Pomfrey, who had been keeping updated on the case, offered to discuss the matter with a healer, hoping to arrange a meeting with the older students. While the second healer met with Geordie and Terence Lesky, Madame Pomfrey worked to find a mind healer to assist Shelby in coping with the trauma she had endured. knowing that the governor's party would take a couple of days to fully inspect the chamber, which meant Mr. Malfoy would be preoccupied for a while. Harrison decided it was the perfect time to contact the spirit of Gryffindor House. He had heard from Percy that the spirit, Nicholas de Minzy-Porpington, preferred to linger in one of the tower areas, which, according to the book, was where Gryffindor's common room was located. Harrison understood that it was more important than ever not to go there alone. This time, he was joined not only by his roommates, cousin and Tom, but also by Vincent and Gregory. Spotting the spirit wandering through one of the many empty classrooms in the school, Harrison approached and asked if he could have a moment to chat. As they entered the room, Tom quietly cast a spell to ensure their privacy. Harrison made sure that it was just him and the spirit in the room. They were close to Gryffindor's power base at Hogwarts, and since this was the last spirit he needed to speak with, he suspected that Dumbledore might have a way to track anyone who approached Nicholas. To counter this, he forced Tom to cast a silent spell that would block any tracking or spying spells directed at the spirit. "Ah, I have been waiting for this for a while," Nicholas said, his tone brightening. "My friend told me about this newest trend among you students. Let me make a proper introduction. I am Sir Nicholas de Minzy-Porpington." He bent down, removing his hat, and his head came off, leaving only a tiny bit of ghostly flesh connecting it to his body. There was a sound of cracking knuckles as Vincent and Gregory stared at the nearly headless spirit. "Oh, I do apologize, my lads," Nicholas said, placing his head back in its rightful spot. "Now, from what the Fat Friar has told me, you have been asking about how we spirits have either died or lived." "Liar," Harrison interjected, shocking everyone. "I beg your pardon," Nicholas replied, sounding affronted. "You say you heard about us from your friend, yet you use the mean-spirited nickname of the Fat Friar instead of either his birth name, J.K. Peabody, or his chosen name, Friar Tucker. I ask you, would you befriend someone who only calls you, as I recall the younger Weasleys do, nearly headless Nick?" A moment of silence followed as the group of Slytherins exchanged glances between Harrison and the spirit. To everyone's surprise, Nicholas let out a deep belly laugh, nearly causing his head to come off again. "Ah, so you're that group, I see," he said, using one hand to steady his head. "That group?" Tom asked, confused. "Tucker, yes, I do call him by his chosen name," Nicholas continued. "He informed me that students had started to ask questions about us, but only one group had actually inquired about his real name. Since you didn't tell me who was in that group, I didn't realize you would know it. Thank you for that, by the way. I haven't seen him so happy in almost 342 years, Nicholas explained. So, what would you like to ask me? You were correctly informed about what I've been asking the other spirits. It seems obvious how you died, so I have to ask, why would anyone try to chop your head off only to stop before fully separating it from your body?" Harrison inquired. "Wow, you really don't hold back, do you?" Nicholas laughed. "I've been told I don't," Harrison replied simply. "Well, you all might be a little young, Tom being a possible exception, but as you learn about the animagus transformation, you'll discover that sometimes something random happens," Nicholas said. "What happens?" Theo asked, his usual thirst for knowledge evident. "Sometimes, when people let their form emerge naturally and they have a pre-existing bond, there's a chance for them to become what's known as creature mates," Nicholas explained, causing Harrison and Tom's eyes to widen slightly, though they showed no further emotion. Not to be rude, Mr. Minzy-Porpington, but what does this have to do with your death?" Vincent asked softly, as if afraid of frightening the ghost. "Ah, just providing a little background information, my lad," Nicholas said, bowing to him, but not so low that his head might come off again. "Well, in my youth, when I first shifted into my animagus form, I discovered that one of my classmates, a fellow named Richard Solomon, and I shared such a bond. After doing some research, we found that according to our forms, I was considered the dominant one and he the submissive. The thing is, though, this distinction isn't permanent. Some bonds formed in youth can change, where the submissive becomes more dominant, or sometimes their relationship just ends. Such was the case between Richard and me. Despite the bond we shared when we first changed forms, we eventually grew apart. I felt the relationship had ended naturally, Nicholas began. It became clear to both of us when we started dating other people. Some sources claimed that, as a submissive, Richard could be a bearer, and that due to our bond, he would only be able to have children with me. That's simply not true. As I mentioned before, some submissives can become dominants, so being a submissive has no impact on being a bearer. In fact, the only way a male can be a bearer is by taking a potion. Nicholas noticed Harrison's expression lighten at this explanation. Harrison had been worried about the whole submissive bearer issue ever since he and Tom had looked up animators mates. Blaze broke the silence. If you both had moved on, what does all of this have to do with your death and how brutal it was? Yes, Nicholas said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. While it's true we had both moved on, we hadn't changed our dominant-submissive preferences. It seems Richard's new partner discovered our old bond. They believed that animagus mates are for life, and wanting to have children with Richard, they decided to eliminate me. Nicholas paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. I only found out after my execution that this man was responsible for my death. He had blocked a spell I cast to fix a muggle woman's teeth. Instead of being repaired, it caused her to grow tusks and revealed me as a magical. That might not have been a problem in a time when most magicals knew various spells to protect themselves from muggles who stumbled upon them. However, Richard's new dominant made sure my wand was taken from me as I was taken into custody. The bastard even showed up dressed as my executioner. I could sense him casting a spell on the axe he used, making it blunt. Nicholas's words made all the listening Slytherins wince a little. Ouch, Tom said, rubbing the back of his neck, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yes, Nicholas continued, the bastard took his time with my death, prolonging it as he used 45 blows to partially sever my neck. What was worse was that during one of the early strikes, the man accidentally ripped off the hood that had covered my face, allowing me to see Richard watching the scene unfold, horrified, from the front row, Nicholas recounted. I hate to ask, but what was the man's name? Harrison inquired. The bastard's name was Delgado Masters, Nicholas replied. Harrison shocked everyone when he suddenly swore, a rare display of emotion from the usually quiet boy. Cousin? Draco asked, raising an eyebrow. It always comes back to him and his damn family, Harrison said through gritted teeth, clenching his fists in anger. His rage surged so intensely that he lost control of his magic, crushing a desk in the room as if it had been fed through a trash compactor. The others backed away, fear etched on their faces, never having witnessed Harrison lose control before. However, Tom stepped forward, gently rubbing the younger boy's back, which quickly calmed him down. Whose family, Harrison? Tom asked softly, still massaging his back. I found out about them when I talked to Peeves. You see, he was changed from what he was meant to be, like he is now, by 3 students, one of whom also had the surname Masters, Harrison explained. So? Blaze interjected, clearly confused. Well, it seems that the Masters line, through marriage, connects to the Dumbledore line, Harrison continued. I ask again, so? Blaze pressed. All right, do you remember our talk with Friar Tucker about the Pied Piper spell? Yes, all the Slytherins except Tom replied, still puzzled. Well, my godfather, uncle, and several members of the staff found a cure so that the spell wouldn't affect us anymore. However, I overheard a conversation between my godfather and uncle that suggested the Pied Piper spell is something passed down through the family line, like you'd find in a grimoire, Harrison said. And the headmaster's family has it? Draco asked, his curiosity piqued. Harrison's expression turned to one of horror at the thought of that spell being wielded by a man who held so many powerful positions. The man's views on anyone with a dark core, creature blood, or even their Hogwarts house only intensified Harrison's concern. It's more than that, he continued. It seems that every single spirit I've spoken to, aside from Friar Tucker, has had some sort of encounter with his family that led to their death. The entire group fell silent, exchanging worried glances, wondering what Dumbledore and his family were really up to. Chapter 26, A Hairy Solution. While the other governors were still busy studying and inventorying the Chamber of Secrets, Draco's father had managed to sneak away under the pretense of spending time with his son. No one could complain, as the other governors were also taking breaks to be with their children at the castle. What he didn't reveal to his fellow governors was that he was spending time with both Draco and Harrison as they met with Buttons Ditpet in his small corner of the library. Thanks to his knowledge of proper legal procedures, Lucius had put in place the right spells to ensure that Buttons' testimony could be used against Dumbledore. Not wanting to interfere with Lord Malfoy's line of questioning, Harrison simply introduced the two and returned to reading the Chamber of Secrets, while both Malfoys listened to the tale of the young spirit. Once again, Harrison noticed some differences between his reality and the fictional world of the novel. In the book, Draco's father was depicted as a cold and slightly threatening figure. Yet, from what Harrison had observed, Lucius, while extremely formal, genuinely cared for his family. Unlike his book counterpart, he didn't seem to care about a person's blood status, as demonstrated when he greeted Percy Weasley with a pleasant smile and handshake as they passed on their way to meet Buttons. As Harrison read, he realized that his biggest fear for the upcoming year wasn't Betty, who was now safe and sound, but rather Percy's little sister. In the books, she was portrayed as an awkward girl with a crush on him, but the Valentine she had sent and her reaction to seeing the diary raised warning flags. Having already read about what lay in the chamber, he knew that the diary played a crucial role in opening it. With Harry and Ron planning to rescue her, and given her tendency to share Percy's secrets, it was clear she was just like the other younger siblings of his friends, full of mischief and little respect for their older counterparts. Harrison hoped that with his uncle teaching defense against the dark arts, and barring any unforeseen events, he would still be around next year. He really didn't want to deal with Lockhart again. The fact that Ron's book counterpart considered the man useless spoke volumes about Lockhart's ineptitude. Just as Harrison was about to dive into the chapter where Harry ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, he was pulled back to the present as Lucius thanked Buttons and began to gather his things. "Thank you, Harrison," Draco's dad said. "This will be quite useful in taking Dumbledore down once and for all." To Harrison's annoyance, Lucius ruffled his hair. He was getting fed up with people doing that. Harrison had even tried using wish magic to make it so others couldn't touch his hair, but either his core hadn't developed enough or something was preventing magic from affecting it. After Draco mentioned it one day, he had even visited the school barber to see if they could help. What he found was a typical hair salon, where someone was actually cutting and styling the hair of an older Hufflepuff student. He had asked Messer Alata, the hairdresser, about the potion bottles he noticed around, and learned that they were used to change hair color or as shampoos and conditioners. It struck Harrison as odd that with all the magic at their disposal, they still relied on simple Muggle methods for hair care. He recalled that one time Petunia had practically shaved his head, leaving only his bangs to cover his scar, but he had grown it all back in a night. He wondered if a person could affect their own hair but couldn't stop someone else from messing with it. Out of everyone he interacted with, only Tom seemed to leave his hair alone. Meanwhile, Draco was always trying to convince him to ditch the hairband so he could style it for him. Even his godfather wasn't immune to the urge, ruffling his hair every now and then. Harrison often stopped by for a chat over tea, thankfully never in public like his uncle tended to do. He couldn't help but notice that in the books, much was made of his hair. Harry was the only character described as having a rat's nest for hair, while several students at the castle, like the Weasley twins, sported equally wild hairstyles. He remembered the few times he had visited Diagon Alley before drinking the potion that slightly suppressed the blood adoption to his godmother. During those visits, the crowds that swarmed him wouldn't have been close enough to see his scar. It seemed they were reacting more to his hair color and the old rat's nest than to his famous scar. He wondered if that was why people felt compelled to mess with his hair, as if trying to catch a glimpse of the scar, which had faded a little after his cleansing at Gringotts and had nearly disappeared after the goblins repaired the school's wards. Maybe he should take a page out of Petunia's book and just chop it all off. That way, he could show everyone that his famous scar was basically gone and hopefully get them to leave his hair alone. Plus, it would save him the hassle of resetting his ponytail every few hours or whenever someone decided to mess with his hair. The only challenge would be figuring out how to actually do it. He doubted his godfather or uncle would approve of him getting his head shaved. His uncle might, though, if he thought it was a prank. Suddenly inspired, Harrison snapped his fingers as he bid farewell to Draco and his father while leaving the library. Pulling out the Marauder's map, he activated the search function to look for Peeves. Spotting the Hogwarts spirit a short distance away in an unused classroom, he headed over, expecting to find Peeves scribbling more limericks on the classroom blackboard. Instead, he was shocked to see the spirit floating before an elaborate mirror that seemed completely out of place. In an instant, Harrison recognized what he was looking at, recalling his desire to find the mirror of Eris to see if he. Harrison stepped closer to Peeves, eager to see if the mischievous spirit would perceive the same vision he had read about in the book. "What do you see, Mr. Peeves?" he asked, causing the playful spirit to startle slightly. "You surprised me, my lad," Peeves replied, twisting his head around backward to look at Harrison. "I do apologize, Mr. Peeves," Harrison said, bowing slightly to the little man. "I recognize that mirror from my readings. It shows one's heart's desire, and I was just wondering what you would see." "That does make sense, for it is strange to see them again," Peeves said, pulling out a polka-dotted handkerchief and blowing his nose without the usual rudeness. "Who?" Harrison asked, curious. "Why, the founders, my lad. They are proud of me for the job I do," Peeves announced, puffing out his chest with pride. "I'm sure they would be, Mr. Peeves, now that you're back to normal again," Harrison said with a smile. "All thanks to you, my lad," Peeves said, bowing in return. "Now, did you come to take a look as well, or were you looking for me again?" "Well, I was looking for you, hoping you could help me out with something," Harrison admitted, taking a hesitant step forward. "But I can't deny that the idea of what I would see does sound tempting." "Well then, come on. See what you can see," Peeves encouraged, stepping aside to allow Harrison to stand before the mirror. As Harrison gazed into the reflective surface, he was amazed to find that for once, the book and his reality aligned. He saw the two men from the wedding picture in his uncle's office. This time, however, they were alone, without the rest of his potential family surrounding them. After a moment, the pair waved at him, sending silent signals of their love. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the Chamber of Secrets, where he and Tom were curled up together, this time as humans rather than deer. A smile spread across Harrison's face as he watched his mirror self nestle against the older male's body, a sight that would surely make him blush a deep red if it happened in real life. As Tom wrapped his arms around Harrison, holding him close, Harrison shook his head, recalling a line from a book about how people could get lost in the visions of the mirror. While the image it showed him was pleasant, he knew it would be better if he weren't found near the mirror at all. He figured it was safe as long as Peeves was in the room. "As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Peeves, I've been looking for you because I need some help," Harrison said. "Oh, need help with a prank, do you, my lad?" Peeves replied with a delightful chuckle. "In a way," Harrison said, explaining how tired he was of people messing with his hair. "I see you want me to give you a potion that will shock them whenever they touch it." Peeves asked. "No, I want you to shave my head, except for my eyebrows," Harrison clarified. Evidently, whatever Peeves had anticipated, this was not it. The spirit looked utterly flabbergasted. "Let me get this straight, you're asking me to shave your head, leaving you a cue ball by your own choice?" Peeves asked to clarify. "Well, maybe not that much off. Just leave me with an inch or something," Harrison replied. "Can I dye the fuzz?" Peeves asked, steepling his fingers with a small cackle. "What do you have in mind?" Harrison inquired. For once, the other students didn't pay him any attention as he headed down to the Great Hall for supper that night, a slight spring in his step. He had to admit, Peeves had done some good work on his hair. He definitely didn't resemble the picture of Harry from the books, not that he really had after getting new glasses with Uncle Vernon and the potion he drank in his prep lessons. Now, even his normal look was gone. While he still wore his thin rectangular glasses over his dark eyes, his lightning bolt scar was only visible if someone knew to look for it. His black hair, usually kept in a ponytail, had been cut down to just an inch in length and dyed a bright blonde color. Enjoying his bold new look, Harrison slipped into the Great Hall and took his usual spot at the Slytherin table. Some of the older students shot him wary glances, but their surprise quickly turned to recognition. A few rolled their eyes, while Marcus couldn't help but chuckle when he realized who it was. At least no one asked the question he had always dreaded after Petunia made him get a haircut when he was younger: "Oh, did you get your hair cut?" However, the questions didn't end there. As Draco sat down, he took one look at Harrison and exclaimed, "What in the name of Merlin and Morgana did you do to your hair?" "I got sick of people messing with it, so I got rid of it." "Oh, and I dyed it too," Harrison replied with a small smile, running his hand over the top of his head and instantly enjoying the feel of it. "Of all the—" Draco stammered, clearly thrown off by Harrison's drastic change. "Hey, it's nice that no one even seemed to notice me as I came down for supper. The other houses still seem to gossip about me as I pass," Harrison said. "Well, then I say you did a great job with it," Blaze chimed in, knowing how much Harrison hated all the attention he usually attracted. "I didn't think I was such a trendsetter," he added, running his own hand over his head, which sported the same short length as Harrison's, but was a deep midnight black. "Yeah, sure, you can think that if you want, Blaze," Harrison laughed as he started to fill his plate. Chapter 27: Growing Evidence. Harrison had just finished filling his plate when Tom arrived and sat down next to him. "What did you do to your hair?" the older boy asked. "Well, obviously, I saw something rather scary, and it all fell out." "That also explains the color change," Harrison replied, doing his best not to look at Tom, fearing he might blush at the memory of what he had seen in the mirror of Erist. "How droll, Harrison." "Yes, I get it. It's a standard question when someone gets a haircut in the Muggle world. But seriously, what did you do with your hair?" Tom pressed. "Why does it matter?" Draco chimed in. "I know why I care," Tom said, "but so far, you haven't struck me as someone who's particularly concerned with a person's looks, no offense." "No offense taken, Draco," Tom continued. "The reason I ask is that I've read about a potion that can be used to take on a person's appearance. One of the most common ingredients a wizard would use from someone to facilitate that change is their hair. So I ask again, what did you do with your hair?" "As soon as the person cut it all off, we put it into a fireplace and burned it to ash," Harrison said. It had been his idea. He had already read the chapter from the second book about Granger's counterpart brewing the polyjuice potion, and he didn't want anyone using his hair to impersonate him. He didn't think it would fool his friends or a place like Gringotts, but they could have someone masquerade as him and make it seem like he was Ronald and Granger's friend. Or, even worse, they could ask for a resorting, knowing that Dumbledore would use it as an excuse to get him sent to Gryffindor. The most likely scenario Harrison could imagine was someone using polyjuice to become him, only to announce to the entire hall that he wanted a resort, but done privately so the sorting hat wouldn't even be involved. The old hat would then announce to the hall that Harry was not only being moved to Gryffindor, but also that he wanted to be called Harry instead of his real name. While Harrison could easily deal with the confusion, the thought of it happening made him uneasy. According to Hogwarts bylaws, only one resorting is permitted for a single student, meaning there would be no chance for Harrison to return to Slytherin. Given the choice, he would prefer to change schools entirely, but he hoped he wouldn't have to. "That was a very smart decision, Harrison," Tom said, breaking into Harrison's thoughts as he placed a reassuring hand on the young boy's shoulder. "Well, I've also read about the polyjuice potion, and I definitely don't want anyone pretending to be me," Harrison replied, surprising some of the older students. "I am continually impressed by the knowledge you've gained from your reading," Tom said, giving Harrison a wink. He was reminded that Harrison had been able to see through the glamour on the Harry Potter books and had likely asked Snape about them. "How else am I going to gain knowledge, especially in Transfiguration?" Harrison said, prompting some laughter from the group. Tom marveled at Harrison's insights about the class. He recalled his own first time at Hogwarts, when McGonagall was a fourth-year student. Even then, she had shown signs of bias against Slytherins and anyone with a dark core, clearly aligned with the headmaster's views, much like the youngest Weasley boy had been when sharing Quirrell's body. Reflecting on the kind of person she had been as a student, Tom was intrigued to see her now as a teacher. He had researched how she obtained her position, knowing that someone like Lucius Malfoy would never approve of her bullying methods in class. He discovered that McGonagall had been the headmaster's first hire after he took over, negotiating a clause in her contract that granted her instant tenure at the school. In contrast, Tom's contract when he joined with Quirrell was barebones and only lasted 1 year. From what he could see in Quirrell's memories, Quirrell's own contract as the Muggle Studies professor was also for 1 year at a time, with bonuses promised for staff who issued particularly harsh detentions. Lucius had been reflecting on the situation regarding any Slytherins or students with a dark core. Fortunately, most staff members seemed to reject the idea of targeting these students, with the exceptions being McGonagall, Filch, and to some extent, Hagrid. Meanwhile, as Harrison and his friends enjoyed their lunch, Lucius was in the designated room at Hogwarts, surrounded by the strongest wards he could conjure to prevent any spying or unwanted intrusion. He was meticulously reviewing the evidence he had gathered against Albus. Before the current term began, Lucius had collected some minor pieces of information to use against Albus, but since Harrison's involvement, his case had grown significantly. The first crucial piece of evidence came from none other than Sirius Black, who had informed Lucius after his trial that Albus himself had performed the Fidelius charm. This revelation meant that Albus had known all along that Sirius was innocent, yet he still sent him to Azkaban. The next significant piece of evidence emerged after Severus, Sirius, and Lucius's own son had persuaded Harrison to share the results of his test from the bank. The findings revealed that Albus had placed blocks and possibly even potions on Harrison. It was troubling, as the test could indicate the presence of the potion in someone's system but not who had administered it. The fact that Albus had enchanted Harrison was particularly concerning, especially since he had often claimed to be Harrison's magical guardian whenever anyone inquired about the boy who lived before he arrived at Hogwarts. The only detail Lucius felt was missing from the Gringotts test results was any mention of marriage contracts. He was confident that neither James nor Regulus had arranged one for their son, but the possibility of someone employing underhanded methods to bind a child or a fully grown magical being to Harrison couldn't be ignored. He contemplated discussing a more thorough search for such documents with either Severus or Sirius later. The only reason Lucius had not pursued a case against Albus at that moment was Harrison. Lucius understood that the influence of Slytherins and students with a dark core was a sensitive topic. Although he knew that most staff members, with a few exceptions, did not support targeting these students, he was gathering evidence against Albus Dumbledore. This included revelations from Sirius Black about Dumbledore's knowledge of Sirius's innocence, as well as troubling findings from a test that suggested Dumbledore may have placed blocks or potions on Harrison, who was linked to Lucius's concerns. Despite having compelling evidence, Lucius hesitated to take action against Dumbledore, primarily due to his concern for Harrison's well-being. Sirius had recently pointed out that Dumbledore, while still influential in a small part of Europe, was losing his grip on power within the Wizengamot. This decline was largely due to Lily's legacy, which was spreading the cure for the Pied Piper spell. Additionally, Sirius had taken on the role of steward for the houses that Harrison would one day lead. Rather than casting his own votes or Harry's, Sirius, with Harrison's permission, had allowed Narcissa to stand in and cast their votes for the Grey Party. The lines they controlled held significant power in England, shifting the balance in the Wizengamot away from the Light-Cored Party and toward the Grey. With the Light no longer in the majority, Albus lost his position as Chief Warlock to Lord Jacob Scamander. One of the first actions Lord Scamander took was to begin dismantling many of the anti-creature laws that had been established during Dumbledore's tenure. Lucius had also collected some evidence that, while it seemed insignificant to his plans, highlighted how much Dumbledore was interfering in Harrison's life. When Sirius had visited him and Narcissa to discuss Dumbledore's abilities with the Pied Piper spell, Narcissa had noticed a pile of books that Sirius had brought along. Sirius explained that Harrison wanted to learn what had been written about him, so he had gone out to buy some of the stories. This was the first time Lucius had seen any of those books, having never allowed his son to acquire them himself. Each book, although different in authorship, illustration, and genre, bore the same publisher's mark. After Sirius left, Lucius found himself unable to think about Albus's ability to sway the majority with just his voice. Instead, he immersed himself in researching the Harry Potter books. What he discovered shocked him. It appeared that every single book published had gone through the same Lucius was investigating a publishing company called the Pelican Brief. While that revelation was intriguing, he soon discovered that the company exclusively published Harry Potter books. Further research revealed that the owner, or rather the group behind it, was a shell company named the Bird Fund. The name rang a bell. He recalled hearing it from Severus years ago. A quick trek to the Pensieve confirmed his memory. Albus had used that name for his vigilante organization in official documents. This group had operated outside of ministry law to confront the Death Eaters during the last war. Ironically, some of their unapproved tactics had inadvertently allowed a few of the Dark Lord's more dangerous followers to evade capture. This had forced Lucius to intervene and ensure they were sent to Azkaban for disrupting Tom's true plans. He and Narcissa had scans from fellow Wizengamot members that indicated they were under the influence of the Pied Piper ability. However, like the Gringotts test that revealed potions in someone's system, the scans only showed that someone had been affected, not who was responsible. While this information was useful, they could not yet link it to Albus. It wouldn't hold up in court unless they could prove he was the only one with such an ability. From a letter Lucius had received from his son before arriving at Hogwarts, he learned that Draco and some others had been conversing with the Hogwarts spirits. In the letter, Draco shared some insights Harrison had gathered after meeting the Gryffindor house spirit. It revealed that almost all the spirits had connections to Albus's family, which ultimately led to their demise. The fact that all these spirits had congregated at Hogwarts with this shared history was fascinating. However, it was even more troubling that several spirits mentioned possibly being under the influence of the Pied Piper before their deaths, indicating that it was a spell that. It was most likely documented in the Dumbledore family grimoire, or it could be an inherited skill passed down through the family line. If it originated from the grimoire, tracing it would be relatively straightforward. However, if the Pied Piper was indeed an inherited magical ability, it could imply that anyone from that lineage might possess it. Unfortunately, the stories from the spirits regarding the family's history were extensive, and Lucius only knew of two prominent members at this time, Albus and his brother, who ran the pub. Curious to find out if Aberforth Dumbledore also had access to the Pied Piper's influence, Lucius decided to visit the Hog's Head for a drink on the first night the group was sent to investigate the chambers at Hogwarts. He noticed he wasn't the only one with a hood up. Apart from Aberforth and Hagrid, everyone else in the pub was similarly cloaked. Seeing no sign of Albus, Lucius discreetly scanned the patrons to determine if any had been affected by the Pied Piper. He identified at least 3 patrons under its influence, one of whom he recognized by his distinctive smell and the small, lumpy cloak he wore, Mundungus Fletcher. Lucius knew that Mundungus was Albus's go-to man for all dealings in the black market in England, often sent to handle matters instead of Albus himself. Another individual showing signs of the Pied Piper's influence was a man gambling with Hagrid. During the game, which Lucius observed, the man seemed to be losing consistently to the large half-giant. Lucius assumed that either the man was under the influence of the spell or he viewed Hagrid as an easy target, given that Hagrid had no poker face whatsoever. Lucius almost intervened when he saw the affected gambler place a wager using a real dragon egg, but he hesitated, not wanting to reveal his presence or explain his motives. Later, when he returned to Hogwarts, Lucius sent a message to the department responsible for magical creatures, requesting they investigate the matter further. The last patron he noticed. Lucius had scanned the room and noticed someone sitting at the bar, receiving drinks directly from Aberforth. However, the person's cloak obscured their identity, making it impossible for Lucius to determine if they had been enchanted by Albus or the bartender. The only way he could think to test it was to feed the patron some Pied Piper cure and observe Aberforth's reaction. Unfortunately, like most places, the Hog's Head had a strict policy against outside food and drink. If he hadn't already taken the cure himself, Lucius would have approached the bar. Still pondering how to verify if the person had been enchanted, the pub door swung open. A friend of the patron entered and headed straight to the stool next to them. Lucius quickly scanned the newcomer and noted that there were no signs of the Pied Piper's influence. After a while, once the newcomer had ordered a couple of drinks, Lucius scanned again and saw that this person now exhibited signs of Pied Piper magic. Knowing Albus was too arrogant to hide himself, relying instead on people like Mundungus, Lucius concluded that the newcomer had been enchanted by Aberforth. Having gathered enough information, Lucius decided to leave the Hog's Head, contemplating the need to introduce Lily's legacy in Hogsmeade since Aberforth could wield the magical ability as well. Or maybe not, he thought to himself as he made his way to the Three Broomsticks. "Hello, Julie. How has your night been?" he greeted the barmaid. "Hello, Lucius. It's been rather slow tonight, actually. It's strange to see you here on a night when there's no board meeting," Madame Rosmerta replied. "Well, some of the board members have been called into the school. It seems a group of people discovered the Chamber of Secrets," Lucius said, leaning in as if sharing a significant secret. "Ah, I thought I heard mention of something like that recently," she responded with a smile. Rosmerta worked on cleaning some of her cups. "So, what can I get you tonight?" "Your usual." "Actually, no," Lucius replied. "I recently received a letter from my son about how, the day after Samhain, the students were given a muggle treat known as a milk shock." "I see. I'm afraid they didn't get it from me, and they're called milkshakes," Rosmerta corrected him. "Ah, yes, that was the name. Well, anyway, having seen how much the students enjoyed them, my wife's cousin, Sirius Black, decided to start a business to sell them. He actually approached me to see if I wanted to be a partner in his endeavor. To tell the truth, I might have said no if my own son hadn't sung the praises of these milkshakes. I was wondering if you would be willing to sell some of the items from Sirius's business in your place, at cost, mind you," Lucius said. "I don't know, Lucius. I think I do a good job with my butterbeer," Rosmerta replied. "I get that, Julie, but from what I've heard, the students, even those who have come to Hogsmeade and have had your butterbeer, couldn't get enough of the milkshakes. How about this, you can have 55% of all sales of any items from Sirius's company. I know for a fact he's actually trying to sell the items mostly at places like the Ministry, though Narcissa has informed me he's been in talks to see if St. Mungo's would be willing to let him set up a small shop there as well. He's not selling enchanted food, is he?" Rosmerta asked. "You have my promise he is not. That was one of the reasons he came to me. He knew that his history as a prankster would work against him in such a venture. No, his products include milkshakes, cookies, muffins, and a selection of flavored muggle coffees. If you'd like, since I'm staying at the school, I can see if he can make some samples for you to try, to see if they live up to your high standards," Lucius offered. "I guess," Rosmerta said, checking her reservation book. "I have nothing going on in 2 days." "You both can come then," Rosmerta said. "You want me to put up with Black during this?" Lucius asked, adding a hint of feigned annoyance to his voice. "Yes. If you want to sell in my place, I want to see you both at the same time. I need to make sure this isn't some elaborate prank from Sirius," she replied firmly. "Very well. I'll bring him and a selection of our items for you to check out," Lucius said as he pushed himself away from the bar and left the restaurant. Sirius had been shocked when Lucius told him about the meeting to see if Rosmerta would sell Lily's legacy products in the Three Broomsticks. Lucius had to explain his reasoning, which included the fact that Aberforth could also use the Pied Piper ability. Sirius had instantly agreed and got to work preparing some items for tasting. Even if Rosmerta decided not to enter into an agreement with them, at least she would receive the cure, ensuring that neither Albus nor Aberforth could use the Pied Piper on her. That meeting was set to happen later that day. Lucius reviewed the latest piece of evidence against Albus, the testimony of Button Dipet. Using the proper spells, charms, and procedures for a spirit's testimony, one of which ensured the spirit was telling the truth, Lucius believed he finally had enough to not only oust Albus from his positions at Hogwarts and abroad but also a strong chance of getting him arrested and sent to Azkaban. Chapter 28, The First Yule. While Lucius had gathered a significant amount of evidence due to the heavy caseload typical for this time of year, he knew that he wouldn't be able to use it against the old fool until the new year began. He didn't want to submit the evidence just yet, fearing that one of the man's pawns might get their hands on it. Instead, he decided to hold off until after the new year. Putting the evidence aside, Lucius began making plans for Yule, surprised to have received an invitation to a celebration at the Blacks. Harrison had a great time riding back to King's Cross with his friends. The only ones missing were Neville, who chose to stay behind rather than spend the holidays with his family, and Tom, who, thanks to Severus's obligation to remain, had nowhere else to go. Harrison understood Neville's decision. From the stories he had heard about Neville's family, Petunia seemed almost pleasant in comparison. He was a bit surprised at how much he already missed Tom, but he understood why Tom had chosen to stay. Just like on the ride to the castle, Harrison was dressed appropriately for his destination, this time in one of the Muggle outfits Uncle Vernon had bought him just 2 days after his last birthday. However, since he didn't own any heavy Muggle clothing, he had thrown a winter cloak over his outfit to keep warm. Harrison was genuinely looking forward to the holiday, even if it meant he wouldn't see his friends until they returned to Hogwarts. The only downside to the whole situation was that, in the week leading up to his departure, he had been approached multiple times by Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, both of whom tried to persuade him to stay at Hogwarts for some obscure reason. It took a conversation with his uncle and godfather to finally get them to back off. Uncle Vernon had also mentioned that he had a surprise for Harrison, one that was even more exciting than the news that his divorce from Petunia had been finalized and that Petunia and Mrs. Fig had been unable to coexist after just a month. As they arrived at King's Cross, Harrison wrapped his cloak tightly around himself, feeling the anticipation of the holiday ahead. As he stepped off the train, Harrison couldn't help but smile at the sight of one of the Lily's Legacy pop-up shops set up on the platform. He knew he would have to find his Uncle Vernon and Dudley on his own, as he wanted to surprise them with his new haircut and hadn't mentioned it to them. His grin widened when he spotted his uncle sipping from a cup adorned with the Lily's Legacy logo, while Dudley munched on a muffin from the same shop. Harrison, aware of the truth behind the products offered there, felt a surge of relief. Although he wasn't certain if Uncle Vernon or Dudley had ever been affected by the Pied Piper from Dumbledore, he wouldn't put it past him, especially now that Petunia was completely out of the picture. With a smile on his face, Harrison began to walk toward them, his hood down to reveal his hair. He was only halfway there when a strange red-headed girl stepped into his path. "Harry, what have you done to your hair?" she exclaimed, reaching out to touch the couple of inches of green hair on his head. "Do I know you?" Harrison asked, leaning away from her hands. "Silly. From what I heard, you're best friends with my brother. After you apologized for bullying him and decided to spend the holidays with us. Don't worry, I'm sure my mom can give you a potion to regrow your hair and return it to normal," the girl said, getting on her tiptoes and leaning forward, still trying to reach his hair. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm spending the holidays with my family," Harrison replied, taking a few steps back. "Oh, come on, Harry. Why would anyone want to spend Yule with Muggles when you could come to Romania with me?" she insisted, finally stopping her attempts to touch his hair and instead blinking rapidly at him, as if she thought it was flirty. "Ginny, what are you doing?" a voice called out. "How many times have I told you not to wander off?" "Don't worry, Mum." Ginny began, but Harrison didn't stick around to hear the rest. "Just coming to introduce myself to Harry," the girl said, which put Harrison on high alert. He recalled how she had been portrayed in the books, having a crush and a slight obsession with Harry. "Oh, hello Harry. I'm Ron's mother. I've heard so much about you," a plump, red-headed woman said, smiling down at him. "I heard from my baby that you apologized for how you treated him earlier this year and that you've agreed to come with us to see my son Charlie in Romania." She reached forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and beginning to turn him away from his family. Thankfully, Uncle Vernon, having known Harrison as Harry for so long, quickly picked up on what was happening. "Madam, I ask you to take your hand off my nephew," Uncle Vernon said, striding over. "Who are you?" the red-headed woman asked, and thanks to his readings, Harrison recognized her as Molly Weasley. "I am Harrison's Uncle Vernon, and by the look of it, you're trying to force him to leave with you," Vernon said, placing one beefy hand on the shoulder Molly was gripping. "Hello, Uncle Dudley," Harrison said, smiling at them. "Harrison, you cut and dyed your hair?" Dudley exclaimed, sounding a little jealous. "A couple of times, actually," Harrison replied. "So, how's Smeltings?" "All right, though I made the mistake of using some names from the books you got me over the summer in a paper," Dudley said, making both of them chuckle. "As you see, madam," Harrison is a part of my family, so if you would please remove your hand, Vernon said with a slight smile, relieved to see his son and Harrison getting along, something he had worried about around Harrison's birthday. But he agreed to spend Yule with my son, who is his best friend, while our family goes to see one of my older kids, Molly insisted, still keeping her hand on Harrison's shoulder. Is that true, Harrison? Did you promise to spend Christmas with? I'm sorry, are you Blaise, Draco, or Theo's mother? Vernon asked, causing Molly to tighten her grip on Harrison's shoulder. I'm thankfully not from one of those evil families. I'm Molly Weasley, she replied with a smile. Ah, I know Harrison is friends with young Percy, but from the letters I've received over the term, his best friends are Blaise, Theo, and his cousin Draco, Vernon said, glancing around for a platform guard. Molly still hadn't released her hold on Harrison's shoulder, and Ginny was trying to catch his eye. Vernon didn't spot any guards, but his searching caught Percy's attention. He rubbed his eyes and turned to his father. What's up, Perk? Arthur asked. Mom is causing trouble, Percy said, nodding toward his mother and little sister, who were too close to Harrison and what he assumed was his young friend's family. Arthur looked over and saw his wife holding a young boy's shoulder. Look after everyone for a moment. I'll go take care of it, he said, patting his eldest son, who was still at Hogwarts, on the shoulder before heading over to Molly. Molly, what is going on? He asked as he stepped forward. Hello, Arthur. I was just telling this muggle that I received a letter from Harry here, saying he wanted to spend Yule with us, Molly explained. Molly, Sirius came to talk to us about this, Arthur said, his tone exasperated. His name is not Harry, it's Harrison, and he doesn't look like he wants to come along. He wants to spend time with his family. Arthur then turned and apologized to Harrison and Vernon as he led his wife and daughter away. So, you ready for Christmas, Harrison? Dudley asked as they left the platform to avoid any further encounters with the magical crowd. Vernon smiled at the boys chatting, proud of his son. While they waited for the train to arrive, they had overheard several people on the platform wanting to greet Harrison and ask about his real family. As the group approached Vernon's car, Harrison gasped in shock at what he found. Mr. Lupin leaned against the vehicle. Mr. Lupin, what are you doing here? Harrison asked, curious. Well, that's part of your surprise, Uncle Vernon replied with a grin. A little while ago, your uncle invited us over to his home for the holidays. Mr. Lupin is here to lead us there, so we wouldn't have to apparate, he added, glancing at Lupin for confirmation. Lupin nodded, and Vernon continued, you mean we get to see a magical home and experience a holiday there? Dudley asked, his excitement palpable. Yes, Dud, it was a surprise for you as well, Vernon said, smiling down at his boys. Awesome! Dudley exclaimed, eagerly climbing into the seat behind Mr. Lupin, while Harrison took the spot behind Vernon. During the drive, Harrison and the Dursleys shared what had happened on the platform. Mr. Lupin hadn't been there, as he was concerned someone might panic at the sight of him being a werewolf. Harrison also explained to Uncle Vernon and Dudley why his hair had changed. Under Mr. Lupin's guidance, Uncle Vernon drove the car to Harrison's uncle's place, which turned out to be a 3-story house on the outskirts of London. You know, this is quite close to my work, Vernon remarked as he parked the car. Is this it? Dudley asked, jumping out of the car and heading to the trunk to grab his suitcase. It's bigger than our house, Dudley, Harrison pointed out as he retrieved his school trunk from the back. Yeah, but I was expecting something magical about it, Dudley said with a hint of disappointment. Well, we can't show that on the outside, Mr. Lupin explained. We have to make sure the neighbors don't know. The magic lies within. Hearing this, Dudley quickly pulled his suitcase up to the front door and rang the doorbell. Instead of a simple 2-tone chime, a few notes of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony played before the door swung open. Sirius appeared, dressed in black leather pants and a Pink Floyd shirt. Hello. You must be Dudley. Come in, come in. Hello again, Vernon, Sirius said, stepping aside to let them all enter. As Harrison, Dudley, and Vernon stepped into the house, they paused, taking in their first glimpse of a magical home. To Vernon, it resembled number 4 for the most part, though it was lit by candlelit lamps instead of light bulbs, with no signs of electricity in sight. He half expected Dudley to complain about the lack of a TV, but Dudley was captivated by a picture on the wall that appeared to wave at them in greeting. "Welcome to my home," Sirius continued. "The bedrooms are upstairs on the first floor. I try to ensure that nothing too dangerous is lying around, but just in case I miss something, I've cast a ward to block it from your senses. Each bedroom has its own bathroom, and all the public bathrooms are behind a green door, so they should be easy to find. Now, according to Remus and Harrison, you both enjoy some of our books. The library is on the 3rd floor, behind a yellow door. Once again, I've placed a ward to prevent you from taking out any book that the Ministry hasn't approved for Muggles to read. I used to oppose such rules, but after spending 10 years in Azkaban, I'm not willing to take any chances, so I ask for your understanding. The dining room is on this level," Sirius said, gesturing toward a set of double doors off one side of the hall. "You don't have to worry about cooking, that's handled by my family's team of house elves. Speaking of which, one of them wishes to meet you, Harrison. He was your father's personal elf before he vanished." Just then, a small pop echoed in the room, drawing Harrison, Dudley, and Vernon's attention. A tiny creature with large, half-lidded eyes and bat-like ears appeared before them. "Master Harrison," the creature exclaimed, rushing forward with tears in its eyes. Sirius wrapped his arms around Harrison's middle and said, "Harrison, this is Creature. He's a house elf." Hello, Creature." "It's nice to meet you," Harrison replied, causing the elf to begin wailing. "Did I do something wrong?" Harrison asked, glancing between Sirius and Mr. Lupin. "Not at all, Harrison," Sirius reassured him. "You see, as your father's personal elf, Creature has a stronger bond with you than with anyone else in the Black family. Since most of us haven't been around much, that bond weakened, but he's gaining strength from you. As for the wailing, not every magical being treats elves as equals, many see them as slaves." "Oh, you mean like the Malfoys did with Dobby?" Harrison inquired. "Wait, Malfoy? Like your cousin?" Vernon asked, clearly confused. "Not quite," Harrison replied, turning to Uncle Vernon while awkwardly patting Creature's back. "Should I tell him?" "You can," Sirius said. "I've also placed wards that will prevent anyone from spying on us." "Tell me what?" Vernon asked, his curiosity piqued. "Well, it all started when I heard about books that had been written about me. After Uncle Sirius was exonerated, I asked him to pick up some copies," Harrison explained, shocking Vernon. While he knew his adopted nephew was famous in the magical world, he had never imagined there would be books about him. Besides picking up every book he could find in the store, Mr. Lupin gave him 3 special books that had been discovered in a place where magical beings were somewhat forbidden to go. Rather than recount my growing up, those 3 books told stories about my time at Hogwarts, but they were all wrong, Harrison continued. "Wrong in what way?" "Like you were born a girl or something?" Dudley asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, no. For instance, it had Uncle Vernon playing a more active role in Aunt Petunia's punishments toward me. It also said I was sorted into Gryffindor, and I was best friends with the Weasley from my year, much like Molly was going on about on the platform," Harrison said. "If you want, you can check out the first 2 books I've already finished." He opened his trunk and pulled out the books, allowing Sirius to remove the glamour that concealed them. Vernon reached out with his meaty hand and took the book titled Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, flipping through its pages. His expression shifted as he saw his name written in the book, specifically in a chapter called The Worst Birthday, where he told Harrison to stay in his room, make no noise, and pretend he didn't exist. As he flipped further, he found passages describing how he had put bars on Harry's windows and locked the boy in his room. "This is horrible," Vernon exclaimed, snapping the book shut. Sirius responded, "We agreed to have Harrison read these books to uncover the inconsistencies between them and real life, and so far, what he has found is not good. He showed the Dursleys a multi-page list of differences between the first book and Harrison's actual experiences. Is there a way to sue whoever is responsible for these books? Vernon asked, scanning the list. Or do something about this McGonagall person? He noted her name mentioned multiple times for her mistreatment of Harrison. Well, my cousin's husband and business partner is currently looking into that, but nothing can be done until after January 3rd, Sirius replied, a strange look crossing his face. However, you could talk to him about McGonagall, as he's also a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. How would I know him? Does your business have a head office I could schedule an appointment with? Vernon inquired. Actually, no. The business we have together is a chain of pop-up stores called Lily's Legacy. But I have invited him, along with several families of Harrison's friends, to my Yule Ball, Sirius explained. Yule Ball? Dudley asked, looking confused. You run Lily's Legacy? Vernon asked. Well, running is a strong word. I mostly came up with the idea and the menu. Lucius is the one who technically runs it, Sirius replied. That's fascinating. I had wondered about that. You know, when I saw it on the platform, there was no such place during our trips to Diagon Alley, nor anyone who sold iced coffee or milkshakes, Vernon said, sounding rather impressed with the younger man. Yeah, I had no idea they would be so popular, to tell the truth, Sirius admitted, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. He then turned to answer Dudley's question. Yes, Dudley, a Yule Ball. Think of it as a Christmas party where friends gather to have fun, just with a lot more dancing. Will I be expected to dance? Dudley asked, feeling self-conscious about his weight. Not if you don't want to. The same goes for your father. I have to dance since it's my ball, and Harrison, as a member of my family, will have to dance at least once as well, Sirius explained, noticing his nephew let out a small groan. Don't worry, we can teach you how to do it, Sirius assured him. The time spent at Sirius's house, which Harrison and the Dursleys learned was called Padfoot's Dog House, was rather fun for Harrison, his adopted uncle, and his cousin. The Dursleys, however, didn't quite get the joke, prompting Dudley to ask why the three Magicals were laughing about the name. Sirius took a moment to explain his animagus form and, thanks to their knowledge of the magical world, even showed it to them, letting them in on the joke. Vernon was delighted to discover that all the tales his now ex-wife had told him about the horrors and evilness of magic were simply untrue. As he explored the place, he even got to know some of the house elves. And as he had seen when he pulled up, his company was rather close, allowing him to drive over and check in on the few people working at the time, saving some money on gas to reach his destination. Grunnings decided to surprise his workers with a small Christmas dinner. Meanwhile, Harrison was learning how to dance and getting to know Creature, who often shared stories about his father. This brought Harrison a lot of joy. While he had managed to find some school records on Regulus, he had been longing for more personal stories about his sire's time at Hogwarts. On the night before the planned Yule and Christmas celebration, Creature approached Harrison with an important request. He asked if he could become Harrison's personal house elf, just as he had served Regulus and many members of the House of Black for over 10 generations. Harrison happily agreed, and Creature rewarded him with a tight hug before heading to the kitchens to prepare some of Harrison's favorite food as a thank you. When Uncle Vernon heard about this, he took the opportunity to talk to Harrison, eager to learn more about house elves. The only book he had read on the subject was the Harry Potter series, which unfortunately didn't provide the best insights. Harrison explained that house elves were not slaves, instead, they had a symbiotic relationship with magical humans. The elves took care of their human counterparts in exchange for the excess magic that humans unknowingly emitted. Grateful for the clarification, Vernon tucked Harrison into bed for the night, wishing him pleasant dreams. Sirius had planned for both Christmas and the Yule Ball to occur on the same day, allowing Harrison and the Dursleys to experience the joy of both celebrations. The next morning, Harrison was awakened by Dudley, who excitedly urged him to come downstairs and see all the gifts under the Christmas tree. Knowing he would receive gifts this year, Harrison couldn't help but beam as he slipped on his dressing gown and followed Dudley down the stairs. He was right, There were 2 stacks of gifts waiting for both boys. Spotting his name on one of the boxes, Harrison rushed to his pile while Dudley settled into place with his own. Sirius, Vernon, and Remus, who had finally given both Harrison and Dudley permission to call him by his first name, sat back and watched the 2 boys eagerly open their gifts, sipping on their drinks as they enjoyed the moment. Mugs of hot cocoa filled the air with warmth. Although Dudley received fewer gifts than usual, he surprisingly didn't throw a fit like he used to. Instead, he happily unwrapped several magical books about goblin wars, along with replicas of some goblin heroes from those very battles. Harrison, on the other hand, received a plethora of books from his friends, his godfather, and Uncle Sirius. But when he opened his last gift, a pang of disappointment hit him. Uncle Vernon hadn't given him anything. It made him reflect on all his past birthdays and Christmases, and a wave of sadness washed over him. "Ah, don't look so down, Harrison. I got you something," Vernon said, noticing the disappointment etched on the boy's face. "You wrote to me around Halloween about the Get Better Bear. I realized I'd never seen you keep one." Talking to Dudley, he mentioned that Petunia always destroyed your bears. "So, to make it up to you, I got you a bear." With that, Vernon stood up from the couch and retrieved a package from behind it. Harrison was astonished. The gift was enormous, almost half his height. As he pulled it out, tears filled his eyes. Uncle Vernon had even dressed the bear in a small robe, complete with a wand, and had stitched a lightning bolt onto its forehead. Overwhelmed with emotion, Harrison threw his arms around Uncle Vernon, who returned the embrace just as tightly, lifting Harrison off his feet. "Can Sirius add the bear to my charm bracelet?" Harrison asked eagerly. Dudley and Vernon watched in wonder as the large bear shrank down to a size small enough to fit on the bracelet. Remus chimed in, "Now that you have 2 charms, spells can be added to them for your protection." With a smile, Harrison asked Sirius and Remus to turn Uncle Vernon's gift into a portkey, so if he ever needed it, it would send him home. For Tom's bear, they added a charm that would block most minor jinxes and curses that weren't cast during classes. During Christmas lunch, Sirius revealed that Vernon and Remus had also received gifts. Sirius got a motorcycle helmet from Vernon and a new leather jacket from Remus. In turn, Vernon received a comprehensive book on Muggle to magical money from Remus, while Sirius gifted him a game called Magic or Muggle. Remus received a Muggle reference book from Vernon and a multi-month supply of his potion from Sirius. Harrison couldn't help but smile, knowing the potion really came from his godfather, Severus, who had only agreed to it after Sirius had given him those puppy dog eyes. After lunch, the group spent a couple of hours playing Magic or Muggle before getting ready for the ball. Harrison, Sirius, and Remus donned their new dress robes, while Vernon and Dudley put on clean suits as they awaited the guests' arrival. Harrison noticed that instead of a Christmas tree, the main feature of the ballroom was a large log burning with magical green and grey flames. He was excited to introduce all his close friends to Uncle Vernon and Dudley. It surprised him to see Neville and Tom there, especially since Severus had brought them along. When Harrison spotted Tom, he felt an urge to run into the older boy's arms but held back, instead introducing the third-year student to Uncle Vernon and Dudley. As the dancing began, only Dudley and Vernon looked surprised when Sirius asked Severus to be his partner. Harrison watched their expressions closely, anxious about how they would react to Sirius dancing with another man. It would break his heart to see any disgust on their faces, but he tried not to upset them, having grown fond of his relationship with both of them. He decided to dance with Pansy or another female classmate instead of Tom, who he really wanted to dance with. Thankfully, after the initial shock, neither Vernon nor Dudley reacted much. Vernon quickly returned to his conversation with Draco's dad. Professor McGonagall's treatment of Harrison was a topic of interest as Dudley sent covert glances at Harrison's group of female classmates who had come to the ball. Thinking he could help his cousin, Harrison gently guided Dudley over to them and introduced him to the girls. Just a year ago, Harrison would have laughed at seeing Dudley so demure and tongue-tied, but now he simply smiled as Pansy greeted him and, to Dudley's surprise, pulled him onto the dance floor. Harrison watched the pair for a moment, seeing Pansy directing Dudley on where to place his hands while trying not to wince as he accidentally stepped on her feet. As Dudley gained more confidence and began to actively participate in the dance, Harrison decided to find Tom and ask if he would mind dancing with him. He was shocked that he didn't pass out from embarrassment as he approached Tom, blushing the entire time. Tom just smiled at him and led him onto the dance floor. He quickly took control of their dance, spinning Harrison around a little so he could see who else was dancing. Harrison couldn't help but smile when he spotted Uncle Vernon doing a very proper two-step with Draco's mom, while Dudley danced with Daphne Greengrass. Sirius, of course, was still dancing with Severus. As the night progressed, Harrison only danced with Tom, though he noticed Uncle Vernon dancing with various mothers of his friends. Dudley ended up dancing with all of Harrison's female classmates and even with Theo. Later, Dudley confessed to Harrison that he had danced with Theo after reading about him in Harrison's letters, wanting to see if Theo could recommend any more books for him to read. Harrison wasn't entirely convinced, as he could have sworn he spotted Dudley at one point with his head on Theo's shoulder. When asked about it, Dudley admitted that he found both males and females attractive, which Harrison thought might be the reason neither he nor Uncle Vernon would intervene. I had a problem with him dancing with Tom, or with Sirius dancing with Severus. Chapter 29, Harrison's Yule Gift. As the Yule Ball came to a close and guests began to leave, Harrison felt a pang of sadness at the thought of saying goodbye to Tom. He had missed the older student terribly over the past few days. It was as if Tom sensed Harrison's feelings. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to Harrison's forehead. "Don't worry, Harrison. We will see each other again in a couple of days," Tom said, leaving Harrison blushing. This kiss reminded him of the one he had given Tom in Bear 4 months ago. As Tom walked away to join his godfather, Harrison felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. "You all right, Harrison?" Sirius asked, approaching and placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I really like him," Harrison admitted, knowing his uncle would understand, especially since he was aware of their animagus forms and the significance they held. "You really are like your dad, Harrison," Sirius said, gently guiding his nephew out of the room. "I know I got you a Christmas gift, but I also have a Yule gift for you." "You didn't have to do that, Uncle," Harrison replied, a slight blush creeping across his cheeks. He had never received so many gifts before. What kind of kid turns down free stuff? Sirius joked, settling Harrison into a comfy armchair. "Besides, think of this as less of a gift and more of returning something that belongs to you." Sirius then retrieved 2 shrunken books from one of his dress robe pockets and placed them in Harrison's lap before returning them to their full size. As was his habit, Harrison quickly opened the first book. He gasped when he saw the inside cover. Both books were journals belonging to James Potter and Regulus Black from when their parents were in school. "I thought after having to read those Harry Potter books, you might enjoy taking a look at your dad and Papa's time at school," Sirius explained. It seems both the Blacks and the Potters had the same old custom. When a child headed to Hogwarts, they were given a journal to fill in for their time at the castle, Sirius said. "You can start from the beginning, but with Creature's help, I've marked some passages that highlight the interactions between James and my brother." Harrison noticed for the first time that both books had tags sticking out of them. Each book had a tag near the front, but there were multiple tags attached to almost every page toward the back. He hugged the books tightly to his chest, tears welling in his eyes, before getting up from the armchair and embracing his uncle. September 1st, 1971. "Well, Mum and Dad gave me a journal and told me to write about my thoughts and feelings regarding my time at Hogwarts. To be honest, I'm rather scared. With how old Mum and Dad are, I've never really spent much time around kids my own age. The few I have been around seemed more interested in befriending me because of the Potter family holdings and our connection to Gryffindor than in being real friends. Oh my, Merlin, I made a friend. It's the Black Heir, and his name is Sirius. I met him in my usual fashion, by tripping as I came through the barrier at King's Cross. Mum and Dad said that while it's possible to apparate or flew onto the platform, it's tradition for a student's first time to go through the barrier. It seemed someone had left their luggage trolley blocking the entrance, and I fell over it, causing my new owl, Archimedes' cage, to tumble and roll away. I quickly moved my trolley and the one blocking the barrier aside before rushing to catch Archimedes' cage. He was not pleased when I finally retrieved it, giving me an earful until I offered him some owl treats. With the cage in hand, I returned to my things and noticed the owner of the other trolley. He looked to be my age and was a pureblood, considering he already wore his robes and had an earring with the crest of the Black family on his left hand. I know I shouldn't have, but my dander was up, and I went to tell the idiot off, giving him a dressing down about how if I had been on the. If I had received that kind of treatment from my mum, I would have been mortified. But the idiot just laughed, introduced himself as Sirius, and declared we should be friends. Before I knew it, he had grabbed my hand and led me over to another boy, whom he introduced as Remus Lupin. They had been friends since attending Muggle preparatory school together. Remus took one look at me, smacked Sirius on the back of his head, and told him to apologize for whatever he had done to me. I have to admit, I let out an undignified giggle at that. While Sirius rolled his eyes, he did manage to offer me an apology just as the Hogwarts Express let out a warning whistle for students to start boarding. I joined Sirius and Remus as we pulled our luggage onto the train, then turned to wave goodbye to our families. As we did, both boys pointed out their families, and I did the same with Mum and Dad. But when I caught sight of the boy standing next to Sirius's parents, my heart skipped a beat. He was the cutest person I had ever seen. Just like Sirius, he had deep black hair, but unlike his older brother, his hair was neatly combed. His eyes matched his hair, but they seemed filled with sadness as he waved at the departing train. He looked as if he wanted to chase after it, if not for his mother's grip on his hand. It wasn't until we found a compartment that I learned the boy's name. According to Sirius, it was his younger brother, Regulus. Just hearing that name almost made me smile. In my journal entry dated November 22nd, 1971, I think I may have figured out why I felt that small spark of interest when I first saw Sirius's younger brother. I had done some research during my free time to understand what could cause such a spark at a single glance. I've heard some of the Muggleborns at school talk about love at first sight, but I just don't buy it, unless it's through magic. Considering what that connection could be, I thought about soulmates and decided to check out a book on the subject. I found a passage in the library that mentioned how deep connections could form between old lovers reincarnated, finding each other once more. There was also a ritual that connected the families of allies, although the last one was difficult to prove, as it spoke of a person's animator's form being mated to another's. Unsure of what to do, I wrote home to ask Mum and Dad if they had ever performed such a ritual on me. In their response, they revealed that they had indeed done so, worried that their age might mean they wouldn't be around while I was still young, leaving me alone. My hand trembled as I sent back a question about who the ritual had been performed with. They confirmed that the ritual had been done between our family and the members of the Black family line. After that, Remus was able to help me. He explained that the anger I felt when I first met Sirius, even though it was short-lived, had prevented our connection from forming. As soon as I laid eyes on Regulus, however, I felt that bond take shape. I thanked Remus for his help and pleaded with him not to tell Sirius what I had discovered. He gave me his word, and I sincerely hoped he would keep it. James's Journal. December 27, 1971. I hadn't realized how close I had become to Sirius, Remus, and even Peter until I spent Yule alone with just my parents. Sirius had invited me to his place, but I was uncertain about how I would react around Regulus and didn't want to make a scene. James's Journal. May 13, 1972. Well, my first year is over, and Gryffindor won the House Cup, despite all the points my friends and I lost due to some of our pranks. I could hardly keep still as the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross, making Sirius laugh as he joked about how much I missed my parents. Remus caught my eye and gave me a knowing look, while Peter just sat there with a goofy grin, thrilled to be with us. Of course, I couldn't tell Sirius that I was actually more excited to see his brother and maybe even hear him speak. Merlin, Regulus has the voice of an angel. He welcomed Sirius back, though it stung a little when Sirius didn't even glance my way. I felt Remus give my arm a comforting squeeze. He had mentioned that since Regulus hadn't yet reached his first major magical milestone of turning 11, the bond might not have taken effect for him yet. I swear, I almost fainted when we got home to Potter Manor. Mum was worried when Regulus shook hands with Remus, Peter, and finally me, thanking us for looking after his good-for-nothing older brother. But the look in his eye told me he was just teasing Sirius. James said. September 1st, 1972. Mother and Father have given me a journal to keep track of my thoughts and feelings as I head to Hogwarts. Right off the bat, I'm worried. I saw how Mother reacted when Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor House, and I fear what she'll do if her baby isn't sorted into Slytherin like I was meant to be. At least Father said he didn't care where I was sorted and would be proud of me, just like he is of Sirius, no matter what happens. I also have no idea who I'll sit with, not wanting to bother Sirius and his friends on the trip to the castle. I'm afraid one of his friends might hate me anyway. While Remus usually comes over a lot and even a scrawny kid named Peter stops by at least once a month, the Potter heir always makes excuses to avoid coming over when I'm home. I wouldn't want to impose on someone who dislikes me for whatever reason. In the end, I sat with two students from Sirius's year, a girl with red hair who introduced herself as Lily Evans, and a dark-haired boy named Severus Snape. Regulus said. September 1st, 1972. Well, I'm starting this year, so hopefully, I'll feel the bond that lies between us and won't have to keep avoiding him and making a fool of myself. Sirius actually got on my case, asking why I hated his brother since I never wanted to go over to their place. Grimmauld Place felt heavy when Regulus was around, but I couldn't explain it to anyone. Remus wasn't much help either. He was buried in one of his books, looking a bit paler than usual, as he often did after visiting his sick mother. I had even offered to ask my mum to check on her for free, considering how often Remus had to leave the castle every month to care for her. When I made the suggestion, his face turned red and blotchy, and he quickly declined, making me think he was too proud to accept help. I decided not to push the issue, not wanting to alienate him. Peter, just like at the end of last year, didn't say much. He just smiled like a fool, kicking his legs happily as if he were thrilled to be sitting with us. At one point during the trip, when I headed to the bathroom, I felt a chill run down my spine as I saw Regulus in the same compartment as Evans and Snape. My heart sank seeing Regulus laugh at something they were discussing, playfully smacking Snape's back. I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. I wished I could hear Regulus's laughter and feel his playful nudges after telling him one of my jokes. I may have taken it too far when I suggested we target Snape, whom I had nicknamed Snivellus, claiming I heard he was trying to corrupt Regulus. I was sure Remus would call me out on it, guessing my true motives, but he didn't even lift his eyes from his book. My accusations about Snivellus corrupting Regulus gained some traction with Sirius, especially after Regulus was sorted into Slytherin and sat right next to Snape. While Sirius grew angrier at the sight of them chatting and joking together, I felt my heart break a little knowing Regulus wasn't with me in Gryffindor. September 12, 1972. Gryffindor had Quidditch tryouts today, and I made the team. I think I performed the best I ever have in my life. I'm sure it was because I wanted to show off. Sirius had brought Regulus to the tryouts. As I spotted Regulus in the stands next to Sirius, I gulped and kicked off a bit too hard, quickly rising to their level. I tried my best to ignore them while I performed all the tasks Captain Peacock set for the potential seekers hoping to make the team. Despite flying alongside several older students, including last year's seeker, I outflew them all, fueled by my desire to impress Regulus. James's Journal. September 12, 1972. Sirius managed to drag me to the Gryffindor team tryouts, and I was given a special mission from the Slytherin team captain, Honeydew. She wanted me to see if I could gather any useful information for their match against us that year. I knew Sirius had ulterior motives. He was trying to get me to befriend the Potter heir while also keeping me away from Severus, who he insisted was trying to corrupt me. The only reason I agreed to come was to learn how Quidditch was played at Hogwarts. I was a devoted fan of the Japanese team, the Mount Fuji Kitsans. Joining Sirius in the top row of the Gryffindor side of the stands, I observed the students trying out. There weren't many participants, but the seeker position had attracted the most interest, with 6 students vying for the spot. I spotted the Potter heir, the smallest player on the pitch, gripping his dragon-toothed broom, the Norwegian Ridgeback. He stood out mostly because of his wild, tangled hair. Coming from a family as wealthy as the Potters, I couldn't help but scoff a little at his expensive broom compared to the more modest ones the other candidates were using. It was a clear sign of Potter's arrogance, just as Severus had warned me. As the seeker candidates were instructed to mount their brooms and take off, I chuckled when I saw that Potter had pushed off with too much force. Instead of leveling with the other seekers, he was flying at the same height as Sirius and me. I have to admit, his hair looked a bit better with the wind whipping through it. He looked a little cute when he blushed at his kickoff, pushing his glasses up his nose. No, I couldn't be falling for Potter just because he flew like the very spirit of the wind, catching every single muggle golf ball thrown during his tryout, no matter the random distance or angle from the Gryffindor captain. The wind blew his hair back, creating an almost halo effect that made him look like a bloody angel. But he was an arrogant prick who seemed to take pleasure in bullying Severus because of his crush on Lily, and he was Sirius's best friend. It could never happen. Regulus's Journal, December 27, 1972. Why did Mum and Dad have to throw a Yule Ball this year and invite the Blacks and other families to our manor? I did my best to avoid Regulus last year, knowing the special magic of the Yule, but now he's going to be in my house. I am seriously freaking out. What do I wear? Should I greet him with a handshake or a hug? Has he even noticed the bond between us yet? He seems to be avoiding me as much as I am him. Maybe I could say I was sick, but Mum would just cast her diagnostic spell on me. Oh, Merlin, what if he brings novellas or dances with someone else? I don't think I could take it. James's Journal, December 27, 1972. My family had been invited to the Potters' Yule Ball, which was just great. Ever since the Gryffindor Quidditch team tryouts, I had done my best to avoid the Potter heir, but now I was going to be at his manor. As a member of the host family, he would be expected to meet all the underage magicals who showed up. Sirius, of course, had no issue with this since he was Potter's best friend. I was just the stupid 11-year-old with a crush on his older brother's best friend. I took a deep breath and counted to 10 in English, French, and Latin to help calm myself down as I adjusted my midnight black robes. I slipped into my dress robes and followed Sirius through the flue to Potter Manor. When we arrived, Potter was nowhere to be found. I wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. As I stood close to Sirius, I overheard Lord and Lady Potter telling him that James had passed out just an hour ago after experiencing a panic attack. Even the calming drafts weren't helping him at the moment. Hearing this, Sirius rushed to his friend's room. Merlin, I wanted so badly to follow him, to make sure Potter was all right. I imagined reaching out to place my hand on his forehead, just to check if he had a fever. After all, it was only natural for a concerned guest to check on a member of the host family who had fallen ill. November 3, 1973. Well, Sirius, Peter, and I finally discovered what was happening to Remus once a month. After his latest trip home, we saw Madame Pomfrey escorting him out of the castle. I followed them under my invisibility cloak and heard her check on him, making sure he was all right and asking if he felt the change coming before she led him through a secret passage under the Whomping Willow. When I reported back to Peter and Sirius, we all agreed that Remus had to be afflicted with lycanthropy. We wondered if there was a better way to help him through it than just locking him away from everyone. Surprisingly, it was Peter who suggested we should try to become animagi since werewolves posed a danger only to humans. Sirius and I embraced this idea and began pulling every book on the subject we could find in the library. There weren't many, but I thought maybe I could uncover some more in the Potter family library when I went home for Yule. I focused all my energy on this task, eager to take my mind off the upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin and the fact that it would be my first time flying against Regulus. Ever since I had passed out from worrying about him visiting my house in my second year, I had decided that avoidance was the best policy, unsure if he even felt the bond that I was acutely aware of. I decided it was best to wait for him to bring up the subject, either to Sirius or me. I didn't want to mention it to Sirius, fearing he might react with a punch to the nose if I told him I found his baby brother attractive or that I sometimes dreamed of lying curled up with Regulus, his arms protectively wrapped around me. I had accepted long ago that I fancied him, but these dreams made me realize that, despite being older than him, if only by a year, I wanted to be cared for, not to take on the responsibility of caring for him. James's Journal. January 9th, 1974. For once, my friends and I didn't pull a special prank on Snovellis in honor of his birthday. Instead, Sirius, Peter, and I gathered around a book from my family's private library that showed an easy way to shift into an animagus form. The book didn't lie. After just a couple of hours, Peter transformed into a small rat, while I changed into a doe of all things. Sirius found my animal form so amusing that he could no longer focus and ended up not managing to change himself, despite my glare. James's Journal. January 11th, 1974. Sirius really got on my case today. I mean, it wasn't my fault he left that book out while helping me with my transfiguration homework. Honestly, Professor McGonagall should never have become a teacher based on how she treats me and the rest of Slytherin House. And how was I supposed to know that the spell he had marked in the book was meant to let someone easily change into their animagus form? You would think he'd be happy that, as a third year, I had managed to shift into a stag, but no, he freaked out, grabbed the book, and ran from the room. I still had some homework left to do, so I stayed behind to finish up. I was just putting my things away when he returned, accompanied by Remus. I was bracing myself for a lecture about using a spellbook that wasn't mine and that wasn't meant for someone my age. I was taken aback when Sirius grabbed one of the chairs in the room, turned it around, and sat down before asking me what I thought of Potter. I rambled on about how he was a good seeker and so on, but then Sirius placed a hand on my shoulder and asked if I fancied his friend. I tried to deny it, but Remus shot me a knowing look as he took a seat in another chair, the normal way, and said it was too bad. Both Sirius and I asked him what he meant by that. With a sigh, Remus explained that during his first year, Potter had come to him for help with some research. James had been curious about why he felt a spark when he saw me say goodbye to Sirius when he first arrived at Hogwarts. After writing to his parents, James discovered that due to a ritual performed between our two families in our youth, a soulmate bond had been established. This bond had shifted onto me instead of Sirius because of the anger Sirius felt towards my older brother during their first meeting. Suddenly, my crush on James made sense, but it raised more questions, especially about why Sirius had freaked out without knowing all of this. I noticed Sirius glance at Remus with a slight blush as he shared their plans with Pettigrew, James, and himself after discovering Remus's secret. It turned out that when James had transformed while they were practicing the spell, he became a doe, and here I was, having shifted into a stag. Knowing a bit about animagus forms that were similar and possible causes, along with the idea of the soulmate bond in place, I felt myself blush and turned my attention elsewhere, though I was slightly aware of Remus giving Sirius a hard time. Regulus's Journal. January 12, 1974. So far, I have pinched myself, banged my head against a wall, and gently closed my hand in a door. The consensus is that I am not dreaming, though I might be under some sort of spell that makes one think they're dreaming while actually hallucinating. Regulus came up to me and he told me he knew about the bond. Not only that, he confessed that he likes me. I felt like I was on cloud 9. As he made his confession in the middle of the corridor, I heard some wolf whistles from our classmates. I noticed he blushed a little, though I doubted it was as bad as my own reaction. I grabbed his hand, oh, they were soft and strong, and pulled him into a nearby empty classroom. When I asked what prompted this revelation, he shared a conversation he had with Sirius and Remus the day before. I was shocked that Remus would share my secret, only to find Regulus stepping forward and kissing me. Though it wasn't as long or passionate as the kisses I had seen exchanged between some of the older students, it completely blindsided me. I felt one of Regulus's arms wrap around my back, steadying me when my knees felt like they had been hit by a jelly-legged curse. It was as if my dreams were coming true. I took a moment to savor the feeling of his strong arm around me before I returned the kiss. I don't know how long we stood there, wrapped up in each other and sharing our true feelings, but I eventually got a detention for skipping class, so it must have been a while. Not that I cared. James's Journal. January 12, 1974. Well, I did it. I confessed that I liked him, though I really wish I hadn't done it in a busy corridor between classes. James quickly took my hand and led me away like a gallant knight protecting his love. I couldn't lie to him when he asked why I was confessing now, and I winced a little as I saw anger and disappointment flash across his face. Not wanting to associate that feeling with my confession, I did the only thing I could think of. I moved in to kiss him. Since we never hung out much, I was slightly amused to find that I was just a tad taller than him as I leaned in and pressed my lips awkwardly to his. I feared I did something wrong when I saw him wobble a little, and without thinking, I wrapped my left arm around him. I placed my palm gently in the middle of his back, steadying him. Even though I was taller, he was still older, but somehow, this felt completely right. I remembered Siri telling me that when James transformed, his animagus form was a doe, which meant, since we were bonded, he was the mate of my protector, the stag. That thought lingered as James leaned in and gave me a quick kiss, tilting his face in a way my mother had described as a sign of submission during a kiss. Honestly, I didn't care much about the details. I was just relieved that neither of us miscalculated the angle, avoiding any embarrassing bumps of noses or pokes in the eye. We spent nearly 2 full periods just chatting, my left arm wrapped possessively around his slim form. We admired each other's Quidditch skills while hiding what we truly felt for one another. He even apologized for how he had treated Severus, admitting that he felt jealous when he saw me getting along with the older boy during my first ride on the Hogwarts Express. Regulus's Journal. January 16, 1974. Well, that could have gone better. But at least Snivy, the Snape, stayed long enough for me to apologize for how I've treated him these past couple of years. Evans didn't have the same issues. She pulled me and Regulus into a tight bear hug and declared it was about time. I couldn't help but laugh as I rubbed my ribs after she let us go. I think the only reason Snape accepted my apology were my promise to stop bullying him, his relationship with both Regulus and Evans, but the thing that sealed the deal was letting him take a look at the easy animagus change from my family's book. James's Journal. January 20th, 1974. Well, James and I officially started dating. We haven't discussed courtship yet. We still need to talk to Mother and Father about it. With Father's health the way it is, I worry that he may not be around much longer, and unfortunately, Mother has made her views quite clear. On homosexuality when she confronted Siri for dancing with Remus, even though it was just as friends during the last Yule Ball. I know Father will accept it, and I've been writing to him to see if he's well enough to come down to Hogsmeade during the next weekend trip to meet James. I'm certain that, because of the bond we share, I won't break up with James, at least not right now. Since I somehow find myself as the dominant one in our relationship, I won't cast him aside just because my parents might not approve. I'd rather be blasted off the family tree than leave him. Regulus's Journal. February 13, 1974. Regulus and I had plans to go to Hogsmeade today for a real date outside of school, but I never expected him to be so formal about it. He even inspected my outfit before we left the castle. Soon, I discovered why he was so on edge and wanted everything to be perfect. Instead of taking me to one of the usual restaurants that Hogwarts students frequent during their visits to the village, he led me to a small yet upscale eatery where I was officially introduced to his and Siri's father. Lord Black was slightly pale and had a cough, but his handshake was strong as we sat down for our meal. Knowing about the bond that had formed between our two families, we discussed why it was me and not Siri who had developed this connection with Regulus. Lord Black let out a loud, booming laugh that ended in a fit of hacking coughs. He remarked that it sounded like Sirius to mess something like that up without even meaning to. I was initially affronted on my friend's behalf, but then he said he thought I was better off with Regulus anyway, based on the stories he had heard from my folks. I went from wanting to chew the man out to quickly thanking him, which he waved aside. To my further shock, Lord Black not only offered us his full blessing but also showed he understood our relationship. He pulled a small box out of his robes and handed it to Regulus. Regulus smiled as he took the box from his father and presented it to me, his hands slightly trembling. I opened the lid of the box, revealing a black courtship ring resting on a bed of red velvet. I reached for it, but Regulus gently pulled the box away and set it down on the table. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as I watched him carefully lift the ring from its resting place. He moved to slide it onto my left ring finger. As the magic of the ring adjusted to fit perfectly, I couldn't contain my excitement. I threw my arms around Regulus, overjoyed that I could finally tell people we were officially courting. Chapter 30, The Journals, Part 2. February 13th, 1974. It had all worked out better than I had planned. Not only had Father approved of Jane's and my relationship, but he had actually brought the black courtship ring. I had never felt such joy. Not even the times I had led the Slytherin team to victory in Quidditch could compare to the moment I slipped the ring onto James's hand. I could only imagine the look on Severus's face if he heard the squeal of joy that escaped James's lips as he threw his arms around my neck and kissed me. However, I knew this was just the easy part. While I was confident that Father would give his approval without hesitation, I now had to consider how my classmates would react to the courtship. Many believed that my relationship with James was merely a byproduct of him being Sirius's best friend. With the introduction of the courtship ring, I worried people might start to catch on to the truth, or worse, assume that Sirius was dating him. As far as I knew, the only person in Slytherin house aware of our real relationship was Severus, and I couldn't see him mentioning it to anyone. Regulus's Journal. February 21st, 1974. Today, I had an awkward meeting with the Gryffindor Quidditch captain when Sirius inadvertently revealed that he wasn't the one who had given me the black courtship ring. She immediately got on my case, insisting that I wouldn't go easy on Regulus just because we had started our courtship. I pointed out that I had had a crush on Regulus since before my first year, yet I had never taken it easy on him. As if that wasn't enough, Regulus thought it would be a great idea to gather our friends for a photo to celebrate our courtship. That was incredibly awkward. While I had stopped pranking and teasing Severus, Sirius continued, though in a less bullying manner than before, largely thanks to my jealousy leading us to prank the Slytherin students. At least everyone else seemed to have fun, and it was the first time Evans really hung out with us. She laughed at some of Sirius's antics, which made the whole thing a bit more bearable. As they joked and engaged in a lively conversation about the books they both enjoyed, I couldn't help but notice a faint flush on Remus's face. It made me think that I wasn't the only one with a crush on someone from Regulus's friend group. We asked one of my teammates to take a picture with a Muggle camera that Evans had brought to Hogwarts. She promised to develop the photo and give us all copies after treating it with a solution to turn it into magical moving images. James's Journal, February 23rd, 1974. Today, Lily handed out copies of the courtship photo. I laughed so hard that pumpkin juice shot out of my nose when I saw James and his friends laughing alongside Lily and me. But Severus was nowhere in sight. No, wait, there he is. Or at least, I can see the sleeve of his robe on the opposite side of the photo from Sirius. Man, Severus really hates Sirius, which is a shame because I think they have a lot in common if only they could realize it. Regulus's Journal. Harrison found himself wondering if the picture that celebrated the start of his parents' courtship was the same one hanging on the wall in his uncle's office. He made a quick note to check it out when he got back to Hogwarts, hoping to see his godfather's sleeve in it. May 5th, 1974. Mother wrote to inform Sirius and me that Father doesn't have much time left, despite his relatively young age for a normal magical human. She blames it on some Muggle disease, insisting we picked it up at Hogwarts. I'm rather glad she doesn't know that I'm friends with Lily, or that she might not realize Lily is a Muggle. In recent years, I've come to agree with Sirius about how difficult our mother really is. I do love her, but she despises the idea of Muggle-borns while using Muggle-created items like the wizarding wireless. She even allowed Father to install actual lights instead of using magical candles in our home. I'm also grateful that Father had already approved of my eventual union with James, and he had declared Sirius as his heir. I couldn't help but feel that Father had lost faith in Mother as well, perhaps believing she would lead the family to ruin with her habit of banishing family members by erasing their place on the black family tree. He had told Sirius and me when we were younger that all she was doing was blemishing the family tree and nothing more, since he, not she, was the head of house. We both agreed that we would never reveal this to her, fearing she might try to cast some enchantments or dose father with potions to get her way. On the back of Mother's letter, there was a secret second letter from Father. He wrote that he would always love us and was proud of whatever paths we chose. He urged us not to be sorry for his passing or to let Mother bring us down. In that letter, Father actually passed the lordship to Sirius, while giving me Creature. Neither Sirius nor I felt entirely happy about this message, not just because Father was dying. Sirius was still too much of a prankster and free spirit to want the responsibility of being the head of a noble house. As for me, I felt nervous about being given Creature. While I liked the elf, I knew he was completely under Mother's sway, meaning I would have to watch what I said around him. Considering her views on same-sex partnerships, I wouldn't be able to mention my courtship with James until Sirius came of age and could officially take over as head of the family. Regulus's Journal. May 17, 1974. Sirius showed up today carrying his school trunk and several bags, asking if he could stay. Mum and Dad pulled him into a tight hug, having heard that Lord Black had died a couple of days ago. They told him he could stay as long as he wished. Sirius actually cried as he hugged them back, finally allowing his grief to overtake him. I had never seen Sirius so solemn as I did that night. James's Journal. May 18, 1974. Sirius came to see me at 2 in the morning to explain why he had really left home. It seemed that someone had told my mother I was wearing a black courtship ring. Because of our friendship, she assumed Sirius was the one who had given it to me. He explained that he had to leave to keep our secret safe after she banished him from the family. I could only express my gratitude and apologize, never wanting him to be cut off from his lineage. To my surprise, this made him laugh for the first time since he arrived last night. Sirius shared that before his father passed away, Lord Orion Black had arranged for him to take over as the head of house. Since Sirius was not yet of age, he felt he couldn't confront his mother, as he didn't want her to know she was not in control. He took my hands and promised me he would do everything he could to keep her from discovering my courtship with Regulus. James's Journal, June 3, 1974. So far, summer has been terrible. First, my father died. Then, Sirius pretended to get kicked out over my courtship with James, and now I can't see James at all. I'm left with only Walburga and Creature for company. The way she almost seemed to want to throw a party after my father's death makes me feel like Walburga is no mother of mine anymore. Creature isn't so bad for company if you can overlook his devotion to Walburga. At least he knows he's my personal elf and has been helping me enchant some objects. I found the map that Sirius and his friends were working on, which shows all of Hogwarts and everyone inside it. I decided to add an enchantment that would cause the map to insult the reader using everyone else's names. I plan to tell James about it before passing it back to Sirius, just to see how he reacts to the ridiculous nicknames his friends will use to tease him. Regulus's Journal, July 17, 1974. Regulus stopped by today to deliver the Marauders map that Sirius suddenly realized he had left at Grimmauld Place when he left home. My parents, being accepting of our courtship, had no problem with Regulus and me sharing a kiss and snuggling together while he was here. During his visit, Dad greeted us with a smile and presented us with a courtship gift, contact mirrors that would allow us to communicate while apart. Regulus, pulling me away from Sirius, eagerly showed me a new feature he had added to the map. I couldn't help but chuckle as I followed his instructions to make a dismissive comment about the blank map. To my surprise, it began to hurl insults at me just like my friends would. We exchanged amused glances as we blanked the map again and decided to test it out on Sirius. With a little help from Mum and Dad, we managed to get Sirius to activate the map's insulting feature. At first, he looked furious, but when Mooney quipped, "You need a flea dip," he finally realized that Peter, Remus, and I hadn't set it up to hurl insults at him. He burst out laughing and even enhanced the magic so that all 4 of the Marauders' names would appear and insult whoever was holding the map. He pointed out that if anyone saw insults directed at more than one Marauder, they could easily guess we were the creators. As I read from the marked passages in both my parents' journals, James's 5th year and Regulus's 4th, most of the entries were about the two of them going on simple dates and just hanging out with friends. I discovered that during the 1974 to 1975 school year, both my godparents had used the audiobook, like the others had, and successfully achieved their animagus forms. Lily became a dove, while Professor Snape transformed into a raven. On November 6, 1975, I was summoned to the headmaster's office. I feared he had found out about the pranks we'd pulled on Severus and that I would finally get in trouble for them. Instead, he informed me that he had heard about my courtship, though he referred to it as an engagement, with Regulus. Headmaster Dumbledore shook his head, expressing that he thought I would be better suited to someone more like Lily. I couldn't help but laugh at this. Yes, Lily was pleasant to look at and kind to everyone. She had a bit of a nurturing quality to her, but no one could ever replace Regulus. Regulus held a special place in my heart. When I laughed, he took offense and suggested I would be better off dating a nice light-court witch. That raised some red flags for me. I narrowed my eyes at him, instantly losing any trust one had due to what I perceived as a rather bigoted and homophobic comment. I was courting a male. After all, it should have been clear that I wasn't interested in women. Maybe he thought I was bisexual, so perhaps I was reading too much into it. Instead of voicing my thoughts, I stood up and made my way to the door. I told him it was really none of his business who I dated or courted. James's journal. November 7, 1975. I was called up to the headmaster's office to meet with both him and Professor McGonagall, but there was no sign of Professor Slughorn, my head of house. I was directed to sit down in front of the headmaster while Professor McGonagall leaned awkwardly against the wall right behind my chair. Once I sat, Dumbledore mentioned he had heard about my engagement to James. I corrected him, saying I was courting James, and asked why he cared. He responded that he believed it would be for the greater good if I ended things with James and convinced him to date Lily instead. I was about to tell him off when I felt a slight breeze behind me, and my black earring began to heat up. Suddenly, McGonagall's position made sense. It seemed the headmaster was either distracting me while she enchanted me or casting a spell to compel me to agree with whatever he said. I was grateful that Sirius had given the goblins permission to allow Walburga to retrieve the black earring and give it to me, so I was both protected and aware of what was happening. As if I were contemplating the old man's words, I brought my arms up, placing my elbows on Dumbledore's desk and steepling my fingers. I made sure he could see that the ring I wore was not the Potter courtship ring, but the black hair ring. I hid a smile behind my fingers as I noticed him gulp, realizing he could not manipulate me so easily. "Enchant me with whatever spell he had his lapdog try to cast on me," I said, making my stance clear. "No, I don't think it would be for the greater good for me to stop seeing James." Professor McGonagall's expression hardened. "You need to be careful with your attitude toward him," she warned, threatening me with detentions. I met her gaze steadily. "If I receive any punishment for what happened during this meeting or for my courtship with James, I will bring up your actions to the governors. Calling me into your office without my head of house and attempting to blackmail me is unacceptable." Both of them exchanged a look that conveyed passive defeat, but I didn't buy it for a second. After a moment, Dumbledore reluctantly allowed me to leave. The first thing I did after stepping out of the office was seek out James. I knew he was the heir to the Potter family and other lines, but he never wore his earrings. After sharing a quick kiss, I lifted his left hand and pressed my earring against his courtship ring, granting it similar protection since I was the one who had placed it on his finger. "I did this to protect you," I explained, my tone serious. "Keep an eye on your head of house and the headmaster." He nodded, concern etched on his face. "The bastard talked to me just yesterday. He tried to convince me to break off our courtship. In moments like this, I missed my father fiercely. He would have buried Dumbledore and his lapdog McGonagall in so much trouble that they'd still be dealing with the fallout by the year 2000. March 13, 1976. Regulus's journal. Lily is starting to act strange, almost like she's enchanted or something. For some reason, she's begun flirting with James right in front of me. Yet, when James isn't around, she acts completely normal. She doesn't even seem to remember flirting when he's nearby. April 8, 1976. Regulus's journal. Something happened to Peter. I don't know what, but somehow he got his hands on some polyjuice potion and used it to transform into Sirius. Then, he went to tell Severus where to find Remus when he was in wolf form. While Sirius, Remus, Peter, and I have developed a sort of friendship with Severus, but out of respect for Remus's privacy, we haven't told him about Remus's condition with lycanthropy, nor have we mentioned it to Lily. The only reason Regulus knows is that Sirius and Remus have been friends for so long that Regulus sees Remus as a friend too. As Sirius confronted Peter to find out why he sent Severus after Remus in his current state, I rushed to find Severus before he encountered Remus. Unfortunately, when Severus saw Remus, he assumed that Sirius and I were trying to get rid of him because of his relationships with both Lily and Regulus. James's journal, April 10, 1976. Severus is back to hating me and my friends, and now he's not hiding it. I tried to play mediator, but he snapped at me, claiming, of course, I would defend James and my brother. Lily tried to help as well, but she didn't get yelled at like I did. So, the two of us decided to let it go and hope things would calm down on their own. Regulus's journal, May 3, 1976. My OWLs are over, but it seems the friendship between Lily and Severus is finished too. After our OWL in defense against the dark arts, as Sirius, Remus, and I discussed the exam, Severus approached and started to hex us. Thinking he was just stressed from the exams, I used a spell he had told me about to hoist him into the air by his ankles, hoping it would calm him down. Instead, he continued to send curses our way, forcing me to disarm him for a moment. Unfortunately, this was when Lily arrived and assumed we were bullying him again. She told me to let him down. I turned to explain what was happening when, for some reason, Severus said something I'll never write down in these pages. It's safe to say we were all shocked. When he used that word against Lily, she turned on her heel and walked away angrily. That's when I noticed Peter, half hidden behind a tree, pointing his wand at Severus. I used the polyjuice potion to send Severus to Remus as a wolf. Remus, Sirius, and I had stopped hanging around with him, and that raised some red flags. After a moment of thought, I decided to make a scene. I cast a spell my parents had used on me as a kid whenever I said a bad word, filling Severus's mouth with soap. Everyone watching laughed at him, and while they were distracted, I had a quick whispered conversation with Sirius, telling him to keep track of Peter on the map. Things were starting to make sense. That night, Sirius informed Remus and me that when he tracked Peter's movements on the map, it showed Peter really was a rat, just like his animagus form. He had headed to the headmaster's office and had been chatting with the man for almost 2 hours. Regulus had told me that Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had tried to enchant Peter to make him break off our courtship. Meeting with Peter cleared up a few things for me, like Lily's recent behavior towards me whenever Regulus was around, as well as Severus using that offensive word. I quickly wrote a letter to my mum, asking if she could send me some cleansing potion to give to Lily. Then, I used the communication mirrors to update Regulus on what we had found out about Peter. I told him to keep an eye on Severus in case there were any long-term suggestions or actions planted in him by that rat. After the start of his dad's 6th year and his papa's 5th year, most entries were tagged again, detailing the meetings they had with Dumbledore and McGonagall, who were trying to get them to break up. Harrison guessed that Dumbledore had somehow discovered that his parents were immune to his manipulative charm because he never managed to convince them to split. Every time a spell was cast, it came from McGonagall. December 26, 1976. Well, I am no longer a virgin. Harrison really wished his dad hadn't decided to write about this, but it was sort of important to his parents' lives. As Wahlberger refused to attend any Yule Ball thrown by my family and declined to invite us to any she attempted to host, Regulus decided to sneak over, pretending he was simply wishing Sirius a happy Yule. Wouldn't you know it, a blizzard rolled in, shutting down the flu network in our area as magical families began using all their grates to set up actual fires. It seemed Regulus had no choice but to stay the night, with no way to get home. Harrison rolled his eyes at the sarcasm in his dad's words. After my parents headed to bed, there was a gentle knock at my door. Regulus came in to share some body heat with me, as he put it. Well, one thing led to another, 3 times, actually, and we ended up fully cementing our bond. We spent the rest of the night chatting, with me curled up against his chest and his arm wrapped around me. James's journal. December 27th, 1976. I just know Lord and Lady Potter figured out what James and I did last night. Serious too, with the grin he was giving us, making both of us blush a little. I've never been so eager to escape from James before, wishing I could sink through the floor in embarrassment after finally. Regulus's journal. Harrison quickly skimmed through any passages following those 2 entries, hoping to avoid reading about any more of his parents' intimate moments. Thankfully, most of the entries focused on them dating and hanging out around the castle, and discussing giving the cleansing potion to Lily, realizing that Harrison's grandparents had never received the letter requesting it from James. May 13th, 1978. Well, this is my final entry, as today marks my last day at Hogwarts. I still don't understand why Dumbledore and his lapdog made me head boy, aside from the fact that it meant I got to spend more time with Lily. I think I should talk to one of the governors about changing the school rules, because I really don't think it's right for the head boy and head girl to be from the same house. To be honest, I still have no idea what I'm going to take my seat in the Wizengamot and work towards improving our world. I know Dumbledore wants me to become an Auror, but with how he kept pushing me to break up with Regulus, I don't feel inclined to follow his suggestions. James Potter, signing out. September 1st, 1978. It feels so strange knowing that James and all my friends won't be at Hogwarts with me anymore. I guess I should have made more friends in my own year. I know I'll see James soon, he promised to visit during my first Hogsmeade weekend. Regulus's journal. November 5th, 1978. I received a call from James on our communication mirrors. He had me sit down before he dropped the news. Evidently, during our last meetup at Hogsmeade, we had fooled around, and he was now pregnant. I nearly fainted at the thought of becoming a dad. In the magical world, births can happen for both males and females, and the gestation period is the same as in the Muggle world, so our son would be born sometime in May. Regulus's journal. December 17th, 1978. I didn't go home for Yule. Instead, I headed to Potter Manor. When I arrived, James's parents pulled me into a hug and led me to get fitted for a robe. While they were fine with us courting, they refused to have a grandchild born out of wedlock. So, they decided that James and I would be bonded during the Yule and end-of-year holiday. We had discussed this over the communication mirrors for the past month, so I didn't put up a fight as I slipped into a bonding robe. The ceremony was small, just my new in-laws, Sirius, and Lily as our witnesses and wedding party. Neither James nor I minded the low-key nature of the event, especially since the current Goblin Prince, Bonecrusher, officiated our bonding. As we snuggled in bed after the ceremony, James told me that he found out we were having a son. Hearing this, I instantly began to think of names. Regulus wrote in his journal, I chose a name for him to honor both our fathers. His first name will be Harrison, after James's father, and his middle name will be my own father's first name. When Harrison learned this, tears filled his eyes. He realized that not only had his papa chosen his name, but he was also named after his grandfather's. Chapter 31, Emotional Yule. Creature was feeling ecstatic and whole for the first time since his master Regulus had sent him away all those years ago. The ancient house elf attributed this newfound sense of joy to having a personal master again and the fact that, just after Samhain, Master Regulus's last mission had come to an end. In the time before their bond was severed, Creature had nearly gone mad. He had forgotten the true last orders of his master, convinced instead that he had been commanded to destroy the locket Master Regulus had entrusted to him. In reality, he was meant to keep it safe, as it would somehow help the Dark Lord regain his senses after everything that had happened. Creature felt fortunate that he had failed to destroy the locket. He only remembered his real duty when he witnessed an orb of light escaping from it. When the light left, he thought he could finally destroy the locket, but found his magic blocked when he tried again. It wasn't until he became Master Harrison's personal elf that he understood why. His new master was the current lord of the Slytherin family, and since the locket was one of its artifacts, he could not destroy it without permission. Kreacher was grateful that Master Regulus's son had allowed him to serve as his personal elf, despite his earlier mistake. For too long, Kreacher had been relying on the general black family magic, which, while keeping him alive, could not mend the damage done to his mind from being severed from Master Regulus. Master Harrison was unlike any other wizard Kreacher had ever known. He seemed to defy the old stereotypes associated with the black family magic. The boy was quiet and, from what Kreacher had observed, could spend hours absorbed in reading. This, however, could also be attributed to Harrison's fascination with the journals of Master Regulus and his mate. As a result, Kreacher found that he didn't have much to do at the moment as Master Harrison's personal elf. He had already cleaned Padfoot's dog house from top to bottom. Before his masters arrived for the holiday, Kreacher took care of everything from top to bottom. He made sure that his new master was well provided with drinks and food while he read through a pair of journals, seemingly alternating between them as if he wanted to see Master Regulus's and James's perspectives on certain events. At one point, Mr. Vernon came over to talk to him, curious to learn more about house elves. Kreacher was pleased to share information with the large man, who his new master considered an uncle. He wasn't accustomed to such kindness, especially from a muggle, which made him question some of the beliefs Mistress Walburga had instilled in her children during their upbringing. Mr. Vernon expressed concern about whether Kreacher was treated fairly and if he received payment for his work. Keeping his tone civil, Kreacher explained that house elves were not paid in money but rather in the access to magic that the magical world offered. Regarding fair treatment, Kreacher recounted his life after Master Regulus had died, living alone in the black family townhouse with only the magical portrait of Harrison's grandmother for company, a non-living presence that did little to help his already fractured mind. Kreacher admitted to Mr. Vernon that he felt a bit of happiness at having Master Sirius back and being given tasks again, although he would never confess that to Master Sirius himself. Yet, cleaning Padfoot's doghouse was nothing compared to serving as the personal house elf of one of the black family once more. Kreacher just hoped that when Master Harrison returned to school, he would allow Kreacher to accompany him, preparing meals and cleaning up like other personal elves who tended to their charges at the castle. Meanwhile, Hermione felt conflicted about returning to Hogwarts. The school wasn't as enjoyable as she had first imagined. She had expected the other students to share her enthusiasm for studying, but instead, she found they were just like the. Hermione felt frustrated as she looked around the classroom at her classmates from her old school. They seemed more interested in goofing off than completing their homework. Whenever she tried to contribute the correct answers, they would interrupt with silly questions that wasted valuable class time. The only teacher she truly respected was Professor McGonagall, who firmly maintained control over her lectures and consistently called on Hermione to provide answers during lessons. Hogwarts had one significant advantage over her previous school. She now had a friend in Ronald Weasley. Even though they were both seen as outcasts by most of their peers, Hermione was grateful to have someone to share her experience with. However, she faced a challenge with Ron. While he was a good strategist, he often exhibited laziness when it came to his homework. Determined not to befriend a below-average student, she began helping him with his assignments. Yet, by the second week of term, she found herself doing most of the work for him. She made sure not to complete it to her own standard, but it still consumed a significant amount of her time. This left her little opportunity to explore the library and read ahead on spells that were either skipped in class or not covered in detail. Perhaps it would be better to let Ron fend for himself for a while, allowing her to focus on her studies and prove that she deserved the top rank in their year, rather than letting it go to Theo Knott and Harrison Potter. Meanwhile, Remus was filled with joy at having found a new pack after so long. Since Regulus's disappearance, the tragic deaths of Lily and James, and Sirius's illegal imprisonment, he had been alone. But now, with Sirius free, he had reconnected with his wolf's cub, Harrison, and even formed a bond with the two Dursleys. The most surprising development was that Severus had also joined their circle, as he and Sirius began to grow closer. Remarkably, the Dursleys had learned about his condition, but, rather than being frightened like many in the magical community, Dudley had started to bombard him with questions about werewolves, eager to understand what Muggles got right about his kind. Hermione had been cautious around Remus for a while, but as he explained the protective measures he took to ensure he never harmed anyone during his transformations, the man began to treat him with the usual kindness again. What delighted Remus even more was Sirius's news about the Founder's journals. According to him, Severus was developing a potion that could heal Remus, allowing him to retain his mind when he transformed into a wolf. This would make him more like an animagus than the cursed form he currently had. The potion was still in its experimental phase, otherwise, Sirius mentioned, he would have received it as a Yule gift instead of a supply of wolfsbane potion that would last until next July. Remus didn't mind being a test subject to see if the potion worked as the Founder's portraits had claimed it would. Meanwhile, Ginny was furious with her father and older brothers. How could her father scold their mother for trying to convince Harry to join them on vacation? It was something Ginny had wished for, especially since the holiday had been rather dull. Aside from seeing dragons for the first time at the reserve, nothing exciting had happened. When a Norwegian Ridgeback went on a rampage, Percy had ushered her, the twins, and Ron into an office at the campsite for their own protection. That meant she missed all the action. If Harry had been there, she could have cuddled up with him, pretending to be scared. But Ron and the others had failed to befriend Harry at Hogwarts like she had instructed them to, making it impossible for her to meet him. She had missed his arrival at platform 9 3/4 when Ron took the train to the castle. Of course, before she cuddled with him, she would make sure to have his hair regrown and changed back to its natural color. Since Harry hadn't joined them, Ginny had convinced her mother to send him a Weasley sweater. She even doused the sweater with love and compulsion potion she had brewed using her mother's books while her parents were working and everyone else was at school. Ginny wished she had taken the time to. Ginny had planned to bring potions with her when they went to pick up Ron, hoping to use them on him then. She had believed Ron's letter that claimed he and Harry were now friends. The only issue was that the Weasley sweater she sent had been returned, unopened. When she found out that Errol couldn't reach Harry because of the ward surrounding him, she had cried to her mother. This only fueled her anger. Harry had left the platform with his immuggle relatives, which meant they shouldn't have any wards around their home. Ginny suspected that the muggles were just a cover. After all, they had crossed onto the magical side of the barrier. All the stories she had read about Harry painted a picture of him living like a prince, with all his desires catered to long before he even realized he had them. It made sense to her that the overweight man and his chubby son were actually transformed house elves who had come to bring their master home. If they were indeed magical, they wouldn't have needed her father to pull her and her mother away from them. But as transformed elves, they would be unable to act against real humans, just like the slaves they were. Despite all this, there was one positive aspect of the vacation: Fred and George were no longer their boisterous selves. Something had changed since they returned to Hogwarts that year. The twins seemed almost subdued. Ginny discovered this while they were trapped in the tent during the dragon's rampage. Ron had let it slip that Fred and George were now the most pranked students at Hogwarts. He shared a story he heard about how a Hufflepuff from his year had managed to stick them to a castle wall for an entire day before someone finally set them free. Ginny couldn't help but let out a loud laugh at the thought of them stuck there for so long, possibly having to hold it in. She imagined how embarrassing it must have been for them. When Percy left the office to check on the situation, she wondered what else was happening. The twins had attempted to regain their authority over Ginny and Ron, but she had snatched Ron's wand from his hand and hit them both with a bat bogey hex, leaving it on until they cried for mercy. While it wasn't as satisfying as having Harry there, proving to her 13-year-old brothers that she was stronger than they were made her holiday a little brighter. Meanwhile, Dudley was enjoying his Christmas and Yule holiday, even if he didn't receive as many gifts as he had in years past. He owed it all to the goblins, who not only showed him something wonderful about the magical world but also helped him learn something important about himself. During Harrison's lessons, before he had gone to school, Dudley had still been a bit of a bully. He made the mistake of being a brat to his goblin instructor. Rather than stop the lesson, the goblin simply left the room, and another goblin entered, wearing a lime green robe. This new goblin had Dudley talk about his life growing up, believing it was a sort of payment for their teachings about their culture. What he didn't know at the time was that this new goblin was actually a therapist, or as they later told him, a mind healer. The goblin helped him realize that, Thanks to his mum, he had developed some prejudice against Harrison. She had always rewarded Dudley whenever he bullied other boys. Dudley remembered how his mother had first told him about the existence of the magical world when he was 5. She had filled his head with horror stories about people using blood magic to control others like puppets or transforming them into terrible creatures. She showed him endless horror movies as examples of what Harry could do if given the chance. She urged him to bully and steal Harry's food to keep him weak, instilling a fear in him that he could be transformed into a bug or something and stepped on by Harry. Following his mother's instructions, Dudley had done just that, even pretending to give Harry more food as part of the act. During meals, when Dudley's dad wasn't home, his mother would act like a nice person, avoiding any reprimands as Dudley took food. After listening to Dudley's stories, the goblin healer began to help him work through some of the issues he had developed due to his mother's influence, which had fueled his bullying nature. They even started addressing Dudley's self-image, especially regarding the weight he had gained to control Harry, just as Harry's lessons came to an end before heading to Hogwarts. The goblin had sent Dudley home with a book that was proving to be quite beneficial. Thanks to it, Dudley was slowly learning how to eat healthier, exercise, and build his confidence, moving away from the bully his mother had shaped him into. This newfound self-confidence led him to acknowledge that he was bisexual, especially as he began to notice some of his male classmates at Smeltings. It took nearly the entire term for Dudley to muster the courage to come out to his dad, but when he finally did, he felt a wave of relief. His dad hugged him tightly and expressed how proud he was of him, the first time he had shown such affection since Harry's birthday. Dudley even shared the book with his dad, who began using it to lose weight himself. It also helped him confront his remorse for never recognizing the damage Petunia had inflicted on both Harry and Dudley. Dudley noticed the positive changes in his dad, especially when he saw him dancing with some of the mothers at the Yule Ball, even if they were the mothers of Harry's classmates. Seeing Sirius dance with Professor Snape, who had told Dudley that since Harry called Vernon uncle, he could call him Uncle Sirius, inspired Dudley to come out to Harry as well. While he didn't say it directly, he asked Harry to help him dance with some of the other kids at the party. Although Dudley had known he was bisexual, this was the first time he danced or did anything remotely romantic with another boy, and he discovered he was happy to let Theodore lead their dance. Dudley felt a mix of excitement and uncertainty as he approached Theo to ask him to dance. He had started off by chatting with him, knowing from Harrison's letters that Theo was a bookworm. Dudley asked the tall, pale-skinned boy what he knew about goblins, werewolves, and other so-called monsters that the Muggle world spun tales about. They settled at a table for a while, and as Theo shared how Muggles often misunderstood certain creatures, Dudley hung on his every word. To Dudley's surprise, it was Theo who eventually asked him to dance. A blush crept across Dudley's cheeks as he took Theo's hand, leading them both to the dance floor. They shared several dances, including a slow one where they moved closer together. Summoning his courage, Dudley rested his head on Theo's shoulder, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. When the dance ended, Theo took Dudley's hand and kissed it gently. Dudley wasn't quite sure if this was some magical pureblood custom or something entirely different. Curiosity piqued, he decided he would look for a book in Uncle Sirius's library about pureblood protocol. Theo mentioned that Dudley could send him an owl if he wanted to stay in touch, which Dudley understood was the magical way of giving him permission to reach out. A deep blush colored Dudley's face as he admitted he didn't have an owl. He suggested that Theo could receive his letters through Hedwig while he was at Hogwarts. The next day, Dudley was taken aback when a strange owl arrived, dropping off a letter. He opened it to find a note from Theo, who advised him that instead of using Hedwig, he should send his letters with the owl that had just delivered the note, calling the bird a Yule gift to Dudley. Meanwhile, Molly was fuming at Arthur. How dare he reprimand her on the platform for bringing Harry along on their vacation? She felt completely justified, especially since Albus, Harry's magical guardian, had permitted it. Yet, her husband had allowed Harry to be taken away, and that left her frustrated. Molly was frustrated with Arthur. He had been harsh on her children, particularly Ron, after receiving letters from some of Albus's staff accusing Ron of being a bully. They had also gotten reports about Fred and George being bullied by nearly everyone at school. To be honest, Molly felt conflicted about that. She had never liked how much time the twins spent on their pranks, and maybe this situation would push them to choose a more respectable career, like working at the ministry. Ideally, she'd love to see them in positions of power, perhaps as auras or in magical law enforcement, rather than in the limited role Arthur held. While Arthur was the head of a department, it only consisted of him and one other person. Molly was also annoyed with Harry. How could he treat Ron and Ginny the way he did? Sure, Ginny wasn't at Hogwarts yet, but once she was, Harry would realize they were meant to be together. With Ron home for the Christmas vacation, she learned that while Ron was labeled a bully, Harry's actions were far worse. He had cast a spell that resulted in Ron getting spanked for over 4 hours, yet he faced no consequences, something she attributed to his fame. This was another reason she had wanted Harry to join them on vacation, not only to show him that her kids could be better friends than someone like Malfoy, but also to find a way to punish him for what he had done to Ron. She hadn't quite figured out how to achieve both goals simultaneously. While it might upset Ron, she thought it was more important for Harry to spend time with Ginny. Once Harry realized how perfect Ginny was for him, they could end up dating, getting married, and sharing his considerable wealth, which would improve the Weasley family's situation, or at least her own, if it came to that. Meanwhile, Sirius felt a sense of hopeful optimism as he strode into his private study the morning after the Yule Ball. Sirius stepped into the alcove hidden behind a picture of his father's smiling face. After giving the password, Orion Black winked at him, and the picture moved aside to reveal the Black family courtship ring that Narcissa had sent shortly after Samhain. He hadn't wanted either Severus or Harrison to discover the ring, so during one of his free periods, Sirius had apparat here to store it away. Now, he felt ready to ask Severus if he wanted to move beyond their small flirtations and officially start courting. He had considered proposing the idea at the Yule Ball, but the thought of Severus saying no in front of everyone made him hesitant. Instead, he spent the night dancing with Severus. He had blushed when Severus asked if he could sleep over, momentarily thinking that the potion master wanted to share a bed with him. However, he was only mildly disappointed when Severus gestured toward Harrison, who was dancing with Severus's cousin Tom, explaining that he wanted to stay at the dog house to keep the two of them together. With a heavy heart, Sirius agreed, a weight that only grew heavier when Severus left to inform Tom and Neville about their sleepover. Although Severus didn't end up in his bed, he did walk Sirius to his bedroom door and kissed him gently, reminiscent of their teenage years when Severus would drop him off after a date. As Sirius removed the ring from its hidden alcove, he noticed Jane's and Regulus's school journals, which he had asked Creature to find for him. The house elf had already marked passages that highlighted the growing romance between the two during their time at Hogwarts. Sirius slipped the ring into his breast pocket, took both journals, and made his way to his nephew's room. He watched Harrison read for a while, leaning against the door with a smile, enjoying the joy on the lad's face. After about 5 minutes of watching Harrison absorbed in his reading, after finishing his journals, Sirius set off in search of Severus. He found the potions master just waking up, sipping plain black coffee at the kitchen counter while reading the Daily Prophet. With no one else around, Sirius considered asking Severus to court him right then and there. However, the thought of being rejected and having hot coffee thrown in his face made him hesitate. Deciding to gauge Severus's mood, Sirius tiptoed over to him and playfully covered the man's eyes. "Guess who?" he asked. To his surprise, Severus responded with, "Vernon." Sirius gasped and sputtered for a moment, allowing Severus to pull his hands away. To Sirius's shock, Severus then gave one of his hands a light kiss and chuckled. Realizing he had been outplayed, or perhaps outpranked, Sirius couldn't help but pout a little as he went to pour himself a cup of coffee, adding creamer and 5 sugars instead of taking it plain like Severus did. Not wanting to admit defeat, Sirius asked, "Is there anything new going on that the paper mentioned?" Severus smiled brightly as he turned a few pages, eventually showing Sirius an article about Minerva facing an inquiry from the Hogwarts governors. As Sirius read the article, he and Severus sat shoulder to shoulder in comfortable silence. The article stated that the charges against Sirius's old head of house stemmed from a complaint made by a student's guardian regarding her treatment of their child, although the student's name was not revealed. Sirius was certain that the complaint in question was the one Vernon had brought up with Lucius the night before at the ball, after Sirius had suggested it to him. Thinking Severus would have to attend the inquiry as the head of house, Sirius prepared to say goodbye. However, Severus showed no intention of leaving the kitchen, even as the time for the inquiry approached. Instead, the potions master and head of Slytherin house asked, "Are you hungry?" Before the man started making breakfast, Sirius took a moment to watch Severus in action. He rarely had the chance to see him brew, and he marveled at the skill with which Severus prepared their meal. Even something as simple as scrambled eggs and French toast seemed to be elevated by his expertise. Despite the fact that 6 other people were staying at the house, it felt as though breakfast was just for the 2 of them. Once he finished cooking, Severus didn't just place the plates back on the counter. Instead, he carried them over to the table, gesturing for Sirius to join him before setting them down. Sirius realized it had been quite a while since he had eaten food not prepared by a house elf. As he took his first bite, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied sound. The flavor exploded in his mouth, far surpassing any similar meal he had ever had. He couldn't help but wonder how Severus knew that this was his favorite breakfast, especially as he nearly shoveled the entire plate into his mouth. Gratefully, he noticed that Severus had made just enough for seconds, allowing him to savor the delicious food a little longer. As Sirius lifted the last bite from his plate, he nearly dropped his fork when Severus casually asked if he wanted to be fed like this more often. Without thinking, Sirius nodded eagerly. Severus then got up from his seat and pulled out a small ring box. He opened it to reveal the Prince family courtship ring. Relief washed over Sirius as he let out a bark-like laugh, quickly explaining himself when he noticed the flicker of hurt in Severus's expression. With a smirk, he pointed out that Severus had beaten him to it. He pulled out the black courtship ring from his breast pocket, prompting Severus to laugh as well. Without needing to say another word, they moved in perfect unison, slipping the rings onto each other's fingers. Once the rings were in place, they exchanged smiles before sharing a sweet kiss. Meanwhile, Minerva was feeling frustrated. How dare the governors accuse her of being a bad teacher? Minerva felt a swell of determination as she faced the accusations regarding her teaching methods. She was confident in her approach, guided by Albus Dumbledore's vision. The headmaster was a brilliant strategist, one whose intellect no one could hope to rival. He firmly believed that the Dark Lord would return, and it was their responsibility to be prepared. One of the key ways to do that was to ensure the members of Gryffindor House were ready, as they would undoubtedly be on the front lines against the evil plans threatening their world. Albus had also emphasized the importance of working with Harry, encouraging her to help him transition from Slytherin to Gryffindor. This insight showed just how perceptive he was, as Minerva found Harry, the boy who lived, to be a significant disappointment. Not only had he been sorted into Slytherin, but he was also quiet and rude, choosing to go by Harrison instead of a name that everyone recognized. She believed he needed some tough love to help him break out of his shell and embrace his role as a future warrior against the Death Eaters and their master. Minerva suspected that the inquiry into her teaching might have stemmed from complaints by the children of the Death Eaters at Hogwarts, who were unhappy with her methods, especially since she doubted their abilities given their dark cause. As the time for the inquiry approached, she couldn't help but smile when she saw Albus had come to represent her during the proceedings. With him by her side, she was confident that this would be resolved quickly, and she would receive an apology from the governors for the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Lucius couldn't have felt prouder of his family. He had experienced a moment of uncertainty when Draco returned home from Hogwarts to meet Jo Lesky, the child that Narcissa was currently fostering. While Draco had always longed for a younger sibling, Lucius wasn't sure how he would react to a gender-neutral child staying with them. He also wondered how Jo would respond to their family dynamic. The stories they had shared with Narcissa and him had painted a complex picture. While their oldest brothers had accepted Jo's identity, their sister had not, which was particularly challenging since she was in the same year as Draco. Lucius had hoped that Draco possessed the maturity to handle the situation, and thankfully, he was proven right. Draco greeted Jo warmly and invited the 7-year-old into his room. Draco's room had been off-limits since he returned to school, making it one of the few places in Malfoy Manor that Jo had yet to explore. Joe agreed to go inside, and Draco left the door open, cautioning his parents not to enter as he and Joe began playing some of the games he had stashed away. Their game playing soon spilled out of Draco's room, and Narcissa and Lucius joined them at a table in one of the drawing rooms. They played several rounds of poker, go fish, and magical or muggle. Lucius watched with a smile as Joe slowly warmed up to Draco throughout the day, even giving him the affectionate nickname of Drake before bedtime. However, things took a different turn when the family attended the Yule Ball at Sirius's place. Joe became incredibly shy and nervous, spending almost the entire night with Lucius, clinging to his hand as he chatted with friends and allies. When Lucius met Harrison's Uncle Vernon, he was surprised not only by the long list of complaints Harrison had compiled against Minerva McGonagall but also by Vernon's treatment of Joe. While everyone else Lucius spoke to that night offered Joe a small smile or nod in acknowledgement, Vernon Dursley knelt down to talk to her. Lucius watched in shock as the large Muggle man coaxed Joe out of her shell, sharing stories about his son and Harrison. Vernon even expressed remorse for having missed the abuse Harrison endured and stated that he was working to make things better. Lucius listened intently, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. Lucius listened with half an ear, feeling that this was not an appropriate conversation to have with Joe. He was about to intervene when Vernon began to speak about getting to know Harrison better and seeing just how special the boy was. This prompted Joe to ask if Vernon thought their parents could learn the same lesson to treat them better. Lucius found his opinion of Muggles rising as Vernon admitted he wasn't sure, but he did say that there would always be people who supported and cared for them. He even used Lucius as an example, which made Joe smile at the man and give Lucius's hand a tight squeeze. Vernon then stood up, making Lucius wonder if the man had decided to leave and would wait for him to finish reading the document. But Lucius was surprised again when the Muggle went from standing to bowing and asked if Joe would care to dance with him. Joe glanced up at Lucius, seeking permission, which he gladly gave. Later, when Lucius checked on the pair, he saw that instead of holding Joe in his large arms and twirling her around to the music, Vernon had Joe standing on his feet as they danced together. It seemed Narcissa had also noticed Joe and Vernon dancing, for later that night, she too danced with him. She later admitted to Lucius that he had been a perfect gentleman as they did a simple two-step together. When their family left the ball, Lucius sent a copy of the list against Minerva to the head of the Hogwarts governors. Even he was shocked by the Vansels' swift decision to hold an inquiry against her the very next day. Lucius suspected it had to do with Harrison's notes detailing any bullying or abuse she had inflicted that year, not just on Harrison. Thankfully, the notes were written in such a way that someone unfamiliar with the handwriting wouldn't recognize the author. Anticipating that Albus might show up to defend his pawn, Lucius made sure to graciously bring over some coffee and muffins from Lily's. Lucius was determined to ensure that all the governors would be immune to Albus's manipulative charm. When Albus appeared, he initially attempted to sway them by appealing to their guilt, hoping they would drop the case against his pawn. However, the group was well prepared with substantial evidence, making it difficult for him to manipulate them. Lucius watched as Dumbledore resorted to using his Pied Piper abilities, speaking slowly and softly, almost as if trying to hypnotize them. Lord Van Sale grew frustrated with Albus for wasting their time, noting that he was merely repeating himself in an effort to enchant them. Lucius struggled to suppress a smile when the vote concluded at 7-5, resulting in Minerva McGonagall being stripped of her tenure and dismissed for her abusive behavior towards multiple children that year. The decision was influenced not only by the recent complaints but also by the governor responsible for Hogwarts records, who uncovered past allegations against her, revealing that her misconduct was not a new issue. It certainly didn't help that one of the students she frequently harassed was Harrison, the boy who lived. His notoriety made the situation seem far more serious than it might have appeared with less famous students. Lucius understood that Harrison disliked his fame and the attention it attracted, but Lucius had no hesitation in using it to remove one of Albus's pawns, thereby better protecting the current and future students at Hogwarts. He shuddered at the thought of Minerva still being there when Joe started classes. He could easily envision her calling Joe by their birth name, which Joe had abandoned to avoid being misidentified as a girl. He also worried about the possibility of Joe ending up in Gryffindor, where they might not have a room to themselves. If Joe discovered they were gender fluid instead of neutral, it could lead to complications with the wrong group of students. Meanwhile, Albus was filled with anger and confusion, grappling with the reality that his family's magic had failed to protect Minerva from any consequences, leaving her record unblemished. After all, this was not the first time the governors had stood firm against him. Minerva sat through an inquiry, but this time, her magic failed to shield her. To make matters worse, the record keeper uncovered previous complaints against her during the hearing. Instead of receiving probation, Minerva was fired on the spot. Albus realized he couldn't afford to lose her. She was one of his true allies, someone he didn't need to manipulate like the others. As she left the hearing to pack up her office and rooms, the governors gave her just 24 hours to do so. They refused to allow her to stay at the castle, despite the Hogwarts charter that permitted her to remain after so many years of service. Their reasoning was clear: her habit of harassing and mentally abusing students meant she should not be around them at all. Albus racked his brain for a way to keep her at Hogwarts, but for once, he was at a loss. As he returned to the headmaster's suite, an idea finally struck him. The complaint about Minerva's treatment of Harry might have been the catalyst for her dismissal. All he needed to do was enchant Harry to say she had done nothing wrong. While he was at it, he could also persuade the boy to switch houses. Access to Harry seemed feasible. A letter from Petunia before the start of term, along with one from Molly during the Christmas break, had given him insight. Since Harry had declared he was not related to Lily, there was no reason for him to stay with Petunia's now ex-husband, especially since he was a Muggle. Albus could easily point out that a Muggle would be unable to protect Harry if Death Eaters came seeking revenge for Harry's role in stopping Voldemort. He knew this might lead to Sirius gaining custody, being Harry's uncle, or Severus, as his godfather, but Albus had plans for them too. With Sirius, all he needed to do was bring up the man's history of bullying and potential mental health issues. Sirius is in Azkaban. All he needed to do with Severus was to publicly reveal that the man had been marked as a Death Eater. Admittedly, both of these plans, aside from gaining access to Harry, since he was the boy's magical guardian, would likely result in losing his potions master and defense against the dark arts teacher. However, he would prefer to search for new instructors for those subjects than risk losing Minerva entirely. Chapter 32: The Spell of Dorian Gray. The idea of calling for a custody hearing to regain control of Harry quickly took root in Albus's mind. He summoned some parchment and a quill, ready to draft a letter to initiate the process. In the end, he wrote 2 letters, casting anonymity charms on both so they wouldn't lead back to him. He had no fear of someone removing the spell. It was well established in the Wizengamot, the Ministry, and even the International Confederation of Wizards that such protections were respected to safeguard those who might feel threatened. In the first letter, Albus wrote from the perspective of a Wizengamot member who had attended Sirius's trials months earlier. He claimed to have just remembered that Harrison had mentioned being raised in a Muggle household. Since both of Harry's parents were magical, Albus, under the guise of being a typical Wizengamot lord, concluded that the boy must have been placed there under the assumption that he was Lily's son. He pointed out that it was a pressing issue, stating that Harrison needed to be placed in the care of a magical guardian. He argued that during the boy who lived's time away from Hogwarts, he could be at risk from any remaining Death Eaters. Albus hated having to use the brat's birth name rather than the name he had initially chosen for him in the magical world. However, since the court documents listed Harry's name as such, he had no choice. In the second letter, Albus adopted the voice of another random Wizengamot lord, this time expressing concern about Sirius's mental state. He wrote under the premise that he had an old classmate of Sirius's, citing several examples of the man's already fragile temperament during their time at Hogwarts, evidenced by his pranks and somewhat bullying nature. Albus included statistics about magical individuals who had survived sentences at Azkaban and how those conditions had affected their mental health. Satisfied with both letters, Albus rolled them up and placed them on his bedside table, protected by heavy wards. He wasn't taking any chances with them before going to bed. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, Albus placed. Sirius cast a glamour over himself before heading out through the flue to the Leaky Cauldron. He planned to use the Owl post office in Diagon Alley, ensuring that the messenger bird wouldn't be recognized. After that, he returned to Hogwarts to relax for a bit, waiting for the inevitable summons to the custody hearing. Sirius felt a rush of giddiness as he glanced down at the prince courtship ring on his left hand. He was thrilled that the courtship was happening, but even more so that Harrison, Remus, and even Severus's new ward were all happy about the couple making their relationship official. The group had spent the entire previous day in a sort of family celebration to mark the beginning of their courtship. The only one who felt a bit out of place was Neville, yet he still joined in on the festivities. Feeling joyful for both his uncle and godfather, Harrison had decided to ask what had drawn the pair together in the first place. Sirius blushed deeply at the question, feeling a little ashamed of his answer. "Well, as you know, your father, Remus, and I weren't exactly friends with Severus during our time at Hogwarts," Sirius began, and Harrison, Remus, and Severus all nodded in acknowledgement. "My interest in Severus actually started because of a prank I decided to pull on him. You might not know this, Harrison, but the three of us, the Marauders, took a class that has since been removed from the Hogwarts curriculum called spell crafting. During one of our assignments, we created a spell that would briefly reveal a person's true self for all to see, maybe for an hour at most." Remus, being the nerd he is, Sirius said playfully, giving his friend a gentle nudge, named the spell the Dorian Gray, inspired by the old story The Picture of Dorian Gray, where the man sells his soul so that his portrait reflects his sins and the ravages of time, rather than his true self. This spell would show the person's true likeness, as it were. We used it on some students, including a stuck-up girl named Erika Vaso believed she was magic's gift to everyone, and unfortunately, she had a crowd of admirers who thought the same. Once the spell was cast on her, she transformed from what some considered a beauty, though I never saw it that way, into something resembling an ogre. "Oh, I remember that incident," Severus said with a slight chuckle, having never found her attractive either. "Didn't someone write a poem about her changed appearance that helped everyone recall it after she transformed back?" "Yes, surprisingly, it was Pettigrew," Remus replied before reciting, "Hair of nettles, skin like mush. A face that could make a zombie blush." If memory serves, he said he found that line in a Muggle book over the summer and thought it perfectly applied to her new look. Anyway, I decided to use the spell on Severus, hoping he would either stay the same or take on the appearance of someone who had fallen victim to overcasting black magic. I imagined him with sunken eyes, scraggly hair, and perhaps even a change in the color of his irises, considering how much black magic we always assumed he dabbled in. However, I didn't want to do this in public, where it might reveal that James, Remus, and I had been the ones to create the spell. So, I waited until I found Severus alone, reading a book somewhere on the Hogwarts grounds. I had a camera with me to capture what he turned into, just to see if we should use the spell on him later. When I cast the spell, I was rather shocked. Instead of what I had imagined, Severus suddenly appeared, rather attractive in my eyes. I ended up taking the picture, but I never shared it. I kept it as a reminder of the type of person he was. I admit, though, that after my time in Azkaban, I forgot all about it. That is, until I felt the warmth of his wand when I snatched it away to destroy Molly's howler in the Great Hall. After getting my name officially cleared, I searched for the picture but couldn't find it, so I had to create a new one. Sirius reached into his robes and pulled out a small locket that no one knew he had been wearing. He opened it, revealing a photo of a sleeping person. The figure had long, wavy hair that spread out in a brownish-black halo around a lean, smooth face, one that didn't bear the usual signs of wear from hours spent teaching potions and brewing, like Severus often did. "I apologize for taking this picture of you while you were sleeping," Sirius said, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "I wasn't sure if you would have been okay with it if I had asked for a picture normally." "I might not have been before I heard the story," Severus confessed, pulling Sirius into a warm embrace. With a hidden smile, Remus cast the Dorian Gray spell on the two of them. Laughter erupted from him, Harrison, Tom, and Neville, which drew Severus and Sirius apart. Soon, they joined in the laughter as well. Severus appeared like a cross between an action hero on a movie poster and a man on the cover of a cheesy romance novel, while Sirius looked like a teenager, revealing his childlike spirit. The spell enhanced Sirius's face, giving him more laugh lines than usual, and his bangs fell slightly longer, causing him to peer through them at everyone as if he were giving them puppy dog eyes. Remus quickly summoned a camera and snapped some pictures of the pair. Both Severus and Sirius eagerly asked for a copy once they were developed. However, Sirius was not done just yet. Being the only other person who still knew how to cast the spell, he decided to get back at everyone for laughing at him. Remus didn't change much, the only difference was that his body reflected what he would have looked like had he never been turned into a werewolf. Neville transformed from a somewhat chubby and awkward boy into a straight-backed young man with actual steel in his spine. Harrison, on the other hand, didn't change much physically either. The magic seemed to envelop Severus, making it difficult for the others to see him, except for Sirius and Tom. Tom, who Severus had been a bit worried about as the spell hit, took on the appearance of a knight or protector. A line of magic connected him to Harrison, which was the only way some of their group could spot the introverted first year. The spell also affected both Dursleys. It made Vernon appear to have lost more weight than he actually had, and in a scene reminiscent of the end of The Grinch Who Stole Christmas, his altered shirt displayed a design suggesting his heart was nearly as large as his normalized body. Then there was Dudley. His transformation didn't evoke laughter or joy. Instead, it revealed the self-loathing and anxiety that the former bully was struggling to overcome. Dudley looked like a pitiful creature, huddled in on himself yet reaching out for the physical contact of others. This new look caused some to flinch away from him, but not everyone. Harrison and his dad pulled Dudley into a tight hug, and to their surprise, this seemed to shift Dudley's appearance slightly, transforming him into a more fit boy with a smile on his face. Remus and Sirius were astonished. They hadn't realized the spell could produce such a change. What had begun as a party to celebrate Sirius and Severus's new courtship evolved into a sort of group therapy session. They spent the next hour helping everyone better understand what their appearances revealed about their souls. They worked with Dudley to address some of his issues, and they also explored why Harrison, despite all the positive changes in his life since receiving his Hogwarts letter, still tried to avoid attention and act as if he were invisible. With a shrug, Harrison explained, "I don't like the limelight people seem to shine on me because of Dad and Aunt Lily's death. I wish they would just leave me alone about it and let me live my own life." The others acknowledged that he had a valid point. Severus and Sirius contemplated the students who still couldn't accept that the boy who lived was in Slytherin. Harrison rarely opened up unless he was with his friends. The day after the courtship party, an owl arrived at Padfoot's doghouse, delivering news about the custody hearing for Harrison Orion Potter Black. The letter summoned Sirius, Vernon, Dudley, and, of course, Harrison to appear. They were scheduled to go to the Wizengamot chambers for their hearing on December 30th. It was said to be the last order of business for the governing body that year. Sensing Dumbledore's influence in these events, Remus began making plans. He reached out to a few of his allies and Harrison's account manager, suspecting that Albus either wanted to take custody of Harrison himself or place him with one of his pawns. To prepare for any potential guardianship candidates, Remus started teaching Severus the Dorian Gray spell. This way, if anyone was proposed as a new guardian for Harrison, they could cast the spell to reveal their true nature. The pair was grateful for their foresight when they arrived at the Wizengamot and found the Weasleys present. Since neither the Weasleys nor the Pruitts held any seats in the body at that time, their presence suggested that Albus was attempting to place Harrison in their custody to raise him properly. To everyone's surprise, the custody hearing was led not by a member of the Ministry's Child Services Department, but by the Minister of Magic himself. Because the meeting revolved around who would gain custody of Harrison, the votes that Narcissa had given as both Harrison's and Sirius's proxy couldn't be counted, as they were under review. Severus was astonished to see that the entire Wizengamot was voting on this matter, rather than just a few selected members. This situation forced Remus to sit far away from them in the nosebleed section, as the anti-creature laws had relegated him there due to his status as a werewolf. He could only observe the proceedings from a distance. Severus knew it was his responsibility to cast the Dorian Gray spell on anyone proposed as a potential guardian for Harrison. The hearing began with the reading of an anonymous letter received by the Wizengamot, which raised concerns about Harrison living with Muggles. Some members of the audience, who had attended Sirius's Yule Ball and met Vernon, called out, questioning what the fuss was about. Albus rose to his feet, adjusting his robe slightly before addressing the room. The issue with Harrison living with a muggle when he is not at school is his safety. I don't know much about the boy's home life at the moment, but I worry, what if one of Voldemort's supporters, those who call themselves Death Eaters, discovers where Harrison lives? He paused, clearing his throat. As a muggle, Harrison's current guardian would be unable to protect him from any spells sent their way. And as many of you know, a Death Eater would show no hesitation in harming both muggles in the family to eliminate Harrison. Does anyone have any objections to this statement? Minister Fudge asked. Vernon raised his hand, hesitantly standing up. Sorry, not sure if I'm allowed to speak, but I have something to say, he said. And you are? Fudge inquired, looking down his nose at Vernon, who was not dressed in the proper robes. I am Vernon Dursley, the muggle, as you call me, who currently has custody of Harrison, he replied. Your time to talk will come later, sir, Fudge stated dismissively. But I have an objection to that man's statement about my nephews and my family's safety, Vernon insisted, refusing to back down. Very well, you may speak, Fudge relented. Thank you. When Harrison first came to live with my family, a letter accompanied him. During this last summer, I finally read that letter, and I believe some of it may demonstrate the protections Harrison has, Vernon said, reaching into his pocket to pull out the letter they had sent Creature to retrieve. Vernon reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a letter. According to a letter sent by someone named Albus Dumbledore, it states that before he left Harrison with us, he set up something called blood wards around my home, Vernon said, causing several members of the Wizengamot to gasp in shock. Ignoring their reaction, he continued, not knowing what blood wards were, I sent a letter to Harrison while he was at school, asking him to look them up. A few days later, I received a response explaining that it was a protection tied to Lily's sacrifice. Now, while my sister-in-law wasn't directly related to Harrison, her sacrifice still connected them. I learned that the wards might not be effective since Harrison and Lily don't share blood. To address my concerns, I had one of the men who helped Harrison and my family understand your world perform some tests. He confirmed that the wards were in place and also noted some additions that would prevent anyone with a dark mark from reaching my home, Vernon concluded, sitting down after sharing his information. For a moment, a quiet murmur spread among the members of the Wizengamot and the spectators who had gathered for the hearing, processing the new information. Yes, thank you for your comment, Fudge said, casting a quick glance at Albus as if unsure how to proceed. Yes, thank you for sharing the protections I established for Harrison's safety, Albus replied quickly. However, revealing them in an open session could make it easy for Death Eaters to learn about them and find ways to circumvent them. While it is true that Mr. Dursley appears to care for Harrison, his lack of knowledge about our world could put the boy who lived in unknown danger. Yes, for now, his house is protected, but what happens when he picks up Harrison from Hogwarts, or when they visit Diagon Alley or any other magical shopping district? Mr. Dursley doesn't know what to look for or the possible signs of dark magic users, Albus added, prompting more murmuring from the crowd. You all seem to be forgetting that Harrison is my nephew, so if you have an issue with him living with Vernon, he can come to stay with me. In fact, since we share a connection to Harrison, they could all come to live with me, Sirius said, standing up without waiting to be called on. Lord Black, while your comment is valid, I'm afraid there have been concerns about your ability to be Harrison's guardian as well, Fudge replied, pulling out several pages of parchment that the ministry had received, unbeknownst to him, sent by Albus and some of his supporters, speaking out against Sirius. These documents contain numerous accounts of your so-called Black family madness during your time at Hogwarts, where you engaged in some rather reckless behavior. You became an unregistered animagus to spend time with a werewolf, without knowing if that werewolf would accept you as a fellow creature. You played pranks that could be seen as bullying toward members of other houses, and even now, you're threatening someone shortly after your name has been cleared, Fudge said, flicking through the pages. Sirius nearly growled, suspecting that Molly Weasley had been the one to write about him threatening her when he arrived at the Burrow to tell her to leave Harrison alone. Your time in Azkaban, while illegal, could have also affected your mind, bringing out more of the Black family madness, Fudge added, almost slamming the pages of complaints against Sirius onto his bench. As if the slamming of the papers had created an aftershock, a loud bang filled the hall, causing everyone to look around for the source of the sound. With another bang, the source was revealed as a goblin appeared before the table where Harrison was sitting. "Who the blazes are you?" Fudge asked, making several lords and ladies flinch at his lack of respect for the goblin. "I am Bonebreaker, the Black Family account manager," the goblin replied in a clear and clipped tone. "And I will not allow you to slander my client." Yes, Lord Black has been in Azkaban for nearly a decade, but since his release, he has met with some goblin mind healers. Bonebreaker handed the results of Sirius's meeting not to Fudge, but to Madam Bones, who was familiar with such paperwork. "These all appear to be in order, Minister, and according to the goblins, Sirius's mental health is quite good," Madam Bones announced to the assembly. "Is that assessment based on comparisons to others or his past self?" Albus asked, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his voice. "He is healthy, Albus." "That is all you need to know," Amelia replied, shooting him a sharp glare. "I'm just curious, as there are others with magical capabilities who could just as easily take Harrison in." "The Weasleys, for instance," he said, gesturing toward the family and surprising Arthur and Percy Weasley, who had been unaware of why they were invited to the hearing until that moment. "After all, Harrison has formed a friendship with young Percy here," Albus continued, moving closer and placing a hand on the Gryffindor prefect's shoulder. "Sirius is perfectly capable of looking after his nephew if we decide to separate Harrison from Mr. Dursley," Amelia stated firmly. "Is he really?" Albus challenged, his gaze drifting to the new Prince courtship ring on Sirius's left hand. "While he may be healthy, that doesn't necessarily mean he is suitable. I see Lord Black is wearing a ring of courtship." "What does that have to do with anything, Albus?" Sirius asked, irritation rising within him. "Well, unless my eyes are deceiving me, the ring was given by a member of the Prince family. The only member I can think of is one Severus Snape. I know you had your issues with him growing up, and while I'm glad you two have reconciled, I must inform you, Sirius, that Severus was a Death Eater. He claimed to have seen the light and turned his back on Voldemort. But if this is a ruse, he may be using his relationship with you to gain access to Harrison and turn him over to his fellow Death Eaters," Albus said, igniting a wave of outrage in the crowd. "How dare you?" Sirius seethed with anger, desperately wanting to reach for his wand and curse the man who had provoked him. Meanwhile, Severus shared a small smile with Tom, who sat beside him. "Am I a Death Eater now, Albus?" Severus asked, standing up and instantly silencing the room as if a spell had been cast to drain away all sound. This body knows from its encounters with known Death Eater members that they were all marked, regardless of their rank. Even those who had just joined received the mark. It was always placed on a person's arm, either left or right, depending on which hand they were dominant with. "Now tell me, Albus, do I look marked to you?" Severus rolled up both of his sleeves, revealing his pale arms. He couldn't help but smile, recalling how, shortly after the ritual to bring Tom back, the now youthful former Dark Lord had removed the mark from his arm. For once, Dumbledore appeared speechless, his mouth hanging open in shock as he took in the unblemished arms of the potion's master, remembering that he had seen the dark mark on them before. You could be hiding them under a glamour," Albus suggested weakly. "Then test me," Severus replied, as the witch beside him took out her wand and cast a spell to dispel any glamour. Bonebreaker even approached to prove that there was no goblin glamour on him either, since only his kind could remove it. At that moment, Molly Weasley could no longer contain herself. "I don't care if he isn't marked. Neither Sirius nor Severus is fit to look after Harry. He should be given to me to raise him properly." "Mrs. Weasley, you will remain silent," Fudge ordered, banging his gavel on his bench. Many in the room shot dark looks at her for having the audacity to demand custody of Harrison. Seizing the opportunity, as most of the assembly focused on the Weasley family, Severus kept his wand in its holder and used wish magic to cast the Dorian Gray spell on the entire family. Gasps echoed throughout the room as everyone reacted to the unexpected turn of events. The transformation swept over the Weasley family like a wave. While Mr. Weasley and Percy didn't change drastically, their clothing took on a radiant glow, giving them a noble appearance. A heart, similar to the one that had adorned Vernon's enchanted self, now appeared on Mr. Weasley's robes. The rest of the family, however, was a different story. Ginny, who had always tried to present herself as a cute and attractive girl, now appeared as an old crone. Her pride in her looks had overshadowed the decent qualities that children typically develop by her age. Ron, who fancied himself a hero but often acted like a bully towards anyone he deemed weaker, transformed into a troll. His violent nature surfaced, with small images of him fighting others floating around his head. Fred and George, on the other hand, looked like young children lost in a game they didn't fully understand, yet they were clearly enjoying themselves. When Molly changed, her mouth expanded to nearly 3 times its normal size, reflecting her loud personality. Her eyes and nose grew as well, a clear indication to Sirius and Severus that she was meddling in everyone else's affairs. Ginny, Ron, and Molly each wore money bags around their necks, with signs reading, "Give me more money." They also donned dunce caps emblazoned with the phrase, "My beliefs," a testament to how consumed they were by their own ideas, refusing to accept anything else. The hall fell silent as everyone took in the transformed Weasleys. It was Fudge who broke the stillness, yelling for someone to turn them back or cancel the spell. Observing the chaos that the Dorian Gray spell had unleashed, Sirius couldn't resist casting the same spell on Albus. Positioned in the room, Albus also inadvertently caught Minister Fudge and the spell's effects. Laughter erupted as Fudge morphed into a bizarre combination of clown and court jester. However, when Albus transformed, there was no laughter. A dark aura seemed to seep from him, casting a shadow over the room. The man transformed into a cloud-like figure, his eyes sunken and shadowed by dark rings. The entire surface of his eyes turned black, drawing people in as if they were staring into a black hole. His body became gnarled, and his wand had somehow morphed into a whip. Most shocking of all was the twisted, broken parody of a royal crown perched atop his head. Albus, oblivious to his own transformation, like everyone else affected by the Dorian Gray spell, began calling for order. As he spoke, a wisp of magic escaped his mouth, shaping itself into musical notes. Sirius, Severus, Remus, Tom, and Harrison exchanged glances, recognizing this as a manifestation of the man's Pied Piper ability. "Enough!" Fudge shouted, banging his gavel on the bench. "I will not have these proceedings turn into a circus." The crowd struggled to contain their laughter at the irony of his words, given his current appearance. "Then I call for a vote to settle this," Lucius declared from his seat, having been briefed on the Dorian Gray spell and its potential implications. "Fine. All in favor of removing Harrison from his current home?" Fudge asked. Half the members raised their hands in support, while the other half voted to move Harrison away from the Dursleys. After further deliberation, it was decided that Sirius could proceed with his plan to have the Dursleys stay with him whenever Harrison was not at Hogwarts, allowing them to work things out before the hearing concluded. As if the Dorian Gray spell had been waiting for the proceedings to end, its effects began to wear off with the sound of the gavel. Chapter 33, The Trial of Albus Dumbledore. On New Year's Eve, every British magical newspaper featured the same sensational story, complete with identical images from Harrison's custody hearing. The Daily Prophet dubbed Dumbledore the Mad King, with Fudge cast as his court fool. The articles claimed that the headmaster, Fudge, and the Weasleys all lamented how the changes made to them were nothing more than a simple glamour spell designed to sway public opinion against them. The journalist behind the article had conducted research on the spell, consulting Sherry Wicker, the witch who pushed the food trolley on the Hogwarts Express. Sherry revealed that before her current role, she had been the spell-crafting professor at Hogwarts, a position she held until the class was discontinued. She recognized the spell as one submitted by a group of students for a final test, although she declined to disclose their names. However, she did share the name of the spell and its effects. Interestingly, Sirius and Severus's courtship barely garnered a mention in any of the papers. After verifying the existence of the Dorian Gray spell, the focus shifted to analyzing the changes the spell had inflicted on its victims. Fudge was the easiest to interpret, as it was widely believed he was an incompetent leader who frequently sought Dumbledore's advice on everything from legal matters to the type of stationery to use in his office. Molly, Ronald, and Geneva were portrayed as gold diggers, too engrossed in their own beliefs to be swayed by anyone else's arguments. The twins, on the other hand, were depicted as carefree children, oblivious to the pain and trouble they caused others. This analysis led some mind healers at St. Mungo's to suggest that the twins might have mental or learning disabilities, perceiving themselves as much younger than their actual age and never truly maturing. As for Dumbledore's, the revelations about Albus Dumbledore painted a troubling picture, suggesting that he sought to rule the world. The news that he had cast the Fidelius charm during Sirius's trial unveiled a darker side that many had long suspected. Teens of newspaper correspondents delved into every detail of his life, shocking readers with the discovery of a youthful relationship between Albus and Gellert Grindelwald, the last Dark Lord before he who must not be named. Lexter's Vush uncovered that Dumbledore's wand had been transformed into a whip, which explained why Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, spoke of punishing students with whips and chains, methods no Hogwarts student, past or present, had ever experienced. Lexter's research revealed that both Filch and Dumbledore had sometimes taken students with dark cause to a hidden room in the castle for punishment, casting memory charms afterward to make the students believe they had merely been assigned lines. Harrison's family and allies were astonished that, despite the numerous revelations about Dumbledore, there was no mention of his Pied Piper magic. This oversight actually made Lucius's task easier as he prepared his evidence against Dumbledore for the ministry. Before Harrison's hearing, Lucius anticipated some skepticism regarding the evidence he had gathered about the Dumbledore family and its use of the Pied Piper, but that hesitation vanished after the articles began circulating. After finding the information about Filch and Dumbledore's actions, Lucius used his position as a Hogwarts governor to investigate the validity of the story. He and the other governors quickly located the hidden room the two had used and shut it down. In his own research, Lucius discovered a shocking detail he had previously overlooked. Argus Filch was the undeclared son of Albus Dumbledore, born of an unknown woman. The governors wasted no time finalizing the motion to remove Filch from Hogwarts. The castle had already prepared for the unfolding events, as outlined in the article. On January 3rd, the papers reported that the Hogwarts second term would start later than usual, due to Headmaster Albus Dumbledore facing charges and set to appear before a full session of the Wizengamot. Harrison's custody hearing had been the last session of the Wizengamot in 1991, making Dumbledore's trial the first order of business in 1992. Although Harrison had uncovered much of the evidence against Dumbledore, he would not actively participate in the trial, serving only as a witness alongside Draco and his friends. The only allies of Harrison's unable to attend were Vernon and Dudley, who, as Muggles, were not permitted in the chamber unless summoned. Lucius had submitted the majority of the evidence against Dumbledore, much of which predated the article, and he was chosen to lead the prosecution. Presiding over the trial was Magistrate Sophia Leonhardt, a witch with nearly 75 years of experience on the bench, known for being the most incorruptible judge in Great Britain. To everyone's surprise, Dumbledore chose to represent himself and wore plain black robes instead of his usual flamboyant attire. The trial of Magical Britain versus Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore shall come to order, with Honorary Magistrate Sophia Leonhardt presiding, the head bailiff announced, prompting everyone to rise as Leonhardt entered the chamber. In the observation seats, Harrison noted that, unlike during Sirius's trial, the chains did not bind Dumbledore's arms and legs. He wondered if this was due to Dumbledore representing himself, needing some mobility, or if he still had allies within the ministry after all this time. Messer Dumbledore, as you are the one on trial here, you will be allowed to offer your defense first, Magistrate Leonhardt stated. Thank you, Magistrate Leonhardt. I will prove, without a shadow of a doubt. What's being said about me is simply an elaborate Death Eater plot to unseat me from my position of power, making it easier for Lord Voldemort to return, Dumbledore declared, causing almost everyone in the chamber to flinch at the mention of the Dark Lord's name. What makes you think that monster is coming back? Lucius asked, rising from the prosecution table. Who else would try to discredit me besides that monster or his followers? Albus shot back. How about the people who have come forward with the evidence against you? Lucius countered. Gentlemen, enough. Magistrate Leonhardt interjected, striking her gavel for order. Let's keep the discussion on topic, shall we? Lord Malfoy, your opening statement if you will. Yes, Magistrate, Lucius replied, straightening his robes. I am here to prove that despite how high and mighty Albus Dumbledore portrays himself, he is as dark as they come, a real Mad King, as the more recent title suggests. Objection. Albus growled at the name. Sustained. Lord Malfoy, please address all members participating in this trial with proper terms, Leonhardt warned. I do apologize, Magistrate, Lucius said, offering a small bow before taking his seat to allow Albus to proceed with his own defense. If it pleases the court, I would like to take the stand, Albus announced. Very well. I trust one don't need to remind you to tell the truth at all times, the head bailiff said, guiding him to the stand. Of course not, my dear madam, Albus replied, straightening his robes before sitting down. I assure you that I have never acted untrustworthy, and all the facts printed in the recent issues of the Prophet, Quibbler, and Avalon Press are nothing but slander. In the observer seats, Harrison noted the man's calm voice, which he had come to expect when Dumbledore used his Pied Piper abilities. Meanwhile, at the prosecution table, Lucius observed as well, watching to see if anyone reacted to the testimony. Lucius breathed a small sigh of relief as he observed that none of the magicals present in the court proceedings seemed affected by the bastard's voice. Meanwhile, several members of the Wizengamot nodded in agreement with Albus's words. Can you offer any proof of this? Magistrate Leonhardt asked, prompting Albus to shoot her a wary glance. I cannot, but it is not my responsibility to provide it. I leave that to Lord Malfoy, as the prosecutor, Albus replied, looking expectantly at Lucius. Messer Dumbledore, please tell the court about the death of Headmaster Dippet and your subsequent appointment as headmaster, Lucius inquired. If Albus was surprised by the question, he masked it well. It was such a tragic event, he began, his tone somber. It occurred shortly after the Chamber of Secrets had been opened nearly 50 years ago. The monster of Slytherin claimed the lives of two individuals, a young student and Headmaster Dippet's son. Having lost the boy's mother when he was only 4, Headmaster Dippet was overwhelmed with grief. He invited me to his office to discuss the events after we believed the student who opened the chamber had been caught. Headmaster Dippet confided in me that he could no longer bear the pain. He drank some poison tea, ending his life so he could join his family. Albus's account brought tears to the eyes of those who had been affected by the Pied Piper, as they seemed to believe every word of his tale. Messer Dumbledore, are you certain that what you presented to the court is the absolute truth? Lucius pressed. Of course it is, Albus replied, sounding shocked that anyone could question him. The crowd, still under the influence of the Pied Piper, shot Lucius dark looks. Very well, Magistrate Leonhardt, I would like to submit some evidence to the court, Lucius said, turning to the judge. Objection. I was not informed of this piece of evidence, Albus interjected from the stand. I submitted all my. Lucius replied, you could have submitted your evidence before the trial. If you didn't have time to review it, that's hardly my fault. Magistrate Leonhardt, making her ruling, said, your objection is overruled, Mr. Dumbledore. Lord Malfoy, you are welcome to present your first piece of evidence. I offer prosecution evidence 1A, the testimony of one Buttons Dippet, Lucius declared, handing over a bottle filled with the memory of his meeting with the Hogwarts spirit. Objection. Buttons Dippet died nearly 50 years ago. No such man exists, Dumbledore called out from the stands. While my opposing counsel is correct that no man exists, Buttons Dippet's spirit never left this plane. He has been residing as a spirit at Hogwarts since his death, Lucius explained. As long as proper procedures regarding spirits were followed, I shall accept the evidence, Leonhardt said, taking the bottle. She and her head bailiff moved under some wards to check the validity of Button's testimony. This appears to be in order, she stated after a few moments, handing it to a member of her team responsible for the pensive and other communications from witnesses who could not attend the court. As the bottle of memories was added to the court's pensive, the ghostly form of Buttons Dippet appeared, floating above it. Please tell me your full name? Lucius's voice was heard asking from outside the field of view. My name is Buttons Alabaster Dippet, the spirit replied. Very well, young Mr. Dippet. Would you inform me of how you died? Lucius continued. It was close to this very spot, Button said, appearing to freeze in place. To please the court, I would like to share that this interview was conducted in the Hogwarts library, against one of the back walls bordering the first floor restricted section, Lucius added. I found myself unable to resist moving deeper into the library than I was normally allowed during my lessons, Buttons explained, coming back to life. What happened when you arrived there? Lucius prompted. An unseen person began asking me about the chamber of secrets. I think the person who asked me believed I knew the location because my father was the headmaster. After discovering that I didn't have any information, the voice remarked that to learn about it, he would need to become the headmaster himself. I was puzzled as to why the voice shared that until they cast a spell that caused the nearest bookcase to collapse, burying me under the books and ultimately leading to my death. I might have survived if someone had found me in time, but since it was a rarely visited area of the library, I wasn't discovered until 2 days later, when my dad cast a spell to track me down, Buttons recounted, freezing in place once more. For those of you who may not know, a deceased magical being takes time to manifest as a spirit that others can see unless their death resulted from a powerful magical event, Magistrate Leonhardt explained. What happened next, young Ditpet? Lucius's voice prompted as the memory resumed. Since I had no idea who the voice was that ultimately killed me, I began to follow my father around to find out who might want to harm him. I didn't learn the identity of my potential killer until a year later, after the chamber had been opened. My father was speaking with the Transfiguration professor about not pressing charges against the student who had opened the chamber, suggesting instead that they train the boy as the groundskeeper. For a moment, my father seemed to disagree with Professor Dumbledore, but then, for some reason, the professor asked again, and my father instantly changed his mind. He started filling out the paperwork to allow the student to become a gamekeeper while Professor Dumbledore prepared some drinks for them. I couldn't understand my father's sudden change of heart, so I missed what Professor Dumbledore added to the drink. Almost immediately after my father drank his tea and signed the form, he only had time to clutch his heart before collapsing over his desk. Unseen by Professor Dumbledore, I watched him dispose of the evidence of having been in the room before leaving. I witnessed Professor Dumbledore exit with my father's lifeless body just laying there. He added some parchment to the documents about Rubeus Hagrid. It included my father stating that Professor Dumbledore was his chosen successor for headmaster, along with a forged suicide note. My father wasn't found until a day later, not by Professor Dumbledore, but by the charms master, Professor Flitwick, who had come for a regular breakfast appointment. Professor Flitwick immediately notified the staff of my father's death before sharing what he believed were my father's last bits of work, Buttons said. Did you ever come forward to inform Professor Flitwick, since he's still at the school? Lucius asked. No, I watched as Professor Dumbledore took control. He called all the staff to the headmaster's office and spoke with them. When they left, almost every single teacher appeared to be in a trance, Buttons replied. You mentioned that most staff appeared to leave in a trance. Can you tell me who did not? Lucius inquired. There was the newly hired Transfiguration teacher, Professor McGonagall. She came to the office and congratulated Professor Dumbledore for succeeding in killing my father and becoming the headmaster. The other staff members who weren't affected were the groundskeeper, Igor, and the castle's caretaker, Erica, who also congratulated him for taking care of my father, Buttons said before his form vanished into the pensive. Do you have anything to say, Professor Dumbledore? Magistrate Leonhardt asked. I request permission to meet with my accuser, as I assume you have seen that the memory was not manipulated, Albus replied. Very well. I shall send for a ritualist to bring the spirit of Button Ditpet here safely, Magistrate Leonhardt said. In the meantime, Professor Dumbledore, you may call your next witness. Very well, Magistrate Leonhardt. I call forth my younger brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus said, leaving the witness stand as his brother was brought into the room. Aberforth took his seat at the witness stand and was sworn in. Aberforth, you know me better than most anyone else alive. Do you? Do you really think I have it in me to kill someone? Albus asked his brother. Yes, Aberforth replied, leaving Albus momentarily speechless. "Please explain," Albus said, his voice tense. "I can see you doing what Father did after those muggles attacked our sister and taking their lives too," Aberforth stated matter-of-factly. "Fine. How about recently? Can you see me killing anyone these days?" Albus shot back, casting an annoyed glance at the jury members, as if he felt exaggerated by his younger brother's claims. "No, Albus. The only ones I could ever see you kill were those bastards who hurt Ariana," Aberforth said, his tone slipping into that familiar cadence known to Lucius and the others as a sign of the Pied Piper's influence. "No further questions," Albus declared, turning back to the defense table. "Your witness, Lord Malfoy," Magistrate Leonhardt announced. "Dumbledore, why do you believe your brother could kill a couple of muggles when you were children, but not now?" Lucius inquired. "Because they deserved it for what they did to our little sister," Aberforth replied, as if the answer were obvious. "Yes, we've all heard about what happened to her in the recent articles, and I do feel sympathy for your family. But isn't there reasonable doubt that your brother killed her himself during the argument with Grindelwald in your youth?" Lucius proposed. "No, it was not my brother. It could only have been that bastard Grindelwald," Aberforth insisted, his voice reminiscent of how Severus had reacted when discussing the fake prophecy that had led to his father and Aunt Lily's deaths. This startled Harrison, who was sitting in the stands. He realized that Aberforth, whom Lucius had mentioned over the Yule, also possessed the Pied Piper ability, and now it seemed someone had succumbed to it himself. Having read about the trials that took place in the Wizengamot chambers, which were among the most protective in Britain, Harrison would have expected there to be spells in place to keep track of any forms of mind-altering magic being used to show that Dumbledore's younger brother had been enchanted while on the stand. A smile crept across his face as he recalled his own hearing, where no one had detected Uncle Sirius and Severus casting the Dorian Gray spell during the event. He accessed his wish magic to perform a Pied Piper cleansing, channeling his magic to Aberforth Dumbledore. "I have no further questions," Lucius said, already planning to call Aberforth back later to discuss some questionable business practices at his pub, hoping to cast doubt on his testimony. "Dumbledore, you may step down," Magistrate Leonhardt announced, just as Harrison's cleansing spell took effect. "Can I change my earlier statement?" Aberforth asked, shaking his head as the cleansing took hold, throwing a dark look at his older brother. "It is highly irregular, but I will allow it just this once," Magistrate Leonhardt replied. "I believe my older brother is capable of killing if it suited his needs and even more," Aberforth stated, causing Albus to look thunderous. Under the defense table, he balled his fist so tightly that he broke a quill in half. "Can you explain both that statement and your sudden change?" Lucius pressed, eager to exploit Aberforth's words. "My brother has always had a ruthless streak, ever since our father was sent to Azkaban for nearly killing the muggles who shattered my little sister's mind while trying to force her to perform magic for them. That streak only grew after our mother died and he gained access to our family's grimoire, where he learned of a special talent our family possessed," Aberforth explained. "Objection, relevance," Albus interjected, jumping to his feet. "I will allow it. Please continue, Dumbledore," Magistrate Leonhardt said. "Long ago, when our family was known as the Dumlocks, we entered into a long-standing union with a family known as the Masters. During this union, which lasted until the families merged to form the Dumbledore lineage, they created a unique magical ability. This ability, it was based on the voice of a siren and could usually put most magical beings into a trance within moments. Only the members of the Black family seemed to possess enough innate magical presence to be immune at the time of its creation. This ability soon became known as the Pied Piper charm, inspired by an old Muggle fable. My ancestors worked on it so that it could enchant anyone, regardless of their magical presence. While it partially succeeded, some family members could indeed use the Pied Piper charm to enchant members of the Black family. They discovered that their modifications caused it to sometimes fail without any discernible pattern," Aberforth explained. "Now, while some of my line chose never to use the Pied Piper, others embraced it as a means to ensure our family's wealth and power. I confess that I occasionally use it on some of my customers to encourage them to order a little extra food and drink, but for the most part, I leave it alone. Albus, on the other hand, uses it as if it were a third limb. I learned this when I witnessed him using it on Gellert Gringold, persuading the man to attempt to take over Europe and Asia before he killed my sister to keep me silent. Albus knew I was aware of the Pied Piper and would brag to me about the times he used it, confident I would never share those secrets with anyone. Aberforth continued, his eyes locked onto his older brother's face, glaring the entire time since Harrison had cleansed him. Then why say anything now? Lucius asked. Because it seems Albus has also modified the Pied Piper charm and used it on me. I don't know why it suddenly ended, but it has, Aberforth replied. Very well. Can you share with the court some of the things your brother told you that he has done? Lucius inquired. Objection on the grounds of. Albus began, but he struggled to find a valid reason. Overruled. Ere Dumbledore will answer the question, the magistrate declared. Leonhardt ordered, well, let's see. Aberforth began to count off on his fingers. He admitted to using it on a student at Hogwarts, the heir of Slytherin, to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the monster to kill someone. He continued to use the Pied Piper on this same student, leading him down a dark path and compelling him to adopt the name he who should never be named. Aberforth's revelation drew gasps from the crowd. Using his control over the young man, Albus got him to attack anyone who opposed him in the Wizengamot or whom he perceived as a threat. I was told that he used it on a Death Eater to spread the word of a prophecy, which ultimately led to the Dark Lord killing Lily and James. He even used the Pied Piper to persuade authors to write various Harry Potter book series, including my daughter, who penned stories set during the time of the boy who lived at Hogwarts. He attempted to use the Pied Piper to get the Philosopher's Stone from Nicholas Flamel, trying to make it fit the narrative of the books my daughter wrote for him. This was the one time I intervened. I went to see Nicholas and used my own talent with the Pied Piper to convince Flamel to switch the stone for a fate before he sent someone to collect it. Aberforth's words shocked everyone in the room, leaving Albus speechless. Oh, and there was another incident, Aberforth continued. He nearly had me in stitches when he informed me that nearly 10.5 years ago, he used the Pied Piper on Regulus Black, convincing him to drink a draught of despair, which led him to take his own life. At this revelation, the hall fell silent. Several people lost control of their magic, causing a magical quake within the chambers. Sirius looked ready to explode, even if it meant being sent back to Azkaban for Albus's role in his baby brother's death. Severus seethed, wishing he could force-feed Albus a potion containing the deadliest poisons for the man who had killed one of his best friends. Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, wanted to use her knowledge to take action. The power of the human body shattered the man, only to piece him back together time and time again, until Dumbledore lost his sanity for meddling with her family. Draco could only swallow hard in fear as he looked at Harrison, whose entire body trembled as if it were experiencing aftershocks from the magical quake. Harrison rose from his seat, unleashing a surge of raw magic that tore the chair from its anchored position, sending it crashing into the magical barrier behind him. The sound echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. Gasps rippled through the crowd, especially from those with mage sight, as they beheld what resembled a Class 5 hurricane swirling around Harrison. Fury radiated from his face as he descended to the floor, intent on making Dumbledore pay for the deaths of his parents. Draco attempted to intervene, but Harrison's magic felt like sticking his hands into a blazing fire, forcing him to retract his burnt fingers. Harrison was deaf to Draco and his friends, their voices fading as his vision narrowed to Dumbledore's figure seated on the chamber floor. He didn't even notice the court bailiffs trying to restrain him. They were easily tossed aside like fragile paper dolls. Chapter 34, Disorder in the Court. Trini felt a lump in her throat as she watched Jason and Zack slam into the walls of the chamber. They had tried to stop the small slip of a boy, but it seemed futile. What shocked her even more was Tommy, who, due to a trial that the ministry feared would become a media circus, had been placed under a glamour for protection. He too was sent crashing into a wall when he attempted to intervene. With a determined nod to her team on the floor, Trini signaled for them to begin casting the most powerful wards, barriers, and protections they could muster. The magistrate, prosecutor, defense attorney, and all witnesses were not allowed to have their wands on the main floor of the court, making their task even more critical. As the head bailiff for this trial, Trini had strategically placed 3 team members in the gallery, those who could physically restrain anyone attempting to disrupt the proceedings. Meanwhile, she had Kimberly and Billy join her on the main floor, knowing they were the strongest spellcasters in her group. Having witnessed how easily the young boys' magic had overpowered Jason, Zach, and Tommy, the team reached an unspoken agreement to put up multi-layered protections around the court area. Harrison had long hidden most of his negative emotions behind a strong mental barrier. He had learned that giving in to those emotions only made his magic more unpredictable, leading to punishments from Petunia. The only time he had truly experienced joy was when Uncle Vernon had firmly taken his side. Living with Petunia had deprived him of the chance to feel happiness and other so-called positive emotions. He discovered that these emotions did not have as much of an impact on his magic as negative emotions did. Sure, some of his spells felt stronger when he was happy, but they never caused him to lose control. The last time he had lost control had been the morning of his first defense against the dark arts class, triggered by reading his father's will. That class had turned out to be a joke, and they hadn't cast any spells. Who knew what might have happened otherwise? Even while grappling with Harrison reflected on his earlier encounters with Ronald and the 2 duels against that arrogant fool. Surprisingly, those experiences hadn't caused him to lose control. He had approached each duel logically, even allowing himself to become distracted by thoughts of language rather than letting any anxiety about facing the redhead weigh him down. But now, things were different. For the first time, Harrison felt a surge of genuine anger. It was as if a key had unlocked a door, releasing both his emotions and his magic with a force he hadn't anticipated. All the frustration he harbored toward Albus poured out, anger not just for the way Albus had meddled in his life, but also for the way his ancestors had used the Pied Piper to disrupt his family and others in the past. He thought of the resentment that had simmered beneath the surface throughout his childhood, growing up under Petunia's thumb while Dudley bullied him. Petunia had done significant damage to her own son's psyche, all because Dumbledore had left him there. Harrison seized at how Dumbledore managed Hogwarts, allowing substandard teachers like the late Quirrell and the bullying staff members like Filch and McGonagall to have free reign. Dumbledore's anti-Slytherin attitude forced members of his house to travel in packs around the castle, relying on a special charm in their common room to track their health in case they were hurt outside of class. Harrison remembered how Dumbledore had tried to break up his family just when they had begun to understand and care for one another. All these thoughts rushed to the forefront of his mind upon learning of Dumbledore's involvement in the death of his parents, his godmother, and everything he had read in the Harry Potter book series. With the floodgates of his emotions wide open, Harrison had only one thought: to hurt the man responsible for so much pain, without any regard for the consequences. He was completely unaware of his magic as it surged around him, blasting anyone who tried to get in his way or hold him back against the wall. With his anger consuming him, Harrison approached Dumbledore at his usual slow pace, contemplating ways to inflict harm. He imagined using his magic to toss the man around like a rag doll until Dumbledore's body was bruised and battered. Perhaps he would even manipulate the size of the man's organs, shrinking some while. Harrison pondered whether he should help others grow and witness how long he would live. Or perhaps he should cast the Dorian Gray spell on the man before making the change permanent, so everyone could see just how evil he truly was, if he survived, that is. A growl escaped Harrison as he sensed spells being cast to protect the man, effectively separating him from Dumbledore. He approached the magical barriers and slammed both fists against them, but they felt solid. The small smirk on Dumbledore's face only fueled Harrison's anger. With determination, he laid his hands flat on the barrier and began to push them apart, shocking Dumbledore and several others inside as their mouths fell open in disbelief. Once he had created a gap, Harrison managed to slip his fingers between the 2 sections and started tearing the barrier to shreds. Just as he destroyed one barrier, another would materialize to block his path. Faintly, he became aware of his uncle, godfather, and Narcissa calling his name, but nothing could stop him from reaching Dumbledore. Frustrated with the slow progress, Harrison surrounded his wand hand with magic, something he had never done before, as he began to control his wild magic. With his right hand open, He delivered a karate chop to the barrier, effortlessly breaking through all the layers that stood between him and Dumbledore. Trini watched in disbelief as the small boy shattered the barriers her team had erected as if they were made of wet paper. Kimberly, Billy, and Trini raised their wands to protect the members of the court, launching a trio of stunners at him. Trini hoped the spells wouldn't disrupt the boy too much, but to her shock, all 3 spells fizzled out before they even reached him as he continued to navigate through the barriers. Desperation washed over her team as they cast every spell they could think of to incapacitate him, but each one fizzled before it could take effect. Thinking quickly, Trini signaled to her team, and they worked together to pull the magistrate's desk from its place. The desk was magically anchored to the floor, intended as a barrier to block the boy's advance. However, it seemed to stall mid-air before exploding into a shower of ironwood splinters. Tom returned to the courtroom, his eyes widening in shock at the chaos unfolding before him. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine when he stepped out to use the bathroom. Yet, as he washed his hands, a small spark flickered in his chest, causing him to jerk slightly and accidentally drench his robes. In a hurry, he ducked into a stall, hoping no one would catch him using underage magic to dry them off. As he exited the stall, he noticed someone at one of the urinals, prompting him to wash his hands again to avoid being labeled a gross punk before he could rejoin the courtroom. Spotting Draco, who stood with trembling hands and an expression of pain on his face, Tom glanced at the spot where Harrison had been seated, now reduced to a shattered crater. What in Merlin and Morgan's middle name happened here? Tom asked, bewildered. Dumbledore's brother said that the headmaster used that Pied Piper thing to convince Harrison's father to kill himself, Draco replied. So? Tom questioned, scanning the room anxiously for Harrison, worry etched across his face for the small boy's safety. Harrison lost it, Draco said, and Tom noticed twin streams of tears rolling down the normally stoic first-year's cheeks. Without thinking, Tom pulled out his wand and healed Draco's hands, gasping as he saw the burns that marred his skin, as if he had held them in a fire. Thanks, Draco said, looking up at him, his freshly healed hand still shaking slightly. What happened to them? Tom asked, hoping to keep Draco focused, as he appeared to be in shock. As I said, Harrison lost it. I reached over to comfort him when we learned about his father, but his magic went haywire, Draco explained, gesturing toward the wall beside the door Tom had entered. Tom re-entered the room and immediately noticed one of the courtroom seats smashed into the wall, almost unrecognizable. What happened next? Tom asked, turning back to Draco. Harrison started to walk down to where my dad and Dumbledore are, and anytime anyone tried to stop him, they went flying away, Draco replied, making Tom's heart sink. He had to agree with Draco. Harrison seemed to have lost control, and his magic was proof of that. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the courtroom, silencing the chaos as gasps rippled through the crowd. Although it wasn't something expected of someone in his position, Tom climbed onto the back of a chair to get a better view. He saw Harrison moving through the debris that was once the magistrate's desk, its shattered pieces scattered across the floor. 3 bailiffs stood in a protective line between Harrison and the others. Tom spotted what appeared to be the remnants of a magical barrier separating him from the boy, and concern washed over him. With Harrison's magic spiraling out of control and the first-year student unresponsive to calls to stop, Tom knew he had to act quickly. He feared the worst, Harrison might unintentionally harm Dumbledore. Taking a deep breath, Tom summoned a spell he had learned long ago, before his pursuit of James and Lily. He took to the air without a broom, flying above the heads of the onlookers. He didn't care that he was far too young to know such a spell, he just needed to reach Harrison quickly. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the remnants of the broken magical barrier and landed between Harrison and the bailiffs. Harrison, you need to stop, Tom urged, stretching out his arms to shield the people behind him. Unlike the others who had tried to communicate with him, Harrison responded. He killed them, Tom. He killed my parents, Harrison's voice cracked with emotion. I understand, Tom said, his heart heavy with the weight of the boy's pain. Harrison, if you continue down this path, you won't be any better than he is. And I know you are better than that. Please, let the courts handle this, Tom pleaded, shocked to find himself advocating for the life of someone he believed deserved punishment. He understood the old man had earned his fate, but he didn't want Harrison's soul to be tainted by taking that life. He killed them all, Harrison said, tears streaming down his face. I know, Harrison, Tom replied gently, reaching forward to place a hand on the younger boy's shoulder. When he felt no backlash from Harrison's magic, he pulled the boy into a tight hug. A small chuckle almost escaped him as he recalled being late to the courtroom because his robes had gotten soaked, only to find himself in the same situation as Harrison began to cry. There, Harrison. Let it out, Tom said soothingly, running a hand over the green stubble on the top of the boy's head. But the moment was interrupted by a voice that made Tom bristle. Thank you, my boy. First of all, I am not your boy. And second, I didn't do this to protect you, Tom shot back over his shoulder, glaring at the man. I did it for Harrison. If he killed you, it would ruin his life, and I couldn't allow that. But I may have just lied to him because I don't trust the courts to handle you correctly. His words sparked outrage in both Magistrate Leonhardt and Lucius, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. So, I call forth the judgment of Lady Magic herself to judge you, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, for what you have done to Harrison and all the others whose lives you have affected. So say I, Lord Lefay. A hush fell over the chamber as he landed in front of Harrison, followed by gasps at his declaration for the lady's judgment and his title. The moment hung in the air as they awaited her response. Meanwhile, the three bailiffs approached Tom, attempting to take Harrison into custody for his actions. Tom stood his ground, nearly drawing his wand in protest. I think it might be a good idea to go along with it, nephew, Severus suggested, walking over to them. They can take custody of Harrison, but I'm staying with him, Tom replied, holding Harrison tightly against his chest. Very well, said the Asian bailiff, who appeared to be in charge. He led Tom and Harrison out of the room and into a small holding cell. As they sat on the bench inside the cell, Tom pulled Harrison onto his lap. An old lullaby suddenly filled his mind. Sleep, little one, have no fear. When you awaken, I will still be here. Let your dreams be filled with joy. Love and laughter, my sweet little boy. Those shadows climb up your walls. Dream yourself a prince dancing at a ball. Dream of adventure, dream of fun. Living your best life under the sun. Though we may not be together or grow apart, know that you will always have a place in my heart. Tom couldn't understand why the song had come to him or why he felt compelled to sing it to Harrison, but he did so, and it helped the younger boy drift off to sleep, clutching onto Tom's robes. I'm sorry about all this, one of the bailiffs said. We understand how the news could affect him, but his actions, while understandable, did cause some damage and hurt several people. He's not going to be in too much trouble, is he? Tom asked the bailiff who wore glasses. It shouldn't be too severe. As far as I know, the only people he sent flying were members of our crew. Plus, his age and the circumstances surrounding the defendant's actions will be taken into account. Is there anything I can get either of you, or the bailiff asked. I don't think so at the moment, but thank you, Tom replied, adjusting Harrison so that he was lying on the bench with his head in Tom's lap. Right. Call me if you think of anything. If not, we'll bring you in when the lady's judgment arrives, the bailiff said before stepping back to stand in the doorway. Tom gazed out into the courtroom, left alone with his thoughts now that the bailiff had stepped away and Harrison had fallen asleep. The younger boy was likely recovering from his magical exertion and emotional overload. Tom was a bit surprised that no one had yet questioned how he had flown without a broom to reach Harrison. A noise from the door made him look up. He saw Sirius, Severus, and Narcissa trying to enter, but the bailiff had stopped them. Tom knew from experience that even though Sirius was Harrison's guardian, the trio wouldn't be allowed access until the trial concluded. For now, all they could do was wait, especially since Tom had called for Lady Magic's intervention regarding Albus's fate. He felt tempted to ask the bailiff if they could come in, curious to see if it would be permitted. However, he suspected that if the trio were allowed in, they would wake Harrison. Tom wanted to ensure the younger boy regained his strength more than he wanted to reassure the others that he and Harrison were all right and being treated fairly. About 10 minutes later, the head bailiff entered to collect Tom and Harrison, as a roll of parchment had appeared where the magistrate's desk had been. Since Tom had initiated the call for a ruling, he was the only one who could open the parchment. Gently shifting Harrison into a bridal carry, Tom left the holding cell and re-entered the courtroom. He passed Harrison over to Sirius, then walked over to collect the parchment, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. Taking a deep breath, Tom unrolled the parchment and began to read the message written by Lady Magic. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, due to your actions against your fellow magicals over the years in your relentless pursuit of power, you have been judged. As should have happened long ago, I strip you and your kin of the Pied Piper ability, erasing all knowledge of how to teach this skill from every record but my own. I also impose upon you the punishment from one whom you have wronged. You will be unable to truly hide what sort of person you are. Let your outer form match the darkness of your soul. So say I, Lady Magic. As Tom finished reading, Albus's appearance began to shift, transforming back to the form he had been enchanted to display during Harrison's custody hearing, though this time without the crown or whip. Unlike when he had been under the Dorian Gray spell, he was now able to see his own reflection, rather than only viewing it through magical photographs or in a pensive. While Lady Magic has punished you, I will still carry out a sentence, Magistrate Leonhardt announced from a hastily prepared bench. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you are hereby sentenced to Azkaban for the remainder of your life, with no hope of parole or reduction of your sentence. With that, Magistrate Leonhardt banged her gavel against the makeshift bench, signaling the bailiffs to step forward and take him away. Chapter 35, Wrapping Things Up. As Albus was escorted out of the courtroom, several more bailiffs entered to take custody of Aberforth Dumbledore. Although Aberforth had shared information about his older brother's illegal activities, he was now being arrested for confessing to using the Pied Piper on his customers. While both Dumbledores were led away, Magistrate Leonhardt moved into the holding cell area, where Tom had returned after reading Lady Magic's sentences. All right, now that that's taken care of, let's focus on you, young man, she said, summoning a chair to sit and speak with Harrison and Tom. Am I going to be in trouble? Harrison asked in a small voice, curled up on Tom's lap. How much trouble do you think you're in? Magistrate Leonhardt inquired. So much that I'm getting arrested too, since I hurt several people and almost killed a man, Harrison replied. You are not getting arrested, young man. Granted, at the moment, you are in a holding cell, but that's only to keep you close while giving you a chance to calm down. I am going to recommend that you meet with a mind healer for a while, she explained. Is that all? Harrison lifted his head slightly, surprised that he was getting off so easily. Unfortunately not, Magistrate Leonhardt continued. You will be placed on a sort of probation. All magic you use outside of a classroom for the next couple of years will be tracked and registered. This includes any spells you use during the summer at your uncle's home. So, he would be like a muggleborn who can't cast spells outside of school. Tom asked, recalling the letters that Hogwarts sent out to all the students on the last day before they boarded the train. No, he can still cast spells, but they will be catalogued. If he uses any spell that is considered dangerous or is cast with too much power, we will address that accordingly, she clarified. Just then, Lucius caught up with the team of bailiffs escorting Aberforth to the ministry holding cells and requested a moment to speak with him. After receiving the go-ahead from Trini, Aberforth was taken to. In a room where lawyers typically met their clients, Lucius Malfoy leaned forward, addressing Aberforth. Mr. Aberforth, I am willing to offer you a plea deal if you provide us with all the information you have about your brother's illegal activities. The ministry is prepared to reduce your sentence from a life term, like Albus received, to just 10 years, with the possibility of time off for good behavior. Aberforth's expression hardened. He is no brother of mine. Lucius continued, unfazed. What about your daughter? Since her only crime was publishing books under Albus's control, she won't face punishment as long as she doesn't publish any more in that series. Aberforth considered this. I agree, but what happens to my home and business in the meantime? Since you confessed in court to using the Pied Piper on your customers, your license to sell food and drink has been revoked, Lucius explained. Aberforth's brow furrowed slightly. I'm actually a little relieved. I never wanted to do it in the first place. On a personal note, I'd like to propose a trade of properties. I want to take ownership of the Hobbs Head building in exchange for a farming property where you can live after your release from prison. Accepting this deal won't affect the plea agreement. Instead of going to Azkaban, you would serve your sentence in Jokulsu, a medium security prison that has no dementors. Aberforth's curiosity piqued. If I agree to this deal, what becomes of my family line since Albus and I are the only two left? I can look into that for you and get back to you, Lucius replied, realizing he hadn't considered the implications of the Dumbledore family's double arrest. When Lucius returned to Aberforth with the outcome regarding the Dumbledore family line, the news shocked him. It turned out that when Harrison had succumbed to his anger during the trial over Albus's actions against his family, it had been deemed a lordship battle. Although no fight had occurred due to Albus's arrest, he had lost his lordship to Harrison. However, after everything Albus and his line had done over the years, Harrison wanted nothing to do with it. The line had passed on to another. Since Tom had acted to save Albus's life during the trial, magic itself created a life debt that Albus owed to Tom, making him the next in line to take over the House of Dumbledore. The young orphan agreed to accept this responsibility, vowing to do better for the family than Albus ever had. Aberforth simply nodded, indifferent but unwilling to let the family line die out. Lucius was pleased that Aberforth had also agreed to exchange the properties. He took control of the Hobbs Head, cleaned the place up, and placed Aberforth's belongings into storage to be retrieved when he got out of Jokulsu. Once the Hobbs Head was in order, Lucius transformed the pub into a permanent store for Lily's legacy, rather than the usual pop-up shops like the rest of the company. He even arranged with Julie Rosmerta to keep the store open only in the mornings and on Hogsmeade weekends, so it wouldn't interfere with her business. When Hogwarts resumed classes, Lucius found himself extremely busy with his fellow school governors as they searched for a new caregiver, transfiguration teacher, and headmaster or headmistress. In an effort to make a unified decision, Lucius finally submitted Severus and Sirius's suggestion to the group. It came as no surprise when Remus Lupin was chosen to teach Transfiguration, while Bathsheba Battling was appointed as the new head of Gryffindor House. For the caretaker position, the governors offered the job to Glenn Matthews, a magical from America who had previously worked at a Muggle hospital. However, the headmaster or headmistress position was proving to be more troublesome, as none of the current teachers at Hogwarts wanted to take on that role. They had to put out a job posting on the International Magical Job Search for qualified candidates. In the end, they accepted Mavis Humphreys Maltard, despite her being a few years younger than the usual age for a head to start. She held several master's degrees in various subjects, had a solid history as an educator, and her husband, Wilberforce, would be joining her. Descendant of the famous Nicholas Flamel. By the time they found her, the current school year was nearly over, so she would officially take over as headmistress at the start of the next term. For Harrison and the rest of the students at Hogwarts, not having a head of staff didn't make much difference during their second term. Some students, particularly from Gryffindor, like Percy's younger siblings, complained that they missed McGonagall and Dumbledore. However, no one seemed to miss Filch at all. Ronald, Fred, and George found themselves at the very bottom of the school's pecking order after an article surfaced over the outbreak about Harrison's custody hearing, which included a picture of them under the Dorian Gray spell. Hermione, although she hadn't seen the article, distanced herself from Ronald. Time apart and conversations with her parents revealed that he had been using her for his own gain without really reciprocating. Without the two members of staff nagging him about his performance, Harrison enjoyed a quiet rest of the year. He even allowed his hair to grow back a little, although he still dyed it every couple of weeks. His friends and uncle dragged him to a few Quidditch games. Not that he spent much time watching the matches, he kept his nose buried in a book, only cheering when those around him did. In fact, he somehow managed to start a wave when he left his seat during the Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff game to head to the restroom. Harrison enjoyed the rest of the school year, feeling proud of himself for being ranked in the top 10 of his class. He never aimed for the top spot and wouldn't achieve it due to how little he participated in class discussions. He preferred to sit quietly, do his work, and let it speak for itself. Even with Remus as his teacher once more, and with his uncle and godfather also teaching their own classes, he still preferred charms. His special relationship with Professor Flitwick allowed him to ask and answer most of the random questions that came to mind. The only real excitement during the second term was the buzz surrounding the news that Severus and Sirius had begun courting each other. This topic sparked conversations that lasted until everyone headed home for the summer, with many speculating about when the couple would officially tie the knot. Given that they shared rooms at the castle, students even wondered if they were sleeping together. Some tried to get answers by asking Tom about it, leaving Harrison feeling a bit isolated. This was partly due to Harrison's naturally quiet demeanor, but also because several students who were heirs had witnessed Dumbledore's trial and were somewhat intimidated by Harrison after his display of power during the event. Tom couldn't help but chuckle when some first-year students from Ravenclaw approached him, asking if Snape and Sirius were indeed sleeping together. They also questioned why they weren't speaking to Harrison, who was in their year. As the group walked away, visibly shaken, Tom chose not to answer them. He was pretty sure he overheard one of them mutter that one should always be wary of the quiet ones. When Harrison and his friends disembarked from the train at platform 9 3/4, Draco and Tom stayed close by, ready to intervene in case Ron's younger sister tried to approach him like she had at the start of the Yule break. Percy was also keeping an eye out as he ushered his younger brothers toward their dad, not noticing his mom or Ginny. When Arthur was asked about it, he explained to Percy that he had left Molly and Ginny with Muriel to avoid another scene. Leaning in closer, Arthur confided that he and Molly had been having some issues since the Yule break. On the advice of a marriage counselor, they were trying a trial separation to see if some time apart could help mend their relationship. Percy promised to keep this information from his younger brothers until they were home, knowing Ron would likely throw a fit if he found out at the station and might try to confront Harrison, who had gone over to greet his family before heading out. To Harrison's surprise, he was picked up by his uncle. As Harrison stepped off the train, he spotted Uncle Vernon and Dudley waiting for him. A wave of happiness washed over him. It meant that Vernon had accepted the offer to move into Padfoot's doghouse. Harrison hadn't realized that Uncle Vernon had been keeping an eye on him until Uncle Sirius finished his end-of-term work at Hogwarts. His surprise deepened as they approached the parking lot and he saw a U-Haul attached to the back of Uncle Vernon's car. "We have one last trip to make before we officially move into Sirius's place," Uncle Vernon said as they climbed into the car. "I thought you'd want to pack up your old room yourself, even if you didn't use it for long." "Thanks, Uncle," Harrison replied with a smile. "So, how were your year-end tests?" Uncle Vernon asked as they got stuck at the stoplight just outside the parking lot. "I think I did quite well. My lowest grade was in astronomy, and that was just a low EE," Harrison said. "That's great. How about, after we pick up your stuff, we go to a place of your choice as a reward?" Uncle Vernon suggested proudly, having learned the grading scale used in the Magical World school system. The small family spent the ride to Privet Drive, their final trip, chatting about all the good news that had happened since their last letters. Dudley, while not achieving grades as high as Harrison's, managed to earn mostly BS with one C+. Considering he had typically received DS in previous years, with his highest being a C-, this showed significant improvement. Both Dursley men had also lost some weight, Dudley through a healthier diet and some exercise, while Vernon had taken the opportunity to stay at Padfoot's doghouse to escape Petunia and Arabella Figg. When Vernon stayed at Sirius's place, he found himself walking to work rather than driving, which not only helped him shed some pounds but also lifted his mood throughout the day. Harrison's employees found it easier to approach him and talk to him. This led to Vernon discovering some issues at his company and working to resolve them, which reduced the number of accidents and made it a better place for everyone who worked there. "We even won an award from the city for breaking a record of days without incidents in our field," Uncle Vernon boasted. "Congratulations, Uncle," Harrison said, surprised when, at their next stop, Vernon pulled the award from the glove box and handed it back to him. Harrison read the small plaque, which had been dedicated to him. The good times lasted until they pulled into the driveway of number 4 and found Petunia, Marge, and Mrs. Figg waiting for them. "Marge, what are you doing here?" Uncle Vernon asked as he got out of the car. "I'm here for Petunia," She called me. You're leaving this delightful house to live God knows where and preventing her, and I assume myself, from seeing my nephew again, since you didn't inform me of such a move, Marge said, her anger clearly rising. Duddus, you don't want to do that. You want to stay with your mum, right? No, Dudley replied, though it seemed to pain him. But Duddus, Mummy misses you. Don't you miss her? Petunia cried out. I do miss you, Mom. You are my mother, but you weren't a good one, Dudley said, his body tensing slightly. What? Duddus, don't say such a thing to your mother. She is good. Or is Vernon seeing someone else? Marge said, turning to glare at her brother. Granted, she hadn't lived with Petunia for more than 2 weeks, but as far as she was concerned, the woman was the best thing to happen to her brother. I am not seeing anyone else, Marge, but I've had my eyes open to the damage she was doing to the boys, Vernon said, placing a comforting hand on both Harrison's and Dudley's shoulders. That brat? Who cares how you treat him? From what Petunia always told me, his parents were bums. And as I always said, if there is something wrong with that dog? There must be something wrong with the pup, Marge said, pulling an umbrella from under her arm and brandishing it as if to hit Harrison. Vernon quickly stepped in front of the boys, glaring at his sister and fighting the urge to slap her. I was going to let you see Dudley once we got settled, but not with an attitude like that. If that's how you treat a kid you know nothing about, I don't want you near either of them. Turning to his ex-wife, he added, Petunia, if you want the house, it's all yours. If not, I'll sell it in a week. Vernon escorted Dudley and Harrison to the front door, unlocking it for them and telling them to start packing while he stood guard outside, preventing the 3 women from entering. Since Dudley had already done most of his packing and Harrison didn't have much to begin with, both boys soon emerged with a single cardboard box in hand. Once they were done, Vernon led them back to his car, calling out that he would send the keys to Petunia if she decided she wanted to move back in before driving them away. That summer, Vernon experienced a few surprises beyond just seeing magic in action or his noticeable weight loss. The first came a week after Harrison returned from Hogwarts when Sirius informed him that Headmistress Humphreys wanted to meet and discuss the Hogwarts Muggle Studies classes. Most Muggle-born magicals had skewed perspectives on the subject, having learned magic while Albus had kept the class unchanged for over 40 years. Because Vernon was a Muggle and was familiar with the magical world through his relationships with Sirius, Remus, and Snape, he had made it onto the short list of candidates for the new headmistress to meet. Vernon was taken aback as Sirius whisked him away on the night bus to the magical castle, wishing he had time to explore it like he had during Dudley's back-to-school nights. He was introduced. Vernon found himself sitting across from the new headmistress, who appeared quite young for her position. However, he had long since learned not to judge a magical by their age. During their meetings, he shared several topics that the Muggle Studies class should cover, including Muggle-to-magical money conversion and various inventions created by Muggles. The 2 subjects stood out to him, the study of Muggle laws, which could lead to complications if a magical were unaware of them, and how to dress like a Muggle to blend in. He recalled several occasions when his family had encountered magicals who came to visit Harrison, still clad in their robes, which set them apart from the Muggles. At the end of the meeting, when she asked if he had any further suggestions, Vernon pondered whether it would be possible for the parents of Muggleborns to visit and explore the castle. He explained the concept of back-to-school nights that Muggle schools organized, allowing parents to see what their children experienced in class. Mavis twirled a strand of her blonde hair, considering his idea. She found it intriguing, but she noted that to implement it, she would need not only the approval of the Hogwarts governors but likely the ministry's consent as well. Vernon received another surprise when he found a letter in the mail, sent to a P.O. box he had set up because Padfoot's doghouse couldn't receive regular post. The letter was from Sycamore Academy, an institution even more elite and prestigious than Smeltings. It informed him that Dudley had been accepted as a student there. Vernon felt a swell of pride, believing it was Dudley's improved grades that had caught the attention of the elite school, known for sending its graduates to the best colleges around the world. Determined to make a good impression, he and Dudley dressed in their finest clothes and arrived a little early for the interview. they were greeted by an elderly man in a green pinstriped suit. "Ah, Mr. Dursley, young Dudley, welcome to Sycamore Academy. I am Headmaster Ligvistus. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said warmly. "You both are here at last," the man said, shaking hands with them. "I'm sure you've heard that our campus only accepts the very best students, and those students go on to do great things in our world." "Oh, yes, only the best," Vernon replied as he took a seat in front of Headmaster Ligvistus's desk. "That's why I assume you offered a place for my son after seeing his grades improve so much this past school year." "Well, your son's grades are good, but they could be better," Ligvistus said, patting the top of his desk. "In truth, one of the reasons we only accept certain students is due to their home life. Your recent move put Dudley on the list for my fine school here." Vernon furrowed his brow, confused about how moving in with Sirius had influenced Dudley's acceptance. "What do you mean our move put him on the list?" he asked. "It's quite simple," Headmaster Ligvistus explained. "While this is a typical school, the student population has one thing in common: every student here is either a squib or comes from mixed Muggle and magical families. If Dudley attends, he won't have to worry about accidentally revealing that he knows about Goblin Wars or the magical world. Everyone here, both teachers and students, are already aware of them. We have classes on these topics so that non-magical siblings can learn about the magical world, just as you did during Harrison's prep lessons before school started last year. This all sounds wonderful, but what would the cost be?" Vernon inquired. "To you, nothing at all," Ligvistus replied. "Every student at the school is given a scholarship from a family member or someone else to be taught both magical and Muggle subjects for their future. According to our records, Dudley's scholarship was supplied by Heir Prince LaFay Dumbledore," he said, passing over the paperwork for Vernon to review. Vernon was surprised to learn that the young teen who had spent much of the Yule Ball dancing with Harrison was the one funding Dudley's education. As he sifted through the paperwork, he heard. The elderly headmaster turned to Dudley and said, "My grandson, Theo, has told me some wonderful things about you, young man." Dudley blushed at the compliment. Vernon was pleased to send Dudley to the school, especially after hearing about its impressive results. Learning that Dudley would be taught both magical and ordinary subjects sealed the deal for him. He signed his approval on the spot. Headmaster Ligvistus not smiled and quickly gave them a tour of the campus, showcasing rooms that had been magically expanded. They passed by a library that seemed to stretch on forever, with sections dedicated to every subject taught at the school. A week before Harrison turned 12, Vernon received another letter from Hogwarts. It announced that Muggle parents would be allowed to visit the school, but instead of during the school year, families could tour the castle on a weekend over the summer before classes began. Since it was his idea, the Dursleys were placed in the first group, along with several other Muggle-born families, and were given tickets to ride the Hogwarts Express for the trip. Unfortunately, the timing conflicted with a weekend when Sirius had promised to take Dudley and Vernon to see a Quidditch match. They had both heard about the sport and were eager to experience it firsthand. The only thing keeping Dudley from sulking was the excitement of finally visiting a genuine magical castle. On Friday afternoon, Vernon, Dudley, and Harrison left Padfoot's doghouse to catch the Hogwarts Express for their weekend at Hogwarts Castle. They were joined by at least 20 other families for the train ride, though the only person Harrison recognized was Dean Thomas, a Gryffindor student. Dean was traveling with his 3 sisters and mother. Harrison noticed that there were no families with students from Slytherin, but that didn't surprise him after reading an article about the new headmistress who had recently taken charge. To share the magic of Hogwarts in a way he had never imagined. She had discovered that spells had been placed on the sorting hat to ensure that no Lightcore or Muggleborns were ever sorted into Slytherin House, even if they truly belonged there. As the train journeyed toward Hogwarts, Harrison's family chatted excitedly, reviewing the list of events planned for the weekend. There were guided tours by the heads of house, a showcase where students could demonstrate some of the spells they had learned, and, much to Dudley's delight, an exhibition Quidditch match. The witch pushing the food trolley was still on board, but this time her cart offered not just sweets, it was filled with healthier options and actual meals for everyone to enjoy during the trip. Upon arriving at Hogsmeade, The Dursleys, along with the other Muggle families and the former first-year students, marveled at the sight of horseless carriages taking them up to the castle. At the entrance, they were greeted by Headmistress Humphreys Maltard, her husband, and the four heads of house. The Muggle families were directed into the Great Hall, where Harrison led Uncle Vernon and Dudley to the Slytherin table for supper. Although the hall wasn't crowded, the new headmistress delivered a brief welcoming speech before the food magically appeared on the tables, just as it always did during feasts and special occasions. Dudley had to remind himself to practice portion control as he gazed at the abundant food surrounding the three of them at the Slytherin table. Harrison suddenly remembered that Dudley had been classified as a squib when he gasped at the sight of Bartholomew Augustus Reginald Black and the other spirits entering the hall. Vernon glanced at Dudley, a look of concern on his face, before he, too, gasped. This reaction followed a special spell cast by Headmistress Humphreys Maltard that allowed Muggles to see the spirits of Hogwarts Castle during their visit. With Uncle Vernon and Dudley now able to see and hear the spirits, Harrison felt a wave of excitement as he prepared to share the wonders of Hogwarts with them. Harrison was excited to introduce his family to the spirits of Hogwarts when they came over to say hello. Since he had gotten to know all the spirits of the castle, they all gathered to meet the Dursleys. When Vernon learned about Friar Tucker, he eagerly reached out to shake the spirit's hand. He had always loved the story of Robin Hood, which was how Harrison had come to know about it in the first place. Friar Tucker was delighted by Vernon's enthusiasm and said he would love to chat with him if he had any free time over the weekend to share his story. After a small feast, Harrison led his family to the Slytherin dorms, where they would be staying. He pointed out his favorite armchair in the common room, which was perfect for reading while he hung out with his friends. He also showed them which bed was his before he settled in for the night, while they climbed into random beds. Harrison smiled when he noticed that, without realizing it, Dudley had taken the bed belonging to Theo. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, Harrison gave the Dursleys a tour of the castle, focusing on his classrooms. He took great pride in introducing them to Professor Flitwick as they passed him, leading some of the Muggle families of his Ravenclaw classmates around. Since he was the only Slytherin at the event, he had the chance to showcase his magic to his family without putting on a formal exhibition. All he needed was a member of the staff. As Vernon had been helping revamp the Muggle Studies class, they guided both boys to the classroom, where the Muggle Studies professor was ready to witness the demonstration. Harrison showed off several spells: Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, Flipendo, and the Leglocker Jinx. Each spell earned thunderous applause from Uncle Vernon and Dudley. The only downside to the weekend occurred when they headed down to the Quidditch Stadium and Uncle Vernon unexpectedly ran into Hagrid. No longer fearful of magic or the large gamekeeper, Vernon confronted Hagrid about the pig's tail incident that had happened the last time they met. Harrison couldn't help but smile. For a while, the man had been just as persistent as Dumbledore and McGonagall, always inviting him for tea no matter how many times Harrison declined. Like the other two, he refused to call Harrison by his real name, instead insisting on referring to him as HRI. Dudley and Harrison had to literally pull Uncle Vernon away from the large man, or they would be late for the game. As they turned to leave, Harrison thought he heard his new headmistress ask Hagrid if he had really given Dudley a pig's tail, but he didn't catch the rest as they made their way to the stands. For once, Harrison watched the game, cheering alongside Dudley and Uncle Vernon as they followed the Seeker on one team in search of the snitch. Chapter 36: A Quiet Question. Thanks to Dudley attending classes at Sycamore Academy, he was able to pick up several of his books at Diagon Alley when the Dursleys joined Harrison and Sirius to gather supplies for their second year. As Severus had mentioned, he was busy, so their group welcomed Tom, who was collecting his items for the fourth year. Since there was a low-level potions class at Sycamore, Dudley took the opportunity to grab some potion supplies while Harrison and Tom replenished their materials for Snape's classes for the term. They also visited Elop's Owl Emporium to purchase treats and food for Hedwig, Grumpy, Vernon's owl gifted to him by Sirius back in Chapter 19, and Thaddeus, the owl Theo had given Dudley as a present at the beginning of January. When they entered Flourish and Blots, they were surprised to find McGonagall working at the store. As she spotted them, she grimaced, her eyes flashing as she spoke through gritted teeth. "Welcome to Flourish and Blots. How may I help you today?" "Hello, I'm looking for the grade 7 books for Sycamore Academy, Vernon said, not recognizing her and assuming she was just a regular employee having a rough day. Very well. Follow me, McGonagall replied, still speaking through her clenched jaw, leading the Dursleys to the section of the store that contained the course books for Sycamore Academy. This allowed Tom, Harrison, and Sirius to gather their books for Hogwarts. Never thought I would see the day, Sirius whispered to Harrison as he reached for the Standard Book of Spells Year 2 from a high shelf. What, seeing her work in a bookstore? Harrison asked quietly. Well, yes, but what I really mean is seeing her actually smile. Talk about creepy. I mean, even when I was a student, as your dad once told me, she had a stick so far up her, if she ever laughed, he thought he would see it in the back of her throat. Tom let out a snort as he picked up his Standard Book of Spells beside them. Thankfully, he and Harrison managed to gather their new books and make their purchases before the former Transfiguration professor finished helping the Dursleys with Dudley's supplies. As for returning to Hogwarts, Remus, being a teacher, couldn't accompany them since he, Sirius, and Severus had to be at the castle a few days before the term started. To ensure Harrison's safety, Narcissa joined Vernon in taking Harrison, Dudley, Tom, Draco, and Joe to platform 9 3/4. It was amusing for Dudley and Harrison to witness the three Malfoys, Joe having been fully adopted by Narcissa and Lucius at the end of the last school year, reacting to Vernon's new minivan during the drive from Padfoot's dog house to the train station. Dudley was relieved that Sycamore Academy started after the Hogwarts students had left, allowing him to see Harrison and the others off. As he hugged Harrison goodbye, he turned to shake Draco and Tom's hands in farewell. Suddenly, Vernon heard someone calling his name. Looking around, his mouth dropped in shock as he saw his friend Chuck approaching. I thought that was you, Vernon, Chuck said as he reached him. Chuck? What are you doing here? Don't tell me one of your kids is magical too. Vernon asked, though he already suspected it was true since they had passed through the barrier to reach the platform. Yep. Tim and my oldest got a letter a few weeks ago, and then this nice woman came and told us he was a wizard, Chuck replied, as his husband and 2 kids joined him. You remember my husband, Tim, and our kids, Colin and Dennis? Of course I do. I may have moved away from Privet Drive, but it's hard to forget a milkman like Tim. He was the first one to point out that Harrison was being mistreated, not that I believed him at the time. I'm sorry about that, by the way, Tim, Vernon said, shaking the other man's hand. At least you found out the truth before it got too bad, Tim said. So, I recognize Harrison and Dudley, but who are these others? Vernon smiled proudly, eager to share. Well, I never revealed it, but Harrison is not my nephew. The blonde is his real cousin, Draco Malfoy, and this is Tom Prince, the cousin and ward of his godfather after an accident tragically took Tom's parents last year. Both of them are in Harrison's house at Hogwarts. Nice to meet you all, Tim said, shaking hands with Draco, Tom, and Harrison. Can I ask you boys a favor? What can we do for you, sir? Draco replied. Chuck and I are a little worried about Colin. Do you think you could show him around and look out for him? Tim asked. We will do our best, even if he ends up in another house, Tom said, noticing the young boy gazing around in wonder while tightly holding onto one of Tim's hands. Harrison and the others helped load Colin's trunk into the large cabin they had claimed before returning to say a final goodbye to Vernon, Dudley, and Narcissa. See you at Yule, Uncle Vernon, Harrison said, giving him a tight hug. Maybe even sooner, Vernon replied with a sly smile as the train let out its final whistle, signaling that it was about to depart. An hour into the trip, after Theo and Blaise had joined them in their cabin and were introduced to Colin, the group heard a disturbance in the train's main corridor. Blaise and Draco, who were seated closest to the door, stuck their heads out to see what was happening. A moment later, they shared their findings. Percy's mom is out there, Blaise said, causing Harrison to grunt in annoyance, wondering what the woman was doing on the train. Don't worry, cousin. I don't think she is on the train because of you, Draco reassured him as he settled back into his seat. She seems to be pushing the food cart. I wonder what happened to the woman from last year. I don't know. She was still doing it during the summer when I came with Uncle Vernon and Dudley, Harrison replied. So the disturbance was her pushing the food cart? Tom asked. She was getting told off by one of the conductors, Blaze explained. From what I heard in the short time we observed her, the conductor was reminding her that she couldn't deny food to any student or give her kids free food. I'm guessing they meant the twins, Ronald and Ginevra, Harrison said, unable to imagine Percy not paying for any food from the cart. Before anyone could respond, the door opened, and the woman herself poked her head in. Anything off the cart? She asked, her smile wide. Everyone in the compartment noticed her eyes flash slightly when she saw who was sitting there. Just a chocolate frog for me, Harrison said, planning to send the card to Dudley, who had started collecting them after finding the ones Harrison had. A pumpkin pastry for me, Draco added. Some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Blaze stated. Some cauldron cakes, Theo chimed in. I would like to order the sampler for our young friend here, Tom said as they all passed some money to the woman for their treats. Tom exchanged a glance with Harrison and Theo, noticing the woman pocket some of their money before handing them their change. The three of them decided not to mention it at that moment as they accepted their food. As Percy's mom closed the door and moved on, Tom used his wand to cast a detection spell, not trusting the woman to have put any sort of enchantment on the food she was handing out. He only nodded when the results came back negative for any spells on the snacks, signaling it was safe to eat. As they enjoyed their treats, the group explained to Colin why they had reacted to the woman in such a way and advised him to be cautious of all the Weasleys at Hogwarts, except for Percy. After they finished their snacks, Tom told the others he was going to use the bathroom, but in reality, he was headed to speak with one of the conductors about witnessing Molly pocket some of their order money. You're the sixth person who has reported this same issue, the conductor said, rubbing the bridge of their nose in annoyance. I'll make sure you get your money back. She did give us the right change. I just wanted you to know why your totals at the end of the trip might be off, Tom replied, earning an odd look from the conductor. Realizing he had spoken like an adult, he quickly added, my dad was teaching me about business matters before he passed away. When the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the student spotted the head conductor informing Molly Weasley that she was being fired for trying to steal money from the company and several kids. The woman looked as if she might explode, but surprisingly, she held back from screaming at the conductor. As the students disembarked, they noticed that, unlike last year, Hagrid was not calling for the first years. Instead, a woman in a black trench coat was summoning the new students. Harrison and the others directed Colin toward the group, telling him they would see him at the school. As Colin left, Percy joined them in their carriage for the ride up to the castle. Percy explained why his mother had been working as the food trolley attendant on the train. Things have been tough since my parents' separation, he shared. Mum had to find a job to make ends meet. Harrison then explained to the others why Hagrid wasn't greeting the students at the station. He recounted how, after Vernon had berated Hagrid during the summer, the new headmistress had spoken to him before having a personal meeting with Vernon. Harrison recalled how Hagrid had delivered all of his letters last year, nearly causing his uncle to have a nervous breakdown. He also shared the story of how, after handing Harrison his letter, Hagrid had used some magic to give Dudley a pig's tail before leaving Harrison on the doorstep. Harrison found himself alone on Private Drive for an entire day. It didn't matter that he possessed the portkey that could transport him to Gringotts, Hagrid had been unaware of its existence. When Headmistress Humphreys Malt had caught wind of the situation, she made the decision to fire Hagrid for misusing his authority during a task he should never have been assigned in the first place. Father told me he was arrested last week, Draco said, his tone casual. Why? Percy asked, struggling to imagine what Hagrid could have done. Well, Draco began, my father said he got drunk after losing his job. He was told to leave the 3 broomsticks at last call and somehow ended up at Lily's Legacy, thinking it was still the Hog's Head. He broke in and was taken in for drunk and disorderly conduct in public. Percy could easily envision that scenario. It was a well-known fact that Hagrid struggled to hold his liquor and often resorted to magic to cope. During the sorting ceremony, Harrison and the others watched as Colin was sorted into Hufflepuff, and they erupted into applause. Unfortunately, Percy's sister was sorted into Slytherin and attempted to sit next to Harrison, but none of his friends moved to make space for her. Harrison simply rolled his eyes and ignored her, glancing up at the staff table where he spotted his uncle and godfather, Remus, along with the woman who used to push the trolley. Once the sorting was complete, Headmistress Humphreys Moulton stood to introduce herself and welcomed everyone to another year of classes. She expressed her gratitude to the house elves for preparing the meal before allowing everyone to dig in. After the feast, the headmistress introduced the staff members, both returning and new hires. It seemed she and the governors had reinstated some classes that Dumbledore had removed from the curriculum over the years. The woman who had once pushed the food trolley was now the professor for spell crafting, while a man named Lester Moore was introduced as the new magical law teacher. Lastly, the new gamekeeper was presented as Becky Van Tuff. Were the only new hires from the previous year. Headmistress Humphreys Moulton had made it clear that she was working hard to reinstate more classes, but it would take some time. In Harrison's opinion, the best news was that she decided against having everyone sing the school song before sending them off to bed. During his godfather's opening speech to the house, Harrison sat as far away from the Weasley girl as he could. He cleverly used Tom's larger form to shield himself while relaxing on one of his favorite couches in the room. Compared to last year, Harrison noticed some significant changes in his class schedule. The Slytherins no longer had the majority of classes with the Gryffindors. Instead, they shared an equal number of classes with the other three houses. Another notable change was that, just like in the second term, Granger had distanced herself from Ronald and began spending time with the girls in her house. Neville, who had to complete an assignment with the bushy-haired girl, shared the reason for this shift with his friends in Slytherin. It turned out that during the weekend when Granger and her Muggle family visited Hogwarts over the summer, she had connected with the other two Muggle girls in her year and house. Without Ronald around, she seemed to hit it off with them. Meanwhile, Ronald now found himself alone, as everyone in Harrison's year knew he had a reputation for being a bully with quite a few anger issues. The only people who seemed to enjoy his company were his older twin brothers, Shelby Lesky, and his sister. Another unexpected change from Harrison's first year was the presence of the headmistress's husband, Lord Humphreys. Although he had his own job and wasn't always at the castle, he made a habit of setting up shop in an empty classroom once a week. Alongside some Hogwarts house elves, he would repair any damages to student school robes free of charge. His reasoning was simple: since the students were still kids, they would be active and sometimes accidentally damage their clothing. Lord Humphreys also began hosting small parties and shows once a month to keep everyone entertained, always ensuring that none of them overlapped with a Quidditch match or a. It was Hogsmeade weekend for the upper years, and for Harrison, Quidditch brought another change. Thanks to Draco making the team, Harrison found himself attending every game, even when Slytherin wasn't competing. He preferred to keep his nose buried in a book, doing his best to ignore Percy's sister, who seemed determined to get close to him. His patience wore thin when, during one game, she snatched the book right out of his hands. Harrison shot her a glare as he summoned the book back without saying a word. When she reached for it again, she discovered a ward around it that prevented her from touching it. Later, Harrison's friends told him she had started to complain. He hadn't noticed her attempts to talk to him since the welcoming feast, and he had used some wish magic to make himself unable to hear her anyway. Classes had settled into a familiar rhythm, much like the second term of last year. Without the looming presence of Dumbledore or McGonagall, Harrison excelled in homework, ranking among the best. However, his low participation kept him from rising higher in his year, with Granger still outshining him, a fact he didn't care about in the slightest. The only class where he was considered the top student was Potions. His success wasn't due to favoritism from his godfather, but rather because participation in class was linked to brewing rather than answering questions or volunteering to demonstrate spells. On the weekend of the first Hogsmeade visit for the upper years, Harrison received a surprise at supper. He spotted Uncle Vernon sitting at the staff table with Sirius, Severus, and Remus. After the meal, he headed to the shared rooms of his uncle and godfather, eager to find out why Vernon was there. "Did I surprise you, Harrison?" Vernon asked, pulling him into a tight hug. Harrison noticed that his uncle had lost more weight, allowing him to wrap his arms around the man fully for the first time. What are you doing here? Wait, did something happen to Dudley? Harrison questioned, concern creeping into his voice. Harrison felt a wave of worry wash over him as he thought about Dudley. No, Dudley is fine. Relax, Vernon said gently. I wanted this to be a surprise. During my meeting with the headmistress over the summer, besides discussing Hagrid, she shared an idea she had for the Muggle Studies class. She thought it would be beneficial for the Muggle parents of the students to come in and talk about their jobs in the Muggle world. Since I was the one who helped readjust the class, I was selected to be the first visitor. After she got her idea approved by the governors and the ministry, they sent me an owl inviting me to speak. She even planned it so we could talk to the class during their lesson on Friday, allowing us to spend some time with our families. Harrison's heart soared at the thought of spending more time with Uncle Vernon at Hogwarts, although he would miss Dudley being there. Uncle Vernon reassured him that Dudley was doing well at Sycamore Academy, with grades even better than they had been last year at Smeltings. Since Colin, as a first year, wouldn't have his dad's able to come to Hogwarts yet, Vernon was able to pass on a message from Colin's family. He also took back some of the photos Colin had started capturing around the school, including one that showcased all the friends Colin had made in his house, as well as with Harrison's group of friends who had welcomed the young boy into their circle. During his second year, Harrison didn't spend as much time in the shared room with his godfather and uncle as he had the previous year, as they began planning their bonding ceremony. Still, he enjoyed conversations with Remus and Professor Flitwick, both of whom helped him gain deeper understanding of various obscure fields of magic beyond what was taught at Hogwarts. When he wasn't with them, he often found himself with his three best friends or Tom when he wasn't working on homework. Harrison had also learned a bit more about the bond between him and Tom since their time together. As they shifted into their animagus forms, Harrison felt a strong connection with Tom, though it was not romantic. Instead, it was more of a protector and charge dynamic, reminiscent of the time Tom had stopped him from harming Dumbledore during the trial. Harrison had to admit that Tom was not bad looking, but he felt they were both too young for anything beyond friendship, and Tom seemed to understand that. When Harrison and his friends headed home for the Yule break, he was glad to know that the Weasleys would be staying at the castle. However, he was surprised by some news from Uncle Vernon. The man was practically bouncing in his seat as they drove home, eager to share his excitement. It seems that because of his work with the Hogwarts Muggle Studies class and his connection to me, the ministry has approached him to become a sort of Muggle ambassador, Uncle Vernon explained. They want him to help correct some misinformation about non-magical people that Albus had allowed to spread over the years at Hogwarts. Vernon was still running his drill company, but now he met with a new ministry department called Muggle Affairs at least twice a month, which was led by Arthur Weasley. During these meetings, Vernon answered questions and kept the ministry updated on things like CCTV, how to spot them so that magical folks wouldn't inadvertently reveal magic to those not ready for it. This new role also came with perks, including an enchanted wristwatch that provided him with the same protections as an heir or lordship ring. The watch had a small button that would summon magical law officers, allowing Vernon to keep an eye on Harrison without relying on Sirius or anyone else when they were out in the magical world. Vernon demonstrated this new responsibility by taking Harrison and Dudley to Kelpie Alley for dinner. He greeted some colleagues from the ministry, who nodded back in recognition. It was shaping up to be another fun Yule and Christmas for Harrison, this time with the added excitement of his uncle's new role. The ball at Theo's home was a wonderful opportunity for Dudley to meet more of Theo's family, beyond just his grandfather. However, when he returned to Hogwarts, Harrison was horrified by what he discovered. It seemed that while he was away, Ginevra had somehow gained access to the rooms belonging to him, Theo, and Blaise. The obsessive girl had covered Harrison's bed with flower petals, leaving only his pillow untouched. There, she had placed a magical photo of herself in nothing but her underwear. Furious, Harrison immediately summoned Creature and instructed him to fetch his uncle and godfather. When Sirius and Snape arrived and saw the mess, Sirius quickly left to inform the headmistress. Meanwhile, Snape, utilizing his authority as head of Slytherin House, made adjustments to the wards. These new protections would prevent anyone from entering another person's room unless all the inhabitants had given their explicit permission. This change overrode the previous wards, which had only stopped intruders if the occupant was asleep and it wasn't their room. Headmistress Humphreys Moultard was usually a cheerful woman, but she did not tolerate any form of bullying or harassment. She often handed out detentions to students who failed to respect others' boundaries. Upon seeing the state of Harrison's bed, she used her connection to the school to investigate whether Ginevra had any accomplices. The castle, through a piece of enchanted parchment, revealed that she had allowed Ronald into the Slytherin dorms. Together, they had not only vandalized Harrison's room but had also gone into other rooms to cause chaos. Among their misdeeds was the destruction of other students' belongings, which made Draco relieved that he had taken his Nimbus 2001 home over the Yule break so he and his father could inspect it. With no other option available, Headmistress Humphreys Moultard expelled both Weasley siblings, though she chose not to snap their wands. With the Weasleys gone from the castle, and the Weasley twins still plotting harmless pranks across the houses to impress Sirius during his training, Harrison enjoyed a peaceful remainder of the year. With no worries about his classes, Harrison eagerly dove into helping plan his uncle and godfather's bonding ceremony, scheduled for the summer after classes ended. He learned that they wanted him to play a special role as their ribbon holder. This meant he would be entrusted with the ribbon symbolizing their bond, which would eventually become their wedding rings. Sirius and Severus showed him their meticulous plans for the ceremony, explaining that they intended to head straight to their honeymoon afterward rather than returning to classes. Harrison noticed that Sirius had chosen Remus as his best man, while Severus had picked Lucius Malfoy. Dudley and Draco would also participate, serving as goblet holders, which meant they were a bit like groomsmen. Because Severus had no immediate family of age, he had asked Vernon to stand in for him. Sirius, being the Lord of the Black Line, had not only Harrison and Narcissa at his side but had also welcomed Narcissa's older sister, Andromeda, along with her husband and child back into the family. On the day of the bonding ceremony, Harrison couldn't help but smile as he watched his godfather and uncle in their elegant dress robes, standing before a crowd of friends and family, ready to get married. When the moment came, he stepped forward, just as he had been taught, and wrapped the red and silver ribbon around their hands before quickly stepping back into place between Uncle Vernon and Narcissa. Magistrate Tony, officiating the ceremony, asked if anyone had any objections to the union. It came as no surprise when silence filled the air. With a solemn gesture, Magistrate Tony raised his hands over the couple and asked one final question: do you accept each other for who you are as well as who you will be? Chapter 37, A Loud Answer. Magistrate Tony, who was officiating the ceremony, looked out at the gathered crowd and asked if anyone had any objections to the pair being bonded. It was no surprise when silence fell over the audience. Raising his hands above the couple, he posed one final question: do you accept each other for who you are as well as who you will be? You bet we do, Sirius exclaimed, nearly shouting as he grasped the collar of Severus's robes and pulled him close. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, sealing their bond. As the bonding ritual recognized their kiss, a wave of magic surged through the crowd. Cheers erupted as an orb floating above everyone opened up, showering them with vibrant confetti. However, some of the guests, not as close to Sirius and Severus, were puzzled by the yellow and green confetti. They speculated that the pair might be announcing the news of a bearer potion and an impending child. Harrison, who had helped set up the confetti bomb with the couple's favorite colors, knew better. He smiled, aware that Severus, who typically favored black attire, had chosen yellow confetti as his favorite color, even if he felt he couldn't pull off wearing it. From his position as Sirius's best man, Remus was also in on the secret of the confetti. Yet, he was more captivated by the sight of the two men still locked in their kiss. With a playful grin, he casually drew his wand and cast the Dorian Gray spell on the newlyweds, hoping to elicit laughter from the crowd by transforming Severus into a Muggle action movie hero, kissing the teenage Sirius. To his surprise, the spell took effect in an unexpected way. Both men began to glow with a brilliant light, making them appear positively angelic. The crowd, unaware of the magic at play, cheered even louder, believing they were witnessing something extraordinary. This was part of the ceremony. The cheers from the crowd finally prompted Sirius and Severus to break their kiss and take a bow before they began the receiving line for their guests. Leading the line was Harrison, along with the rest of the wedding party, who congratulated the couple before joining them in thanking everyone for attending. Harrison, having taken on the role of ribbon holder, similar to a ring bearer in a Muggle wedding, stood at the end of the line next to Dudley and Draco, who had served as groomsmen. Since Harrison often focused more on his studies and magic rather than socializing, and Dudley was busy with Sycamore Academy, Draco stepped in to introduce them to the guests, sharing names and connections to Sirius and Severus whenever needed. Harrison was pleasantly surprised to greet Percy and Mr. Weasley, along with Percy's two older brothers. He couldn't help but scrutinize the two older men, as he hadn't had many positive interactions with the Weasley family aside from Percy and Mr. Weasley. Percy explained that his eldest brother, William, known as Bill, worked for Gringotts, while Charlie was involved in research at a dragon reserve, studying the mating and territorial habits of dragons in captivity compared to those in the wild. Intrigued by the topic, Harrison opened his mouth to ask a question, but before he could, the line moved on, and the Weasleys returned to their seats. Dudley then introduced some guests to both Harrison and Draco, including his classmates from Sycamore who had come with their families. Despite not being related by blood, the two boys still referred to each other as cousins. Among those introduced were Sylvester Diggory and Leigh Moon, Dudley's best friends from school. Harrison and Draco were shocked to meet Leigh Moon, who was the twin sister of their Gryffindor classmate, Lily Moon. Draco had never heard of a squib being born as a twin to a wizard. Harrison had always been curious about the magical sibling connection, but he chose to keep his questions to himself, knowing it might come off as rude. With it being Severus bonding, many members of Slytherin House were present, allowing Draco and Harrison to introduce Dudley to their housemates. Dudley hadn't had the chance to meet them at the two Yule balls since Harrison started at Hogwarts. When Theo's family arrived, Dudley felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks as he and Theo exchanged a quick chaste kiss. Meanwhile, Harrison and Draco thanked Theo's father and grandfather for attending. Once the receiving line concluded, Harrison sank into his chair at the head table, feeling utterly drained. He wished he could step away for a moment to gather his energy away from the crowd. Fortunately, he was seated next to Tom, whose presence always seemed to help him recharge faster than anyone else. Leaning into Tom's larger frame, he listened as Remus and Draco's dad delivered their best men speeches to the guests before the meal began. As the dinner started, Harrison winced at the noise level. Just then, he felt a wave of magic wash over him and glanced at Tom with a grateful look. Tom had cast a sound-dampening spell, allowing Harrison to hear the conversations around him without being overwhelmed by the volume. This was a welcome change from his first year at Hogwarts, when Severus had placed a spell on the Slytherin table so he could only hear those seated nearby. That had led to some confusion, like the time he witnessed Ronald arguing with Percy, but to him, they hadn't made a sound. Their silent confrontation had attracted a teacher's attention, resulting in the Gryffindors losing points. Now, with the sound-dampening spell in place, Harrison could tune into conversations, hearing what others were saying while still being mindful of the distance and volume of their voices. Harrison reassured himself that he wasn't spying on anyone. He tuned into a conversation between Professor Flitwick, Moore, and Wicker about how Severus and Sirius bonding might impact the upcoming school year. None of them believed it would affect the lessons, unless the newly bonded mates teamed up with Remus to kick off a prank war. Flitwick and Wicker reminisced about their own student days when such antics were common. Nearby, Legvistus Knott and Madame Pruitt, whom Harrison had met through Percy in the receiving line, were discussing the class curriculums for both Hogwarts and Sycamore Academy. This was important since both Theo's grandfather and Percy's great-aunt were members of the Hogwarts governors. To recharge his energy, Harrison closed his eyes and let the conversations around him wash over him as he leaned into Tom's side while eating. He guessed that, with his eyes shut, he was occasionally taking food from Tom's plate, as he could hear and feel Tom laughing every now and then. Yet, Tom made no effort to stop him or prompt him to open his eyes. After the meal and before the dancing began, Harrison, Dudley, and Vernon discovered that in the magical world, there was a brief period for mingling. Feeling a bit more energized, Harrison decided to approach Percy and chat with him, hoping to learn more about Charlie's research. However, he quickly found out that Draco had arrived first and was deep in conversation with Charlie about magical creatures. Draco was eager to become a wand maker, and mastering magical zoology was a crucial skill for him. While waiting for his turn to speak with Charlie, Harrison struck up a conversation with Percy. Before they began, Percy cast a muffling charm around them, not just for Harrison, but to keep others from eavesdropping. This was a common practice during this part of the event, as people conversed with allies and made deals. "It was a lovely ceremony," Percy remarked. "It was," Harrison replied, noticing his friend attempting small talk, perhaps sensing that Harrison might prefer to speak with one of his older brothers instead. "You don't worry about Bill and Charlie, they're nothing like my younger siblings," Percy said. "You tested them?" Harrison asked, intrigued. "I spoke with Professor Lupin about the Dorian Gray spell and used it on them before we came to the ceremony. I wanted to make sure they wouldn't cause any trouble, like Molly and the others," Percy explained. "If you don't mind me asking, what did they look like?" Harrison inquired. "Have you ever read the Muggle story of Dr. Dolittle or Noah and his Ark?" Percy responded. Yeah." Harrison replied, slightly confused by the question. "When I cast the spell on Charlie, it made him appear to be surrounded by various animals, both magical and mundane, as if he were Dolittle or Noah," Percy said, causing Harrison to chuckle, not to mention visualize the scene. As for Bill, Percy continued, smiling at Harrison's laughter, he took on the appearance of a combination spelunker and adventurer. "Oh, sort of like Indiana Jones?" Harrison asked. "Who?" Percy replied, a bit perplexed. "A Muggle character from a trilogy of movies named after him. He explores tombs to recover treasure and somehow ends up on massive adventures along the way. I think there are some novels based on the movies that I could find to send you," Harrison explained. "Did your brother have a whip when the spell was cast on him?" Percy asked. "No," the older boy replied. "So, not exactly like Indiana Jones then," Harrison said, starting to share all about the character as he waited to talk to Charlie. Harrison hadn't considered how long Draco could discuss a topic that intrigued him. After chatting with Percy for 10 minutes and waiting for his cousin to finish, he finally grew bored and decided to chat with his favorite professor instead. "Ah, Harrison, you did a wonderful job during the ritual," Professor Flitwick said as he sat down. "Thank you, Professor," Harrison replied, nodding in greeting to the former food trolley witch and the magical law professor. "So, does the bonding change your living arrangements?" Professor Moore asked. "I believe I heard both Sirius and Vernon mention that the pair are living in one of the Black family properties," Harrison said, intrigued. "But I haven't heard anything about it. I wonder if the bonding will change things, considering my godfather will be bringing Tom with him. That makes 6 of us living in the magically expanded 3-story home." "I'm sure it will be fine, Harrison," Professor Flitwick reassured him with a smile before shifting the conversation. "So, what electives did you choose for next year?" "I signed up for the study of ancient runes, magical theory, and spell crafting," Harrison replied, giving a nod to Professor Wicker, as it was her class. "From what I've heard and seen of your work, I'm sure you'll excel, just like Jane's did," Professor Wicker said warmly. "I also thought about taking Muggle studies so I could spend more time with Uncle Vernon," Harrison added, "but I figured that might be a bit selfish since I was raised as a Muggle." "Nothing wrong with being a little selfish now and then," Professor Moore chuckled. "But taking 4 electives might be a bit much. If you find one doesn't suit you, you can always drop it and take another next year, or pursue some self-study." "That's true," Harrison acknowledged. "Not that you don't already do self-study in other subjects," Professor Flitwick chimed in with a broad smile. "What was the last one you mentioned?" "I went back to researching animagus mates and the possible connections they might have with their dreams," Harrison explained. "That's quite an intriguing subject for someone your age," Professor Moore remarked. "I just enjoy exploring random aspects of magic," Harrison replied, knowing that only Professor Binns, Sirius, and Severus were aware of his bond with Tom. "Indeed, you do," Flitwick said, patting his arm. He then began to recount to his colleagues the story of Harrison's first Halloween to Samhain at the castle, where he had magically stuck all the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students' shoes to the floor to prevent them from heading down to their common rooms, where the troll was said to be lurking. not wanting to be around for the end of the tale. Harrison. As professors congratulated him for his actions, Harrison quietly left the table. His magical abilities remained a sensitive topic for him, especially after losing control during Dumbledore's trial, the so-called Mad King's trial. The Ministry was still monitoring the magic he used outside of class to ensure he didn't inadvertently hurt anyone. This meant that even at Hogwarts, his magical usage was under scrutiny. With these thoughts weighing on him, Harrison sought out Tom or Sirius to regain some of his energy, but neither was at the head table. In fact, it seemed that no one else was there either. While searching, he spotted Uncle Vernon sitting with some magical folks, animatedly discussing his work in both the Muggle and magical worlds. He eventually found Sirius, but he was deep in conversation with Remus. The two raised their drinks in a toast, and Harrison couldn't help but wonder if they were honoring his parents and godmother, who were unable to attend. Although he might have joined them if he had known earlier, he chose to leave them undisturbed. Dudley was seated next to Theo and his friends, engrossed in conversation about something that didn't seem urgent, so Harrison decided against interrupting them. Still, he couldn't find Tom or Severus in the hall, making him wonder if they had stepped out for a moment. He noticed Draco still chatting with Charlie, while Lord Malfoy sat with his wife. With no sign of Tom and reluctant to intrude on his uncle's potential memorial, Harrison decided to step out of the room for a bit. He needed some time alone to recharge before the dancing began. Thinking he might be interrupted if he went to the bathrooms, he used a side exit from the hall and was surprised to find Severus and Tom engaged in conversation. Assuming they were discussing the living arrangements in a quiet space, he moved closer, curious to see if there was a plan in place that he hadn't been informed about yet. However, as he approached, he paused when he heard their voices, thanks to the sound-dampening spell Tom had cast on him earlier. The bond has gotten stronger. We have started to. Sharing dreams, Tom was saying to Severus. That is troubling, Severus replied, leaving Harrison confused. So far, they've just been random dreams, but I fear that at some point we might see each other's past, Tom continued. How are your occlumency shields? Severus asked quickly. Good, but they won't work because of the bond, Tom responded, which sent Severus pacing back and forth in front of him. Memory charm? Severus muttered to himself before answering. No, you might need your memories in case someone tries to appeal the ruling. Plus, who knows what that might do to the bond? And telling him my past wouldn't be good either, Tom agreed with a nod. Harrison couldn't help but wonder why learning about Tom's past would be a bad thing. Unless it involved a nightmare where Tom's family had died, which had brought him to Severus. As much as he was curious about their conversation, it felt too personal, so he decided to head back into the main room to find a quiet spot to recharge. He spotted an abandoned table in the corner and settled in, sitting as low as he could to avoid drawing attention. He waited for the dancing to begin, grateful that no one seemed to notice him as he engaged in a bit of people watching. A few moments later, he saw Tom and Severus re-enter the hall. The potion master approached his new husband, leading him to the area set aside for dancing. The announcer called out, and now for the newly bonded first dance as mates. Everyone, please turn to the dance floor. After a few years in the magical world, Harrison expected some classical music, perhaps a waltz, to kick off the festivities. To his surprise, when the music started, it was Disco Inferno. Many in the crowd looked confused as, instead of a slow dance, Sirius and Severus began to disco to the beat. Harrison overheard several guests wondering what the pair were doing as they struck poses and danced with enthusiasm. Harrison watched as Uncle Vernon bobbed his head to the music, his movement shifting from the lower right side of his body to the upper left. After a while, when it was time for others to join in, Vernon stepped forward and began to cut a rug, much to the embarrassment of both Harrison and Dudley, who couldn't help but facepalm. As some of the magical guests caught sight of the disco dancing, they started to step forward, trying to imitate the three men. Percy's dad was so enthusiastic that he nearly collided with others while doing the finger point. A few more joined in, but instead of dancing to the music, they began waltzing, reminiscent of the Yule Balls. Noticing this, Dudley pulled his friends and Theo up, determined to teach them the chicken dance, which he considered a staple of wedding festivities. Harrison even spotted Professor Flitwick stepping up to perform what looked like a Russian dance alongside Professor Wicker, who appeared to be doing an Irish river dance. He never imagined that simply watching others dance could make him feel so sluggish. The random movements were as distracting as the loud conversations that filled the Great Hall when he first started at Hogwarts. He really wanted to leave the room again, but it was still the first dance, and he felt he should stay for his uncle's. "It might be less draining if you were one of the dancers," Tom said, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. "I can't dance like that," Harrison replied, nodding toward Uncle Vernon, who had laced his fingers together and was wiggling his arms like a wave of flesh. "No one is asking you to," Tom said, reaching down to offer his hand. "We can just dance like at the Yule Ball." "I guess I can manage at least this one dance," Harrison said, taking Tom's hand. Tom quickly pulled him to his feet and led him to the dance floor. There, they joined the other dancers, moving slowly to the disco music as if it were the Yule Ball. Harrison lost all sense of time as he danced with Tom through the first song, completely absorbed in the moment. As the music for the bonding party shifted to something more traditional, more people began to fill the dance floor. Harrison's attention turned solely to Tom as they stepped into a small two-step dance together, Tom's hand clasped in his while the other rested on Harrison's back. As the crowd grew, Harrison became more aware of the other dancers, especially when they accidentally bumped into him or Tom. He noticed that Dudley had stopped doing the chicken dance with his friends and was now dancing with Theo again. Uncle Vernon was waltzing with Blaze's mom, and in the corner of his eye, Harrison spotted Draco dancing with Pansy, with others seeming eager to cut in. Percy was dancing with the older brother of one of Dudley's friends, a curious choice given that in the books, he was supposed to be with Penelope Clearwater, who was Marcus's date. Feeling the atmosphere of the bonding ceremony, Harrison realized it was finally time to do something with Tom, at least as much as he felt comfortable with. As the current song began to wind down, he rose up on his tiptoes and placed a quick, chaste kiss on Tom's lips. He was surprised by how soft they felt, but the act was even more embarrassing than watching Sirius, Severus, and Vernon disco by themselves. It seemed like everyone was watching him, which made him blush and pull away. He was relieved that Tom didn't seem offended or try to hold him back. Blushing a deep shade of red, Harrison quietly slipped out of the room to gather himself.